Chapter 1359 Mortal Shedding Stage. Young miss, if he were still alive, he'd most likely have gone back to Half Moon Island to wait for you, one of the middle-aged men said. I'll go back to have a look on Half Moon Island. As a brilliance flashed across Han Shui-Nai's eyes, she turned around and blasted out towards Half Moon Island like a cannonball. However, when she arrived at Half Moon Island, the answer that she obtained was evident. Duan Ling Tian had never once returned in this 1 year or so. Hovering above the air on Half Moon Island, a look of self-accusation could be seen on her face. It's all because of me. Had I not been so headstrong and refused to bring Ah Ju and Ah Shi with me, nothing would have happened to brother Ling Tian at all. After taking a deep breath, Han Shui-Nai finally regained her calmness. It's better for me not to show myself for the time being, lest Sister Ka, Sister Fair, and Little White would all be worried. In the end, Han Shui-Nai did not reveal herself. Ah Ju, Ah Shi, let's go back. Turning around to look at the two sturdy middle-aged men following behind her like shadows, Han Shui-Nai announced in a deep voice, I want to go and look for Dad to find a solution. I must find brother Ling Tian regardless of whether he's dead or alive. She wanted to find him dead or alive. Not only that, but I have a strong feeling that brother Ling Tian must still be alive. As Han Shui-Nai's train of thought changed directions, she heaved a sigh of relief. Soon, under the escort of both Ah Ju and Ah Shi, Han Shui-Nai proceeded to head towards the north at a breakneck speed so fast that it set off raging waves on the ocean surface. Only a year had passed outside, but it was already 3 years on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. In these whole 3 years, Duan Ling Tian's 9th level Emperor stage fused profundity had already 99% perfectly merged with the origin energy in his body. According to Shui-Nai, after I've taken a closer step and merged the fused profundity perfectly with the origin energy, I'll then be able to open the saint veins hidden in my body. From there, I can then make a breakthrough to the early mortal shedding stage. As Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, he cultivated even more painstakingly. The mortal shedding stage was just right in front of him. Right now, there was only one thought left in his mind: to break through to the mortal shedding stage. 10 days went by in just the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a violent wind swept out tyrannically inside the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda as a loud boom erupted. It was so loud that it was deafening to the ears. In the next instant, a series of dragons' cries echoed in the air. Even Elder Huo, the three-legged golden crow, who was on the first level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, had also noticed the commotion on the second level. Immediately, he climbed up. After he had reached the second level, he noticed that the wooden house that he erected had been shattered to pieces. Inside the wooden house was a purple figure who was sitting cross-legged in the air. A sense of blood-curdling aura was emanating out of his body. This, of course, was not the most shocking thing there. The most unexpected thing was the illusion of the 9 divine dragon silhouettes above the purple figure. They are all 9-clawed divine dragons. Upon seeing the illusion of the 9 divine dragon silhouettes, Elder Huo's heart thumped for a moment. What exactly has happened to him? Why would he be able to call 9 dragons to resonate with him, and on top of that, they're all 9-clawed divine dragons? Even though Elder Huo had lived for a long time, it was still his first time seeing such a phenomenon. Heck, he had never even heard about such a thing before. However, although he had neither seen nor heard of such a phenomenon before, he could also sense that this was an extraordinary heaven and earth phenomenon. He realized that this man must be very exceptional. Soon, Elder Huo noticed that after the illusion of the 9 divine dragon silhouettes had cried out loud, they transformed to become 9 rays that shot into Duan Ling Tian's body before disappearing. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes. A rolling airwave spread out tyrannically from him as the epicenter. Ha 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 ha, I've made a breakthrough, I've made a breakthrough. Duan Ling Tian, whose eyes were now opened, burst out with hearty laughter as he howled without restraint. 15 saint veins. It's actually 15 saint veins. That's a whole 5 saint veins more than Shui-Nai's. At that moment, when he had broken through to the mortal shedding stage, he realized that he had already opened 15 saint veins. Wait a minute, suddenly, Duan Ling Tian noticed a problem. Aren't there only 81 saint veins in total? I've already opened 15 saint veins now that I'm only at the early mortal shedding stage. By right, when I reach the intermediate mortal shedding stage, I should be able to open 16 saint veins at the very least. And then, it would be at least 17 saint veins at the mastery mortal shedding stage. at least 18 at the perfection mortal shedding stage, and lastly, at least 19 at the paramount mortal shedding stage. All these added up together would be 85 saint veins. 85 saint veins. Duan Ling Tian's eyes were as large as saucers. Didn't they say that there were only 81 saint veins hidden inside a person's body? Even in the long history of Dao Martial Saint Land, only 3 people managed to open 81 saint veins. These 3 had then proceeded to become the powerhouses who stood on the summit of Dao Martial Saint Land as they overlooked the entire world. Perplexed, Duan Ling Tian went to ask Elder Huo about this. Saint vein. It seemed to be the first time Elder Huo had heard of such a term. The saint vein that you refer to is known as the geographical vein on Yanhuang planet. There are more than 81 saint veins hidden in all living beings. However, being able to open up to 81 saint veins can already be considered as having an eminent innate ability. Such people would have great achievements. Elder Huo continued, actually, there are a total 99 saint veins hidden inside a human body. The other 18 saint veins are deeply hidden, and unless you're richly endowed by nature, it's impossible for you to open them. 99 saint veins. Upon hearing Elder Huo's words, Duan Ling Tian's heart thumped like mad. There were actually 99 saint veins hidden inside a human body. The other 18 saint veins mainly connect to the eyes, nose, and ears. Once they are opened, your sight, smell, and hearing senses will reach an alarming level. Those whose sights are powerful can train until they obtain the clairvoyance skill, while those whose hearing ability is powerful can train to obtain the clairaudience skill, Elder Huo explained. I've never heard of anyone who has opened up to 99 saint veins in the Jade Emperor heaven. Even Gautama, the old monk, is rumored to have only opened 95 saint veins. The horse protector should be the one who opened the most after him with a total of 93 saint veins, Elder Huo added. The Gautama Buddha had opened 95 saint veins. Su Wukong had opened 93 saint veins. Duan Ling Tian was extremely baffled. Of course, Duan Ling Tian knew that the saint vein was the term used on this planet. It was not known as saint vein elsewhere. Elder Huo, what's the Jade Emperor heaven that you mentioned just now? After Duan Ling Tian had snapped back to reality, he asked. Curiously, you'll only bring vexation on yourself knowing about this now. By the time you already have the power to leave this planet, you'll naturally find out about it. Elder Huo dodged the topic. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Still, he speculated in his heart. The Jade Emperor heaven that Elder Huo mentioned must have something to do with the great Emperor of Jade, the character in the ancient mythology of his past life. Be it the former Elder Huo, or the Gautama Buddha, or even Sun Wukong, all of them must be in the Jade Emperor heaven. Right now, the fact that you can open 15 saint veins means that your innate ability is indeed astounding. With your endowed gift, you can open at least 85 saint veins in the future. There aren't more than 10 people in the entire Jade Emperor heaven who have a gift like yours, Elder Huo mused. Elder Huo, how many saint veins did you open at that time? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. 87 saint veins. 8 to 87. Upon hearing that, the corner of his mouth instantly twitched violently. The pride that rose in his heart just now disappeared without a trace at that instant. So what if he could open 85 saint veins? Elder Huo, the 3-legged golden crow, who was standing in front of him now had also only opened 89 saint veins. Yet, someone had still imprisoned him in this 7 treasures exquisite pagoda to become the pagoda spirit. As though a bucket of cold water had been poured down on his head, Duan Ling Tian completely returned to his senses. Wait a minute. Suddenly, as though he remembered something, Duan Ling Tian looked at Elder Huo in confusion before asking, Elder Huo, since Yanhuang planet could already come up with so many talented powerhouses, why are there only 3 people who could open 81 saint veins on this planet in this long history of time? Yanhuang planet is the closest mundane planet to the Jade Emperor heaven. The myth that a later generation like you has heard of might not necessarily all be true. Although the horse protector and I were born on Yanhuang planet, we don't originate from there. I'm a 3-legged golden crow that's transformed by the sun divine flames that descended to Yanhuang planet from the Jade Emperor heaven. As for that horse protector, he was formed from the ancient goddess Nua's 5-colored stone that was originally an item from the Jade Emperor heaven. In the future, you'll learn that those mythical characters that you've heard of are mostly not from Yanhuang planet, Elder Huo explained. How about Li Jing? Duan Ling Tian asked again. Li Jing was a native to Yanhuang planet. It's also because of this that he was acknowledged by the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. The earliest master of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda was the old Depankara monk. He was also a native of Yanhuang planet as well. He could be considered the most outstanding person who originated from Yanhuang planet. Elder Huo replied unhurriedly. How many saint veins did he open? Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up right away. 85, Elder Huo replied. Just 85, Duan Ling Tian was stunned. In fact, even he could open at least 85 saint veins in the future. Just, Elder Huo shook his head. As the native of a mundane planet, the fact that the old Depankara monk could open 85 saint veins is already considered extremely astounding already. At the very least, before he was killed, I've never heard of anybody else who is native to Yanhuang planet who could open more than 82 saint veins other than him. Even Li Jing could only open 80 saint veins. His son, Nezha, was slightly stronger than him. He opened a total of 81 saint veins, Elder Huo continued. On top of that, the number of saint veins will only affect the speed of one's energy, leaving the body up to a certain level until detonation. Energy is formed within a second. One can't judge just how powerful a person is solely based on their number of saint veins opened. Elder Huo finished in one breath. Chapter 1360 Duan Ling Tian's Strength. Elder Huo himself was the best example. Although he had managed to open up to 87 saint veins, he was still no match for Gautama who had opened 85 saint veins. Despite his innate talent being stronger than Gautama's by a whole other level, his comprehensive strength was still far behind his. Otherwise, he would not have been imprisoned in the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda and become the pagoda spirit. Upon hearing Elder Huo's words, Duan Ling Tian nodded. He had long heard about this from Shui Nai before. Other than saint veins, there were still many other aspects that could affect one's strength. So, it turns out that most of the characters from the ancient mythology in my past life didn't come from Earth. At that time, Duan Ling Tian also realized that he could only trust 50% of the ancient mythology from his past life as the other half was mostly fabricated by the later generations. Right at that second, Duan Ling Tian did not realize that the gaze that Elder Huo used to look at him with now was very different from before. There was one more thing that he did not tell Duan Ling Tian. He did not tell him that even the Gautama Buddha, who had opened 85 saint veins then, had only managed to open 13 saint veins when he first started on them. He had been far from being the equivalent to the current version of Duan Ling Tian now. The reason he did not say it out loud was that he was worried that Duan Ling Tian would become too proud. Soon, Elder Huo returned to the first level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda again. Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, had also closed his eyes again. However, instead of cultivating, he started to internally view the 15 saint veins in his body. Compared to the other meridians in his body, the 15 saint veins were like huge monsters. The 15 saint veins sauntered inside Duan Ling Tian's body like 15 divine dragons. Those other meridians, on the other hand, appeared to be like inconspicuous, tiny snakes instead. Oh, my dantian is actually gone. Soon, Duan Ling Tian noticed that the dantian at his lower abdomen had now disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by saint veins that intertwined with one another. All of these saint veins were heading in one direction, the spot between Duan Ling Tian's eyebrows. There was a qi at the spot in between Duan Ling Tian's eyebrows. Only when he stretched out his spiritual energy there, he could see the qi. Right then, the qi was only as large as a pigeon's egg. There was only a little bit of true energy inside. There was not much of it at all. This bit of true energy was transformed from Duan Ling Tian's original origin energy. Although it was inconspicuous, its strength was far from being comparable to the former origin energy in Duan Ling Tian's body when it came to power. The true energy was an energy that was on a whole different level. The operating pathway of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique has indeed passively been forced to undergo a transformation. This isn't the Divine Dragon 4, is it? Soon, Duan Ling Tian noticed that his technique had undergone a transformation just like how Shui Nai had told him. Shui Nai had informed him that once a martial or Dao cultivator transformed to the mortal shedding stage, his techniques would, more or less, undergo a transformation too. After taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian started to cultivate. Right at that moment, the heaven and earth spirit energy on the second level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda gushed into his body ceaselessly along with the 15 saint veins based on the cultivation method of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique. After cultivating for a week, the heaven and earth spirit energy had also transformed to become true energy and merged with his qi. The amount of true energy in his qi had grown a little bit more in a negligible manner. However, Duan Ling Tian was not in a rush at all. Continuing to cultivate, he sucked in the true energy in the second level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda non-stop and merged it into his body so that he could transform it into true energy suitable for his own use. According to Shui Nai, I can only advance to the next level by the time the true energy in my Qi Si is fully filled. Duan Ling Tian was familiar with the mortal shedding stage because of Han Shui Nai. This is. Duan Ling Tian, who was focused on cultivating, suddenly realized that when the heaven and earth spirit energy merged into his body and operated as it circled around his 15 saint veins, there was a streak of swift strange energy that suddenly appeared around the heaven and earth spirit energy. At first, Duan Ling Tian still had not noticed this, but now that he did, upon closer inspection, he was shocked to discover that there seemed to be 9 streaks of this strange energy. They seemed to be 9 divine dragons that were twirling around the heaven and earth spirit energy. It was only after the heaven and earth spirit energy had merged into his Qi Si that these 9 divine dragons finally disappeared. It looks like this is the true transformation of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. This must be the 10th form of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique. The 9th form, the divine dragon form, is no longer the last form. What am I supposed to call this 10th form then? The 9 dragons war sovereign technique had been left behind by the rebirth martial emperor to Duan Ling Tian. In the rebirth martial emperor's memory, there were only 9 forms to the 9 dragons war sovereign technique, with the divine dragon form being the last form. However, right then, Duan Ling Tian had made a breakthrough to the mortal shedding stage. For that reason, the 9 dragons war sovereign technique had undergone changes. The mental cultivation method that he was nurturing was no longer the divine dragon form. Or, how about I just call it the 9 dragons form? With a jolt in his heart, Duan Ling Tian became even more delighted with the name as he pondered and christened the 10th form of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique, the 9 dragons form. True energy. Suddenly opening his eyes without warning, Duan Ling Tian stretched both of his arms out, and at once, the true energy in the Qi Si surged out along the 15 saint veins, instantly gathering on his arms. That's fast. Duan Ling Tian finally learned about the benefits of having the saint veins. The true energy in his Qi Si had all gathered in his arms in a second. If I had only one saint vein, I wonder how long would I have to wait to gather all of this true energy onto my arms at once, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. With a raise of his hands, Duan Ling Tian burst 2 punches out. Right away, the true energy swept out and soared across the long sky, causing the air in the second floor of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda to tremble as faint palm prints charged out powerfully and landed on the wall of the second level instantly. A loud boom resonated and an impact wave swept out as though a hurricane had surged in the second level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. However, there was no sign of damage on the wall at all. What a powerful energy! My strength the last time can't even compare to my strength now. After going through the powerful force of the true energy, Duan Ling Tian was completely consumed by bafflement. Even though the wall was not damaged, he was not surprised at all. What a joke! This was the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, an eminent celestial supreme treasure. It would be even stranger if a palm print marked the wall. The origin energy in my body has now gone. I can no longer feel my profundity as well. Right now, I have only true energy left, but my spiritual energy is still with me. Duan Ling Tian started to get accustomed to his own situation now. Right now, I should be able to use the sun shooting bow normally. After taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat, and with a raise of his hand, a bow appeared in his hand. It was a tattered bow. Only the bowstring was intact on the entire bow. There were 10 dents on the bow and they were extremely ugly. The bowstring was completely black with black halos gleaming around it, emanating a blood-curdling aura. It was the 5-clawed devil dragon's tendon. After I've made a breakthrough to the mortal shedding stage, my body seems to have become much more powerful now. Before Duan Ling Tian started activating his true energy, he no longer sensed any pressure now that he was holding the sun-shooting bow in his hand. In fact, before he made a breakthrough, he would always feel an inexplicable pressure when relying on his brute strength, origin energy and profundity to lift the sun-shooting bow up. Nevertheless, right then, without even the need for his true energy and just using his brute strength alone, he could handle the sun-shooting bow with ease. In other words, just his brute strength alone was already more powerful than all of the strength added up together before he made the breakthrough. Ah! As though he was seized by a sudden impulse, Duan Ling Tian shouted out loudly without warning and his muscles bulked up right away. As he threw out a punch, his power tore through the long space. At once, a gush of invisible energy swept out and soared into the sky as it set off a series of ear-deafening sounds. In the end, the invisible energy landed on the wall and set off a vast impact wave. It's this powerful. Duan Ling Tian was shocked. He realized that his brute strength was more or less on the same level as his true energy power. If I add the true energy to it. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, the true energy in Duan Ling Tian's qi swept out from the 15 saint veins once again, and along with his brute strength, he punched out again without any reservation. This time, all he heard was a whistling by his ears that was followed by a loud explosion. The true energy swept out along with his brute strength at a speed so fast that he could even barely catch it with his naked eye. At the same time, gushes of enormous hurricanes bounced off the walls and caused the robe on Duan Ling Tian's body to flutter. That's insanely powerful. With my current strength, I could stand a chance to win even if I were to go against a martial or Dao cultivator who is at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. After experiencing the whole new level of strength in his body, Duan Ling Tian started to be overwhelmed by emotions. How he wished to find 7 to 8 martial or Dao cultivators who were at the earlier intermediate mortal shedding stage to fight. Now that I've made a breakthrough, I have some strength to protect myself. I can't stay here all the time anyway, so I guess it's time for me to leave. As his train of thought shifted, Duan Ling Tian left the second level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagodas and returned to the cavern. Elder Huo, how long have I been cultivating? Duan Ling Tian retrieved the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and asked. 3 years, Elder Huo answered. What? 3 years? Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed. Right away as confusion filled his face. 3 years have gone now. I wonder whether my 2 children have been born already or not. Damn it, I must go back to Half Moon Island. He did not want to break his promise. Since he had already promised that he would be back when the 2 girls were about to give birth, he would definitely go back. Nobody could stop him at all. You've spent 3 years on the second level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, which is only equivalent to 1 year outside, Elder Huo added. The moment Elder Huo's words left his mouth, a bucket of ice water seemed to have poured down Duan Ling Tian's head. He had snapped back to the reality completely now. Elder Huo, why didn't you tell me that you were referring to the time span in the second level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda earlier? Duan Ling Tian snapped. Just now, he had first thought that 3 years had passed outside, giving him the fright of his life. After all, he did not even know which direction was home. Only a year has gone by outside. Adding on to the time that I spent making the journey, it should be a year and more. That's still okay. That's still okay. It's still early days to Ka and little Fair's due date. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he breathed a sigh of relief. He had already learned that the 2 girls' due date would be in the next 3 to 5 years. Now that he knew that it had only been just over a year, he was no longer in a hurry. After leaving the cavern, Duan Ling Tian rose up to the sky and studied his surroundings. In the end, he still continued to head in the direction that he had been heading before. This time, if he proceeded to head towards other directions, the entire journey that he had traveled beforehand would be in vain. Chapter 1361 The Obsidian Pangolin. As he continued to head forward, Duan Ling Tian could feel that the gravitational pull was getting stronger. Suddenly, as though he noticed something, Duan Ling Tian turned his head without warning and looked to his right. A black dot suddenly appeared in the boundless ocean. It's so far away, but I can still see it. It should be either a large island or a continent. Upon seeing the black dot, Duan Ling Tian became slightly excited. Be it a large island or a continent, either might have people on them. The moment Duan Ling Tian knew that he could see a person and asked his whereabouts now, he straightaway flew towards that black dot without any hesitation at a speed that accelerated as time went by. It's a large island. When he got nearer to it, he could finally clearly see that it was a massive island. I'm sure there must be human occupants on such a huge island. The moment this thought was formed in his mind, he was consumed with emotions right away. A loud blast resonated and interrupted Duan Ling Tian's emotions, causing him to change in expression. He saw a gigantic creature suddenly leap out of the ocean surface. As it set off a tempestuous wave, it soared up to the sky and blocked his way. This was a completely black wild beast that was covered fully in scales. Its glossy dark green eyes were staring fixedly at Duan Ling Tian and black saliva was drooling from the corner of its mouth. Although this wild beast kind of looked like a pangolin, it was way bigger than one. It seemed like a little hill hovering right there. I just so happen to want to look for a person to test my skill and you've already come knocking on the door. What a way to help relieve my work. Duan Ling Tian's face eased up as he squinted. He could see that with the speed that this pangolin demonstrated just now, it was already enough to prove the level its strength was at. It was almost on par with Duan Ling Tian, who had yet to use his true energy. It's a wild beast on the early mortal shedding stage. Duan Ling Tian had learned some basic things about the devil beasts from Shui Nai, so he was not surprised to come across one on his journey. After glaring at Duan Ling Tian for a while, a glimpse flashed across the wild beast's glossy dark green eyes. As it let out a cry, it charged towards Duan Ling Tian at a speed that was so fast as though it had transformed to become a bolt of lightning. Come at me. In the face of the wild beast, Duan Ling Tian did not seem to fear it at all. With a stride forward, he went head-on with it. However, he was only maintaining his flying using his true energy. He was not planning to defeat his enemy at all. In the face of the wild beast, all of the muscles on his body swelled up as explosive energy gushed into his punches that swept out right away. The wild beast arrived before him in just the blink of an eye. Duan Ling Tian punched his head in along with the resonation of a loud thud. He rebounded back with the force. As for the wild beast, it was sent flying several dozen meters before finally came to a halt. What strong defense! No wonder Shui Nai said that a wild beast's defense could be compared to half of the dragon clan, Duan Ling Tian mused. But what a pity that you came across me. My body has been refined by the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda's energy before, so I'm much stronger than the 5-clawed divine dragon. In the face of the wild beast who cried out peculiarly and charged toward him again, Duan Ling Tian's gaze turned colder as he pounced forward as though he was a cannonball. He shot out and went head-on with the wild beast. In the face of the true energy waves that spewed out of the wild beast's mouth continuously, Duan Ling Tian punched his fist out continuously, shattering the true energy waves into bits. Every time when he shattered the true energy waves, he was thoroughly soaked in a hearty and satisfied feeling. Roar! The wild beast yelled peculiarly again in a sharp voice. There seemed to be some changes in the tone compared to the one before. Huh! The peculiar cry that he released sent uneasiness down Duan Ling Tian's spine right away. Soon, Duan Ling Tian began to understand why he felt so uneasy. The wild beast was calling for its friends. The ocean surface surrounding them started to become turbulent as raging waves started to be set off. Every time the waves surged up, it was followed by a huge black silhouette that shot out and arrived in the sky. Along with the series of loud sounds resonating from the surface of the sea ocean, more than 100 wild beasts that looked identical to each other appeared around Duan Ling Tian. These beasts were exactly identical to the pangolin-like creature just now. Casting a glance at his surroundings, Duan Ling Tian saw hundreds of glossy dark green eyes staring at him. All of them are early mortal shedding stage wild beasts. What a good boy you are. You couldn't defeat me, so you called for so many backups. Looking at the first wild beast that he had overpowered just now, Duan Ling Tian laughed as he scolded. However, it was apparent that the wild beast which lacked intelligence did not understand him at all. Instead, it proceeded to nod its head at the wild beasts and they nodded their heads in response as well. If there were only 8 to 10 of these wild beasts, Duan Ling Tian would not be scared of them. However, with more than 100 of them, Duan Ling Tian had no choice but to be more careful when going against them. Hence, he immediately took out his sun-shooting bow and the arrow that he always brought along with him. The horde of wild beasts charged towards Duan Ling Tian like they were clumsy dumplings. Somehow, 3 additional figures appeared at the sky above. Duan Ling Tian and the group of wild beasts. They were a middle-aged man, a young man, and a young woman. What a rare sight! The middle-aged man, who was dressed like a scholar with his head covered with a silk handkerchief and a fan in his hand, looked down at the scene below and chuckled. That's right, usually, those people who are able to make the obsidian pangolin call for help would usually possess a strength that's able to kill it in just a short time. Yet, he actually let the obsidian pangolin call its clan over. The young woman nodded in agreement. He's just digging his own grave. The young man snorted. Not necessarily. The middle-aged scholar shook his head and looked at the purple figure who was surrounded and attacked by the obsidian pangolins with interest. This young man seems to be quite young. Right at that moment, the young man beside him continued to answer as he stared at the purple figure, his eyes gleaming brilliantly with a peculiar luster. He's 35 years old. Ye man, don't you think it's rude to just probe other people's age like that? The young woman frowned as she chided. The young man smiled nonchalantly. When he looked at the purple figure, disdain could be seen in his eyes. It was disdain looking down at him from a higher position. Who's that? Duan Ling Tian, who was originally on his guard against the 100 over wild beasts, could suddenly feel a spiritual energy sweep towards him and envelope his entire being with a flash before dissipating right away. At once, he looked up high in the sky. His gaze instantly locked on one of the 3 men hovering in the air. That young man was looking at him disdainfully. Was it him who probed me using the spiritual energy? Duan Ling Tian's face turned dark right away. It had never crossed his mind that the people that he just met here over the seas would turn out to be this rude. Right at that moment, a brilliance flashed over the eyes of the 100 over wild beasts that were surrounding Duan Ling Tian as they started to make their move. Blotting out the entire sky, they pounced towards Duan Ling Tian like locusts flying in the air. Senior Lin, should we help him? The young woman looked at the middle-aged scholar and asked. Why should we care about him? Just let him die on his own. Before the middle-aged scholar could reply, the young man had already answered indifferently. He was pissed off by the gaze that the man in purple had looked at him with just now. Had it not been for the fact that the middle-aged scholar was present at the scene, he would have made his move long ago and cooperated with the wild beasts to kill him. Now that the young woman wanted to save that purple figure, of course, he was not willing to do so. Let's not rush and observe first, replied the middle-aged scholar nonchalantly, and he cast a glance at the young man with a calm look at the same time, causing him to turn pale slightly before lowering his head in fear. Just come at me. As for Duan Ling Tian, he merely snarled out loud facing the 100 over wild beasts that charged towards him. As he soared up into the sky, he shot upward like an arrow leaving its bow. In just the flash of an eye, he had already arrived high in the sky and obtained the upper hand. The 100 or so wild beasts followed him without fail. In the face of the wild beasts, Duan Ling Tian remained calm, and with just a raise of his hand, his arrow slid through the bowstring of the sun-shooting bow. Although his strength had now improved a lot, he still only managed to pull the bowstring by a few centimeters. A slight curve could be seen on the bowstring as he pulled it. He can't even pull his bow fully, and he still dares to go against those hundreds of obsidian pangolins. He's overestimated his strength too much. Ye man, the young man snapped in arrogance. This bow. Just as the young woman frowned slightly in puzzlement, the middle-aged scholar's eyes brightened up right away. He could see that the sun-shooting bow in Duan Ling Tian's hand was not an ordinary bow. As a stifling thunderous sound reverberated in the air, the arrow in Duan Ling Tian's hand left his hand and traveled all the way to the horizon. In just the blink of an eye, the arrow dropped and transformed into arrow ray that blotted out the entire sky. Falling down heavily like a meteor shower, the ray soon enveloped the horde of wild beasts. The technique that Duan Ling Tian had just cast was the arrowlight shower of the colossal arrowlight arrow. Compared to the arrowlight strike, the arrowlight shower was actually much weaker in strength. It was still in the first stage of the Saint-grade martial tactic, the fundamental awareness stage. However, the arrowlight shower would be much more effective than the arrowlight strike in such a situation. Besides that, other than fully unleashing his brute strength, Duan Ling Tian had also used up all of his entire true energy in his Qi in this shot of his. This was the first time he had unleashed all of his energy in a battle ever since he made a breakthrough to the mortal shedding stage early stage. The arrow ray blotted out the sky as it fell. It was as though a meteor shower had just taken place. Those wild beasts, on the other hand, were all engulfed by the meteor shower as well. Thud. Thud, 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 along with a series of faint sounds. More than half of the wild beast horde had their scaly armors pierced through and they died instantly. With just a single shot of his arrow, he managed to kill almost 100 over wild beasts. Even though there was still a small number who had yet to die, Duan Ling Tian was already satisfied with such a situation. A wide grin crept upon his face. That's powerful. A gleam flashed across the young woman's eyes. Confounded, the gaze that she looked at Duan Ling Tian with was completely different now. Not bad. The middle-aged scholar nodded with a faint smile. Upon seeing Duan Ling Tian showing off like that, Yi Man's face was grave as though his parents had just died. After almost 100 wild beasts were killed, all of the dead corpses fell into the ocean and once again set off a series of raging waves. Not long after that, the entire sea was dyed a crimson red. The rusty smell of blood rose in the air, making it extremely pungent. Chapter 1362 The Powerful Middle-Aged Scholar. Huh, my arrow. Duan Ling Tian frowned. He discovered he was unable to retrieve the arrow at all. It seemed like the inscription formation had failed. Don't tell me it's because of the gravitational pull here. This was the only conceivable explanation Duan Ling Tian could come up with for now. Previously, he had heard from Shui Nai that the magnetic field was different in the Dao Martial Saint Land due to its uncommon gravitational pull. Due to this reason, many inscription formations would fail in the Dao Martial Saint Land. If I had known about this earlier, I would have chased after the arrow. The speed of the arrow that was shot out by the arrowlight shower is much slower than my body and arrow synchronization anyway. Duan Ling Tian felt a little regretful. It's your turn now. Duan Ling Tian's gaze quickly shifted toward the 30 over remaining wild beasts. An evil smile soon crept up on the corner of his mouth. After Duan Ling Tian cast another round of his arrowlight shower, the remaining 30 over wild beasts who narrowly slipped through the earlier attack were all killed. Not one was left behind at all. Body and arrow synchronization. As the arrow fell like rain, Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and shot out another arrow. He had solidified this arrow using his true energy. The moment the arrow was shot out, he stepped onto it and quickly gave chase. Just as he was inches away from the ocean surface, he successfully grabbed onto the arrow that he shot out earlier and retrieved it. When Duan Ling Tian was about to leave after retrieving his arrow, the ocean below his feet suddenly emitted a peculiar noise. In the next instant, the ocean below him began to rage. Leave now, it's the blood of the obsidian pangolin that's attracting the other wild beasts. A pleasant voice entered Duan Ling Tian's ears and warned him at this moment. Duan Ling Tian instinctively lifted his head and discovered the person who warned him was the young woman among the group of 3 people hovering in the sky. Without any hesitation, he stomped his feet and soared up into the sky. However, he was still too slow. As a loud noise reverberated in the air, the ocean's surface raged with waves, and a few gigantic figures appeared around Duan Ling Tian. Horror dawned on him as he glanced at his surrounding. He discovered that he was surrounded by many different wild beasts. The first 3 wild beasts that appeared made him feel helpless. Their speed was horrifyingly fast, they were almost twice as fast as him. They had to be at the mastery stage of the mortal shedding stage. Damn it, I've hit a hard rock. Duan Ling Tian's face was grave. He was confident he could kill a wild beast at the intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage with the help of his sun-shooting bow. However, the difference between him and the wild beasts at the mastery stage of the mortal shedding stage was just too huge. Even if he used his sun-shooting bow, it would still not be able to bridge the gap between them. However, Duan Ling Tian was not a person who would just sit and wait for death to come for him. In the face of the 3 wild beasts at the mastery stage of the mortal shedding stage that was charging at him, he remained calm and focused his attention on one of the beasts. Meanwhile, his true energy charged out of his chi-si along with his 15 saint veins and reached his hands in just a blink of an eye. With just a raise of his hand, Duan Ling Tian's brute strength erupted. With his true energy, he managed to pull the bowstring of the sun-shooting bow a little before he let go of the arrow. The arrow that was shot out immediately disappeared into thin air. When it reappeared again, it was already embedded into one of the wild beast's eye, blinding it. Roar. The wild beast that was blinded in one eye by Duan Ling Tian roared madly. Its speed increased, and it arrived before Duan Ling Tian soon after. Damn it, Duan Ling Tian was horrified. His arrow was stuck in the wild beast's eye, and he could not retrieve it at all. At this moment, he could only solidify his true energy into an arrow and perform the body and arrow synchronization to dodge the wild beast's direct attack. However, he had underestimated the wild beast. Almost at that instant when Duan Ling Tian stepped onto his arrow and flew out, an ear-deafening roar exploded by his ear. What came next was a black figure that seemed to block off the entire sky. The moment Duan Ling Tian realized he was being followed, he instantly cast the only short-range offensive technique in the colossal arrowlight arrow, the sound of death. The bowstring of the sun-shooting bow, the dragon tendon of the 5-clawed devil dragon, trembled as true energy's light blades swept out and headed straight toward the wild beast. However, the true energy light blades only managed to leave marks that were neither deep nor shallow on the wild beast. Moreover, it only served to enrage the wild beast further. It was as though it would not stop until it had killed. Duan Ling Tian, don't tell me that I, Duan Ling Tian, am going to die here without even stepping on the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Ling Tian was horrified. Escape into the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Elder Huo's voice resonated in Duan Ling Tian's ears at this moment. Due to the violent quake in the space inside the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Elder Huo who was inside the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda came out to have a look at Duan Ling Tian's situation. He quickly reminded Duan Ling Tian when he saw he was about to be killed. Escape into the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. I thought the space inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is unstable before the 4th level is fixed, and it would send me flying out. Duan Ling Tian was surprised by Elder Huo's words. However, without any careful considerations, he entered the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda with just a thought in his mind. The moment he entered the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he discovered a repelling force on his body that immediately pushed him out. The moment Duan Ling Tian was pushed out, he was sent flying by the wild beast's slap. Needless to say, he was severely injured. It was a good thing he managed to escape into the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda even if it was just for a moment. Otherwise, he would have died. It had helped him to avoid the wild beast's killing blow. The force of the wild beast's strike that landed on him was just the remnant force of its killing blow. The Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda can also be used this way. Duan Ling Tian was dumbfounded as he gripped onto the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda that had almost fallen into the ocean. He really thought he was going to die earlier. When the wild beast that was blind in one eye saw Duan Ling Tian was still alive, it became even more enraged and pounced toward him again. The other 2 wild beasts at the mastery stage of the mortal shedding stage followed suit as well. Looking at this situation, even if I managed to dodge one of the wild beasts' killing blow by hiding in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, I'll still most likely be killed by the other 2 wild beasts when I'm pushed out. Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly. He completely dismissed the idea of entering the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda again. He might be able to escape once but not twice. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian had a bitter expression on his face when he thought he was going to die. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past his face, and a figure appeared next to him. He was surprised when he saw the person who had appeared before him. He could tell this person was one of the 3 people hovering in the air, watching the scene. It was the middle-aged man whose head was wrapped in a silk kerchief and holding a fan in his hand. His appearance was that of a scholar. After that middle-aged scholar appeared, he spat out a word at a speed that neither hurried nor slow, scram. Almost as soon as the middle-aged scholar's word left his mouth, the fan in his hand disappeared into the sky. At the very least, it disappeared from Duan Ling Tian's sight. In the next instant, Duan Ling Tian was stunned. He saw all 3 of the wild beasts at the mastery stage of the mortal shedding stage were sliced into half. After the upper halves and lower halves of their bodies were separated, they fell to the ground with eyes as big as saucers. The moment the 3 wild beasts at the mastery stage of the mortal shedding stage died, the remaining wild beasts instantly came to a halt. Fear could be seen in their eyes as they looked at the middle-aged scholar. Although wild beasts were not as intelligent as humans, they were still living things who understood the law of the jungle. The moment they saw the wild beasts that were more powerful than them had been slaughtered, they began to hesitate. When the fan returned to the middle-aged scholar's hand, the surrounding wild beasts roared and ran away, plunging into the ocean one by one and vanished without a trace. Duan Ling Tian, who managed to escape death, took a deep breath before he regained his senses. He quickly thanked the middle-aged scholar even though he was confounded by his strength. "Thank you, senior." The middle-aged scholar looked at Duan Ling Tian wordlessly. He could not help but recall the scene earlier. He already planned to make his move when the purple-clad young man was about to be killed by the wild beast at the mastery stage of the mortal shedding stage. However, he did not expect the purple-clad young man would suddenly disappear just as he was about to make his move. Initially, he thought the purple-clad young man had concealed his real strength and regarded his disappearance as him displaying a speed that even he could not see through. It was completely out of his expectation to see the purple-clad young appearing again in the next moment. Although he managed to dodge that killing blow from the wild beast at the mastery stage of the mortal shedding stage, he was still injured by the remnant force from the wild beast's killing blow. At that time, he began to realize the purple-clad young man did not actually conceal his real strength. Instead, he had cast some special technique that allowed him to vanish for a short period of time to dodge to the wild beast's killing blow. Senior. Duan Ling Tian began to feel chills running down his spine when he saw the middle-aged scholar continued to stare at him wordlessly. Could it be that this man who looked decent actually had that kind of preference? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt slightly regretful. If he had known earlier, he would have chosen to be born a little uglier. Sometimes, being too handsome might not necessarily be a good thing. Duan Ling Tian made up his mind. If this man really tried to force himself on him, he would rather die than give in. He would rather die than be humiliated. It was easy to imagine the middle-aged scholar would probably slap him and regret saving him if he knew about the thoughts running through Duan Lingtian's mind. Finally, the middle-aged scholar retracted his gaze and asked with a smile, "You're from Fuyu Town?" Fuyu Town. Upon hearing his words, Duan Lingtian was taken by surprise. "What's that? You don't know about Fuyu Town?" This time, it was the middle-aged scholar who was surprised. "No." Duan Lingtian smiled awkwardly. "Ever since I left my hometown, I've been lost in the vast ocean. I've traveled for several months before I finally arrived here. Fuyu Town is in Fuyu Island. Do you see the island over there?" At this time, the young woman had also descended from the sky and pointed a finger at the island in the distance. Coincidentally, that island was also Duan Lingtian's next destination. "I was actually about to go there to ask for directions as well." Duan Lingtian smiled. "What are you doing here actually?" the young woman asked, perplexed. "I'm lost." Duan Lingtian smiled wryly before asking again, "I can see that the gravitational pull here seems to be very strong. Is this place far from the Dao Martial Saint Land?" Chapter 1363 Lin Qingrong's Invitation. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the young woman cried out in surprise, "Why, you're not from the Dao Martial Saint Land?" "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. He was confused. He did not know why the young woman in front of him was surprised. He must admit this young woman was very good-looking. Although she was not as beautiful as his two fiancées, she was still a beauty. Due to her earlier warning, Duan Lingtian was quite fond of her. "Could it be that you're actually from the mortal continent?" The young woman stared at Duan Lingtian as though she had just seen a ghost. "Yes, I'm from the mortal continent." Duan Lingtian nodded and asked in confusion, "Why are you so surprised?" "Wait a minute, let me confirm a few things. Are you born and raised in the mortal continent? Or are you a native of the Dao Martial Saint Land who migrated to the mortal continent after you're born?" the young woman asked again. At this moment, Duan Lingtian realized whether it was the middle-aged scholar or the young man who had just descended and had used his spiritual energy to probe him earlier. Both of them were staring at him curiously. "I was born and raised in the mortal continent," Duan Lingtian replied truthfully even though he did not know why they were so interested. "My goodness, why, you're basically a monster," the young woman exclaimed with a hand covering her mouth. Although the middle-aged scholar did not lose his cool, his eyes lit up. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, it was as though he was looking at some peerless treasure. As for the young man, his face had turned solemn, and his eyes contained a hint of jealousy. A person born and raised in the mortal continent could actually kill 100 over wild beasts at the early stage of the mortal shedding stage, the obsidian pangolin, with his own strength at only the age of 35 years old. "Don't you think you're a monster?" the young woman replied when she saw the confusion on Duan Lingtian's face. "Oh, so those wild beasts are called the obsidian pangolin. Wait a minute, how do you know my age?" Duan Lingtian was muttering to himself initially, but he exclaimed in surprise when he recalled the young woman mentioning his age. His real age this year was indeed 35 years old. Other than a few people who were close to him and those people in his hometown at the Darken Dynasty, not many people on Cloud Continent knew his real age. However, a stranger had correctly guessed his age. How could he not be surprised? Earlier, Yi Man had used his spiritual mystic technique to probe your age, the young woman replied. "There's a spiritual mystic technique that can detect age." Duan Lingtian was astonished. He finally found out why the young man probed him earlier. As it turned out, he was checking his age. The spiritual mystic technique that can detect age is not rare in the Dao Martial Saint Land, the young woman replied. "Oh, that's right, I've yet to introduce myself. I'm Guo Li from the Guo clan of Fuyu Island," the young woman introduced herself as she looked at Duan Lingtian. "I'm Duan Lingtian from Cloud Continent of the Mortal Continent." Duan Lingtian smiled in response. "He's Yi Man, a disciple of the Fuyu Island's Yi clan. I apologize on his behalf for his rude action earlier." Guo Li proceeded to introduce Yi Man who was standing beside her to Duan Lingtian. "Guo Li, don't you think you've interfered too much? What do you mean by apologizing on my behalf?" Yi Man snorted. Yi Man, I'm not willing to just be friends with anybody. What qualification does a low-class person from the mortal continent have to be my friend?" Low-class person. The moment Yi Man's words left his mouth, not only did Duan Lingtian turn solemn, but Guo Li and the middle-aged scholar's face turned solemn as well. "Then, does it mean you think you're a high-class person?" Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly as he narrowed his eyes to study Yi Man. I don't dare to speak about the others, but, yes, I, Yi Man, am a high-class person in front of you. Yi Man said condescendingly after he lifted his head up and snorted. I won't make a fuss for Guo Li's sake. Put aside the fact that such a high-class person like you are unwilling to be my friend. Even if you're willing, it doesn't necessarily mean that I'm willing, you know, Duan Ling Tian said mockingly after he took a deep breath to suppress the anger that was rising in his heart. Yi Man's expression turned angry. He was about to attack when he noticed the look the middle-aged scholar had sent his way. He could only suppress the rage in his heart at this moment. However, his eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. I'm Lin Qingrong, the middle-aged scholar introduced himself with a smile after he glanced at Yi Man from the corner of his eyes. Senior Lin. Duan Ling Tian bowed respectfully again. It was neither humble nor arrogant. Duan Ling Tian, the reason I came to Fuyu Island this time is to recruit young, gifted martial and Dao cultivators on behalf of Mount Hill City. Guo Li is a gifted martial cultivator whom I recruited from Fuyu Island. She's only 27 years old, and yet, she's already at the intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage, Lin Qingrong explained to Duan Ling Tian. 27 years old, and she was already at the intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage. Duan Ling Tian looked at Guo Li, baffled. It did not cross his mind that the young woman who looked quite beautiful was already at the intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage. The most important thing was she was only 27 years old. She was 8 years younger than him. What a genius! Duan Ling Tian mused inwardly. He thought he was already a genius on Cloud Continent, but when he came here, he only realized no matter how good one was, there would always be somebody better. He only reached the early stage of the mortal shedding stage at the age of 35, and yet, Guo Li was only 27 years old and was already at the intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage. The difference was just too huge. Duan Ling Tian, please don't make fun of me. I'm nothing compared to you. Guo Li smiled wryly. You're the one making fun of me, aren't you? Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly as well. I'm 8 freaking years older than you, but my cultivation base is only so low. How I yearn to dig a cave and hide in there. Duan Ling Tian's words amused Guo Li, and she giggled. Duan Ling Tian, do you really not know or are you just feigning ignorance? What? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. The cultivation environment on your mortal continent can't be compared to our Dao Martial Saint Land. On top of that, the cultivation resources you have are also far from being comparable to our Dao Martial Saint Land, Guo Li explained. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, there are countless people who have already entered the early stage of the mortal shedding stage at the age of 27. However, I'm sure it's very rare for someone like you to exist in the mortal continent, right? Guo Li asked when she reached the end of her sentence. There are countless people who have entered the early stage of the mortal shedding stage at your age. Duan Ling Tian was absolutely dumbfounded. Although he had long heard from Shui Nai that the martial and Dao cultivators in the Dao Martial Saint Land had a very fast cultivation speed, it did not cross his mind that it was so extreme. There were countless 27-year-olds at the early stage of the mortal shedding stage. Guo Li is too humble. Indeed, there are many martial cultivators like her in the Dao Martial Saint Land, but how big is the Dao Martial Saint Land? Just in the area that our Mount Hill City is in charge of, she can already be considered as a one-of-a-kind genius martial cultivator, Lin Qingrong chimed in. At the same time, he looked at Yi Man who was by his side and said, Guo Li's the strongest among the younger generation in Fuyu Island, and Yi Man's the second strongest. It appeared that this Lin Qingrong had just taken 2 of the strongest people among the younger generation from Fuyu Island in just one sweep. Yi Man's also a martial cultivator at the intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage. He's 29 years old, Guo Li said. Although Duan Ling Tian was not fond of Yi Man's attitude, he was still slightly taken aback by his innate talent in the martial Dao. He glanced at Yi Man. A 29-year-old martial cultivator at the intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage was quite impressive. He recalled how there was no one younger than him who had the same cultivation base as him on Cloud Continent, let alone someone with a higher cultivation base. However, he had only arrived at the outskirts of the Dao Martial Saint Land, and he had already met 2 people who were younger than him with a higher cultivation base. This sent chills running up his spine. Duan Ling Tian, I think you must not have any place to go since it's your first time coming to the Dao Martial Saint Land. Why don't you follow me back to Mount Hill City? Our Mount Hill City welcomes gifted martial cultivators like you the most. Lin Qingrong took the initiative to invite Duan Ling Tian as he looked at him. Guo Li was taken aback for a moment when she heard Lin Qingrong extending an invitation to Duan Ling Tian. There was no doubt that Lin Qingrong, a capable person under the command of the city governor of Mount Hill City, would not let go of Duan Ling Tian, this genius martial cultivator. Duan Ling Tian came from the mortal continent, and yet, he managed to kill more than 100 obsidian pangolins with his own strength. In her opinion, he must be also a martial cultivator at the intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage like her. Although Duan Ling Tian was older and was now 35 years old, he was still a native of the mortal continent after all. In the Dao martial saint land, although people who were as gifted as her were not easily found, there was quite a number of them as well. However, someone like Duan Ling Tian was extremely rare. At the very least, she had never heard of someone like him before. When Yi Man heard Lin Qingrong inviting Duan Ling Tian, his face turned grave immediately. His eyes turned even colder when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Senior Lin, I can accept your invitation, but after 2 years, I'll need to make a trip back home. I wonder if I'll have this freedom once I've joined Mount Hill City. Duan Ling Tian asked after he thought about it for a while. No matter what, he must return after 2 years. At that time, his 2 fiancées would be giving birth. Don't you worry about this. If you join our Mount Hill City, you can return to visit your family anytime you wish. However, you'll need to inform us first before you do. Although 2 years is still a long time to go, I'll approve your request now. Lin Qingrong smiled in response. In his opinion, Duan Ling Tian was far more valuable than Guo Li and Yi Man both added up together. Although Duan Ling Tian was 35 years old and only at the intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage, the fact that he was from the mortal continent and possessed such a cultivation base meant that he was a genius among geniuses, and a monster among monsters. Guo Li and Yi Man could not compare to him at all. It was apparent that Lin Qingrong thought Duan Ling Tian was a martial cultivator at the intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage. After all, the battle ability Duan Ling Tian had demonstrated earlier was just too astounding. It was not something a martial cultivator at the early stage of the mortal shedding stage was capable of. Thank you, Senior Lin. Duan Ling Tian quickly expressed his gratitude. At the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief inwardly. This was his first time going to the Dao martial saint land, and he did indeed need a place to go. As for other matters, he would only think about it once he arrived at the Dao martial saint land. Chapter 1364, Defeating Yi Man in one blow. Moreover, Senior Lin had saved his life earlier. No matter what, there was no reason for him to reject this person's invitation. Guo Li took the initiative to congratulate Duan Ling Tian. After joining the city governor's estate in Mount Hill City, you'll have roots in the Dao martial saint land. Your time here will be much more comfortable having someone to depend on. Thank you. Duan Ling Tian thanked Guo Li immediately. HMPH. Yi Man scoffed in his deep voice. It was obvious he was unhappy Duan Ling Tian was joining the city governor's estate in Mount Hill City too. Yi Man. Lin Qingrong looked at Yi Man at this moment. Senior Lin. Yi Man was humble when faced with Lin Qingrong. It was as though he was a completely different person. You should leave, Lin Qingrong said calmly. What? Clearly, Yi Man did not understand what Lin Qingrong meant. I'm asking you to return to Fuyu Island. My quota for recruiting martial cultivator and Dao cultivators on Fuyu Island this time is only limited to 2 people. Lin Qingrong made his intention very clear with his words. Only 2 people. Guo Li was shocked. It was obvious she had also just found out about this. Yi Man finally understood what Lin Qingrong was trying to say. What Lin Qingrong meant was obvious. He could only recruit 2 people, and he had initially recruited Yi Man and Guo Li. However, now that Duan Ling Tian was joining them, Yi Man, who was less powerful than Guo Li, was no longer needed, and he should return home. Why? Yi Man's expression was terrible. He looked at Duan Ling Tian furiously after glancing at Lin Qingrong and said in his deep voice, I'll concede to Guo Li since she's more powerful than me. But what's with this Duan Ling Tian? Although his performance earlier wasn't too shabby, I can do whatever he did. Why does he deserve this more than me? Yi Man said with an unwilling and resentful expression on his face. What? You're thinking of competing with Duan Ling Tian? Lin Qingrong asked as he narrowed his eyes. A hint of amusement flashed through his eyes. That's right, I won't yield unless he defeats me. Yi Man began to raise his voice the more he spoke. Duan Ling Tian, are you willing to fight him? If you are, you may do so. If you're not, just ignore him. I, Lin Qingrong, will decide who gets recruited. Lin Qingrong said as he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a smile on his face. He could not stop smiling whenever he looked at Duan Ling Tian. In his opinion, Duan Ling Tian was like a treasure that he had found. He was only 35 years old, and his cultivation base was at the intermediate mortal shedding stage even though he had just arrived at the Dao Martial Saint Land. Such a genius was on par with the favorite disciple of the city governor of Mount Hill City. Yi Man looked even more solemn after listening to Lin Qingrong's words. His words clearly indicated that whether Duan Ling Tian accepted his challenge or not, he would still bring him to Mount Hill City. At this moment, he felt as though the raging fire in him was about to explode. Duan Ling Tian, you're a coward if you don't accept my challenge. You're useless. You're trash. Yi Man shouted at Duan Ling Tian as though he had gone insane from his anger. What a crazy dog. A cold gleam flashed through Duan Ling Tian's eyes when Yi Man finished speaking. Since you've challenged me, naturally, there's no reason for me to reject you. Great. Fantastic. Yi Man stepped forward in the air excitedly and stood across Duan Ling Tian when he heard him accepting his challenge. Duan Ling Tian, I'll prove my ability to Senior Lin that you're below me. A saber appeared in Yi Man's hand suddenly. The crescent-shaped saber released waves of terrifying aura. Duan Ling Tian thought it looked familiar. Royal-grade spirit weapon. No, it should be a human-rank mediocre saint weapon. To be safe, Duan Ling Tian brought out his sun-shooting bow immediately when he saw Yi Man had brought out his saint weapon. He was just a martial cultivator at the early stage of the mortal shedding stage after all, and Yi Man was a martial cultivator at the intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage. Unfortunately, I don't have any arrows left. Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly when he recalled his last arrow had fallen into the ocean together with the wild beasts Ling Qingrong had killed. But even without arrows, it's enough for me to defeat this Yi Man, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Suddenly, a familiar voice entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. Duan Ling Tian, Yi Man's a martial cultivator at the intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage with 13 open saint veins. He'll have at least 40 open saint veins when he cultivates to the paramount mortal shedding stage. He has the potential to break through to the saint rudiment stage. 13 saint veins, at least 40 saint veins would be open. The potential to break through to the saint rudiment stage. Duan Ling Tian almost laughed out loud when he heard Guo Li's true energy voice transmission. A martial cultivator at the intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage with only 13 open saint veins. One must know that Duan Ling Tian already had 15 open saint veins even though he was only at the early stage of the mortal shedding stage. However, the intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage had a bigger chi-si. He was no match for Yi Man if they were to compare their true energy. As the number 2 powerhouse among the younger generation in Dao Martial Saint Land's Fuyu Island, one could imagine the saint-grade martial tactic Yi Man had cultivated was most likely powerful. At least, it was more powerful than what Duan Ling Tian was cultivating. After all, Duan Ling Tian had only just begun to study saint-grade martial tactic 2 to 3 years ago. His confidence came from the sun-shooting bow in his hand as well as his powerful body. He managed to fight the obsidian pangolins without using his true energy, sun-shooting bow or saint-grade martial tactic earlier. That alone proved how powerful his body was. His current body was even more powerful than a 5-clawed divine dragon at the early stage of the mortal shedding stage. I only need to attack once with my saber, and you'll be gone. Yi Man glared at Duan Ling Tian with disdain and vanished from his spot as soon he finished speaking. It was as though he had turned into a gust of wind before he arrived in front of Duan Ling Tian. He was just slightly slower than Duan Ling Tian at his full speed. The intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage's true energy is really something. Duan Ling Tian was secretly impressed when he saw Yi Man appeared before him. Yi Man's speed was just a little slower than Duan Ling Tian when he used the body and arrow synchronization. Die! Yi Man shouted with a mocking expression on his face when he saw Duan Ling Tian seemed to be shocked by his appearance. It did not seem like he had any intention to dodge at all. He slashed the saber in his hand down immediately. A crescent-shaped ferocious ray that emitted a chilly aura appeared as soon as he slashed his saber. The saber's speed was much faster than Yi Man's speed. What a quick saber slash! Duan Ling Tian was stunned by the saber's lightning speed. It must be a saint-grade martial tactics saber martial technique because it was impossible for a regular saber martial technique to be that fast. Duan Ling Tian's face was tensed as he quickly placed his hand on the sun-shooting bow's bowstring. Duan Ling Tian, Guo Li's expression changed drastically when she saw Duan Ling Tian had no intention to dodge Yi Man's saber. Even she did not dare to underestimate Yi Man. On the other hand, Lin Qingrong watched as everything unfold as though he was not worried at all. In reality, he knew how powerful Duan Ling Tian was when he had blinded the wild beast at the mastery stage of the mortal shedding stage earlier. Not only was he more powerful than Yi Man, but he was even more powerful than Guo Li. Therefore, he was not worried at all when Yi Man challenged Duan Ling Tian. As a deafening and horrible noise was heard, a true energy light blade shot toward Yi Man's saber. The second Duan Ling Tian released the bowstring on the sun-shooting bow. Compared to the true energy on Yi Man's saber, the true energy light blade was insignificant. It did not look like a true energy at the intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage. However, the insignificant true energy light blade was faster than the saber in Yi Man's hand. The energy contained in it seemed to be very powerful as well because it shot Yi Man's saber away when they collided. Not only that, even Yi Man was sent flying. He only regained his footing after he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. "Gentlemen, you lose," Duan Ling Tian said calmly with a cold look in his eyes. His words caused Yi Man to spit out another mouthful of blood from anger. He would be glad if Duan Ling Tian had lost and said, "Gentlemen, you win," to him. The thing was he lost. He was a loser. "Let's go," Lin Qingrong said to Duan Ling Tian and Guo Li. He did not even spare a glance for Yi Man as he took the lead to step forward and fly away. Duan Ling Tian looked at Yi Man with ridicule in his eyes before he went after Lin Qingrong. "Yi Man, please return. The city governor's estate in Mound Hill City recruits people once every 5 years. You're still young, and you still have a chance," Guo Li advised Yi Man since they knew each other prior to this. However, Yi Man seemed as though he did not hear her words as he stood in his spot looking a little lost as he watched Duan Ling Tian leave. It seemed as though he was still living in the shadow of defeat. Guo Li sighed when she saw Yi Man's behavior and went after Duan Ling Tian and Lin Qingrong. "Duan Ling Tian, I won't let you go. I'll never let you go." Yi Man finally regained his senses after Duan Ling Tian and the other two had flown quite a distance away. His eyes were similar to a venomous snake. It was cold and ferocious. "Mound Hill City, Lin Qingrong, I'll make all of you regret this. I'll definitely make all of you regret this." No matter how Yi Man screamed, Duan Ling Tian and the other two did not see it. "Duan Ling Tian, it seemed like you didn't use much true energy when you fought with Yi Man," Lin Qingrong said to Duan Ling Tian while they were traveling. "I've tried my best." Duan Ling Tian forced a smile. At this moment, he realized Lin Qingrong might have mistaken him for a martial cultivator at the intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage. For a martial cultivator at the intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage martial, the insignificant true energy he had released earlier made it seem like he was holding back. The thing was, he was only a martial cultivator at the early stage of the mortal shedding stage. His chi-si was only as big as a pigeon's egg. It was said that the chi-si of a martial cultivator at the intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage was as big as a chicken's egg. The amount of true energy was different for martial cultivators at different stages. How could he compare? Moreover, the true energy in his pigeon's egg-sized chi-si was not full yet. However, the day it was full would be the day he had broken through to the intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage. "You've tried your best." Lin Qingrong shook his head when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He thought he was just being humble. Chapter 1365 Mound Hill City. During the journey, Duan Ling Tian learned a little more about Mound Hill City. Mound Hill City was a big city located close to the ocean on the west of Dao Martial Saint Land that was ruled by a powerful sect. The areas at the border of the city were also ruled by them. Fuyu Town in Fuyu Island, Guo Li's hometown, was one of the areas. "Duan Ling Tian, is the mortal continent fun?" Guo Li excitedly asked Duan Ling Tian multiple questions about the mortal continent. Now that she learned Duan Ling Tian was the strongest in the mortal continent, she was keen to learn more about it. "The mortal continent's so much more fun compared to our Dao Martial Saint Land. I, for instance, have never left the border of Mound Hill City even though I'm already an adult," Guo Li said sadly. The Dao Martial Saint Land was a place filled with powerhouses. There were countless people at the mortal shedding stage, and the number of people at the Saint Rudiment stage was as many as dogs. Therefore, people at the mortal shedding stage did not dare to travel as they pleased. If they were unfortunate, they might be killed. "Both are good in their own ways, I suppose," Duan Ling Tian said while smiling. "I, for instance, have never seen someone who's younger than me that has the same ability as me on Cloud Continent. You're only 27, and you're already a martial cultivator at the intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage. Something like that is unimaginable on Cloud Continent. That's because we have different cultivation environment. I heard there are no Saint Stones reserves in the mortal continent. Guo Li asked. That's right. Duan Ling Tian nodded. That's why. Do you know in our Fuyu town alone, we have 3 Saint Stones reserves. Our Guo clan owns one of them, the Yi clan where Yi Man is from owns another one, and another clan owns the third one. Guo Li said, the 3 clans in our Fuyu town are just 9th-rate forces. 9th-rate forces? Duan Ling Tian was speechless when he heard that. Such inferior forces own Saint Stones reserves. Nobody came after your clan's Saint Stones reserve? Duan Ling Tian asked. There's nothing to come after. The 3 Saint Stones reserves in our Fuyu town are just 9th-grade Saint Stone reserves. They usually only produce 9th-grade Saint Stones. There might be 8th-grade Saint Stones occasionally if we're lucky, Guo Li said. Duan Ling Tian had heard of the different grades for Saint Stone from Shui Nai previously. There was a total of 9 grades for Saint Stones. 9th grade was the lowest, and naturally, 1st grade was the highest grade. A 1st grade Saint Stone was equivalent to 10 2nd grade Saint Stones, 103rd grade Saint Stones are 1004th grade Saint Stones. The 9th grade Saint Stones were the lowest of them all. The Saint Stones produced in the supreme grade Origin Stones reserves in the 2 ancient clans on Cloud Continent and the 4 overseas Saint Islands were just 9th grade Saint Stones. However, the Saint Stones Shui Nai had given him were of a higher grade. Gradually, Duan Ling Tian learned about the situation on the Dao Martial Saint Land from Guo Li. Forces without any paramount mortal shedding stage guardians in the Dao Martial Saint Land were unrated forces. The 3 clans in Fuyu town where Guo Li was from had paramount mortal shedding stage guardians respectively. However, since there were no guardians at the Saint Rudiment stage in the clans, they were only a 9th-rate force. There has never been a Saint Rudiment powerhouse in the 3 clans. Duan Ling Tian asked skeptically. Hardly, Guo Li said, don't judge it just because Yi Man and I look as though we have the potential to break through to the Saint Rudiment stage. It's still uncertain if we can successfully break through to the Saint Rudiment stage. Other matters aside, all 3 clans in Fuyu town don't allow the existence of Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses in the clans. I'm only 27, but the other 2 clans have attempted to murder me for at least 100 times, Guo Li said as she sighed, looking a little jaded. The same goes for Yi Man as well. Therefore, when I found out there's a chance for me to join the city governor's estate in Mount Hill City, both Yi Man and I couldn't wait to join. Unfortunately, Duan Ling Tian knew Guo Li felt bad for Yi Man even though she did not finish her sentence. In certain aspects, Guo Li and Yi Man were in a similar situation after all. Now that you've joined Mount Hill City, you should be able to successfully break through to the Saint Rudiment stage, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. However, Guo Li shook her head. There are many talented people who have the potential to break through to the Saint Rudiment stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, it's already considered not bad if 1 out of 10 of them manage to successfully break through to the Saint Rudiment stage. Let's not talk about those with the potential to break through to the Saint Rudiment stage. Just the journey to break through to the Saint Rudiment stage is filled with difficulties. The risk alone is enough to kill them, Guo Li said sympathetically. Duan Ling Tian's heart sank when he heard this. At this moment, he realized how cruel the Dao Martial Saint Land was. To be able to survive in the Dao Martial Saint Land, you'll need tough fists, Lin Qingrong said to Duan Ling Tian at this moment. People with tough fists ruled. Just like the saying, the weak are the prey of the strong, and survival of the fittest. It applied in the Dao Martial Saint Land even more than the mortal continents. Elder Huo, do you have any spiritual secret tactic to detect people's age? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian recalled the time when Yi Man had probed his age. He could not help but ask Elder Huo in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. In his opinion, Elder Huo must have such a secret tactic since he had lived for so many years. Spiritual secret tactic for detecting people's age is just child's play. If you want to learn, I'll send you a high-level secret tactic now. This secret tactic will let you detect someone's age without alerting them as long as their cultivation base is not higher than yours, Elder Huo said. A secret tactic to detect someone's age without alerting the other person as long as his or her cultivation base isn't higher than mine. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up when he heard Elder Huo's words. He seemed excited. Elder Huo, send it to me right now. This secret tactic I'm sending you is called Divine Eye. Its power will rise when the saint veins connected to your eyes are opened in the future. Elder Huo imparted a great deal of knowledge about Divine Eye when he spoke. Divine Eye was a type of assistive secret tactic. Its main function was to detect people's cultivation base and age. It was easy to master this technique as long as one was able to release one's spiritual energy. After merely half an hour, Duan Ling Tian had mastered Divine Eye completely. Naturally, he wanted to put it to the test now that he had mastered it. His first target was Guo Li. Duan Ling Tian squinted as he looked at Guo Li. Spiritual energy came out from his eyes, silently, and lingered around Guo Li quickly without touching her. At this very moment, his eyes gleamed when he discovered there were lines on Guo Li's body. Elder Huo, why are there lines on her body? Duan Ling Tian asked skeptically. There are growth rings in trees, the same applies to human. What you're looking at right now are the growth rings for humans, Elder Huo responded. Human growth rings. Duan Ling Tian began to count the growth rings on Guo Li's body when he heard that. Soon after, he discovered there were 27 rings on her body. She was indeed 27 years old. That's amazing. Duan Ling Tian could not help but exclaim inwardly. Guo Li was unaware of his action from the beginning until the end. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian probed Guo Li's cultivation base, the second-level mortal shedding stage. I wonder if Senior Lin's at the Saint Rudiment stage. If he is, he'll definitely find out if I try to probe him. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Lin Qingrong as he struggled with his indecision. I don't care. Eventually, Duan Ling Tian began to probe Lin Qingrong since he could not curb his curiosity. He began by probing Lin Qingrong's cultivation base. The paramount stage of the mortal shedding stage. Duan Ling Tian was relieved when he discovered Lin Qingrong's cultivation base. He was lucky Lin Qingrong was not at the Saint Rudiment stage, otherwise, his action would have been found out. Senior Lin's age. Subsequently, he began to check Lin Qingrong's age. There's a total of 58 circles. Senior Lin's 58 years old this year. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian discovered Lin Qingrong's age as well. The Dao Martial Saint land is just in front of us, Lin Qingrong suddenly said to them. Duan Ling Tian looked ahead after hearing that. He saw a vast land behind the sea in the distance. That's the Dao Martial Saint land. Duan Ling Tian felt a little emotional when he realized he was going to step on the Dao Martial Saint land soon. It'll only take half an hour to get to Mount Hill City after arriving at the Dao Martial Saint land, Lin Qingrong continued to say. Soon after, the three of them arrived at the Dao Martial Saint land. The vast land was located close to the ocean. It was rich with lush greeneries, and the air was fresh. A tiny, black dot appeared before Duan Ling Tian's eyes after half an hour. That's Mount Hill City ahead of us. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes when he heard Guo Li's words. Meanwhile, the black dot in the distance did not stop growing in size. Soon after, the black dot transformed into a huge and majestic city. The city was extremely big. At least it seemed big to Duan Ling Tian, who had never seen such a big city on Cloud Continent before. Mount Hill City. From afar, Mount Hill City seemed like a gigantic beast with its monstrous mouth opened. It looked as though the city was swallowing carriages and humans. It emitted an oppressive aura from afar. Why's no one flying into the city? Duan Ling Tian noticed something soon after. There's a flight prohibiting formation covering the entire city above Mount Hill City. It's a formation set up by a powerful Dao cultivator. When the formation's activated, martial cultivators and Dao cultivators below the Saint Rudiment stage won't be able to fly within the city, Lin Qingrong explained to Duan Ling Tian patiently after hearing his question. I see. Duan Ling Tian discovered something new again. Soon after, the three of them arrived outside of Mount Hill City. Just when Duan Ling Tian was about to walk into the city, he saw Lin Qingrong lifting his hand and bringing out a carriage. The four-wheeled carriage was similar to the ones Duan Ling Tian saw entering the city. Chapter 1366 The Disgusting Latent Dragon Camp. However, the carriage Lin Qingrong brought out was even more luxurious. Get in. Lin Qingrong took the lead and entered the carriage after inviting Duan Ling Tian and Guo Li in. Guo Li did not seem surprised and entered the carriage. Duan Ling Tian was the last one to enter the carriage. When he entered the carriage, he realized it was like two combined horse carriages in there. The only thing missing was the horse. When Duan Ling Tian was wondering how the carriage operated, Lin Qingrong's voice sounded, "Sit tight." The carriage began to move as soon as he spoke. Duan Ling Tian noticed the wooden table where Lin Qingrong placed his hand on was sparkling. It seemed like he was controlling the carriage with his true energy. So this is what someone at the paramount mortal shedding stage is capable of. I can't believe true energy can be used like this. Duan Ling Tian was inwardly impressed when he saw this. During the journey, Duan Ling Tian watched the bustling streets filled with carriages through the window. Out of boredom, he performed divine eye and casually looked outside. Apart from the people in the carriages, he probed every single person on the road. Soon after, he noticed most of the people in the city were at the mortal stage. There were not many people at the mortal shedding stage. The most powerful one was merely at the intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage. On the other hand, the buildings and city model in Mount Hill City was vastly superior to the cities on Cloud Continent. It was an eye-opening experience for Duan Ling Tian. He was really glad he came here. During the journey, the pedestrian would make way for the carriage Duan Ling Tian was riding in and looked at it respectfully whenever they passed through crowded places. It was as though they knew the people in the carriage were extraordinary. As they traveled deep into Mount Hill City, the luxurious carriage Lin Qinrong controlled finally came to a stop before a huge and luxurious estate. Could this be the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City? Duan Ling Tian speculated. The estate's entrance alone could accommodate a few of the carriages he was riding in. It was massive. What surprised Duan Ling Tian even more was the armored guards standing in front of the estate entrance. He discovered they were all at the intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage through divine eye. The intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage. They're just guards standing at the estate entrance. This has to be the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City. Duan Ling Tian was certain about this. Although he had seen everything on Cloud Continent, he felt like a country bumpkin here. Anyone at the intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage could rule the entire Cloud Continent and the 4 great overseas saint lands. However, they were just entrance guards here. My current cultivation base is even lower than an entrance guard. Duan Ling Tian mocked himself inwardly. This is our city governor's estate of Mount Hill City. The city governor estate is the place with the most power in the entire Mount Hill City, Lin Qinrong said as he looked at both of them in the carriage. I'll put both of you in the latent dragon camp after we enter. That's where we train geniuses in the city governor estate. Latent dragon camp. Duan Ling Tian and Guo Li's eyes lit up in unison when they heard that. Soon after, Lin Qingrong continued to control the 4-wheel carriage and enter the city governor's estate. When their carriage passed through the entrance, the guards at the door bowed at them. It was obvious they recognized Lin Qingrong's carriage. After entering the city governor's estate, Duan Ling Tian discovered it was mind-blowingly big. It was even bigger than the palaces on Cloud Continent. When they entered the estate, Duan Ling Tian did not stop using divine eye. He discovered the people passing by were above the mortal shedding stage. He even saw some people at the mastery stage of the mortal shedding stage. Soon after, Lin Qingrong stopped the carriage and invited Duan Ling Tian and Guo Li to alight from the carriage. Subsequently, he brought Duan Ling Tian and Guo Li and walked into a bamboo grove ahead. When they entered the bamboo grove, they walked on a limestone path made for pedestrians. There was no one around at this moment. As they walked on the path, Lin Qingrong led Duan Ling Tian and Guo Li into a huge compound deep in Mount Hill Estate. Before they walked into the compound, Duan Ling Tian and Guo Li could not help but cover their noses. This was because they smelled a disgusting stench wafting out from inside. It was clearly the stench of urine. Where the hell is this place? Duan Ling Tian and Guo Li looked at each other and realized something was wrong. This place seemed to be the end of the city governor's estate. Could the latent dragon camp be in there? They did not dare to think any further when they thought about this. Duan Ling Tian and Guo Li frowned at the stench of urine as they followed Lin Qingrong into the compound. It was a barren land with potholes all over the compound. It was a little absurd that such a place existed in the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City. It was like a completely different world in here. Upon closer inspection, Duan Ling Tian noticed there were dilapidated cottages built on this barren land. They looked as though they were about to collapse at any given time. Meanwhile, there was a high platform behind these cottages. There were also 13 cottages built on the high platform. However, the 13 cottages were brand new, and one could tell it was nice in there. Most importantly, Duan Ling Tian discovered the source of the stench. There was a long and narrow manure pit below the high platform. It was filled with feces, and it was enough to make someone throw up. Duan Ling Tian was able to endure and adapt to the horrible environment quickly since he used to be in the special force and was a mercenary in his past life. However, it was a different story for Guo Li. She was so disgusted that she began to throw up. This is the latent dragon camp in the city governor's estate. Master City Governor built it himself previously. This is where we train geniuses. This is where both of you are going to stay, Lin Qingrong said. He did not seem to notice Guo Li's reaction. Duan Ling Tian forced a smile on his face while Guo Li's expression changed drastically, and she threw up even more. This was the hellish place she was going to be staying at. At this very moment, Guo Li thought about backing out. However, she dismissed that thought when she recalled she might be assassinated if she gave up on this opportunity and returned to Fuyu Town. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was still looking around. He noticed that apart from the dilapidated cottages on the barren land filled with potholes and the brand new cottages on top of the high platform, there was a tall loft at the side of the platform as well. Ha ha, Qingrong, you're back. Duan Ling Tian saw an old man walking out from the other side after he heard a hearty laugh. Two young men followed behind him. The two young men frowned and covered their noses with their hands. It was obvious they were disgusted by the environment as well. Elder Lu, Lin Qingrong greeted the old man as soon as they met. It seemed like they were close. Oh, are these the geniuses you brought back from Fuyu Town? The old man asked with a smile as he looked at Duan Ling Tian and Guo Li. The old man appeared indifferent, but the way he looked at Duan Ling Tian made him feel uneasy. Duan Ling Tian could not help but use divine eye on him. Duan Ling Tian discovered this old man was just like Lin Qingrong. He was also at the paramount stage of the mortal shedding stage. He was the second person at the paramount stage of the mortal shedding stage that Duan Ling Tian saw since his arrival at the Dao Martial Saint Land. This person's strength was on par with Lin Qingrong. Guo Lin, this city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. What rate is it? Duan Ling Tian could not help but ask Guo Li through true energy voice transmission. At this moment, Guo Li was feeling a little better, and she replied through true energy voice transmission after hearing Duan Ling Tian's question. The city governor's estate of Mound Hill City is an 8th-rate force in the Dao Martial Saint Land. There's usually a Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse guarding an 8th-rate force. Just like the master governor of the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. He's at the Saint Rudiment stage. Senior Lin's at the paramount stage of the mortal shedding stage, Guo Li said. Also, the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City owns an 8th-grade Saint Stones reserve. Her name's Guo Li. She's a genius I brought from the Guo clan of Fuyu Town. Don't judge her just because she's a lady. She's number one among the younger generation in Fuyu Town. Lin Qingrong introduced Guo Li to the old man. He looked at Duan Ling Tian, and his smile turned even wider. On the other hand, I met him during our journey. His name's Duan Ling Tian. He comes from Mortal Continent. Mortal Continent. The old man was stunned when he heard Lin Qingrong's words. Even the two young men behind him were looking at Duan Ling Tian now. Judging by the quality of the people you selected and the fact that he came from Mortal Continent, I suppose he's quite outstanding. Seems like you'll receive a hefty reward from Master City Governor this time, the old man said enviously. Subsequently, he began to introduce the two young men behind him. He introduced the young man in blue first. His name's Wuxia. He's a genius I found in Storm Town. He's 28 years old this year, and his cultivation base is at the intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage. This one's called Zhu Lang. He's also a genius from Storm Town. He's 29 years old this year, and his cultivation base is also at the intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage. The old man then looked at the other young man in green. The old man looked proud when he introduced the two young men. He did not only announce their age but also their cultivation base. They were both below 30 years old, but they were already at the intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage. Such geniuses were the best of the best even in the border areas of Mound Hill City. The young men, Wuxia and Zhu Lang, who were frowning and covering their noses initially removed their hands from their noses when they noticed Guo Li had done so. Although they still found the place disgusting and had thought about backing out, they decided to endure. They did not want to embarrass themselves before a beauty like Guo Li. Chapter 1367 Fight. I'll leave both of you here, the old man said solemnly as he glanced at Wuxia and Zhu Lang. Cultivate diligently at the latent dragon camp. You'll benefit greatly if you become one of the 13 gangsters. Qingrong, shall we? As they wondered what the 13 gangsters were, the old man looked at Lin Qingrong, and the solemnity on his face was replaced with a smile. Lin Qingrong nodded at the old man before he looked at Duan Ling Tian and Guo Li solemnly. Duan Ling Tian, Guo Li. The words Elder Lu said are similar to what I want to say to both of you. Do well and fight to become one of the 13 gangsters. As soon as Lin Qingrong finished speaking, he left with the old man after they looked at the loft at the side of the high platform. He did not even wait for Duan Ling Tian and Guo Li to respond. It was easy come and easy go for them. No matter if it were Guo Li, Hujia or Zhu Lang, three of them frowned again with a dark expression on their faces after Lin Qingrong and the old man left. This was because it was just too foul-smelling here. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian was the only one who looked calm. It seemed as though he had already adapted to the foul-smelling environment. Hi, it's Duan Ling Tian, right? Don't you think it's really stinky here? Zhu Lang's personality was similar to his name that meant, wave. He was sociable and took the initiative to greet Duan Ling Tian. So what if it's stinky? Don't we have to stay here no matter what? Duan Ling Tian shook his head and walked toward the latent dragon camp alone. He was walking toward the dilapidated cottages in the barren land. That was where the manure pit was closest to. The stench there was even more horrible and unbearable, causing people to stop moving forward. Guo Li clenched her teeth and went after Duan Ling Tian. Hujia and Zhu Lang looked at each other and saw a hint of helplessness in each other's eyes. They also went after them subsequently. Soon after, the four of them arrived at the area with the dilapidated cottages. They saw many young people similar to them there. Those young people looked as young as they were. Duan Ling Tian discovered their age to be between 28 years old and 30 years old through divine eye. There were some who were above 30 years of age. The oldest one was only 37 years old. Seems like I can be considered as elderly in this latent dragon camp, Duan Ling Tian mocked himself inwardly. Although he knew he was one of the oldest here because he came from mortal continent, he felt uneasy. It was a subconscious feeling. The early stage of the mortal shedding stage at only 21 years old. Duan Ling Tian discovered the youngest among them was at the early stage of the mortal shedding stage just like him. As for the others, the weakest one was at the early stage of the mortal shedding stage while some of them were at the intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage. He did not see anyone at the mastery stage of the mortal shedding stage at all. So these are the geniuses of Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. The 21-year-old at the early stage of the mortal shedding stage really shocked him. He recalled when he was 21 years old. It seemed like he was still at Darken Dynasty. His cultivation base was not worth mentioning at all. It could not compare to the 21-year-old at the early stage of the mortal shedding stage. Dao Martial Saint Land's cultivation environment is insane, Duan Ling Tian could not help but exclaim inwardly. Meanwhile, these young people were scattered around the dilapidated cottages. It appeared as though they had already adapted to the environment here. There are more newcomers. There were both men and women among this group of young people, and they looked at Duan Ling Tian and the other three in an amused manner when they walked in. Naturally, most of them had their eyes on Guo Li, Hujia, and Zhu Lang who were currently frowning, especially Guo Li. Many eyes were looking at her desirously. After all, she was a natural and elegant beauty. It was natural that she stood among all the ladies here. Therefore, she was at the center of attention. What a beauty! Many of them softly exclaimed as their eyes shone. Many of them also walked out of the dilapidated cottages and stared at her unabashedly. They were staring at her like a male wolf in heat. It caused Guo Li to feel uneasy. Duan Ling Tian slowed down so she could walk behind him because he seemed to have noticed her unease. He blocked their sight with his body. Thank you. Guo Li thanked Duan Ling Tian softly when she noticed his intention. Hujia and Zhu Lang who were walking at the side noticed that Duan Ling Tian's simple gesture had earned himself the beauty's gratitude. They exchanged a glance before copying him. They quickened their footsteps and walked shoulder to shoulder with him. Currently, the three of them blocked all the eyes that were looking at Guo Li. At this moment, the look from the staring eyes changed from desirous to resentful. It seemed as though they wanted to beat up Duan Ling Tian and the other two. HMPH. Such a shame that these geniuses come from Mound Hill City's border. Don't they have any virtue? Hujia said with disdain after he scoffed softly. Everyone who came to the latent dragon camp wanted to change their fate. In the border areas of Mound Hill City, they could either depend on ninth-rate forces or unrated forces. If they did not pass the challenges in the city governor's estate, they would never be successful in life. They might even be killed one day in the future. The master city governor of the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City was keen about cultivating talents. Apart from adding new blood to the city governor's estate, the founding of Latent Dragon Camp also set a bright path for many. They could change their fate here, and they might be able to raise their status. Do we really have to stay here? Wuxia's expression darkened when they were approaching the dilapidated cottages. However, he knew there was no way he could escape from staying here after seeing the young people walking out of the dilapidated cottages. Guoli and Zhu Lang's expression did not look too good as well. All of the cottages out here are taken. We can only choose from the cottages near the manure pit. Duan Ling Tian discovered something soon after. Those who arrived earlier than them occupied the cottages near the entrance. Although the environment was the same, the stench was not as strong there. Shit, there are no more cottages outside. Zhu Lang could not help but curse when he noticed this. If you want to take the cottages outside, you'll have to defeat the people who had taken them first. You'll have to get rid of them to conquer their lair, a young man said. It appeared he had heard Zhu Lang's words. We can do that. Duan Ling Tian and the other three were stunned. We can fight in this latent dragon camp. Fighting isn't prohibited in the latent dragon camp. You won't be punished as long as you don't kill or cripple someone explained when they noticed the dubious expression on their faces. Is that so? Duan Ling Tian mumbled softly before Guo Li and the other two regained their senses. He walked toward the cottage near the entrance on his own accord and looked at the occupant of the cottage. 23 years old, early stage of the mortal shedding stage. That was the cottage occupant's cultivation base. Although he was only at the early stage of the mortal shedding stage, the fact that he was able to stay in the cottage near the entrance proved that he was powerful. He had a slight smile on his face when he saw Duan Ling Tian approaching him. What, you're here to fight for my cottage? I'll try. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Subsequently, the young man at the early stage of the mortal shedding stage attacked Duan Ling Tian as everyone watched on. Although he did not hold back when he came at Duan Ling Tian, the young man was defeated with just a blow from him. The intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage. The young man gasped when he was defeated. He did not say much. After glancing at Duan Ling Tian, he went into the cottage close to the manure pit. He would only stand a chance of challenging the occupant of the cottage after he had healed himself. Duan Ling Tian, you did great. Zhu Lang could not help but give Duan Ling Tian a thumbs up when he saw how quickly he took over the cottage. At the same time, he looked around and discovered the occupants from the other cottages were standing near the entrance. Zhu Lang was very fortunate. The young man he fought was also at the early stage of the mortal shedding stage. He defeated that person with 2 to 3 hits and took over the cottage close to the entrance. Wuxia, let's see what you got. After his victory, Zhu Lang looked at Wuxia with a smile. The both of them came from Storm Town, and they had always competed with each other. It was only natural that they would compete with each other now. HMPH. Wuxia scoffed softly and found himself an opponent. His opponent was also a young man at the intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage. They were well matched in the beginning, but he was defeated later. How dare you attempt to take my cottage with this pathetic ability of yours? You must be looking of death. The young man who defeated Wuxia glared at him fiercely. If we're not in the latent dragon camp, I'll definitely cripple you even if I don't kill you. Get lost. Wuxia's expression was terrible. However, he could only suppress his embarrassment and back off since he was no match for that person. What, do you want my cottage too, beautiful? The young man who defeated Wuxia soon noticed Guo Li was looking at him. He had a lecherous look on his face. I'll give you my cottage and look for another one if you spend the night with me. What do you think? The young man's words were shameless. Guo Li's face seemed to have been covered with a layer of frost when she heard his words. Even Duan Ling Tian could not help but frown. There were people of such quality in the latent dragon camp as well. Guo Li charged out as the judgmental eyes stared at her one after another. She was charging toward the young man who had defeated Wuxia. She responded to his question with her action. Guo Li accelerated her speed. The young man's face turned solemn when she arrived before him. He realized the beauty he had verbally teased earlier seemed to be even more powerful than Wuxia. The young man did not underestimate her and attacked first when she was close to him. However, he soon discovered his ability was lacking compared to her. Guo Li defeated him within 3 hits. Perhaps all women were petty. Guo Li stepped on the young man's chest after defeating him and said coldly, "That's all you got." The young man looked wretched. He only felt embarrassed at this moment. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do about it. Who was to blame for the fact that he was no match for Guo Li? So powerful. Guo Li's ability stunned many of them. Chapter 1368 13 Gangsters. Many young people, including Hu Jia and Zhu Lang, looked at Guo Li differently now. They no longer dared to underestimate her and treat her as just a lady. Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, was not surprised at all. Guo Li was only 27 years old. She became the #1 powerhouse among the younger generation in Fuyu Town even though she was a lady. She even defeated Yi Man who was at the intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage like her. One could tell her ability was extraordinary. Hu Jia was about to look for his next target when his expression changed slightly. He had noticed the young man under Guo Li's foot had stood up and was staring at him resentfully. It was obvious he thought Hu Jia and Guo Li were partners. Her earlier action had been taken as her standing up for him. At this moment, Hu Jia decided to temporarily give up on fighting for a cottage near the entrance. He covered his nose and went into a cottage near the manure pit. Although it was foul-smelling, he decided to endure it for now. When Duan Ling Tian was about to walk into his cottage, a young man smirked and said to Guo Li who was also walking into her cottage, "What a heroine. You're strong, beautiful. Why don't you try challenging the 13 gangsters? You can take over the cottage they occupy as long as you're able to defeat one of the 13 gangsters." The young man pointed at the high platform behind the manure pit as he spoke. There were 13 brand new cottages on top of it. You won't smell anything if you live up there. There's a mini wind attribute formation at the side of the high platform that blows the stench from the manure pit to us. The young man continued to persuade her. Moreover, if you're one of the 13 gangsters, you'll be rewarded with 108th grade saint stones each month even if you rank last. On the other hand, we're only given 10 8th grade saint stones each month. 13 gangsters. After hearing the young man's words, not only Guo Li, even Duan Ling Tian, Hu Jia, and Zhu Lang looked at the brand new cottages on the high platform. That's where the 13 gangsters Senior Lin mentioned are staying. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. At this moment, Guo Li and the others regained their senses as well. What the hell? We only get 10 8th grade saint stones every month while they get at least 100 8th grade saint stones each month. That's not fair, that's not fair. Zhu Lang cried out. What are the 13 gangsters, cultivation base like? Guo Li's eyes lit up. She was interested in becoming one of the 13 gangsters. However, she remained calm and did not impulsively rush there. Apart from those ranked in the top 5 who are at the mastery stage of the mortal shedding stage. The rest are at the intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage. Many of them fought to answer Guo Li's question. The 13 cottages on the high platform. The 13 gangsters, ranking is arranged by sequence from left to right. The person staying at the cottage on the far left is the #1 among the 13 gangsters. Meanwhile, the one staying at the far right is the weakest one among the 13 people, many of them explained while more of them were watching unblinkingly. They were waiting to see what was going to happen since they enjoyed chaos. There are signs on them. Duan Ling Tian who was observant noticed there were signs carved on the 13 cottages on the high platform. It was 1 to 13 from left to right. The top 13 gangsters stand a chance of meeting the master city governor to learn from him, someone added. I, Zhu Lang, will get myself a spot in the 13 gangsters. Zhu Lang shouted. Due to the flight prohibiting formation in the city, he could only run to the side of the manure pit and hop on the high platform where the 13 gangsters resided with his strength. Haha, this is going to be a great show. I wonder if he'll make the 13 gangsters bleed. I don't think so. Let's not talk about the 13 gangsters at the mastery stage of the mortal shedding stage. Even those ranked in the last 8 at the intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage are remarkable among people at the mortal shedding stage. That's right, otherwise, they wouldn't be one of the 13 gangsters. Many of them had an anticipatory expression on their faces as they looked at the high platform. He only just arrived at the latent dragon camp, and he's already challenging the 13 gangsters. At this moment, more young men and women walked out of the dilapidated cottages one after another. Zhu Lang's words had caught their attention. They were all looking at the high platform with an amused expression when they walked out of the cottage. Duan Ling Tian raised his eyebrows and easily discovered with his divine eye that these people were also at the early stage and intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage. This was not surprising since they would be one of the 13 gangsters if they were at the mastery stage of the mortal shedding stage. They would not be staying here, smelling the stench from the manure pit. Apart from receiving 108th grade saint stones every month, the 13 gangsters, residents did not reek of the manure pit. It was clear they had special privileges. why would those who were slightly more powerful not want to be one of the 13 gangsters? Naturally, this excluded those sadistic ones who enjoyed the stench coming from below. Duan Ling Tian was not sadistic. Therefore, he decided to challenge the 13 gangster to become one of them. Soon after, Zhu Lang arrived at the last cottage. Perhaps Zhu Lang was a little impulsive due to his rage earlier, but he had calmed down after arriving on the high platform. He chose to fight the weakest one among the 13 gangsters, the occupant of cottage number 13. The closer the cottage was to the front, the better the privileges. The difference in ability between them was quite big. Those who ranked in the top 5 were geniuses at the mastery mortal shedding stage. Although the others who ranked from 6 to 13 were just at the intermediate mortal shedding stage, there were differences in their abilities. The occupant of cottage number 13 cottage was undoubtedly the weakest of them all. However, like the saying went, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. Number 13 was only the weakest compared to the other 12, but not when compared to everyone else. The air is so much fresher here, Zhu Lang said as he indulged himself and took a deep breath while he stood in front of cottage No. 13. There was no foul stench here. It was like a completely different world up here compared to the cottages below the high platform. Soon after, Zhu Lang yelled at cottage number 13, "Hey! The fellow staying in number 13, come out right now. Master Zhu, wants your kennel." Kennel. The group of people, including Duan Ling Tian and Guo Li, stared at him with an odd manner when they heard his words. This fellow called cottage number 13 a kennel. Would that not mean he was fighting for a kennel? Ha ha ha, who dares to challenge me, Hu Lin? When Zhu Lang finished speaking, a burst of laughter came from inside the cottage. The laugh was maniacal and unscrupulous. One could tell the person was arrogant from his laugh. At this moment, the door swung open, and a tall, big, and terrifying young man walked out. He stood there like a tower, inspiring fear in people when they looked at him. The young man was close to 2 meters tall. He was number 13 among the 13 gangsters in Latent Dragon Camp. With his cultivation base at the intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage, he was one of the best among the camp's martial cultivators and Dao cultivators at the same level. At this moment, he was glaring at Zhu Lang with his big and ferocious eyes. "So, Shorty, you're challenging me, Hu Lin." Shorty. Duan Ling Tian's lip twitched involuntarily when he heard Hu Lin's words. No matter what, Zhu Lang was still 1.7 meters tall, but Hu Lin had called him Shorty. It was only natural since Zhu Lang was a little short compared to Hu Lin's 2 meters in height. "We'll see how a big guy like you is going to defeat me, the Shorty." Zhu Lang's face turned solemn, and his eyes turned red when he heard Hu Lin's mocking words. He stomped his feet, and his body began to spin. It was as though a tornado had descended on the place. What a powerful movement technique. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. The movement technique Zhu Lang was currently performing was even a few times faster than Yi Man from the Yi clan of Fuyu Town. Naturally, Zhu Lang was still slower than Duan Ling Tian. "Your speed's pretty good, but you won't be able to defeat me with just your speed." Hu Lin's face turned ferocious when faced with Zhu Lang, who was charging at him like a tornado. He flexed the muscles on his body, causing his clothes to tighten. If not for his loose clothes, it would have been torn from his flexing. As Zhu Lang got closer to Hu Lin, a sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. He swung his sword in an arc smoothly, making it appear like a flowing dragon. It was majestic. He seemed to be drawing an arc in the air every time he swung his sword. Zhu Lang's sword is faster than Yi Man. In fact, his combined ability is much more powerful than Yi Man. When Duan Ling Tian witnessed this, he could not help but think of Yi Man, the martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage, whom he had fought with previously. It was the first time he had fought a martial cultivator at the mortal shedding stage since he arrived at the Dao Martial Saint Land. Although Yi Man's ability was great, he was still no match for Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian had defeated him in just one blow. As Zhu Lang's tornado-like body swung the sword in arcs, Hu Lu turned solemn as an iron staff appeared in his hand. Naturally, it was not an ordinary iron staff. It was a human rank mediocre saint weapon. Ha! At this moment, Hu Lin shouted and shook the iron staff in his hand. The iron staff began to spin rapidly before his body like a windmill. Is this an attack technique or a defensive technique? Duan Ling Tian was stunned when he saw Hu Ling handling the iron staff deftly, causing the air to tremble around him. Perhaps due to the strong gravity at the Dao Martial Saint Land, Duan Ling Tian noticed the technique Hu Lin had cast only created rumbling airwaves here. It would have caused a chaotic shockwave if he were to cast this technique on Cloud Continent. Right at this moment, Zhu Lang arrived before Hu Lin and swung his sword at him. As the sound of weapon colliding reverberated in the air, Zhu Lang's body began to shudder. Eventually, the hand that was holding the sword shook, and fresh blood flowed from his torn perlicue. At the same time, the sword in his hand was hit by the iron staff in Hu Lin's hand and fell to the ground with a loud clang. In the next second, the iron staff in Hu Lin's hand decelerated its speed, and he stepped forward to kick Zhu Lang, who had yet to stand up properly. Chapter 1369 Guo Li's Strength. Zhu Lang was kicked away, forming a perfect curve in the sky before he fell down in the direction of the manure pit. The onlookers were all stunned when they saw this. They suspected Hu Lin had done it intentionally. When everyone, including Hu Lin, thought Zhu Lang was going to fall into the manure pit, a figure flew out like a gust of wind and arrived before the manure pit in just a blink of an eye. The figure grabbed Zhu Lang's belt to pull him to his side so he would not fall into the manure pit. "New boy, you dare to challenge the 13 gangsters with just that bit of strength?" Many of the onlookers mocked Zhu Lang. Although both are at the intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage, he couldn't even endure an attack from the person who ranks last among the 13 gangsters. It seems the newcomers today aren't very good. Many people began to mock him. Zhu Lang finally regained consciousness when people were mocking him. When he realized he nearly fell into the manure pit, he glared at Hu Lin and said resentfully, "You're so ruthless." His eyes had turned red as though he wanted to fight Hu Lin again. "Losers like you only know how to scream like a bitch." Hu Lin glanced at Zhu Lang indifferently before shifting his eyes to the person who had saved him. There was a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. "You." Zhu Lang's expression changed dramatically when he saw how condescending Hu Lin was. He was impulsive and wanted to go up to the platform to fight him again. "You're not his match." At this moment, a strong grip landed on his shoulder. Zhu Lang immediately regained his senses and looked at the person who stopped him. He thanked him wholeheartedly. "Duan Ling Tian, thank you." The person who saved Zhu Lang was none other than Duan Ling Tian. Although Duan Ling Tian and Zhu Lang had only met for the first time today, and they were not related in any way, he was still a prodigy Elder Lu had recruited for the governor's estate of Mound Hill City. Elder Lu seemed like he had a close relationship with Lin Qingrong, who had saved his life once. That was why he had saved Zhu Lang, as a way of repaying his debt of gratitude. "You seem stronger than him. Do you dare to come up and try?" Hu Lin asked loudly as he stood imposingly on the high platform and looked at Duan Ling Tian. "Dare?" Hu Lin's question was undoubtedly a challenge. When Hu Lin finished speaking, everyone's eyes, including Zhu Lang, shifted to Duan Ling Tian in unison. All of them were curious if Duan Ling Tian would accept Hu Lin's challenge or not. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Ling Tian ignored Hu Lin as though he did not hear him at all. His gaze landed on a figure nearby. It was none other than Guo Li. "Coward," Hu Lin ridiculed. He was instantly enraged when he saw Duan Ling Tian ignoring him. There was a hint of anger and disdain in his eyes when he glared at him. He was dissatisfied with Duan Ling Tian for saving Zhu Lang. However, the Latent Dragon camp had its own set of rules. Unless someone initiated a challenge to fight for the cottage, the 13 gangsters were not allowed to challenge other members of the Latent Dragon camp, since it would be considered as bullying. Meanwhile, many people looked at Duan Ling Tian contemptuously. They thought Duan Ling Tian did not dare to fight Hu Lin. However, Duan Ling Tian's subsequent words stunned them. "Guo Li, you first." Duan Ling Tian asked politely as he looked at Guo Li. "Thanks." Originally, Guo Li was a bit hesitant, but she smiled brightly when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. She flew out immediately, captivating many youths who were present. In just a blink of an eye, she arrived next to Duan Ling Tian and nodded at him before landing on the high platform. Her movement was as smooth as flowing water. Her graceful and shapely figure was extremely pleasing to the eyes. He's giving Hu Lin to Guo Li." Many people were taken aback by Duan Ling Tian's action. He probably did that knowing he's not Hu Lin's match and is using Guo Li as a shield, or he's confident he can defeat the number 12 person in the 13 gangsters, someone speculated. "I think it's the former." "I think so, too." A lot of people thought Duan Ling Tian was only using Guo Li as a shield since he knew he was not a match for Hu Lin. Duan Ling Tian did not care about all these remarks. He knew it was useless for him to say anything. His gaze quickly landed on Guo Li, who stood on the high platform. She did not immediately rush to fight Hu Lin. Instead, she picked up Zhu Lang's sword and threw it back to him. After that, she only looked at Hu Lin calmly. Thank you, Zhu Lang thanked Guo Li after keeping his sword. Girl, you've got really good skin. However, are you really planning to fight me, Hu Lin, with that small physique? Hu Lin asked with disdain as he sized Guo Li up. She seemed to be the same size as Zhu Lang, only she was more slender. When Guo Li raised her hand, a long, black whip appeared in her hands. It looked like a black python, dancing along with the movement her hands. Guo Li used her action to answer Hu Lin. Very well, very well. It seems that I, Hu Lin, am treated like a pushover. Hu Lin's face darkened, and his eyes gleamed with anger as he raised the iron staff in his hand. I'd like to see what you're capable of, you little bitch, since you dare to fight with me, Hu Lin. Little bitch. Hu Lin's words made Guo Li's expression change, and her eyes turned even colder. Without any warning, Guo Li made her move. She tipped her toes and flew out nimbly. Her movement was extremely pleasing to the eyes. Guo Li's speed became faster and faster. Not long after, the onlookers could only see her afterimage. They could not catch her movement at all. So fast. Many people cried out. Guo Li's speed was even faster than Zhu Lang's speed. It seems that Hu Lin's speed is not as fast as Guo Li. Duan Ling Tian's attention kept shifting between Guo Li and Hu Lin. Hu Lin's face had turned gloomy when he saw Guo Lin had flown out. As it turned out, Duan Ling Tian's guess was correct. Hu Lin did not move when he saw how fast Guo Li was headed toward him because he knew he was not as fast as her, and he could not avoid her attack. Moreover, he would be in a disadvantageous position if he had tried to avoid her. That was why he wisely decided to stay in place and wait for Guo Li to come forward. However, he swung the iron staff in his hand, and airwaves gradually began to spread out similar to when he fought Zhu Lang. It's that move again, many people exclaimed. Of course, this move is Hu Lin's kill shot. It's said to be both an offensive and a defensive move in the Saint-grade martial tactic he cultivated. It's called airtight. Airtight, it lives up to its name. When he swings his iron staff like that, even wind can't penetrate it. Not only is the defense amazing, but the offensive strike is powerful as well. A group of onlookers was whispering among themselves. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes when he heard their words. A move that's both offensive and defensive. Look, Hu Lin is taking the initiative to attack. Suddenly, an exclamation entered Duan Ling Tian's ear and caught his attention. He immediately looked at the high platform and saw Hu Lin swinging his iron staff toward Guo Li, who was attacking with her black whip that looked like a spirit snake. It seemed like he intended to use the same old trick to knock her weapon away. HMPH. There was a look of disdain on Guo Li's face when she saw Hu Lin charging at her with his windmill-like weapon. In just a split second, she waved her long, black whip, and it immediately straightened out. True energy could be seen flickering around the long, black whip. It looked like tiny bolts of lightning that exuded a terrifying aura. Sword-like whip. Guo Li spat out 3 words when she opened her mouth. In the next moment, the straightened long, black whip seemed as though it had transformed into a sword as she stabbed it toward Hu Lin. At this moment, Guo Li no longer seemed like she was holding a long whip, but a narrow sword instead. Sword. The disdain on Hu Lin's face intensified when he saw that. He swung the iron staff in his hand and directly faced the black whip in Guo Li's hands that seemed to have transformed into a sword. In his opinion, the black whip in Guo Li's hands would be knocked away immediately. Chang. The crisp sound of metal colliding reverberated in the air. The black whip in Guo Li's hands that seemed to have transformed into a sword clashed with Hu Lin's spinning iron staff and set off dazzling sparks. When Hu Lin was smiling smugly and continued to move the spinning iron staff in his hand forward, there was an unnoticeable movement at Guo Li's wrist. Fighting strength with strength. When her opponent is at his toughest, she instantly fights strength with softness. Guo Li's little move was not discovered by most people, including Hu Lin. Duan Ling Tian was the only one who had seen her movement and guessed she was going to change tactic when she saw Hu Lin meant to fight her directly. Suddenly, the smile on Hu Lin's face froze. The onlookers could clearly see that Guo Li's straightened long, black whip had softened and was wrapped around the spinning iron staff like a spirit snake. Moments later, the spinning iron staff began to slow down. Oh, no! Hu Lin's expression changed dramatically when he discovered the iron staff in his hands were caught by the long, black whip. At this moment, Hu Lin felt a huge force tugging at the iron staff in his hands. It was Guo Li pulling the long whip in her hands to pull Hu Lin and his staff to her. Before Hu Lin could react, Guo Li extended her other hand and hit his chest. Chapter 1370 Duan Ling Tian's turn. There was no doubt Hu Lin was injured by Guo Li's palm as he fell down brutally to the ground along with his staff and rolled a few times before finally coming to a halt. He was in a sorry state. Earlier, he was still one of the prestigious 13 gangsters. Now, he was just a loser who had lost to a woman. Guo Li cracked a long, black whip in her hands before it straightened again. Then she pointed it at Hu Lin and calmly said, "You lost." Before Hu Lin and the onlookers could react, the door of cottage number 12 swung open, and someone walked out. It was a young man with a similar build as Duan Ling Tian. He was around 1.80 meters tall. Compared to Hu Lin, he looked thinner. However, his eyes inadvertently revealed his coldness. With just one glance, one would be able to tell he was not a nice person. Tisk tisk, Hu Lin, you're really an embarrassment to the 13 gangsters. You're defeated by a little girl. From now on, you're no longer one of the 13 gangsters, the solemn young man ridiculed Hu Lin who was struggling to stand up. Li Han. Hu Lin glanced indifferently at the solemn young man and jumped off the high platform without saying anything else. As Li Han said, he was no longer one of the 13 gangsters. If any of the 13 gangsters with a higher rank were defeated, their rank would only fall. They would not be removed from the 13 gangsters. However, he was ranked 13th, it was the last place. Guo Li is it, I'll give you 3 months at most. I, Hu Lin, will get back everything you took away from me today, Hu Lin said to Guo Lin after he jumped off the high platform. After that, he did not wait for Guo Li to respond. It seemed as though he had transformed into a gust of wind as he flew to a cottage at the outer side of the camp. He went in after he kicked the person in front of it away. Who did I mess with? The unlucky youth who was kicked away and had his cottage taken smiled bitterly. There were so many cottages, how did Huo Lin choose him? Naturally, he did not dare to fight for his cottage when Huo Lin took possession of it. If he could take possession of a cottage from Huo Lin, he would have replaced him as one of the 13 gangsters. I didn't expect the 13 gangsters to have a female. Li Han looked at Guo Li and smiled as he stood in front of cottage number 12. However, Guo Li ignored him and looked below the high platform. Li Han's face darkened immediately. He followed Guo Li's line of sight and discovered a purple-clad young man standing there. A hint of hostility instantly rose in his eyes. Duan Ling Tian, my current position is pretty awkward. Guo Li looked at Duan Ling Tian and laughed. Apart from Duan Ling Tian, the others, including Li Han, did not know what Guo Li's words meant. Who asked you to choose number 13? Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. He, naturally, knew what Guo Li meant. Guo Li had said she was in an awkward position because her current ranking was number 13, the last place. With this position, she would be removed from the 13 gangsters no matter who Duan Ling Tian defeated. Then, I'll just have to fight another round, Guo Li said with a helpless shrug. At the same time, her eyes were filled with battle intent when it fell on Li Han. At this time, everyone present, including Li Han, finally reacted. He finally understood what Guo Li meant. She was not willing to be ranked number 13 among the 13 gangsters. She felt that it was an awkward position. Indeed, it was an awkward position. No matter who was defeated, she would be removed from the list. For example, the previous person who ranked number 13 among the 13 gangsters, Hu Lin, was okay with being ranked number 13 because he had fought with everyone except for the people in the top 5. 7 battles, 7 defeats. Therefore, he could only stay in the last place. As for the top 5 people in the 13 gangsters, they were all at the mastery stage of the mortal shedding stage. He knew his own strength very well, so he did not even dare to think about challenging them, let alone really challenging them. It seems like Guo Li wants to challenge Li Han, the 12th ranked person in the 13 gangsters. A lot of people exclaimed, if I win against Hu Lin, I'll also challenge the one ranked above him. Mind you, the higher your rank is in the 13 gangsters, the more benefits you'll get, someone else said. A lot of people agreed with him. If there was an opportunity, who would be unwilling to go one step further? Therefore, there was nothing wrong if Guo Li did that. I don't know if she can defeat Li Han. She should be able to. She defeated Hu Lin directly. Li Han's strength isn't much stronger than Hu Lin. He took almost 20 moves to defeat Hu Lin previously. The group of youths who were discussing among themselves under the high platform had more faith in Guo Li. In fact, the young man whose cottage was taken by Guo Li previously and was taught a lesson by her due to his rudeness looked scared at this moment. If he still harbored the intention of seeking revenge earlier, he had completely dismissed that idea now. You want to challenge me? Li Han looked at Guo Li for confirmation. Come, attack me. Guo Li nodded slightly. She cracked her whip, and it slithered like a poisonous snake that emitted a saturnine aura. It was similar to how one felt when they looked at Li Han. Good, very well. Li Han's expression turned ghastly. There was a hint of ferocity in his otherwise solemn eyes. Although he was not confident he could defeat the woman before him, he could not avoid the battle now that he was put in a difficult spot. If he had avoided the fight, it would mean he surrendered. That would be even more humiliating for him. Moreover, he was not resigned to it. Much obliged, Li Han quickly spat out 2 words from his mouth and shot out as fast as a bolt of lightning before Guo Li had time to prepare. A strange wind began to blow in his wake, and he arrived before Guo Li in just a blink of an eye. That's shameless. Many people cursed when they saw Li Han sneak attack Guo Li. Naturally, they did not dare to curse openly since they were afraid of provoking him. Li Han was ranked 12th among the 13 gangsters. Among the dozens of martial and Dao cultivators at the intermediate mortal shedding stage at the latent dragon camp, he ranked 7th. That was sufficient to illustrate his strength. Ordinary cultivators at the intermediate mortal shedding stage could not compare to him. However, Guo Li's expression remained unchanged when she was faced with Li Han's sneak attack. When Li Han appeared in front of her, there was a steel claw on each of his hand that exuded a cold aura. He tried to claw her face, and she cracked the long, black whip in her hands before it began to rotate. The places it reached instantly transformed into a black shield that shrouded her. This was the defensive move of the Saint-grade martial tactic she had cultivated. When she cast her defensive move, it blocked Li Han's attack. Li Han's pair of steel claws left a series of sparks, but it did not manage to break the barrier. This made Li Han's face turn extremely gloomy. He had no other choice but to retreat. The sneak attack ended in failure. After Li Han retreated, Guo Li headed straight for Li Han. Li Han tried to move faster. Although he was much stronger than Hu Lin, who was defeated by Guo Li, his speed was still slower than her. This Li Han is going to lose soon. In fact, when Li Han's attack was blocked by Guo Li's defensive move, Duan Ling Tian knew he would lose. Although the defensive move barely blocked Li Han's attack, it did still block it after all. To be able to block one's opponent's attack was equivalent to being invincible. Moreover, not only was Guo Li's defense strong, but her movement technique and attacks were very strong as well. Her strength was equal in all aspects. She was a well-rounded martial cultivator. When Duan Ling Tian was deep in thought, Guo Li had sent Li Han flying with her whip and defeated him in less than 10 moves. Although Li Han was injured, his injury was lighter than Hu Lin. Guo Li seemed to have held back when she used her last move to defeat Li Han. Otherwise, it's impossible for Li Han's injury to be so light. Many people noticed the oddity. She's a woman after all. Maybe she became soft-hearted in the last minute, someone else said. After consuming the innate medicinal pill, your injuries should be able to heal in within 15 minutes. After that, you should be able to recover your full strength, Guo Li said to Li Han as the people in the surroundings were discussing among themselves. Li Han was stunned. He did not know why Guo Li revealed everything about his injury. It was as Guo Li had said, his injuries would heal after he consumed the innate medicinal pill and cultivated for 15 minutes. The innate medicinal pill mentioned by Guo Li was equivalent to the royal-grade pills on Cloud Continent. Above the innate medicinal pills were the saint-grade pills. Duan Ling Tian had long learned about this from Shui Nai. Li Han's slight injury will take 15 minutes to heal after consuming the innate medicinal pill that's equivalent to royal-grade pills. Is it because of the environment in the Dao Martial Saint Land, or is it because of the medicinal efficacy of the innate medicinal pill is hard to integrate into the body of a martial cultivator at the mortal shedding stage? Duan Ling Tian was puzzled. As Guo Li said, 15 minutes after Li Han consumed the innate medicinal pill, his complexion recovered, and he was energized again. He walked toward cottage number 13 behind Guo Li with a darkened face. I think, you don't have to go in, Guo Li said. What do you mean? Li Han's face sank. This little girl still wanted to humiliate him after defeating him. What she means is, you're going to be disqualified soon. At this time, a calm voice sounded from below the high platform. When it entered Li Han's ears, a third person already appeared on the high platform. Duan Ling Tian stood there and took a deep breath. He could not help but revel in it. Although he could adapt to the environment below the high platform, he still preferred the environment on the high platform where he could no longer smell the foul stench from the manure pit. Wah! There was an uproar when the people saw Duan Tian had stepped up on the high platform. Does that mean he's going to challenge Li Han? The people regained their senses and looked at Duan Tian. Chapter 1371-36 Guardians. Li Han was number 12 among the 13 gangsters. Now that he has been defeated by number 13, Guo Li, she'll take his place while he falls one rank. In other words, they're switching places. If he's defeated again, he'll also be removed from the 13 gangsters. If he's really removed, Hu Lin will definitely gloat. Li Han had mocked him when he was defeated by Guo Li earlier and was removed from the 13 gangsters. All eyes quickly shifted from Duan Tian to Li Han. It seems like this Duan Tian came together with Guo Li, someone said. That's why Guo Li didn't severely injure Li Han earlier. As it turns out, she's giving Duan Tian a chance to defeat Li Han and make him one of the 13 gangsters. Realization dawned on many people at this moment. You want to challenge me as well? Li Han did not think he would be challenged again before he could even catch his breath. This frustrated him. Did they really think he was a pushover? Li Han's eyes that were originally solemn flashed when he looked at Duan Tian. If his gaze was a knife, Duan Tian would have died without a corpse. Are my words not clear enough? Duan Tian asked as he stared at Li Han. Good, very well. Li Han's breathing quickened. The steel claws on his hands that he had kept appeared again. It made for a mesmerizing sight as it gleamed coldly under the light. I want to see how you're going to disqualify me. As soon as Li Han finished his sentence, he moved and tried to gain the upper hand with a preemptive strike again. That pair of steel claws left a trail of claw marks in a sky full of claws shadows that shrouded Duan Tian as though it intended to trap him. Duan Tian's face remained unchanged faced with Li Han's fierce attacks. A bow quickly appeared in his hands. It was the sun-shooting bow. The onlookers were staring unblinkingly at the battle happening before their eyes. All of them wanted to know who would win in the end. Would it be Guo Li's confident friend or the person who had fallen a rank and was currently ranked number 13? Guo Li was the only one that had no expectations since she already knew who was going to win. Duan Tian was stronger than her. If she can defeat Li Han, naturally, there was not going to be any suspense in his and Li Han's battle. Unfortunately, Li Han was unaware of Guo Li's thoughts. Currently, Li Han had already used all the moves he had. He only wanted to defeat Duan Tian to regain the dignity he had lost to Guo Li. He found it humiliating to be defeated by a woman. Without knowing when, Hu Lin had also walked out from the dilapidated cottage. His gaze landed on the high platform. Li Han, I want to see if you'll still remain one of the 13 gangsters after today. A sneer crept up on Hu Lin's face. He noticed Guo Li's indifference and realized there won't be any suspense in the battle. Die. Li Han glided out, slamming the steel claws down from the sky as the skyful of claws shadows rained down on Duan Tian. At this moment, Li Han was in a frenzy, and he had completely forgotten about the rules in the latent dragon camp. A man stood at a pavilion next to the high platform. It was unknown whether he had just appeared or he had been there for a long time. It was a middle-aged man with a cold expression on his face dressed in silver armor. His body seemed to emit a cold aura as he stood there. He was one of the 36 guardians of the city governor's Mount Hill City. The weakest among the 36 guardians was at the perfection stage of the mortal shedding stage. He was ranked 14th and was known as the Heavenly Harm Guardian. Currently, the Heavenly Harm Guardian was silently looking at the battling figures on the high platform. He did not interfere even though Li Han was in a killing frenzy and was ignoring the Latent Dragon Camp's rules. This was not because he did not care about the rules of Latent Dragon Camp, it was because he could tell Li Han could not injure the purple-clad young man. Li Han's going to lose in within 3 moves, the Heavenly Harm Guardian murmured. However, his eyes instantly narrowed in the next moment when he saw what happened next. The purple-clad young man did not hide or widen the distance and attack with his archery set when faced with Li Han's fierce attack like what the Heavenly Harm Guardian had expected. Instead, the purple-clad young man stood there, unmoving, with his hand on the bowstring. When he saw Li Han was moving closer to him, he moved and pulled the bowstring before releasing it. He kept pulling and releasing the bowstring. A series of noise that was similar to an unpleasant note reverberated in the air. With every note that sounded, a true energy light blade swept out. The true energy light blades soared up and clashed with the skyful of claws shadows. Naturally, the claws shadows were destroyed by the true energy light blades. The momentum of the light blades remained as it soared up to the sky before it finally disappeared. For a time, the only thing that remained was Li Han's last attempt at an attack. He was like a fierce goshawk as he dove down from the sky. His bloodshot eyes and the steel claws on his hands were similar to a goshawk. The sharp claws clawed through the air and almost tore Duan Lingtian's head off. When the sharp claws almost landed, a dull noise sounded. The noise came from an arrow formed by the true energy that was shot out from the sun-shooting bow when it collided with the steel claws on Li Han's hands. A loud bang sounded when the arrow formed by true energy exploded. In contrast, the steel claws on Li Han's hands were blown away. His hands were in a bloody mess. If it was not for the steel claws, his hands would have been mangled. You lost, Duan Lingtian said after he glanced coldly at Li Han who had fallen to the ground. His tone was calm and void of any emotion as usual. Lost. After Li Han heard his words, he jumped off the high platform and walked toward one of the dilapidated cottages. He looked somewhat distracted. There was a hint of despair on his face. The original owner of the cottage avoided Li Han as though he was a ghost when he saw him heading over. He was sensible enough to willingly relinquish his claim on the cottage. Li Han, stop playing the fool. You didn't expect this to happen today, did you? At this time, Hu Lin did not forget how Li Han had added salt to his injury earlier and mocked him in return. When Li Han heard Hu Lin's words, his body trembled before he quickly sped up and entered the cottage. Hu Lin's sight quickly shifted to the high platform again. Just be complacent. I'll break through to the master immortal shedding stage within 3 months. At that time, I'll defeat both of you one by one and redeem myself. After looking at the people who were in high spirits on the high platform, Hu Lin turned around and returned to the cottage to cultivate diligently. Duan Lingtian and Guo Li smiled at each other. Both of them were prodigies invited by Lin Qingrong, and both of them simultaneously became part of the 13 gangsters. It must be destiny. Guo Li, you're entering the wrong one. When Duan Lingtian was about to enter cottage number 13, he discovered Guo Li had already gone in first. He was stunned. I didn't enter the wrong one. This is where I belong. After Guo Li entered the cottage, she turned around and smiled at Duan Lingtian before she closed the door. What did Guo Li mean by that? The onlookers were puzzled by it. What else? Guo Li must think that she's not as strong as Duan Lingtian. That's why she's willing to be number 13 and give the 12th ranking to Duan Lingtian. There were a few people who understood what was going on. Duan Lingtian is strong indeed. He defeated Li Han even though Li Han had fought with his life. It's not a big deal if he only defeated him. More importantly, he can actually avoid killing Li Han or injuring him when he was fighting with his life. When he was still being praised, Duan Lingtian returned to cottage number 12 that was going to be his residence for the time being. In the pavilion, the Heaven Harm Guardian's eyes gleamed as he murmured to himself, it seems like the Heavenly Hero Guardian brought them back. The Heavenly Hero Guardian he mentioned was Lin Qingrong. Lin Qingrong was also one of the 36 guardians of the city governor of the Mound Hill City. He ranked number 9 among the 36 guardians. Only the top 10 guardians of the 36 guardian under the city governor of Mound Hill City possessed 2 names. They were allowed to keep their original name. The remaining 26 guardians only had 1 name, and they were all named after the 36 heavenly stars. The latent dragon camp did not quiet down after Duan Lingtian and Guo Li's departure. In fact, it became even livelier. Within a day, 2 people in the latent dragon camp's 13 gangsters were changed. Many people would remember today. In the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, within an independent mansion, a middle-aged scholar sitting in a pergola had crushed the teacup in his hand after he listened to the report from a servant. It shocked the servants outside the pergola. Ha ha ha, good, good, great job, great job. After crushing the teacup, the middle-aged scholar laughed heartily. His laughter was carefree. I'm not wrong about them. Duan Lingtian, Guo Li, well done. He was naturally excited. This time when the city governor's estate was recruiting prodigies from outside, apart from people the 36 guardians sent, even the revered elder of the city governor's estate had also left to invite prodigies to join them. He, Lin Qingrong, the 9th guardian of the 36 guardians, the heavenly hero guardian, had brought back 2 prodigies who became part of the 13 gangsters on their first day in Latent Dragon Camp. He could imagine it would not be long before he was summoned by the city governor. Maybe he might even be generously rewarded. Duan Lingtian and Guo Li really made me proud. The more Lin Qingrong thought about it, the happier he was. He was so happy that he was smiling from ear to ear. Although he was one of the 10 most important guardians in the city governor's estate, there were always 8 other guardians above him. Therefore, he felt particularly proud today. Putting everything else aside, who else could compete with his foresight on the selection of prodigies for the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City this time? Chapter 1372 High-Grade Saint Stones. In cottage number 12 on the high platform at the latent dragon camp, Duan Ling Tian leisurely lay in bed. It was rare that he did not enter the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda to cultivate. Compared to the dilapidated cottages near the manure pit beneath the high platform, the cottage Duan Ling Tian was in was like a paradise on earth. That was one of the benefits of being part of the 13 gangsters. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian also learned that even the lowest-ranking person in the 13 gangsters would receive 108th grade Saint Stones every month. Since he ranked 12th, he would receive 208th grade Saint Stones. Those who ranked in front of him would receive more Saint Stones. The first among the 13 gangsters would receive 1,308th grade Saint Stones. It was equivalent to 137th grade Saint Stones. 137th grade Saint Stones are equivalent to 13 6th grade Saint Stones. All that in just 1 month. Duan Ling Tian stuck his tongue out. However, the first among the 13 gangsters is not only at the mastery mortal shedding stage, but he's also the strongest among all 5 of the martial and Dao cultivators at the mastery mortal shedding stage in the latent dragon camp. With my current strength, I can't even win against ordinary people at the mastery mortal shedding stage, let alone the strongest person among the 13 gangsters. Duan Ling Tian really felt he was weak when he thought about this. He had been in the latent dragon camp of the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City for a few days now. During these few days, he had gained a certain understanding of latent dragon camp. Latent dragon camp was established by the city governor of Mound Hill City. It was dedicated to recruiting and grooming young prodigies from the surrounding areas of Mound Hill City. This round's recruitment of young prodigies began half a year ago. There was an age restriction for the young prodigies recruited by the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. Only martial cultivators and Dao cultivators under 40 years old were allowed to enter the latent dragon camp. The latent dragon camp was also the reserve for the 36 guardians under city governor of Mound Hill City. At the surrounding areas of Mound Hill City, there was almost no one who did not know about the 36 guardians. They were the best of the best under the city governor of Mound Hill City. The weakest among them were also at the perfection mortal shedding stage. It was said that the stronger ones were at the paramount stage. In fact, there were also a few who had entered the Saint Rudiment stage. Naturally, those were the rumors that Duan Ling Tian heard. However, Senior Lin is one of the 36 guardians. That's surprising. Duan Ling Tian also learned that Lin Qingrong was one of the 36 guardians. He was ranked number 9, and he was known as the Heavenly Hero Guardian. It's said that the top 10 guardians among the 36 guardians will become revered elders of the city governor's estate in a few years' time. At that time, there'll only be 26 guardians left. The remaining 10 guardians will be selected from the latent dragon camp. During these few days, Duan Ling Tian kept his ears open for information regarding the latent dragon camp. Naturally, he did not go snooping around. It was very lively under the high platform. All he needed to do was crack open the door of his cottage to hear the noises coming from outside. Everything he heard was said by other members of the latent dragon camp. Now, I can be considered as having settled down in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as he muttered, I wonder how the girls are doing. And then there's Shui Nai. She should have stopped looking for me, right? Duan Ling Tian understood Han Shui Nai very well. She would not notify Half Moon Island of his disappearance before she found him because she was afraid his 2 fiancés and the 3 little fellows would worry. Due to this reason, Duan Ling Tian did not have any plan of returning for now. Naturally, there was another reason as well. He was afraid. That's right, he was afraid. When he came, he encountered many life or death situations because he lost his way. It made him realize the strength and horror of the wild beasts in the vast ocean and made him realize how valuable life was. In the past, in order to become strong enough to protect himself, he went into closed-door cultivation on the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda for 3 years and successfully opened up 15 saint veins and broke through to the early mortal shedding stage. However, even with his cultivation base at the early mortal shedding stage, he was still almost killed by several mastery mortal shedding stage wild beasts. Fortunately, Lin Qingrong was there and had saved him. Therefore, he did not plan to return to Cloud Continent until he had sufficient strength to protect himself. Strength. I'm still too weak right now. Duan Ling Tian sighed and stood up to close the door. At once, the noises outside sounded softer. It was almost negligible. After closing the door, Duan Ling Tian retrieved the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda in the cottage. With a thought, Duan Ling Tian entered the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Elder Huo, give me a reminder after 2.5 months. After greeting Elder Huo, Duan Ling Tian went up to the 2nd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Naturally, when Duan Ling Tian said 2.5 months, he meant 2.5 months inside the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda time. 2.5 months inside the 2nd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda were equivalent to nearly 1 month in the outside world. At that time, it would be the day that members of the latent dragon camps received their saint stones. He was ranked number 12 among the 13 gangsters, so he would receive 208th grade saint stones. Although 200 saint stones were nothing compared to the thousands of high-grade saint stones Shui Nai had given to him in the past, one had to know that even the smallest mosquito had meat. After Duan Ling Tian arrived at the 2nd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, he was not in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, he began to study his current strength. With my current strength and the sun-shooting bow, there shouldn't be a lot of opponents that can beat me among the martial and Dao cultivators at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. A thought flashed in Duan Ling Tian's mind. Naturally, he did not dare to guarantee he could defeat all of the martial and Dao cultivators at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. He would not be a match for them if they were at the intermediate mortal shedding stage and had cultivated the saint-grade martial tactic or Dao method to an extremely high stage. Compared to other martial or Dao cultivators at the intermediate mortal shedding stage, my current advantage, apart from having a body stronger than the 5-clawed divine dragon, is the sun-shooting bow. Although I can't fully utilize the strength of the sun-shooting bow with my current strength, it is still far ahead compared to human-rank mediocre saint weapons wielded by those at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. A few days ago, Duan Ling Tian had seen Guo Li, Hu Lin, and Li Han use their human-rank mediocre saint weapons. That was why he was so certain about this matter. As for the advantages from my saint veins, it'll only be obvious among martial cultivators and Dao cultivators at the same level as I am, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. After all, he only opened up his saint veins when he became a martial cultivator at the mortal shedding stage. However, the true energy in my Qi Si is limited. If I can break through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage, I'm confident that even without my physical strength or the sun-shooting bow, I can easily defeat martial and Dao cultivators at the intermediate mortal shedding stage even if they unleash their full strength. Duan Ling Tian was very confident about this. At that time, the number of saint veins in his body would be beyond comparison to other martial and Dao cultivators at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. If he went against a martial or Dao cultivator at the same level, his true energy would have been used by his ridiculous number of saint veins before his opponent could even utilize the true energy in their Qi Si. As long as he made the first move, his opponent would be defeated before they can even utilize their true energy. Intermediate mortal shedding stage, I don't know how long it'll take me to break through to that stage. Duan Ling Tian's heart was filled with anxiety as he prepared to cultivate. He retrieved the saint stones Han Shui Nai had given to him. They were 5th grade saint stones. It was his first time cultivating with the saint stones given to him by Han Shui Nai. Previously, when he broke through from the peak of the martial emperor stage to the early mortal shedding stage, he had been using 9th grade saint stones to cultivate during that 3 years. During that time, he had almost depleted all his 9th grade saint stones. Those 9th grade saint stones were the leftovers from Half Moon Island. Duan Ling Tian did not want to waste them, so he had decided to use the low-grade saint stones in his hands first. He had used up the 9th grade saint stones to break through to the early mortal shedding stage. Currently, he only had the high-grade saint stones given to him by Han Shui Nai for cultivation. Among the thousands of saint stones given by Han Shui Nai to him, 90% of them were 5th grade saint stones, and 10% were 4th grade saint stones. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, 9 Dragons Form. Duan Ling Tian closed his eyes as he held a 5th grade saint stone. At the same time, he began to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda's 2nd level to cultivate. Although the heaven and earth spirit energy at the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City was very dense, it was only comparable to the heaven and earth spirit energy at the 1st level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. The heaven and earth spirit energy at the 2nd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was far denser than the heaven and earth spirit energy at the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. While absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy at the 2nd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, he was also absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy from the 5th grade saint stone. After he circulated a great Qi circulatory cycle, Duan Ling Tian opened both his eyes suddenly. The speed of cultivation by absorbing a 5th grade Saint Stone isn't much faster than absorbing a 9th grade Saint Stone. However, the heaven and earth spirit energy contained in it is indeed much more than a 9th grade Saint Stone. Duan Ling Tian looked at the 5th grade Saint Stone in his hands. He could see the substantial amount of heaven and earth spirit energy that was flowing from the 5th grade Saint Stone into his body. According to what Shui Nai said, a 5th grade Saint Stone will last longer than a 9th grade Saint Stone. With my current cultivation speed, I'll deplete a 9th grade Saint Stone in just a day. Naturally, this was also because of Duan Ling Tian's ridiculously fast cultivation speed. Duan Ling Tian had 15 saint veins to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy for cultivation. His cultivation speed had even surpassed most of the martial cultivators at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. After all, the factor that affected the absorption rate of the heaven and earth spirit energy was the number of saint veins. Due to that reason, one's cultivation speed would be faster the more saint veins one had. If an ordinary martial or Dao cultivator at the early stage of the mortal shedding stage were to compare their cultivation speed with Duan Ling Tian, they would definitely feel like dying. Normally, a martial or Dao cultivator at the early mortal shedding stage has to cultivate a few days before they'll deplete a 9th grade Saint Stone. Throughout the cultivation process, if they keep changing Saint Stones, it'll affect their cultivation speed to a certain extent. Hence, it's best to use high-grade Saint Stones when cultivating if it's possible so they don't have to change it so often. Duan Ling Tian discovered one of the benefits of a high-grade Saint Stone. Chapter 1373 Extortion. Shui Nai gave me 4th grade Saint Stones as well. The durability of a 4th grade Saint Stone is equivalent to 10 5th grade Saint Stones according to the conversion ratio between the various grades of Saint Stones in the Dao martial Saint Land, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. With my current cultivation base and cultivation speed, a 5th grade Saint Stone will still have a lot of leftover energy even after helping me to break through from the early mortal shedding stage. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian closed his eyes again to cultivate. The heaven and earth spirit energy from the 2nd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and the 5th grade Saint Stone kept flowing into his body. The 10th form of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique, 9 dragons form cultivation method, had transformed into 9 dragons and carried the heaven and earth spirit energy along the 15 saint veins to circulate the great qi circulatory cycle before it transformed into true energy and integrated with the qi sea in the middle of Duan Ling Tian's eyebrows. The true energy kept increasing in the qi sea that was as big as a pigeon's egg. Although the increase was minimal, sooner or later it would be full after it had accumulated. The day it was completely filled would be the day Duan Ling had broken through to the intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage. To cultivate from the early mortal shedding stage to the intermediate mortal shedding stage is much easier than breaking through from the peak of the martial emperor stage to the early mortal shedding stage. Duan Ling Tian knew this very well. After all, the latter had to integrate the profundities into the origin energy and then transform it into true energy. Moreover, it had to open up the saint veins. It was extremely inconvenient. The former was much simpler. It would be done once the qi sea was completely filled with true energy. He would then break through and open up his saint veins. Time passed by very quickly when one was cultivating. In just a blink of an eye, 2.5 months had passed. Duan Ling Tian, who was roused by Elder Huo, left the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and returned to cottage number 12. After keeping the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, Duan Ling Tian opened the door. It did not take long before Guo Li showed up in front of his door. Duan Ling Tian, we should go and receive our saint stones, Guo Li said to Duan Ling Tian. It's today, Duan Ling Tian asked. From today onward, we have 3 days to pick them up. The place where they are distributing saint stones is very near. It's at the pavilion next to the 13 gangsters' cottages, Guo Li said. That pavilion? Duan Ling Tian was surprised. He remembered seeing that pavilion when he first arrived at the latent dragon camp. Back then, he had wondered what that place was. It seemed like that place was where the powerhouse from the city governor's estate resided. That powerhouse was also responsible for guarding the members of the latent dragon camp. There were rules in the latent dragon camp after all, and rules only worked when there were supervision and enforcement. Let's go. Duan Ling Tian stepped out of his room and walked toward the pavilion with Guo Li. During the journey, both of them caught a lot of people's attention. That's Duan Ling Tian and Guo Li. That's right, a month ago, they entered the ranks of the 13 gangsters. They seem like a perfect match. Are they a couple? Many people saw Duan Ling Tian and Guo Li and began to gossip about them. Some of them even thought they were a couple. Duan Ling Tian did not take the remarks to heart and merely laughed it off. However, it was different for Guo Li as she began to blush. Hi, Duan Ling Tian. When they arrived near the pavilion, Duan Ling Tian heard someone greeting him. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was Zhu Lang. Zhu Lang, why are you alone? Where's Hu Jia? Duan Ling Tian asked, puzzled, when he realized Zhu Lang was alone. HMPH. He has climbed the social ladder. The person ranked number 5 among the 13 gangsters, that mastery mortal shedding stage powerhouse, is his distant cousin brother. Zhu Lang said with a snort. Isn't that good? You're pretty close to him, right? He can look out for you in the future, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. Look out for me. It'll be good enough if he doesn't kill me. Zhu Lang laughed self-deprecatingly and looked at Guo Li before he said, Guo Li, you're also from a 9th-rate family, you'll know better. Maybe Hu Jia and I are close because we were in the same boat, but once he found protection, how do you think he'll treat me? Kill you for his family, Guo Li said bluntly. Zhu Lang and Hu Jia were a bit like her and Yi Man, the prodigy of the Yi clan from Fuyu Town, whom Duan Ling Tian replaced. Anyway, I'll go first. Zhu Lang jumped down from the high platform and returned to his cottage after he greeted both of them. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and entered the pavilion with Guo Li. The person responsible for distributing the origin stones was the person who was guarding the latent dragon camp, the Heavenly Harm Guardian. The Heavenly Harm Guardian ranked number 14 among the 36 guardians. Guo Li, 108th grade Saint Stones. Duan Ling Tian, 208th grade Saint Stones. The Heavenly Harm Guardian's face was solemn from the beginning until the end as he handed Saint Stones woodenly to Duan Ling Tian and Guo Li. Both of them received the origin stones and thanked him. Perfection stage of the mortal shedding stage. During that period of time, Duan Ling Tian used the divine eye to probe the Heavenly Harm Guardian and discovered his strength. In this regard, Duan Ling Tian was not surprised. Without a cultivation base above the perfection mortal shedding stage, he would not be able to guard the latent dragon camp. At least, he would not be able to overpower the top few 13 gangsters. Duan Ling Tian did not notice that when he and Guo Li turned to leave, the Heavenly Harm Guardian had actually lifted his head to look at him. He looked different from before. After Duan Ling Tian and Guo Li left the pavilion, they went back. Duan Ling Tian, the members of Latent Dragon Camp will have a chance to go out once every 3 months. Are you preparing to go out as well? Guo Li asked as she looked at Duan Ling Tian. No. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. I have nothing to do even if I go out. I don't plan to either. Who knows if the 2 clans sent anyone to lurk outside of the city governor's estate to kill me, Guo Li said. They dare to kill you in Mount Hill City. Duan Ling Tian was surprised. Why wouldn't they? If they have the chance, they'll even sneak into the city governor's estate to kill me, Guo Li replied. They aren't afraid of the punishment from the city governor's estate. Duan Ling Tian frowned. As far as he knew, Fuyu Town was under the jurisdiction of Mount Hill City. Punishment. Guo Li shook her head. Currently, I'm still not qualified to ask the city governor's estate for any favor. Even if I am killed now, the city governor's estate won't blame the 2 largest clans of Fuyu Town just because of me. I'll be truly safe only when the city governor's estate acknowledges my worth, Guo Li continued saying. You're Duan Ling Tian, the one who defeated Li Han and became the new number 12 of the 13 gangsters. Give me half of the Saint Stones you received. Duan Ling Tian and Guo Li had just arrived at the cottage when a voice sounded from nearby. Following that, both of them saw a black-clad youth from cottage number 6 walking toward them. The black-clad youth was tall and muscular. His gait was similar to a dragon's gambol and a tiger's prowl. It's Zhang Jilong. He's ranked number 6 among the 13 gangsters. This Zhang Jilong usually extorts the 13 gangsters ranked behind him for Saint Stones with his strength. However, doesn't he usually start with the last one? It's probably because she's a female, that's why he's showing compassion. At this time, the eyes of the youths beneath the high platform landed on Duan Ling Tian, Guo Li, and Zhang Jilong. Many people came out from their cottages regardless if they were on the high platform or below the high platform. They had heard the commotion and came out to watch the show. Duan Ling Tian was calm even when he was faced with Zhang Jilong, who came bearing ill intention. He silently opened the divine eye. Zhang Jilong, 32 years old. His cultivation base was at the intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage. Why should I give it to you? Duan Ling Tian sneered as he glanced at Zhang Jilong. I don't just want you to give me half of it now. I want all the saint stones you received earlier. 200 saint stones. Hand it over. Zhang Jilong stood in front of Duan Ling Tian calmly, but his tone was insolent and domineering. Idiot. Duan Ling Tian spat out the word as he stared at Zhang Jilong coldly. There was an uproar after Duan Ling Tian spoke. Is this Duan Ling Tian crazy? He dares to call Zhang Jilong an idiot. I'm not dreaming, am I? Ah, it hurts. Why did you pinch my thigh? Let's watch something fun. The group of young men and women beneath the high platform were looking at the high platform with great interest. Usually, they would only cultivate. It was quite boring. They were always in high spirits whenever conflicts arose. On the high platform, apart from the top 13 gangsters at the mastery mortal shedding stage, the rest of the 13 gangsters at the intermediate mortal shedding stage also came out of their cottages. They watched the confrontation between Duan Ling Tian and Zhang Jilong with great interest. Similar to the group of youth beneath the high platform, they also came out to watch the action. Naturally, these people had one thing in common. That was, they were all victims of Zhang Jilong's extortion. They had given half of the saint stones they received today to Zhang Jilong. They were also unwilling to give up their saint stones. However, they had no choice but to comply. Otherwise, they would definitely be beaten up by Zhang Jilong and would not be able to get out of bed for a month. That would only impede their cultivation. In this case, the loss outweighed the gain. Therefore, they would honestly give half of the saint stones they received to Zhang Jilong every month. Boy, don't think you're so amazing just because you defeated Li Han a month ago. In front of me, Li Han won't even last half a move. Zhang Jilong looked at Duan Ling Tian calmly. Although he spoke calmly, people who were astute could detect his anger. If one were to say Zhang Jilong was a volcano, then currently he was. A volcano on the verge of erupting. In his eyes, no matter if it was Li Han or Duan Ling Tian, they were not worth mentioning at all. However, today, one of them dared to disobey him. He felt as though his dignity was challenged. So what? Duan Ling Tian still had a sneer on his face. Come and get it yourself if you want the saint stones in my hands. If you dare not, then just get out of my sight. No, don't get out of my sight. I almost forgot. You're ranked number 6 among the 13 gangsters, right? Duan Ling Tian suddenly asked. He seemed to have recalled something. Chapter 1374 Heavenly Leader Guardian. When Duan Ling Tian first started to speak, the onlookers were already dumbfounded. Duan Ling Tian was too fearless, daring to provoke Zhang Jilong like that. Furthermore, what did he mean by his last sentence? Why would he ask whether Zhang Jilong was number 6 among the 13 gangsters? Unless he wanted to. The onlookers did not dare to continue that thought. They all felt chills travel up their spines, thinking that Duan Ling Tian was crazy. Insane. The latent dragon camp gathered the top prodigies from the surrounding area of Mount Hill City. Zhang Jilong was capable of being the number 1 person at the intermediate mortal shedding stage in the latent dragon camp. To a certain extent, he would be considered the top person at the intermediate mortal shedding stage around the surrounding area of Mount Hill City. How could Duan Ling Tian dare to provoke someone like that? Did he think he could defeat Zhang Jilong? Where did he get such confidence? Currently, even Guo Li, who was absolutely confident in Duan Ling Tian, could not help but worry for him. She spoke to him through true energy voice transmission. Duan Ling Tian, why don't you give him the 200 grade 8 saint stones? I still have 100 grade 8 saint stones with me. I can give you 50, which would be enough for your cultivation, Guo Li suggested. That's right, I ranked number 6 at the latent dragon camp's 13 gangsters. Why, do you want to challenge me? When he heard Duan Ling Tian's words, Zhang Jilong was so angry that he cackled. He was boiling with unquenchable anger. It seems that you're more than an ordinary idiot. Wasn't what I said obvious enough? The others could see it, but you couldn't. You still had to ask. Duan Ling Tian mocked in disdain. Do you want to die? Zhang Jilong was not an even-tempered person ordinarily, what more now that he was repeatedly provoked by Duan Ling Tian. He jumped with his legs, transforming into a cannonball and shooting towards Duan Ling Tian. He should have attacked a long time ago. Facing the incoming Zhang Jilong, Duan Ling Tian snorted. In a split second, he retrieved the sun-shooting bow. Moreover, he also used true energy to form an arrow in his right hand. Noticing that Zhang Jilong was only a few meters away from him, Duan Ling Tian pulled open the sun-shooting bow slightly while raising his hand. Naturally, he exerted his full strength. Therefore, the arrow that flew out was still outrageously fast even though the sun-shooting bow was only slightly pulled open. Duan Ling Tian stepped on the arrow and passed across the incoming Zhang Jilong. They almost brushed against each other's shoulders. The speed he displayed was as fast as Zhang Jilong. Zhang Jilong does indeed have something up his sleeves. His speed is about the same as mine. Duan Ling Tian, who shot out with his arrow and exchanged positions with Zhang Jilong, had turned and looked at the latter, who turned at the same time. The surprise was apparent on his face. Zhang Jilong had a plan to become the number one person at the intermediate mortal shedding stage in the latent dragon camp. Zhang Jilong was just as surprised as Duan Ling Tian. This boy's speed. He was as fast as me. Zhang Jilong was utterly shocked. Ever since he broke through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage, apart from people who were at the mastery mortal shedding stage, he had not met any intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivator who could catch up with him. As the saying went, in the martial skills under the heavens, only speed is unbeatable. Zhang Jilong could command respect among the intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivators mostly because of his speed. He's so fast that he became undefeatable. Coupled with his attacks, which were formidable, he had never met an evenly matched opponent among the intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivators and Dao cultivators. Did he catch up with Zhang Jilong? Now, the pavilion which gave out saint stones was already closed. On the balcony of that pavilion, one of the 36 guardians of the governor's estate in Mount Hill City, the Heavenly Harm Guardian, was watching the confrontation in astonishment. His attention was focused on the purple figure. Did you guys see that? The few other intermediate mortal shedding stage 13 gangsters looked at one another in the eyes and saw shock. All of them had lost to Zhang Jilong before. They had battled with Zhang Jilong, so they naturally knew the reason he could beat them was that of his outrageous speed. And now, there was another intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivator who could catch up with Zhang Jilong's speed. How was it not shocking to them? Was another Zhang Jilong born? They were conflicted. Realizing how fast Duan Ling Tian was earlier, they knew that they were likely to be defeated if they went up against him. He was simply so swift that he could be compared to Zhang Jilong. Such mind-blowing speed. Duan Ling Tian actually had some reservations when he defeated Li Han a month ago. If he had revealed such speed then, I think Li Han would have been defeated before he had the chance to attack. Oh, God, his speed was about the same with Zhang Jilong's. The group of youth beneath the high platform were fanatical as they all stared intently at Duan Ling Tian. Such breakneck speed. In the corner of the crowd, Li Han stood there with a distorted expression. It seems that unless I break through to the mastery mortal shedding stage, I wouldn't be able to redeem myself. I must break through to the mastery mortal shedding stage before he does. As he thought of that, Li Han returned to his wooden house and started cultivating while holding a saint stone. You would be amused wondering what expression he would have if he knew that Duan Ling Tian was merely an early mortal shedding stage martial cultivator right now. 2 months. 2 more months at the most, then I'll definitely defeat you. Although Hu Lin was also horrified by Duan Ling Tian's speed, he was still filled with confidence because he was sure he could break through to the mastery mortal shedding stage in 2 months' time. By then, not only would he defeat Guo Li to redeem himself, but he also wanted to defeat Duan Ling Tian to prove his strength to everyone in the latent dragon camp. No wonder you're so arrogant. You had the capital to do so. However, do you think you can defeat me just by being able to catch up with me? Zhang Jilong said coldly. I'd have to try to know whether I can defeat you or not, Duan Ling Tian said faintly. All right, then, I shall do you that favor. Once Zhang Jilong finished his sentence, his whole body shot out while his legs swept towards Duan Ling Tian like a whirlwind. Wherever he passed, it was like there was a tornado. He headed straight for Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian had long discovered that Zhang Jilong's saint weapon was his pair of boots. Regardless of his speed or his attack, all he relied on were his legs, just as Duan Ling Tian depended on the arrow in his hands for his speed and his attack. Facing the tornado caused by Zhang Jilong's legs, Duan Ling Tian shot upwards. He knocked the arrow and drew his bow while his eyes locked onto Zhang Jilong. Then, he let go of the bowstring. Instantly, the arrow, which was formed by true energy, shot out across the sky towards Zhang Jilong, leaving behind an arrow trail. HMPH. Zhang Jilong snorted, his legs becoming quicker while the tornado turned fiercer as it swept towards the true energy arrows shot by Duan Ling Tian. Finally, A loud bang erupted when the tornado met the arrow. A vast airwave swept out, and moments later, the tornado slowed down and disappeared. Zhang Jilong's body trembled and he was blown away by the airwaves. At the same time, barely able to stand still, he felt something stuck in his throat. His face was slightly pale as he forcefully swallowed the blood in his throat back. His pride forbade him from spitting blood out at a time like this. Once he spat out blood, it was undoubtedly an announcement that he, Zhang Jilong, had lost to Duan Lingtian. Such a proud person. Duan Lingtian, who landed firmly, was unscathed. He looked over at Zhang Jilong. The others might not know the force of his arrow, but he did. Although it was offset by Zhang Jilong's movements, the airwave caused by the clash was sufficient to injure him. If he had been nearby at that time, he would have been injured too. However, because he used the arrow, which was a long-range weapon, it was destined that he would not be affected by the airwaves. In that regard, he had an advantage. No matter their attack or their speed, Zhang Jilong and him were evenly matched. However, he was destined to beat his opponent in an actual battle because his weapon of choice was an archery set. Zhang Jilong's injuries were so well hidden that even the several intermediate mortal shedding stage 13 gangsters did not notice it. If none of those people realized that, what more the one beneath the high platform or those behind the manure pit? Duan Lingtian continued confronting Zhang Jilong and asked, "Hey, Zhang Jilong, is it? Do you still want to continue?" Wah! Having heard Duan Lingtian's words, Zhang Jilong became mad again, and the blood which he had swallowed came up only to be spat out savagely. The blood stained the ground like a dazzling red rose. The scene became deadly silent. Zhang Jilong was injured. The audience was aghast. They really did not see that coming. If there was someone who was not surprised, it would be none other than Duan Lingtian and the person in the pavilion, the Heavenly Harm Guardian. Suddenly, the Heavenly Harm Guardian in the pavilion frowned as if he sensed something, and then he looked at the sky into the distance. From afar, a figure was controlling the air and flying towards him at a speed so quick that he could only catch a glimpse of the person. In the blink of an eye, that person was already standing beside him. A middle-aged man in green appeared beside the Heavenly Harm Guardian. He was average in size but lean. When he stood there, he inconspicuously exuded a lot of pressure. 14. Eventually, he spoke while looking towards the Heavenly Harm Guardian with a slight smile. "Eldest brother." The Heavenly Harm Guardian took a deep breath and bowed respectfully towards the middle-aged man in green, not daring to slight him. His eyes were laced with excitement. That was his eldest brother. The leader of the 36 Guardians, the Heavenly Leader Guardian. At the same time, his eldest brother was among the few powerhouses of the 36 Guardians who had entered the Saint Rudiment stage. Who's that? Did he defeat Zhang Jilong? The Heavenly Leader Guardian's gaze was fixed on the purple figure below as he said in surprise, "I don't think I've seen him before. Is he new?" "Ninth brother brought him back," the Heavenly Harm Guardian said. "Ninth brother brought him back." The Heavenly Leader Guardian was even more surprised. "Is he that Duan Lingtian? The prodigy martial cultivator from the mortal continents?" Chapter 1375. The leader of the 13 gangsters. After Zhang Jilong, who had been defeated by Duan Lingtian, swallowed a healing medicinal pill, he snapped at Duan Lingtian with a solemn face. "Duan Lingtian, I'll avenge the shame that I feel today." His eyes were gleaming with a ferocious luster. At that moment, Duan Lingtian felt like as though he was being glared at by a poisonous snake, causing his heart to sink as he realized that this Zhang Jilong was a dangerous character. "What, do you refuse to admit your defeat?" Duan Lingtian smirked. Just as Zhang Jilong was about to say something, a whistling reverberated in the wind, and in the next instance, everybody present at the scene noticed that someone had just appeared on the high platform. It was a middle-aged man in silver armor. This person was not unfamiliar to most of them. It's Lord Heavenly Harm Guardian. He's one of the 36 guardians of Lord City Governor. Lord Heavenly Harm Guardian, who's also ranked 14th, is also the overseer for our latent dragon camp. A series of whispers entered Duan Lingtian's ears. He's also one of the 36 guardians under the command of the governor of Mount Hill City. Duan Lingtian recognized the silver-armored man. He was the person who had distributed the saint stones to them, but it had never crossed his mind that he was also one of the 6 guardians under the command of the governor of Mount Hill City. On top of that, he was ranked 14th too. Lord Heavenly Harm Guardian. Many people bowed towards the Lord Heavenly Harm Guardian. Heavenly Leader Guardian, the leader of the 36 guardians, gave out an order that all of the 13 gangsters are required to go to the assembly hall at the city governor's estate now. All of you must be present, the Heavenly Harm Guardian announced. When he reached the end of his sentence, the true energy contained in his voice exploded like a blast and spread out to the entire latent dragon camp. He's reminding the 5 out of the 13 gangsters who have reached the mortal shedding stage mastery stage. Duan Ling Tian could tell the intentions of the Heavenly Harm Guardian. Right now, other than the 5 martial or Dao cultivators who were at the mortal shedding stage master stage, almost all of the rest of the 13 gangsters were already in attendance. Haha, now that the Heavenly Leader Guardian has asked for a meeting in the assembly hall personally, it looks like there must be something interesting going on then. A peal of hearty laughter reverberated as a figure shot out of the second wooden house. Soon, it left the campsite of the latent dragon camp at a speed so fast that even Duan Ling Tian could barely catch it. How fast? As expected from the second strongest person among the 13 gangsters. Duan Ling Tian was taken aback. In the next instance, Duan Ling Tian saw someone shoot out of the wooden houses with the numbers 3, 4, and 5 each respectively. They followed behind the person who came out of the second wooden house and left the latent dragon camp. It was apparent that they were heading to the assembly hall. At that very second, the Heavenly Harm Guardian had returned to the multi-story pavilion. He had already finished making his announcement. After Zhang Jilong threw a cold glance at Duan Ling Tian, he also descended from the high platform and left the latent dragon camp. The other few members of the 13 gangsters also left one by one. At once, there were only Duan Ling Tian and Guo Li left. Let's go. Guo Li motioned. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. However, when he left, he could not help but glance at the first wooden house a few times. Soon, he realized that there still seemed to be no sign of movement at all from that wooden house. Nobody came out of it even after a long time. Don't tell me that the owner of the first wooden house, the leader of the 13 gangsters, dares to obey the order given by the Heavenly Leader Guardian, the leader of the 36 guardians. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. After Duan Ling Tian left with Guo Li, a commotion broke out in the entire latent dragon camp as all of them were no longer in fear. The Heavenly Leader Guardian, the leader of the 36 guardians, personally asked the 13 gangsters to assemble. I wonder what's actually going on. It's been quite some time since I reached this latent dragon camp and I've only seen the Heavenly Harm Guardian before out of all of the 36 guardians. Let alone Lord Heavenly Leader Guardian, I've never even seen any other Lord Guardians before. Who told you to not cultivate harder? Otherwise, you could be part of the 13 gangsters and go to see Lord Heavenly Leader Guardian together too. Just as the group of latent dragon camp's members buried their heads in a discussion, Duan Ling Tian and Guo Li had also reached the assembly hall in the city governor's estate. After they entered, they noticed 10 people already standing inside. Out of the 10 people, other than the 4 new faces, Duan Ling Tian had some impression towards the other 6. He had seen them before in the latent dragon camp's campsite earlier. They were the few mortal shedding stage intermediate stage martial and Dao cultivators of the 13 gangsters. Oh, new faces. Right at this moment, a sturdy, stocky, young man with an imposing build, who appeared to be crude and slipshod, looked at Duan Ling Tian and Guo Li in astonishment. Are you two the new members of the 13 gangsters? Shang Hu, it looks like you really have shut yourself in the room and are oblivious to whatever happens outside. The two of them are none other than the new latent dragon camp members who replaced Hu Lin and Li Han a month ago. A young, sturdy man, who looked as though he took a cynical attitude towards life, smiled as he chimed in. Not bad, not bad. Shang Hu cast a glance at Duan Ling Tian and Guo Li as he nodded. Is he the person who ranked second among the 13 gangsters? Looking at Shang Hu, Duan Ling Tian could tell that the voice of the person who came out of wooden house number 2 just now was exactly identical to this person. It was apparent that they were the same person. Good day to you guys. I'm Jin Yuan Bao, who ranks third among the 13 gangsters, just second only to that freak in this big block right here. Fanning himself, the luxuriously clad young man introduced himself as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Guo Li, the 13th of the 13 gangsters. Seeing how the person who ranked third among the 13 gangsters took the initiative to introduce himself, Guo Li neither dared to act highly nor slack. Duan Ling Tian, the 6th of the 13 gangsters, Duan Ling Tian continued to introduce himself after Guo Li. He was sort of fond of Jin Yuan Bao, who was exceptionally friendly. He was the kind of person who was usually open and poised. The 6th of the 13 gangsters. Upon hearing that, Jin Yuan Bao could not help but be taken aback. Isn't the sixth of the 13 gangsters Zhang Jilong? Then, he instantly looked at Zhang Jilong and asked in surprise, Zhang Jilong, were you actually defeated by a newbie? Even though Zhang Jilong was reluctant, he still had no other choice but to nod his head in admission. At the same time, he did not leave out his explanation. If his weapon had not been the archery set, he could have only come to a draw with me at the most. After battling it out with Duan Ling Tian, of course, Zhang Jilong knew his weak point. It was also for this reason that he was very dissatisfied. HMPH. A loss is a loss. Why do you want to find so many excuses for? Don't tell me that if you're killed, you can still revive yourself and seek revenge on him. A plain-clothed young man who stood at the side snorted in a low voice and snapped in disdain. Haha, Sun Jie, Zhang Jilong is already pissed that he's been defeated, so why did you need to pour salt on his wound again? The young man, whose eyes had never left Guo Li ever since she entered the door, finally retracted his gaze and shifted it towards the ordinary-clad young man. With a burst of deep laughter, he piped up, Zheng Jian, don't be a busybody. Sun Jie snorted. Are those Sun Jie, the fourth of the 13 gangsters, and Zheng Jian, the fifth of the 13 gangsters, who is also Hu Jia's distant cousin too? Duan Ling Tian could still remember Sun Jie and Zheng Jian's silhouettes. They were none other than the people who had come out of wooden houses number 4 and 5. Junior sister Guo. Somehow, Zheng Jian had already gone to stand in front of Guo Li and greeted her with enthusiasm without the temperament of a mortal shedding stage mastery stage martial cultivator at all. However, there was a horny luster beaming in the depths of his gaze, revealing signs of his evil intentions. Of course, Guo Li noticed this. Coldly, she replied, I don't know you. You don't know me, but I know you. Zheng Jian grinned. You're the darling daughter of the Guo clan in Fuyu Town, and not only that, but you're also the strongest among the young generation of Fuyu Town too. I was lucky to have had the opportunity to accompany my father to visit your estate before. So, Guo Li's reaction remained as calm as just now. Junior sister Guo, let me introduce myself first. I'm Zheng Jian, the eldest son of the Zheng clan in the New South Town, who also ranks 5th among the 13 gangsters of the Latent Dragon Camp. Zheng Jian introduced himself patiently. This time, Guo Li completely ignored him. No matter how much sweet talk Zheng Jian poured out, she completely ignored him nevertheless. In the end, Zheng Jian's expression changed to become extremely grave. You bitch, don't force me to get rough with you. Frostiness leaked out of Zheng Jian's eyes as he snapped in his heart. Haha, Zheng Jian, I realize that you can be quite despicable, huh? Can't you see that Miss Guo Li isn't interested in you at all? Yet, you can still talk so much. I really admire you, dude. Jin Yuanbao threw his head behind as he guffawed unscrupulously, mocking Zheng Jian. Jin Yuanbao, don't you push me too far. The moment Jin Yuanbao's words left his mouth, Zheng Jian was so pissed that he glared at him ferociously with an extremely sour expression. Don't push you too far. So what if I push you too far? Come on, I'll give you a chance to defeat me. How about that? Upon hearing Zheng Jian's words, Jin Yuanbao released a peal of brilliant laughter. With just one sentence, he pissed Zheng Jian off so much that his body kept trembling. His face was completely flushed and his eyes were bloodshot as though he was about to erupt anytime. Right at this moment, a draft blew into the assembly hall and caused the robes on the 12 people to flutter for a while before they finally stopped. The next instant, a figure appeared in the assembly hall. It was a plain-looking young man who carried a long-sheathed sword on his back. Standing right there, he was extremely quiet. He did not make any sound at all. Is he the leader of the 13 gangsters? When the young man in green made his appearance, Duan Ling Tian did not sense anything at all prior, and even when the wind blew past, he did not notice that it was actually a person. Instead, he thought that it was really just the wind. At once, he was taken by astonishment, the divine eye. In his curiosity, Duan Ling Tian looked at the green-clad man and narrowed his eyes. 30 years old, mortal shedding stage. Perfection stage. Upon probing the young man's age and cultivation base, Duan Ling Tian was completely astounded. Mortal shedding stage, perfection stage at 30 years old. What kind of freak was this? Freak, you finally came, and here I thought that you were going to disobey Lord Heavenly Leader Guardian's order. The friendly Jin Yuanbao squinted his eyes at the man in green and smiled. I'm not a freak, the man finally responded. His voice was so cold that it seemed to be able to turn water into ice. Freak. Upon hearing Jin Yuan Bao greet the green-clad young man, Duan Ling Tian could not help but be reminded by the sentence that Jin Yuan Bao had uttered earlier, "Good day to you guys. I'm Jin Yuan Bao who ranks third among the 13 gangsters, just second only to that freak in this big block right here." The big block in this sentence was none other than Shang Hu, the person who ranked second among the 13 gangsters. He's Ling Yun, the leader of the 13 gangsters. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian finally got his confirmation. Chapter 1376, The 5 Rated Forces. I thought the first 5 of the 13 gangsters are at mortal shedding stage mastery stage. Duan Ling Tian gasped. Could Ling Yun have just made a breakthrough recently? In the end, Duan Ling Tian could only come up with such a conclusion. He also realized that the moment Ling Yun appeared, other than the friendly Jin Yuan Bao, all the others including Shang Hu, who ranked second among the 13 gangsters, had dread in their eyes when they looked at him. Good. All of you are here now. A voice echoed in the assembly hall, taking everyone including Duan Ling Tian by surprise. Ling Yun was the only person standing right there, unwavering like a mountain, as though he was a statue. Ling Yun is so steady that it's absolutely blood-curdling, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Just at the second when the voice echoed in the air, a green figure also appeared in the main seat in the assembly hall. It was a middle-aged man clad in green. The moment the man appeared, a gush of powerful aura swept out from him and caused the surroundings to dim in color. Lord Heavenly Leader Guardian. At once, everybody including Ling Yu bowed towards him. Duan Ling Tian and Guo Li bowed as well. Had it been only the two of them, they would not have been able to recognize this person at all. Is he the Heavenly Leader Guardian? One of the 36 guardians under the command of the governor of Mount Hill City. Duan Ling Tian was taken aback secretly. After he raised his head, he began to study the middle-aged man. Before him stood the Heavenly Leader Guardian, who was also the leader of the 36 guardians. I asked all of you to come because I want to announce something. The Heavenly Leader Guardian did not beat around the bush as he announced. In 3 months, Lord City Governor will come out of his closed-door cultivation, and by that time, he will pick 2 to 3 disciples among the 13 of you. Was Lord City Governor going to pick his disciples? The moment these words left the Heavenly Leader Guardian's mouth, other than Duan Ling Tian, everyone's eyes lit up right away. The city governor of Mount Hill City was a powerful person who was at the Saint Rudiment stage. He was the strongest person in the area encompassing Mount Hill City. If one became his disciple, one would definitely be able to rise directly to a high position without fail. Other than that, it would also be equivalent to obtaining powerful protection. Being the disciple of the governor of Mount Hill City, one would definitely be able to roam free around the city. Deep breaths filled the entire assembly hall at once. Other than Duan Ling Tian, who maintained his calm, only Ling Yun among everyone else appeared to be more collected. However, desire could be seen pooling in his eyes as well. As for Duan Ling Tian, it seemed like he did not give a damn at all. He was not putting a facade on. Instead, he really did not give a damn at all. Duan Ling Tian's field of vision was completely different from the group of young geniuses there. In the opinions of these young geniuses, the governor of Mount Hill City, who was on the Saint Rudiment stage, was someone they needed to look up to and fear. On the contrary, in Duan Ling Tian's opinion, the governor of Mount Hill City was merely an ordinary Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. Heavenly Leader Guardian did not miss Duan Ling Tian's composure, and he could not help but praise in his heart, this little guy from the mortal continent that Ninth Brother has found isn't bad. He's yet to see the world, but he can still be this calm even after he heard that Lord City Governor is looking to recruit disciples. One could easily imagine that if Duan Ling Tian knew what the Heavenly Leader Guardian was thinking right now, he would most likely itch to take his 7 treasures exquisite pagoda out and blow it up in size before slamming it violently on his head. Did he actually think that he had never seen the world before? Lord Heavenly Leader Guardian, may I ask how will Lord City Governor choose his direct disciple later on? Zhang Ji Long asked in excitement. 3 months later, Lord City Governor will come out of his closed-door cultivation and will run a test on each of you. Of course, I have no idea what the test is going to be either, the Heavenly Leader Guardian replied. The reason I asked all of you to come is to remind you that within these 3 months, work as hard as you can so that you can build your strength as much as possible. 3 months later, whoever is eliminated from the 13 gangsters will have no chance to become the city governor's disciple. After the Heavenly Leader Guardian had finished, he waved his hand and said, "All right, go back now." Right away, the remaining 11 people including Duan Ling Tian and Ling Yun immediately disappeared from the assembly hall in just a flash. heading back towards the latent dragon camp. They were rushing back to cultivate. After Ling Yun cast a peculiar glance Duan Ling Tian, he flew out as well. Guo Li is also another one. Even if you really want to elevate your strength, there's no need to be in such a mad rush, is there? Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly before walking out of the assembly hall leisurely. He was not interested in becoming the disciple of the governor of Mound Hill City. Therefore, he was in no hurry to go back to cultivate. Wait a minute, just as Duan Ling Tian was about to cross the threshold of the assembly hall, a voice echoed from behind him. It was none other than Heavenly Leader Guardian's voice. Lord Heavenly Leader Guardian, did you call for me? Looking at the Heavenly Leader Guardian, Duan Ling Tian asked. To be honest, he was the most curious about the Heavenly Leader Guardian, this leader of the 36 guardians under the command of the governor of Mound Hill City. Just now, he had actually attempted to use his divine eye to probe the Heavenly Leader Guardian. However, the moment he remembered that Senior Lin, who was ranked 9th among the 36 guardians, was already at the mortal shedding stage paramount stage, he quickly dismissed his idea again. Duan Ling Tian even suspected that this leader of the 36 guardians was actually at the Saint Rudiment stage just like the city governor of the Mound Hill City. Of course, this was all his own speculation. I heard that you came from the mortal continent. Is that true? Looking at Duan Ling Tian, the Heavenly Leader Guardian asked. Yes. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised that he knew about his origins. After all, he had reported his background before to Senior Lin, telling him that he was from the mortal continent. Which mortal continent are you from? As far as I know, there are 3 mortal continents outside of Dao Martial Saint Land, but only 2 of them have martial cultivators. I came from the mortal continent that only houses martial cultivators, Duan Ling Tian replied honestly. I heard of that mortal continent before. It's called the Cloud Continent. The Heavenly Leader Guardian nodded his head wisely. It looks like you're not from the same mortal continent as the city governor's disciple. If you two were from the same mortal continent, you two would definitely know each other. The city governor's disciple, Duan Ling Tian was taken aback. Is he from the mortal continent too? That's right, the Heavenly Leader Guardian nodded as he smiled. Not only is he from the mortal continent, but he also possesses a remarkable one-of-a-kind talent. You'll definitely have the opportunity to come across him in the future. Alright, Duan Ling Tian nodded. Lord Heavenly Leader Guardian. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian was reminded about something. Can I ask you a question? Sure. Do you know whether there's a Han clan among the 5 rated forces in the Dao Martial Saint Land? Duan Ling Tian asked. 5 rated force. The moment Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, the Heavenly Leader Guardian's expression had already turned glum. A 5 rated force. To him, that was a presence that he could only watch from far away. Lord Heavenly Leader Guardian, what's wrong? Duan Ling Tian could see that there seemed to be something wrong with the Heavenly Leader Guardian, so he was perplexed. He did not understand why the Heavenly Leader Guardian would change to become sullen so suddenly. Was there anything wrong? It was actually because the saint stones that Shui Nai had given him were mostly made up of 5th grade saint stones and a small part of them were 4th grade saint stones. Because of this, he suspected that the force behind her must be a 5th rated force in Dao Martial Saint Land. Of course, the reason he made such a speculation was also because of Guo Li's words. According to Guo Li, her Guo clan that she was in from Fuyu Town was a 9th rated force and they owned a 9th grade Saint Stone Reserve. The city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, on the other hand, was an 8th rated force and they owned an 8th grade Saint Stone Reserve. The 9th grade Saint Stone Reserve could produce some 8th grade Saint Stones. On the other hand, the 8th grade Saint Stone Reserve could produce some 7th grade Saint Stones. It was exactly by this deduction that he felt that the force that Shui Nai was in must be a 5th rated force in Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Ling Tian, why did you ask this? Taking a deep breath, the Heavenly Leader Guardian finally eased his turmoiled feelings and asked. When I was in the mortal continent, I heard my grandfather tell me that when he was still young, he came across a man before. That man had the surname Han, and he claimed that he came from a 5th rated force from Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Ling Tian randomly fabricated a story. He did not dare to reveal that he knew someone with the surname Han and who most likely came from a 5th rated force from Dao Martial Saint Land. He did not want to bring too much complications for himself. On top of that, if he said that he knew somebody from the 5th rated force, he would be doomed if it elicited greediness from somebody else who felt that he had obtained some goodies from that particular somebody from the 5th rated force. After going through 2 reincarnations, along with the 2 reincarnations, memory of the rebirth martial emperor, Duan Ling Tian could be said as a person who had been through 4 reincarnations. Of course, he would take everything into account. Oh, I see. Upon hearing that, the heavenly leader guardian breathed a sigh of relief. Last time, many people went to the mortal continent for a trip. However, they said that the conditions there are very poor and many people found it difficult to stay there for long. Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly. Compared to Dao Martial Saint Land, of course, the conditions of the mortal continent was much worse. Casting aside all the others, the cultivation environment and resources in just the Guo clan that Guo Li was in alone, which was the 9th rated force of Fuyu town in Dao Martial Saint Land, already far surpassed all of the places in the Cloud Continent. As for the 5th rated force, I don't really know either. Even our city governor's estate of our Mound Hill City is also only an 8th rated force. Even that huge sect above our Mound Hill City is also only a 7th rated force, the heavenly leader guardian replied. The 5th rated force is just too far away from us. However, one thing I'm sure of is that there are many strong powerhouses in a 5th rated force. There are at least 100 over Saint stage powerhouses in it. The moment the heavenly leader guardian mentioned the Saint stage powerhouse, respect sparked on his face. It was respect that rose from the bottom of his heart. All right, Duan Ling Tian nodded. At the same time, he could not help but be taken aback. Wow, is the force that Shui Nai is in actually this strong? There are more than 100 over Saint stage powerhouses in it. Isn't this a little too far-fetched? Duan Ling Tian was completely consumed by bafflement. In the next instant, Duan Ling Tian bade farewell to the heavenly leader guardian and proceeded to leave the assembly hall. What a rare genius. He's been cultivating all this while in the mortal continent, and he's able to enter the mortal shedding stage intermediate stage by 35 years old. If that disciple of Lord City Governor hadn't come here to Dao Martial Saint Land together with Lord City Governor earlier, he wouldn't have been able to even measure up to him, the heavenly leader guardian thought to himself. In the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, of course, he is the most trusted leader of the 36 guardians, would understand about Lord City Governor the most. Chapter 1377 A Terrifying Old Man. When Duan Ling Tian went back to the latent dragon camp, he noticed that the other 12 gangsters other than him were all cultivating quietly in their room. As for the people who were living in the tattered wooden house underneath the high platform, they were still as laid back as before. However, 2 people from 2 wooden houses did not come out for a very long time. Those were the wooden houses that Hu Lin and Li Han dwelled in. Duan Ling Tian did not notice this at all because after he went back, he had gone straight to his wooden house too. Of course, the wooden house that he was staying in now was wooden house number 6. Having defeated Zhang Jilong, he now replaced him and became the 6th member of the 13 gangsters, with merely 5 people on mortal shedding stage mastery stage in front of him. Wait a minute, it's actually one of them on mortal shedding stage perfection stage and the other 4 on mortal shedding stage mastery stage. Right at that moment, Duan Ling Tian was reminded of Ling Yun, the young man in green who carried a long sheathed sword on his back and was also the leader of the 13 gangsters. Duan Ling Tian had to admit that when he saw Ling Yun, he was reminded of Su Li, his best friend from his past. Unfortunately, he had never seen Su Li at all even up to when he left the Cloud Continent. The reason he was reminded of him was that Ling Yun was similar to Su Li. Of course, this was in terms of clothing only. After he had shut his door, Duan Ling Tian entered the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Elder Huo, please wake me up 9 months later if I haven't roused yet, Duan Ling Tian told Elder Huo and then rose up to the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to cultivate. Being inside the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was the equivalent of 3 months outside. The city governor of Mound Hill City would come out of his closed-door cultivation 3 months later. Then, he would perform some test and recruit 2 to 3 disciples or something. Duan Ling Tian had no interest in that at all. Still, it was inconvenient for him to pull out of this, so he had no choice but to accompany Guo Li to join in the fun and maybe add this to his chest of experiences. If he accidentally became the disciple of the governor of Mound Hill City, well then, he would just let nature take its course. If the other members from the 13 gangsters knew about Duan Ling Tian's thoughts, they would slap him hard. Even Guo Li would do that too. The reason they were cultivating to their utmost right now was to perform their best during the test that the governor of Mound Hill City set 3 months later, was it not? Becoming the disciple of the governor of Mound Hill City was one of their dreams come true. When Duan Ling Tian thought of Guo Li, he instantly sighed to himself, he must really want to become the direct disciple to the governor of Mound Hill City. In his opinion, Guo Li was no doubt a pitiful person. She was a woman, yet she possessed an innate talent that was in no way inferior to men. Apart from that, she had to carry the heavy burden of expectations from her clan. All of these came at a price as well. No matter where she went, she was always in trepidation, fearing that somebody would make a sneak attack on her and kill her. If she could become the direct disciple of the governor of Mound Hill City, she no longer would need to live in fear anymore. If I could help you, I definitely would, Duan Ling Tian muttered. Guo Li was one of the earliest people he had met when he arrived at Dao Martial Saint Land. That time, he had killed 100 over obsidian pangolins in that ocean near Fuyu Island, and before he attracted even more ferocious wild beasts, Guo Li had given him a warning. Even though Guo Li's warning was in vain in the end, he still felt grateful towards her. After getting along with each other and after finding out more about her, he realized that she was actually a very kind girl. He did not wish to see such a sweet girl perish from this world. Even if such a day really came, he wished that it would be the day when her lifespan ended. With my cultivation speed, there's no doubt that I'd be able to break through to the mortal shedding stage intermediate stage in 9 months' time. This time, after I've made a breakthrough, I'll still need to spend some time cultivating the techniques in the Saint Grade Martial Tactic Colossal Arrow Light Arrow, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Soon, Duan Ling Tian sat cross-legged in the air and began to cultivate with a 5th grade Saint Stone in his hand. The Heaven and Earth Spirit Energy from the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and the Heaven and Earth Spirit Energy originating from the 5th grade Saint Stone continued to be absorbed by Duan Ling Tian into his body before they were carried by the 9 dragons to go pass across the 15 Saint Veins. After passing through the 15 Saint Veins, it could already be considered that a great Qi circulatory cycle had been completed. After completing the great Qi circulatory cycle, the Heaven and Earth Spirit Energy was also transformed into true energy and entered Duan Ling Tian's Qi Si. The true energy in the Qi Si increased a little. Such a cycle repeated again and again as though it did not know the meaning of exhaustion. Cultivation was always so dry. Only by experiencing the most arduous hardship could one rise above the ordinary. Just when Duan Ling Tian was doing his best cultivating and barging into the mortal shedding stage intermediate stage, a group of people roamed across the sky in an overbearing manner in mighty contingents to the south of Dao Martial Saint Land. There were more than 300 of them. Their speed was so fast that it was horrendous. My goodness, what are those? At the same time, many people also saw the sky being blotted out by them and were all taken by surprise. What insane speed! My cultivation base is the mortal shedding stage paramount stage, but my speed is nowhere close to theirs. Someone at the mortal shedding stage paramount stage muttered. There was only bafflement on his face. Saint Rudiment stage. All these hundreds of people are at the Saint Rudiment stage. My goodness, there are so many Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses. Which 6-rated force has come swarming out like hornets from a nest? There are so many of them. It looks like they're planning to make it out to the ocean. I wonder what are they doing there though. I kinda want to follow them and see what they're up to actually. But the problem is that given my speed, I can't chase them at all. Many people looked up at the sky and stared as the hundreds of figures disappeared in the horizon, vanishing before their eyes. It took a long time for the anxiety in their hearts to be suppressed. The swarm of people, who moved like a great flood, soared across the sky, entering the ocean region from the south of Dao Martial Saint Land. Leading the swarm was a gigantic bear-type wild beast. The bear-type wild beast's eyes were completely red and its gigantic body was like a small mountain. This wild beast had speed so quick that in just the blink of an eye, it had already left the southern land of Dao Martial Saint Land. On the back of this wild beast stood a yellow-clad girl. The childish look on this ultimately beautiful, delicate face on this girl had diminished. It was obvious that she was an unparalleled beauty who was going to leave her teenage years soon. However, the expression on the girl's face was glum. There was another peculiarly dressed middle-aged man by the side of the wild beast. His facial features were perfect, but the vicissitudes of life still left some signs behind on his face. Right then, looking at the teenage girl on the back of that wild beast, he smiled and reassured, "Shui Nai, don't worry. Your brother Ling Tian will be okay. Uncle Mu, thanks for accompanying me to look for brother Ling Tian." This girl in yellow was none other than Han Shui Nai. "Silly girl, there's no need to thank me." The middle-aged man shook his head before adding again, "As long as brother Ling Tian doesn't go to Dao Martial Saint Land, I'll definitely help you to find him." Great confidence reverberated in the middle-aged man's words. This time, on just this trip alone, he had brought 50 powerhouses who were at the saint stage and above with him. There were at least another 260 people who were at the saint rudiment stage and above, even if these people searched the entire sea region between Dao Martial Saint Land and the Cloud Continent, it would not take them very long. Well, of course, this was mainly because these people were extremely fast. All right, Han Shui-Nai nodded, worry still apparent in her eyes. Brother Ling Tian, please be safe. Otherwise, I, Shui-Nai, will never forgive myself forever. Han Shui-Nai thought secretly to herself. A young man's voice and expression kept appearing in her mind. It was none other than her brother Ling Tian. This formidable array of more than 300 people swept across, and wherever they flew past, they continued to set off a series of raging waves on the surface of the sea. These waves then splashed downwards and caused the wild beasts near to the ocean surface to be giddy and dazzled. Not far behind them, a hoary figure followed closely behind them like a shadow. This was an old man in gray who was skinny with just skin over his bones. However, his eyes seemed to be gleaming with dark green flames, making him look gruesome and unsettling. The old man was holding a cane that was made of some unknown material, and the dark green luster that was covering it matched his eyes, giving off a sense of blood-curdling aura. Are these people from the 5th or the 6th rated force? What are they actually doing heading to the south with such flourish? The south seems to be the mortal continent where the young master was in, the gray-clad old man muttered as a chill could be heard in his voice. I wonder how much has the young master grown now. Master asked me to wait for him at the southern part of Dao Martial Saint Land, but he still has yet to come till now. I heard that the cultivation speed of the mortal continent people is extremely slow. Perhaps, I still need to wait for a bit more then. However, these people are actually heading to the mortal continent that the young master is in, so I must go and ask about their purpose. I can't possibly let them disrupt the young master's growth. As the old man muttered, he vanished on the spot right away as though he had just disappeared into thin air. At the same time, a figure emerged in front of the contingent of 300 over people with the bear-type wild beast leading them. It turned out to be none other than the old man in gray who was following them just now. With just a raise of his hand, the cane on the old man's hand trembled as he pointed at the sky. Right away, vast energy exploded in the air, and a barrier that descended from the sky spread out as though it was connecting the heaven and the earth together. At the same time, the contingent of people had also reached near him. Shit! The peculiarly dressed middle-aged man who was by the side of the bear-type wild beast had also noticed the barrier that suddenly appeared in front of them. His pale face turned horrified right away. Stop! With a sharp order from the middle-aged man, the massive contingent started to slow down, but they still made some distance forward due to the inertia. The one who slowed down first was the bear-type wild beast. After it had stopped, it threw his head back and roared. Sound waves rolled out and caused a gush of solid impact wave to appear in the sky. The impact wave exploded in the air, causing the space to quake a little. Heaven Hell Bear, an old voice cried out in surprise. Chapter 1378 Azure Cloud Mansion. In the next instance, an old man in gray who was holding a cane appeared in front of the contingent of 300 over people. With just his own strength, he made the battalion consisting 50 Saint stage powerhouses and more than 200 Saint rudiment stages powerhouse to come to a halt. Just from this, one could easily see just how formidable this old man was. Old man, who are you? Han Shui-Nai, who was standing on the back of the wild beast, had now snapped back to reality and was glaring angrily at him. Why are you blocking our way? Little girl, how rude of you. Haven't the adults in your house taught you some manners? The old man's eyes that were gleaming brilliantly with dark green flames stared fixedly at Han Shui-Nai. Ah, right at this moment, Han Shui-Nai finally saw the devilish gleam in his eyes. At once, she was struck with fear until the color drained from her face. Even her body could not help but start to tremble right away. One could easily imagine just how dreadful this old man was, to the point that he could make her, who was nicknamed the Little Devil, to be struck with fear like that. Shui-Nai, watch your manners. Right at that moment, the peculiarly dressed middle-aged man who traveled in front with Han Shui-Nai flew to the front and came to a stop in front of the gray-clad old man before bowing slightly. Taking a deep breath, the middle-aged man called out unhurriedly, "Senior." His tone was filled with respect. You aren't bad. There are originally not many remarkable beastriders in Dao Martial Saint Land, and on top of that, it's even rarer to see a beastrider who could tame a wild beast such as the Heaven Hell Bear. The old man looked at the younger man and nodded before quickly looking at the Heaven Hell Bear again. Being scrutinized by the old man, the heaven-hell bear was struck with fear that it started to tremble too, so much so that it almost caused Han Shui-nai to fall off. Fortunately, the peculiarly dressed man snarled out in time and made the heaven-hell bear regain its calmness once again. Looking at the middle-aged man again, the old man said nonchalantly, "Tell me, what's your name?" "Perhaps, I've heard of you before." "Senior, I'm called Mu Yi," replied the middle-aged man respectfully. "Mu Yi, I think I've heard of you before. Are you that genius beastrider from the Greenwave Han Mansion?" After pondering for a moment, the dark green flames in the old man's eyes flared as he asked. "You flatter me by calling me a genius beastrider. However, I, Mu Yi, am indeed from the Greenwave Han Mansion," Mu Yi responded humbly. "There's no need to be humble. The reason I blocked your way is to just ask one question. What is the reason for you, the Greenwave Han Mansion, to head to the south with such fanfare?" The old man in gray asked without beating around the bush. "To be honest, senior, the reason we came here is to help our miss search for a friend of hers. Her friend has gone missing in the vast ocean until now. We still haven't heard from him yet," Mu Yi replied honestly. "Is she the daughter of that Han Mansion master from the Greenwave Han Mansion?" "HMPH, she really lacks manners." The old man looked at Han Shui-nai again and snorted. If it were another person who was speaking to her like that, Han Shui-nai would have long been pissed off. However, this old man gave her a feeling as though she was wandering around the gates of death. On top of that, a person who could elicit such respect from her Uncle Mu meant that he must not have been somebody simple. For this reason, she chose to remain silent. Without warning, the old man raised his hand and pointed towards the sky again. At once, the barrier that seemed to connect the heaven and the earth disappeared without a trace as though it had never once appeared. "Mu Yi, boy, I'll trust you this time. If, in the future, I find out that you've actually deceived me, I'll make a visit to the Greenwave Han Mansion." With that, his figure began to turn blurry. "Senior, may I ask who you are?" Seeing the gray-clad man about to leave, Mu Yi quickly asked. "I'm from the Azure Cloud Mansion," the ancient voice resonated again, only entering Mu Yi's ears alone. In the next second, his figure soon dissipated into nothingness. The Azure Cloud Mansion." Upon hearing the reply, Mu Yi's eyes narrowed right away. "He's from the Azure Cloud Mansion. Don't tell me that was actually him. My goodness, what is he doing here?" Mu Yi's heartbeat sped up and was so fast that he felt like passing out. It was only after a long time that he was finally able to calm down again. No wonder he could perform such a technique that could cover the entire sky with just a raise of his hand. So, he's actually a powerhouse from the Azure Cloud Mansion. Gasping, Mu Yi was still trying to catch his breath. This time, Han Shui-nai realized that the old man had left and she finally dared to raise her head again. However, after she saw how her uncle was beyond himself, she could not help but ask, "Uncle Mu, what did the old man say to you?" She knew that old man must have said something to him. Otherwise, given his temperament, he would have never lost his cool like that. "Shui-nai, you have to remember the next time if you happen to encounter him again, you must respect him. Even if your dad sees him, your dad would have to call him senior, politely too," Mu Yi told her. The moment he recalled her reckless behavior just now, cold sweat broke out on his skin right away. "My dad needs to call him senior, too." Han Shui-nai frowned. "Uncle Mu, just tell me. Who is he actually? He must have told you, didn't he?" Upon hearing her question, Mu Yi smiled wryly. This girl was too smart. "Shui-nai, I can tell you, but you must first promise me that if you happen to come across him again, you must be polite," Mu Yi added. "I don't want to meet him again." Han Shui-nai snorted. "That old man is so ugly. My brother Ling Tian is much better looking." The moment she mentioned the word, brother Ling Tian, she could not help but sigh again. However, soon, she broke out of her reverie as she looked at Mu Yi. "Uncle Mu, hurry up and tell me who exactly is that old man." "Shui-nai, if you don't promise me, I won't tell you." Mu Yi shook his head and snapped a little. At once, the bear underneath Han Shui-nai's feet flew out in an alarming manner as though it had transformed into a gigantic cannonball. "Let's go." At the same time, Mu Yi issued his order to the 300-odd powerhouses and continued to make their journey. "Uncle Mu, I'll promise you. Hurry up and tell me now. That old man. No, that senior, I mean. Who exactly is he?" Han Shui-nai turned around to look questioningly at Mu Yi who had chased up with her. Right then, she had completely given in to him. He's from the Azure Cloud Mansion, Mu Yi revealed using his true energy voice transmission. Azure Cloud Mansion. Upon hearing that, Han Shui-Nai's eyes narrowed as her face was completely covered in shock. My goodness, what is the freak from the Azure Cloud Mansion doing right here? I have no idea either. However, there seems to be something that he cares about in the south. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked us what we were doing. This time, no matter whether we can find your brother Ling Tian or not, we must go back. Mu Yi replied, we'll definitely find brother Ling Tian. Han Shui-Nai answered with determination. Just as Han Shui-Nai led the group of powerhouses from the Greenwave Han Mansion to search the boundless ocean on an inch-by-inch search, the person that they were looking for was quietly staying in a city by the sea in Dao Marshall Saint Land. That city was called Mount Hill City. At the Latent Dragon Camp in the city governor's estate in Mount Hill City, in Wooden House number 6, a small pagoda that had transformed to become the size of a dust speck was sitting modestly by the corner of a bed. Nobody would expect that such a small pagoda would actually have a world of its own inside. On the second level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda, a purple-clad young man was sitting cross-legged in the air. Streams of clearly distinguishable heaven and earth spirit energy were merging into his body along with the air and became part of his body. The heaven and earth spirit energy stored in the 5th grade Saint Stone in his hand stretched out almost in a solid manner and entered his body too. After an indefinite amount of time, the entire physique of the young man sitting cross-legged on the bed started to rotate slowly. Gushes of faint true energy halo lit up around his body. It's finally full now. This chi that's only as big as a pigeon egg is actually like a bottomless pit. By the time I make a breakthrough to the mortal shedding stage intermediate stage, what should I do with the chi that would be as big as the size of a chicken's egg then? Somehow, Duan Ling Tian had regained his consciousness and was no longer repeating his cultivation steps again and again numbly. Right at that moment, the chi between his brows that was as large as a pigeon egg had finally been filled. On top of that, even the 15 saint veins in his body had also been filled with true energy as well. Right now, it's time for me to start opening new saint veins. As long as I can open the saint veins, the chi will then be complete, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, and he began to mobilize the true energy in the 15 saint veins. One must admit that opening the saint veins was a tedious process. Even though Duan Ling Tian had experienced it once before, he still could not get used to it yet. Now, he was going through it again for the second time and all he felt was agony. Ah, it's too painful. Opening saint veins was a good thing, but the process of opening the saint veins was heart-rending. I wonder which one would actually be more painful, this or giving birth. Duan Ling Tian had no idea why he would suddenly have this kind of thought. However, the moment this thought rose up in his mind, he quickly suppressed it. I forgot. In this world, when the woman gives birth, as long as the mother's cultivation base is high, she can use her strength to reduce the unnecessary pain. Just as Duan Ling Tian was thinking about this, his 16 saint veins were successfully opened. Opening a saint vein was like switching on a light that guided the group of people in the dark to move forward. Gradually, the second saint vein, the third saint vein, the fourth. They were opened one by one. 17 saint veins. When all of the saint veins were fully opened, Duan Ling Tian's excited body gave a jolt and caused the true energy to slightly miss the path, sending him into another series of heart-wrenching pain all over and causing him to go silent again. 17 saint veins. 17. However, Duan Ling Tian's heart was still filled with excitement. During his mortal shedding stage early stage, he had opened 15 saint veins in his body. In his mortal shedding stage intermediate stage, he had opened 17 saint veins in his body. That was not the most important thing. I've opened 15 saint veins in my mortal shedding stage early stage and another 17 in my intermediate stage. In the future, I'll open at least 18 saint veins in my mastery stage, 19 in my perfection stage and 20 in my paramount stage. Chapter 1379 Intermediate Mortal Shedding Stage. Total them up altogether. I'll be able to open 89 saint veins when I reach the paramount mortal shedding stage. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, his emotions that were originally calm started to stir in turmoil again. He knew that the opening of the 17 saint veins on the intermediate mortal shedding stage had given him a fresh, new future. Originally, he thought that by opening 16 saint veins on the intermediate mortal shedding stage and so on in the future, he would accumulate a total of 85 saint veins, which was already remarkable enough. In fact, even Gautama Buddha, the person who had opened the most saint veins among the natives on Yanhuang planet, had also achieved 85 saint veins in total. However, right now, the mutation that took place when he broke through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage had provided him an even better, or one could even say a freakier, future. So far, he could open at least 89 saint veins when he reached the paramount mortal shedding stage. If another mutation happens when I make a breakthrough to the mastery mortal shedding stage and another during the perfection stage, and an even greater mutation at the paramount stage, I'll be able to open up to 99 saint veins in the end in the paramount mortal shedding stage. Duan Ling Tian kept dreaming about this to himself. However, soon, Duan Ling Tian snapped back to reality again. It looks like it's time for me to carry out the final step. In a heartbeat, he began to cultivate the 10th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the 9 Dragons form. As he rapidly absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy and transformed it into true energy, the true energy in the Qi Si began to gush out as well. At once, all 32 saint veins in Duan Ling Tian's body began to be filled with true energy. Carried by the 9 dragons, they performed great Qi circulatory cycles again and again as though they did not know the meaning of exhaustion. The speed of the 9 dragons carrying the true energy became faster and faster. In the end, the 32 saint veins almost caught fire due to the constant friction. Now, gasping, Duan Ling Tian's heart jolted. At that instant, the true energy in the 32 saint veins in his body rushed into the Qi Si that was the size of a pigeon egg with immense power, and right away, the Qi Si swelled. Intense pain spread throughout Duan Ling Tian's brain nerves, causing him to growl uncontrollably. He was already clamping his teeth down in pain. Otherwise, he would already have cried out shrilly at the top of his lungs. However, after the intense pain, a wave of pleasure washed over him. Perhaps, it was the epitome of the saying, all sufferings have their rewards. With a surge of his spiritual energy, Duan Ling Tian quickly noticed that the Qi Si between his eyebrows had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. Originally as big as a pigeon egg, it had now become the size of a chicken egg. However, although the Qi Si had become as large as a chicken egg, the true energy it contained was transported over from the Qi Si that was the size of a pigeon egg. Now that it was inside the chicken egg-sized Qi Si, it appeared to be very minute. It's another long and tedious process to fill the Qi Si that's the size of a chicken egg. However, by the time the Qi Si that size is completely filled, I'd have made a breakthrough to the mortal shedding stage master stage then, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Right at that second, Duan Ling Tian's body that was sitting cross-legged stopped rotating, and as his eyes flew open wide and something flashed across them. After the Qi Si that was as large as a chicken egg appeared, Duan Ling Tian had now completely made a breakthrough to the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Precisely then, Duan Ling Tian felt that it seemed like not only his Qi Si had undergone a transformation, even his body seemed to have undergone an earth-shattering transformation too. After giving it a try, Duan Ling Tian realized that his strength was perfect on the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Even if an intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivator had developed his technique of the human rank top saint grade martial tactic to the highest stage, Duan Ling Tian still had the confidence to defeat him in just the blink of an eye. Now that all his 36 saint veins were operating the true energy together, he had come to possess a body that was even much stronger than an intermediate mortal shedding stage 5-clawed divine dragon. This was Duan Ling Tian's biggest force. Right now, my strength must be near the peak of the mastery mortal shedding stage. Even an ordinary mastery mortal shedding stage powerhouse is no match for me. After another round of attempt, he mastered an even more profound understanding of his own strength. When I was at the mortal shedding stage early stage, my strength was on par with that Zhang Jilong who was at the peak of the intermediate mortal shedding stage. However, with the help of the advantage of my archery set, I was still able to defeat him. Unless it's a Dao cultivator or a martial cultivator who excels in long-ranged attacks, not many people who are at the peak of the mastery mortal shedding stage would be able to become my match. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, a brilliant smile flashed across his face. For now, it's time for me to cultivate the techniques inside the colossal arrowlight arrow, particularly that offensive technique, the arrowlight shower. Only when I manage to hone the arrowlight shower to the highest stage, then I can start cultivating the defensive technique in the colossal arrowlight arrow, the colossal arrow bell. Duan Ling Tian was looking forward to learning more about the colossal arrow bell. According to Shui Nai, all of the human rank top grade saint grade martial tactics like the colossal arrowlight arrow that he cultivated would have a technique which basis depended upon the highest stage of the other technique. The strength of that kind of technique would be in no way inferior to the strength of an earth ranked saint grade martial tactic. Only a Saint stage powerhouse could cultivate the Earth-ranked Saint-grade martial tactic. Now that Duan Ling Tian had such fierce determination, he immediately acted upon it. He flew out and the sun-shooting bow appeared in his hand immediately. With a raise of his right hand, he shot out a true energy arrow and slid it onto the bowstring before releasing it. As true energy arrows soared up to the sky and then descended downwards, a true energy arrow shower that blotted out the entire sky fell as though a meteor shower had just occurred. Other than the arrowlight shower, Duan Ling Tian did not forget to cultivate the other techniques either. He was soon lost in time, cultivating his techniques. Without even noticing, half a year had already gone by since he entered the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Of course, this span of half a year was the time spent on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Half a year was equal to 6 months. 3 days on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was equal to 1 day outside. In other words, 2 months had gone by outside. Ha 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 ha, a breakthrough, I've finally made a breakthrough. After 2 months' time, a burst of laughter broke the silence in the latent dragon camp, taking many young men and women in the tattered wooden houses by surprise. They walked out but nobody in the new wooden houses above the high platform was taken by surprise at all. The soundproofing of the wooden houses the 13 gangsters stayed in was much better. Who's the one yelling? How noisy? Can't you just let us cultivate in peace? Many of the young men and women who walked out of the tattered wooden houses complained loudly. However, when they saw who walked out of the tattered wooden house laughing so ecstatically, they quickly shut their mouths up and did not make any more sound. This person who had just walked out of the tattered wooden house laughing was no stranger to them. It was none other than Hu Lin. Hu Lin used to be one of the 13 guardians, but 3 months ago, he was defeated, so he was eliminated from the 13 guardians. Now, after 3 months, did he just say that he just made a breakthrough? He was originally a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage, and now that he had broken through, he was now at the mastery mortal shedding stage. Did Hu Lin make a breakthrough to the mastery mortal shedding stage? At once, many people began to realize what was happening and cried in surprise. This is shocking news. Now that Hu Lin has made a breakthrough to the mastery mortal shedding stage, not only has his Qi undergone another transformation, but the number of Saint veins must have also increased by a fair amount too. No martial or Dao cultivator on the intermediate mortal shedding stage will be able to defeat him now. Given Hu Lin's strength now, in addition to being able to enter the 13 guardians again, it would pose no problem for him to become among the 6 strongest too. That's right, Duan Ling Tian, who's currently ranked 6th among the 13 guardians, is only a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Even though he has defeated Zhang Jilong, his strength is still only at the peak of the intermediate mortal shedding stage at the most. The peak of the intermediate mortal shedding stage and the mastery mortal shedding stage are 2 completely different levels. The young men and women from the tattered wooden houses continued to stream out non-stop and discussed among one another. All of them were waiting to watch the fun. They understood Hu Lin's personality very well. He could not do anything the last time, for he was no match for anyone among the 13 guardians, but now that he had made a breakthrough to the mastery mortal shedding stage, he would never be willing to sit still and would definitely enter the 13 guardians again. Soon, Hu Lin's actions affirmed the suspicions of the group of young people present. With both his feet stomping on the ground to the point that the ground cracked and formed fissures that appeared to be like spider webs, he flew up to the high platform and soon stood in front of the wooden house number 13. I, Hu Li, will challenge Guo Li, who is ranked 13th among the 13 guardians. Standing in front of the wooden house, Hu Lin announced unhurriedly. His voice was as loud as thunder, and with true energy boosting it, it spread into the wooden house. In the next second, the door opened. Guo Li walked out from the inside. However, her expression appeared to be slightly glum. No matter who it was, anybody would have a sullen face if one was being disturbed in the midst of their cultivation. Hu Lin, do you want to challenge me? Looking at Hu Lin, Guo Li asked in a deep voice. That's right, today, I'll regain my reputation and defeat you, you little bitch. Hu Lin grinned. So, you've made a breakthrough. As a flash glimpsed across Guo Li's eyes, she muttered with a slightly pale face. Since you know that I've already broken through, don't you think you need to admit defeat? You must know that it's basically impossible for an intermediate mortal shedding stage to fight a mastery mortal shedding stage. Hu Lin grinned proudly. Although his words seemed to be earnest with sincere intentions, nobody but he knew what his true intentions were. Admit defeat. Guo Li snorted in a low voice. I, Guo Li, have never admitted defeat. Don't blame me for being ruthless against a woman then. The smile on Hu Lin's face turned even wider. Guo Li's answer was exactly what he wanted to hear. If she had just admitted her defeat right away, he would have found it boring. Not. Admitting defeat was the best outcome he could possibly hope for. This could allow him to vent his enmity that had been accumulated for 3 months to his heart's content. The moment he recalled how he was eliminated from the 13 Guardians because of this little bitch, rage and hatred filled his heart right away. He needed to release it out. I've now made a breakthrough to the mastery mortal shedding stage. I won't bully you either, so it's better for you to make your move first, Hu Lin announced nonchalantly. His words rendered the onlookers by the side speechless. All of them felt that he was shameless for having the guts to say such words. The fact that a mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivator was going up against an intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivator was already an act of bullying. Chapter 1380 A ridiculous gap. Even though Guo Li refused to admit defeat, her loss had already been destined from the very start when she faced Hu Lin, who had broken through to the mortal shedding stage mastery stage. For this reason, it only took one blow for him to defeat her. After he beat her, she did not become dejected, as being defeated by the hand of a mortal shedding stage mastery stage martial cultivator was not something shameless. As long as she could make a breakthrough to the mortal shedding stage mastery stage, she had faith that she would be able to regain her standing again. Guo Li, you'll soon see that your companion, Duan Ling Tian, will be defeated by my hand too. After defeating Guo Li, Hu Lin smirked and then flew out. When he landed in front of the wooden house number 6, his voice resonated in the air. Duan Ling Tian, I, Hu Lin, challenge you. The sound that contained true energy entered the house. The sound wave rushed into the wooden house through the gap of the wooden house and set off a series of faint breeze which blew and happened to sweep across the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda that was as tiny as a speck of dust. Right away, the space inside the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda turned turbulent for a moment. Duan Ling Tian, who was cultivating in the 2nd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, could suddenly feel the earthquake. In the next instant, he realized that he was already expelled out by the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. The first thing he felt was how terrible it was. Who's that? When Duan Ling Tian returned to his senses, a blaze rose in his heart right away. By right, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda that was in the wooden house should not be disturbed. Then, there was only one plausible reason. Somebody must have disturbed the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to push the door open to go out and take a look at the culprit who made him expelled from the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, the voice outside resonated again. Hu Lin. Upon hearing the magnified voice from Hu Lin posing a challenge to him and seeing how the sound wave contained in the voice set off a series of faint breeze, Duan Ling Tian knew that it was the draft set off by Hu Lin's sound wave that had disrupted the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Because of that, he was expelled. At once, Duan Ling Tian's face turned very grave. That time, after he had gone through the experience of being expelled from the pagoda, he had made up his mind that he would never try it again unless it was absolutely necessary. However, right now, Hu Lin had made him go through such an upsetting feeling again. When Duan Ling Tian pushed the door open and stepped outside, the onlookers by the surroundings including Guo Li could see his extremely ominous expression. Of course, nobody could guess the real reason behind his expression. Duan Ling Tian's face seems to be very grave. Even worse than how Guo Li looked when she just first appeared. Well, duh, now that he's being challenged by Hu Lin, who has just made a breakthrough to the mortal shedding stage mastery stage, I think he probably wishes he's dead now. He only came out after hesitating for a moment. It looks like he originally didn't want to at first, but after Hu Lin's constant calling, he had no choice but to come out in the end. The strength of the mortal shedding stage mastery stage is insanely powerful. It appears that although Hu Lin has just made a breakthrough to the mortal shedding stage mastery stage today, he's already going to become the top 6 among the 13 gangsters. Many people buried their heads in a discussion. All of them felt that it was basically a given for Hu Lin to defeat Duan Ling Tian. I was wondering why you, Hu Lin, would have such impressive guts suddenly. So, it turns out that you've actually made a breakthrough. Not bad, not bad. After Duan Ling Tian walked out of the wooden house, he looked at Hu Lin standing not far away and laughed in rage. Duan Ling Tian, I first challenged Guo Li and she didn't even admit defeat even though she's a woman. You won't admit your defeat either, will you? Looking at him, Hu Lin mocked. His implied meaning was obvious. He did not want Duan Ling Tian to just admit defeat right away. And now that he had said such words aloud, there was no doubt that Duan Ling Tian would just be admitting that he was much inferior to a woman if he surrendered now. What, do you think I'll lose? Of course, Duan Ling Tian could see through Hu Lin's intentions as he burst out laughing. Hu Lin had kinda overestimated himself a little, had he not? It's good that you won't then. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Hu Lin flashed a dazzling smile. In this case, I'll let you make your move first just like Guo Li, so that you won't say that I, at the mortal shedding stage mastery stage, actually bullied the two of you who are at the mortal shedding stage intermediate stage. Hu Li repeated the words that he had told Guo Li earlier. At once, the eyes of the onlookers who looked at Hu Lin were filled with contempt at once. They found Hu Lin to be absolutely shameless. How could he actually have the audacity to repeat such shameless words twice? Let me make my move first. Are you sure? Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as he asked nonchalantly. That's right, Hu Lin nodded. At the same time, an iron staff appeared in his hand. It was his weapon that was an inconspicuous human rank mediocre saint weapon. Even though he said that he would let Duan Ling Tian make his move first, he still did not dare to be reckless, so he held his saint weapon in his hand. That's great, great. As a brilliance flashed across Duan Ling Tian's eyes, he took out a sun-shooting bow and solidified his true energy into an arrow. Nodding his head, he said unhurriedly, since you've let me make my move first, it's not nice for me to decline, so, I will do as you wish. Almost at the same time that the wish word was emphasized as he spat it out, he had already released his arrow, body and arrow synchronization. Duan Ling Tian's arrow was shot out without any reservations. It contained all of his brute strength, and the true energy from the Qi Si also erupted on the spot through the 36 saint veins. One could say that just the moment Duan Ling Tian made his move, he had already demonstrated the fastest speed that he could cast. As for how fast it was evident from the fact that Hu Lin could not catch what was happening at all, even though he had already arrived in front of Duan Ling Tian, that he was blindingly swift. Hu Lin was originally holding an iron staff as he looked at Duan Ling Tian vigilantly, but it had never crossed his mind that although he was so alert, Duan Ling Tian could still reach in front of him before he could even realize what was happening. He felt like as though Duan Ling Tian had just taken a stride to overcome the gap between them in just the blink of an eye. It was at breakneck speed. This was the only thought remained in Hu Lin's mind at that time. He did not even have the time to think as the iron staff in his hand trembled and he was about to cast the technique of the saint-grade martial tactic. However, it had never crossed his mind that just when his iron staff shook and before he could even make his move, he was already enveloped by a powerful energy. It was Duan Ling Tian who had reached in front of Hu Lin. Holding up his bow, without even performing any technique, he smashed it heavily upon the iron staff in Hu Lin's hand. Right at that moment, blood spouted out of both Hu Lin's hands, strewing everywhere in all directions. HMPH. As he grunted, despite the iron staff still being held in his hand, his grip had loosened a lot now. At that moment, a stifling thunderous sound exploded. It turned out that Duan Ling Tian had plucked the bowstring of his sun-shooting bow, allowing it to be pulled into a slight arch before releasing it towards the iron staff. This time, Hu Lin could no longer hold on to the iron staff anymore. With a clang, it fell from his grip. The pain from Hu Lin's hand sent a heart-rending pain to his brain. However, he still held it down without even grunting, but terror could be seen in his eyes now. Has Duan Ling Tian made a breakthrough to the mortal shedding stage mastery stage 2? It must be so. It has to be. This was the only thought in his mind. After removing the iron staff from Hu Lin's hand with a clang, Duan Ling Tian retrieved his sun-shooting bow and straightaway launched a body attack using his punches and kicked at Hu Lin. Without the help of his saint weapon, Hu Lin remained powerless to fight back under Duan Ling Tian's punches and kicks. The strength that Duan Ling Tian displayed now could be comparable to a martial cultivator who was at the peak of the mortal shedding stage mastery stage. He could basically take down Hu Lin, this rash fellow who had just made a breakthrough to the mortal shedding stage mastery stage, easily and was able to do anything that he liked to him. Duan Ling Tian's every punch and kick went deep into his body. As a series of dull thuds resonated in the air, it sent chills into the spines of the crowds watching by the side. Duan Ling Tian's attack was very precise. Neither did he kill Hu Lin nor cripple him. Throughout this process, Hu Lin continued to spit out mouthfuls of blood again and again. In the end, he spat out so much that his soul almost left his body. Every time when he wanted to open his mouth to surrender, Duan Ling Tian's punches would land on his chest, crashing into him until he could not make any sound at all. Gradually, He started to think that maybe it was better off dead. Right at this moment, even the heavenly harm guardian on the multi-story pavilion could not take it anymore, so he voiced out to stop them, "That's enough." Upon hearing that, Duan Ling Tian did not dare to disobey the heavenly harm guardian's reputation. Kicking his leg out, his blow landed on Hu Lin's abdomen violently and sent him flying away. Hu Lin was beaten up so badly that he could barely move. At the mercy of the strength from Duan Ling Tian's kick, he was sent flying in a perfect parabolic curve before crashing directly onto the manure pit. With a faint sound, Hu Lin fell into the manure pit. His entire body was covered in night soil. Whether it was because of the humiliation or because he could not stand the smell of the manure pit, Hu Lin was so pissed off that his eyes bulged widely before he suddenly passed out in the manure pit. The entire scene turned to become deadly silent. At that moment, the heavenly harm guardian left his multi-story pavilion and landed on the high platform. With a raise of his hand, true energy swept out and he used it to pull Hu Lin out of the manure pit before throwing him below the high platform. He had no choice but to do that. Otherwise, Hu Lin, who had already passed out, would definitely be drowned by the night soil in the manure pit. After doing all this, the heavenly harm guardian glared at Duan Ling Tian and frowned. "Duan Ling Tian, you're merciless in your attack." The moment the heavenly harm guardian's words left his mouth, the crowd who threw up upon seeing the night soil on Hu Lin began to return to their senses one by one. They deeply agreed with the heavenly harm guardian's words. At that moment, they could only feel fear when they gaped at Duan Ling Tian again. "Merciless." Duan Ling Tian snorted. "If it weren't because we're in the latent dragon camp, he'd have already been crippled, if not dead." The moment Hu Lin disturbed the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda and caused the pagoda to expel him, Hu Lin's outcome had already been destined not to have a good ending. "Duan Ling Tian, have you made a breakthrough?" Guo Li, who retracted her gaze from Hu Lin, stared at Duan Ling Tian and demanded in surprise. The moment Guo Li's words left her mouth, the heavenly harm guardian and the group of latent dragon camp members were quickly reminded about this. Earlier, Hu Lin, who was beaten to almost death by him, seemed to be at the mortal shedding stage mastery stage, was he not? "Yes, I just broke through." Duan Ling Tian smiled and confirmed in the face of Guo Li's query. Upon hearing him acknowledge it personally, a commotion broke out again. "My God, Duan Ling Tian has actually made a breakthrough too." Duan Ling Tian has just made a breakthrough to the mortal shedding stage mastery stage, but when he faced Hu Lin, who's also made the same breakthrough to the same stage, Hu Lin didn't even get a chance to make his attack at all. Don't you think this gap is just too ridiculous? Freak. Duan Ling Tian is incredibly freaky. Chapter 1381, The Tao Cultivator of the Tao Martial Saint Land. As the heavenly harm guardian cast a gentle true energy pat that landed on Hu Lin's chest, Hu Lin's body trembled. The moment he woke up, the night soil in his mouth spouted out maniacally. Right away, the group of young people below the high platform quickly retreated. There were thinly veiled hints of disgust in their eyes. This was a man who had just come out of a manure pit after all. Duan Ling Tian. After Hu Lin had returned to his senses, he finally understood what had transpired to him. Instantly, the gaze that looked at the purple figure on the high platform was once again filled with venom. His body was now quivering violently in humiliation, rage, and hatred. "Duan Ling Tian, if I don't kill you, I, Hu Lin, swear that I'm not human." With both of his eyes crimson red, Hu Lin was on the verge of breaking down now for the way he was humiliated in front of so many people. He continued to rage and roar in his heart while making Duan Ling Tian his mortal enemy. Upon hearing Hu Lin shout his name out word for word, Duan Ling Tian merely cast a nonchalant glance at him. Of course, he had noticed the hatred in Hu Lin's eyes, but he was not fazed by it at all. After Hu Lin consumed a pill and was finally able to stand up by force after resting for a while, he ran out of the latent dragon camp frantically, trying to find a place to wash himself off. Let alone the others, even he himself could not stand the stench on himself. After Hu Lin left, the streaks of gaze landed back onto Duan Ling Tian in unison, making him the spotlight of the crowd. Guo Li. Duan Ling Tian looked at Guo Li. He already knew that Guo Li had been defeated by Hu Lin and was now eliminated from the 13 gangsters. "There's one more month to go. Don't worry, I have faith." Of course, Guo Li knew what he was going to say. With a nod and smile, she proceeded to walk to wooden house number 12 and issued her challenge. The owner of the wooden house number 12 was a Tao cultivator who was at the mortal shedding stage intermediate stage. This Dao cultivator of mortal shedding stage intermediate stage was ranked 11th among the 13 gangsters 3 months ago before Duan Ling Tian and Guo Li were there. However, due to Duan Ling Tian defeating Zhang Jilong and cutting the queue to enter the 6th place among the 13 gangsters, he was forced to retreat by one rank 2. Guo Li, do you want to challenge me? The Dao cultivator who walked out of the wooden house was a young man dressed in a loose, long robe. He was also the only Dao cultivator among the 13 gangsters. One could easily imagine just how powerful this young Dao cultivator was just from the fact that he stood out among the group of mortal shedding stage intermediate stage martial and Dao cultivators in the latent dragon camp and became a member of the 13 gangsters. Yes, Guo Li affirmed to the young man before taking an attacking pose. Dao cultivator. Duan Ling Tian raised his brows. This would be his first time seeing a Dao cultivator make his moves after he came to Dao Martial Saint Land. I wonder what's the difference between the techniques the Dao cultivator here in Dao Martial Saint Land compared to the Dao cultivators that I've met at the overseas Saint Islands. Duan Ling Tian could still remember that when he was still at Half Moon Island of the overseas Saint Island, the Dao cultivators that he met could easily mobilize a small thunder strike and rely on the awe-inspiring nature energy when they made their move. Compared to the martial cultivators, the Dao cultivators' technique was much more magnificent. Most importantly, they excelled in long-range offensive techniques. Once they had established the upper hand, the martial cultivators would basically be unable to get near to them. As Guo Li began to be locked in a battle with the young Dao cultivator, Duan Ling Tian was shocked to see that the fight moves of this mortal shedding stage intermediate stage Dao cultivator did not seem to be as beautiful as the Dao cultivators he had met on Half Moon Island. The loose, long robe on the young Dao cultivator fluttered, and in that instant, the wind blades that were twining around his body swept out towards Guo Li as they blotted the entire sky. No matter where Guo Li tried to escape to, they still kept chasing up to her. The loose, long robe on his body is his saint weapon. It was easy for Duan Ling Tian to notice this. As Guo Li snarled out loud, the long black whip in her hand also gave a little start. In the twinkling of an eye, it became a barrier in front of her body. She had cast a defensive technique. Just when she cast the defensive technique, Guo Li dodged the wind blades and pounced forward towards the young Dao cultivator. Facing Guo Li, who was pouncing at him with all her might, the young Dao cultivator appeared to be particularly solemn as he soared after stomping on the ground. As he rose up into the air, a glimmer flashed across his eyes as he struck out with a hand saber. At that instant, all of the wind blades entwining around his body flew on top of his head and transformed to become a gigantic wind blade. It was like a gigantic blue saber that emitted gushes of sharp aura. In the next moment, the gigantic blue saber finally moved and hacked downwards towards Guo Li. The saber tip seemed to be able to tear through everything. When she saw the terrifying saber, Guo Li's face was extremely taut. With great difficulty, she barely dodged the attack. However, one could see that some strands of her black hair were cut in the air. It was easily imaginable just how alarmingly dangerous that moment was. Is that the Saint-grade Dao tactic? Wow, it's really amazing. If this were the Guo Li 3 months ago, she'd definitely be no match for him, but now. Duan Ling Tian could see that although the Saint-grade Dao tactic that the young Dao cultivator performed was remarkable, the saber just now seemed to be his strongest technique. Furthermore, he could see through this from the expression of the young Dao cultivator. Just now, when Guo Li had dodged the attack of the saber just now, the young Dao cultivator's calm and collected face finally experienced a change. It was exactly as Duan Ling Tian had predicted. After Guo Li had dodged the saber, she kept gaining the upper hand ever since. After 30 moves, she finally was able to get near him successfully and reached in front of the young Dao cultivator. Striking her palm out, a gust of wind was formed easily and it sent the young Dao cultivator flying with a blast. Thanks for letting me win. Guo Li nodded faintly at the slightly pale, young Dao cultivator who had now finally come to a halt after being sent flying for more than 10 meters away. Thanks for having mercy towards me. After taking a deep breath and swallowing a pill, the young Dao cultivator finally healed his injuries a little and went to the front of wooden house number 13, preparing to enter it to cultivate. I think unless you can defeat the person who's ranked before you, you don't really have to go in anymore, Guo Li reminded. What do you mean? The young Dao cultivator frowned. Soon, he heard a series of discussions coming from below the high platform and finally obtained his answer. Hu Lin had made a breakthrough to the mortal shedding stage mastery stage. And not only that, but he also defeated Guo Li. The young Dao cultivator felt morose right away. One more month and the Lord City Governor would come out of his closed-door cultivation. By that time, he would set a test for the 13 gangsters and pick a disciple among them. If he were eliminated from the 13 guardians, he would lose the opportunity to join the test. Hu Lin is back, somebody shouted out loudly. Hu Lin, who had washed up and changed into a new set of clothes, was walking back into the latent dragon camp. However, his face was extremely grave. Well, of course. He had been thrown into the manure pit in front of so many people, and anyone who was in his shoes would not be able to accept that. After Hu Lin entered the latent dragon camp, his icy gaze was always locked on Duan Ling Tian. Right then, he wholly regarded Duan Ling Tian as his mortal enemy. He would never rest until he killed him. Rising up to the high platform, Hu Lin challenged the 7th of the 13 gangsters. It was a mortal shedding stage intermediate stage martial cultivator who had yet to make a breakthrough. He was someone whom Hu Lin was far from being able to compare to last time. Hu Lin, the moment he saw somebody challenging him, this mortal shedding stage intermediate stage martial cultivator walked out. He was slightly taken by surprise the instant he noticed that it was Hu Lin. Having been cultivating with all his heart in the wooden house number 7, he did not know what had happened just now. As he smelled the stench from Hu Lin's body, he just casually voiced it out with a frown. Hu Lin, your body seems to have a smell. You kinda smell like the manure pit. It looks like Hu Lin didn't clean himself properly. Well, how do you expect him to clean himself properly? That's a manure pit, for God's sake. Many people whispered to each other under the high platform. Manure pit. Before the mortal shedding stage intermediate stage martial cultivator who had just walked out of wooden house number 7 realized what was happening, a thunderous loud snarl had already exploded by his ear. You're going to die. It was none other than Hu Lin, who was growling madly. With a raise of his hand, Hu Lin instantly sent the original owner of wooden house number 7 flying with just one blow. It was basically a given for him to defeat a mortal shedding stage intermediate stage martial cultivator, having made a breakthrough to the mortal shedding stage mastery stage. Why, you've made a breakthrough? The mortal shedding stage intermediate stage martial cultivator, who was already defeated before he realized what was happening, stared at Hu Lin with shock in his eyes once again. HMPH. As Hu Lin snorted and swept an icy glance at where Duan Ling Tian was standing, he brought his enmity and hatred with him as he strode into wooden house number 7. At once, the young Dao cultivator was eliminated. As for Guo Li, she had also returned to wooden house number 13. She was first defeated by Hu Li and then won against the young Dao cultivator. Therefore, she successfully remained behind at the high platform and retained the title of being part of the 13 gangsters. Then, the high platform regained its peace again. Duan Ling Tian also returned to his wooden house, and after he had shut the door, he took out the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. With a deep breath, he entered it and went up to the 2nd level before continuing to cultivate his Saint-grade martial tactic colossal arrow light arrow. Duan Ling Tian became even more adept in his mastery of the techniques in the colossal arrow light arrow. A month later would be the day when the governor of Mount Hill City came out of his closed-door cultivation. Among the 13 gangsters, except for Hu Lin, who had yet to learn about the fact that the city governor was going to recruit a disciple, and other than Duan Ling Tian, who had completely no interest in becoming the chosen disciple, the other 11 people worked with all their might to cultivate. After cultivating for 2 months in the 2nd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, Duan Ling Tian came out of the pagoda. It was not that he did not want to continue to cultivate, but it was then he kind of felt numb cultivating until then. He knew that this feeling was caused by his rush and desperation. Right now, he needed to catch his breath first. I've yet to go out of the city governor's estate, although I've already been here for so long. Now that my cultivation base has finally improved in such a short period, and the colossal arrow light arrow has also reached its bottleneck now, it's time for me to go out to catch my breath. In a heartbeat, Duan Ling Tian retrieved his 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and walked out of wooden house number 6. After he exited, he walked to the multi-story pavilion right away. If any member of the latent dragon camp wanted to leave the campsite, they would need to report to the overseer of the latent dragon camp, the heavenly harm guardian. The moment Duan Ling Tian reached the front of the pavilion, he heard an icy voice resonate in the air. You've left the latent dragon camp once 20 days ago without even reporting anything to me. For this reason, unless it's an order from the city governor's estate, you're not allowed to step out of the latent dragon camp for the next 3 months. It was the voice of the heavenly harm guardian. Chapter 1382, The Rare Treasure Pavilion. 20 days ago. Duan Ling Tian was taken aback. Looking back at the timeline, It just so happened to be the day that Hu Lin challenged him and caused him to be expelled from the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. That day, the 13 guardians had been reshuffled and the sole Dao cultivator among them was eliminated. Of course, the 20 days outside was also equal to 2 months in the second level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. Lord Heavenly Harm Guardian, you know what happened 20 days ago as well. That time, it was because of Duan Ling Tian that I left the latent dragon camp. Not only that, I didn't actually go out. I just merely washed up at the city governor's estate, resonated another voice, making Duan Ling Tian smile a little upon hearing it. This was because he could tell that this was Hu Lin's voice. Hu Lin wanted to leave the latent dragon camp for an outing, but because he had left the campsite 20 days ago after he had fallen into the manure pit, he was not allowed to leave the campsite within these 3 months. It's precisely because of this that I didn't punish you for leaving the latent dragon camp by yourself without reporting to me. The Heavenly Harm Guardian's cold voice resonated again, go back. In the next instance, Duan Ling Tian saw Hu Lin walk out of the multi-story pavilion in an annoyed manner, but he merely swept an indifferent glance at him before brushing past him. Duan Ling Tian. Upon seeing Duan Ling Tian, iciness gleamed in Hu Lin's eyes right away. His fists were balled up and his face was full of humiliation. On top of crushing him 20 days ago, Duan Ling Tian had even cost him the opportunity to go out. The members of the latent dragon camp only had the opportunity to go out every 3 months. The rest of the time, they were forbidden to go out unless it was on the order of the city governor's estate. Duan Ling Tian entered the multi-story pavilion and announced without beating around the bush, Lord Heavenly Harm Guardian, I want to go out. After the Heavenly Harm Guardian swept a glance at Duan Ling Tian, he raised his hand and his true energy instantly wrapped around an order token before sending it to him. Remember to come back here in 10 days. Sure. Duan Ling Tian nodded. After he had stored the order token away, he walked out of the multi-story pavilion. At that moment, a smile crept up the corner of the Heavenly Harm Guardian's mouth finally. However, this smile soon disappeared in just the blink of an eye. Nobody saw it at all. Just as Duan Ling Tian left the latent dragon camp, Hu Lin had already reached the front of wooden house number 7. With a slight turn of his head, he saw Duan Ling Tian's silhouette dissipating away. At once, his expression turned even moodier. After Duan Ling Tian left the latent dragon camp, he requested directions to the road that he came in through using the carriage the last time and proceeded to go outside. Not long after that, the main gate of the city governor's estate soon emerged before his eyes. When he reached the main gates of the city governor's estate, he was instantly blocked. Show us your order token. The guard at the main gates of the city governor's estate demanded in an icy voice. Duan Ling Tian took out the order token that the Heavenly Harm Guardian had given him and handed it over to the guard. After the guard checked it thoroughly, he nodded his head faintly. The members of the latent dragon camp are allowed to leave the estate for 10 days. If you exceed 10 days, you'll be captured back to the latent dragon camp and punished. Duan Ling Tian nodded. 10 days was more than enough for him. He just wanted to catch a breath anyway. After walking out of the main gates, Duan Ling Tian continued to shuttle through and reached the center of the bustling market of Mound Hill City with the assistance of his memory from when he arrived 4 months ago. Everything was basically on sale in the bustling market. Saint weapons, being sold openly like this in the street. By the time Duan Ling Tian saw the saint weapons on display at the stalls, he was completely dumbfounded. Even though they were only human rank primitive saint weapons, it was still quite ridiculous that they were being sold openly by the roadside. A human rank primitive saint weapon was a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon in the Cloud Continent. On top of that, quasi-royal grade spirit weapons could usually only be found in the hands of martial emperor stage powerhouses. Of course, the martial emperors in the Cloud Continent were on par with the innate void restoration stage in Dao Martial Saint Land. The innate medicinal pill. Soon, Duan Ling Tian noticed a stall selling the innate medicinal pill. Even though they were only lower-grade innate medicinal pills, they were still comparable to the quasi-royal grade pills that he refined. That's right, suddenly Duan Ling Tian was reminded of something very important. Right now, I no longer have origin energy in my body. I wonder if I'll still be able to refine the weapon and pill fire. The moment he thought about this, he immediately went to find a secluded place and started to test it out. He began to attempt based on the methods he usually solidified the weapon and pill fire using his origin energy, but even after a long day of trying, the true energy still did not show any signs of reacting at all. His heart began to sink right away. Could it be that all of his weapons and medicine refinement techniques were now all gone? After he was in a daze for a long time, he finally snapped back to reality. Taking a deep breath, he mocked himself, so what if it's gone? It wasn't originally not mine anyway. Although the memory of the rebirth martial emperor was still in his mind, the rebirth martial emperor was only a martial emperor and he had never gone to Dao martial saint land before. Therefore, now that he had come to Dao martial saint land, Duan Ling Tian would need to rely on his own strength to find his way. Having accepted the fact, he was no longer so troubled by it now, especially since he did not rely on weapon and medicine refinement to make a living anyway. Besides that, even if he could solidify the weapon and pill fire now, he could only refine human rank mediocre saint weapon and innate medicinal pills at the most. He would need to fumble by himself if he wanted to make it another further. The last time, since he had merged with the rebirth martial emperor's entire weapons and pills refinement technique and experience, he was able to solidify a corresponding weapon and pill fire to refine spirit weapons and pills that were of a higher grade once his cultivation base had increased. However, it was no longer the case. Right now, I've already found that I don't have enough time to cultivate, so even if my weapon and pill refinement technique were still with me, I'd also be too lazy to study it. Wouldn't it be too tiring for me to study and elevate it by myself? The moment Duan Ling Tian thought about this, he completely felt at ease. He returned to the bustling market and continued to stroll through it. Sometimes, he would walk into some shops and have a look at the saint weapons and innate medicinal pills sold inside. In one of the shops, Duan Ling Tian saw human rank mediocre saint weapons and high-grade innate medicinal pills. The price of a human rank mediocre saint weapon was about 10,000 pieces of 9th grade saint stones, whereas a bottle of innate medicinal pills cost about a tenth of that. The human rank mediocre saint weapon is comparable to the royal grade spirit weapon that I refined the last time. While these innate medicinal pills are comparable to the royal grade pills I refined. Yet, a human rank mediocre saint weapon is only being sold at 10,000 pieces of 9th grade saint stones. 10,000 pieces of 9th grade saint stones are equal to 1 piece of 5th grade saint stone. Shui Nai alone has already given me more than 900 pieces of 5th grade saint stones. If I wanted to, I can buy more than 900 human rank mediocre saint weapons, and that's just with my 5th grade saint stones alone. If I use my 4th grade saint stones too, I can buy at least 2,000 human grade mediocre saint weapons. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought about this, he smiled wryly. In these innate medicinal pills, a piece of 5th grade saint stone would allow me to buy 10 bottles, Duan Ling Tian sighed in his heart. At that second, he only found out that the royal grade spirit weapon and pills that he had refined before this were actually so cheap as was being sold there. However, I haven't seen any saint grade martial tactic being sold till now. There are saint grade martial tactics inside the city governor's estate, but I'd need merit points or something. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. This time, the main reason he had gone out was to see whether there were any defensive saint grade martial tactics on sale. Although the colossal arrowlight arrow had its own defense technique, Duan Ling Tian was still unable to cultivate it yet. Hence, he wanted to search for the other defense techniques and other saint grade martial tactics to make do first. With my body now, my original brute explosive strength and defense are originally strong, so if I cultivate the saint grade martial tactics defense technique, even a martial or Dao cultivator on mortal shedding stage mastery stage would be most likely unable to break through my defenses. Duan Ling Tian's body was now even much stronger than the 5-clawed divine dragon. Once he teamed it up with the defense technique from the saint grade martial tactic, his defensive force would be even more formidable. It was also because of this that Duan Ling Tian was desperate to learn the defense technique from the saint grade martial tactic. While Duan Ling Tian was walking on the road, a voice suddenly resonated by his ears. In 3 days, the Rare Treasure Pavilion will hold another auction fair. It's been a year since the Rare Treasure Pavilion last held the auction fair, so I'm sure there must be many goodies. That's right, I've heard about that too. In 3 days, the Rare Treasure Pavilion will auction off 3 pieces of saint tokens that contain the saint grade martial tactic. Then, does it mean that there'll be 3 sets of saint grade martial tactics in total? Duan Ling Tian turned around and saw 2 people walking side by side who were deep in their conversation. Operating his divine eye, Duan Ling Tian could see through their cultivation bases. Both of them were at the innate void restoration stage. Brothers. Duan Ling Tian quickly turned around and hurried after them before blocking their way. What's that Rare Treasure Pavilion's auction fair that you two spoke about just now? Is it okay for you two to tell me more? The two middle-aged men ignored him. Instead, their faces turned grave right away. Of course, they would be annoyed. No matter who it was, anybody would feel bothered being blocked suddenly in the street by a stranger. Here are 2 pieces of 8th grade saint stones right here. It's for you two to have a cup of tea, big brothers. Duan Ling Tian seemed not to have noticed the serious expressions on the 2 men. Instead, with a raise of his hand, he presented 2 pieces of 8th grade saint stones which he had obtained from the latent dragon camp. In the latent dragon camp, he had only obtained the saint stones once, which was a full month after he had reached the campsite. As for the other 2 months, due to the fact that he had been cultivating with all of his heart in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, he had missed out. Usually, the timing for the latent dragon camp members to obtain the saint stones was punctual, and those who came late would not be compensated later on. However, Duan Ling Tian was not concerned about the 2 months' worth of saint stones. In fact, he had more than 900 5th grade and 104th grade saint stones in his hand. Compared to the saint stones he had, the 2 months' worth of saint stones from the latent dragon camp was like a strand of hair from a bull's back. An 8th grade saint stone. The moment the 2 men heard this, they immediately grabbed the saint stones Duan Ling Tian passed to them as their eyes lit up. Instantly, the situation turned warm and they began to explain the auction to him patiently. This made Duan Ling Tian sigh right away. It looked like regardless of where it was, money was the only thing that would make everything work. From them, Duan Ling Tian learned that the rare treasure pavilion was actually a property under the command of the city governor's estate. Once in a year, they would hold a large-scale auction fair. There would be at least 1 set of saint-grade martial tactic every year. It was because of that every year, many people would come to Mound Hill City to join this large-scale auction fair that was held by the rare treasure pavilion. No wonder I feel like the crowd is larger compared to the last time I came. So, it turns out that the rare treasure pavilion is actually going to hold their auction fair. Duan Ling Tian finally understood. Chapter 1383 The Mystic Art Pavilion. This year, the fact that the rare treasure pavilion was going to auction 3 sets of saint-grade martial tactics had attracted even more people. Because it was a saint-grade martial tactic, even though if it was only a human-rank primitive saint-grade martial tactic, the pull factor was still incredibly high. Even a 9th-rated force would go all its way to fight for it. In fact, even a 9th-rated force would not have that many sets of saint-grade martial tactics on hand. From the 2 middle-aged men, Duan Ling Tian finally learned about the process of the rare treasure pavilion auction fair. He made up his mind right away that 3 days later, he would join the auction. However, with the 198 pieces of 8th grade saint stones that I have now, I won't possibly be able to bid for any saint-grade martial tactic. Well, of course, if I use my 5th grade saint stones, these 9th-rated force would never be able to fight with me, but the thing is, I can't just expose my 5th grade saint stones like that. Duan Ling Tian knew very well in his heart that once the 5th grade saint stones in his hand were exposed, he would become everyone's target. In fact, just 1 5th grade saint stone alone was already the equivalent to 10,000 pieces of 9th grade saint stones or 1,000 pieces of 8th grade saint stones. Who would not want that? Most importantly, the worth of the 5th grade saint stones contained did not stop just right there. Only a saint stone vein of a 6th grade saint stone and above could produce 5th grade saint stones. Let alone the surrounding area of Mound Hill City, even the most powerful city governor's estate in Mound Hill City was also only an 8th-rated force that had an 8th grade saint stone vein. Even that large sect that ruled the 18 cities, including Mound Hill City, was also only a 7th-rated force that had a 7th-rated saint stone vein. The fact that there were 6th grade saint stones being produced in Mound Hill City sometimes was already astonishing enough. The 5th grade saint stone basically could not be found at all. That's right, why did I forget about this? I can just infuse my spiritual energy into the saint token that contains the saint grade martial tactic and then read the contents inside. A light bulb went off in Duan Ling Tian's mind. Now, he reminisced the unique power of his own spiritual energy. When an ordinary martial or Dao cultivator obtained a corresponding saint token, be it a saint-grade martial tactic or a saint-grade Dao tactic, they would still need to read the message it contained inside layer by layer. Only after they had cultivated the saint-grade martial tactic to a certain level could they continue reading the message. Otherwise, they would not be able to read the message that came after it all. However, Duan Ling Tian was different. That time, when he had read the saint token that contained the saint-grade martial tactic Colossal Arrow Light Arrow, he only needed a second to memorize the entire message in his brain. He only found out later on that this was not something that other ordinary martial or Dao cultivators could do. I think it's better for me to join the auction fair. By that time, no matter who's the one who successfully bids for the Saint grade martial tactic, I can just offer 100 pieces of 8th grade Saint stones to take a quick read of its contents for a second. I'm sure nobody would reject this offer, would they? Duan Ling Tian smiled as he flashed a dazzling grin. He only needed a moment to download all of the message contained in the Saint grade martial tactic into his mind. I finally can cultivate the defense technique from the Saint grade martial tactic. Duan Ling Tian was delighted. With a joyful heart, Duan Ling Tian wandered around Mount Hill City a few rounds, and in the end, he finally came to a halt in front of a magnificent 3-story building that occupied a vast space. The Mystic Art Pavilion. Duan Ling Tian's gaze was quickly attracted by the large signboard hanging on the building in front. What is this place? Duan Ling Tian noticed that every story of the 3-story building in front was twice the height of the story of an original building, so although it was only 3 stories high, it was still unusually tall. Standing in front of the Mystic Art Pavilion, Duan Ling Tian studied the crowds that entered and left the building. He noticed that some of the people had a special badge pinned on their chests. There were 2 types of badges in total. One of them was inscribed with a drawing of a saber and sword crossed with each other, while the other badge was inscribed with a tilted bottle of pills along with 3 pills beside it. Under his curiosity, Duan Ling Tian entered the building. After he entered, he noticed that there were many people on the first level. These people had one common characteristic, that was, they were here to publish tasks. The tasks that they published were either asking for pills or saint weapons. Gradually, Duan Ling Tian slowly learned what this Mystic Art Pavilion was. The Mystic Art Pavilion existed in almost every decent city all over Dao Martial Saint Land. As for what it was for, let's start explaining from the first level of the Mystic Art Pavilion. Everyone was allowed to enter the first level of the Mystic Art Pavilion, and once they entered, one could put up the notice for tasks to seek for pills, saint weapons, and even Dao talismans. The staff of the Mystic Art Pavilion would then organize all of the notices and put them on record before sending them over to the second and the third level. The second level of the Mystic Art Pavilion was where the Saint Refinement Masters gathered. There were 2 types of Saint Refinement Masters, one of them focused on refining pills, while the other one focused on refining weapons. In fact, just like in the Cloud Continent that Duan Ling Tian had been in before, they were either alchemists or the weapons craftsmen. The people whom Duan Ling Tian saw wearing 2 different types of badges were all Saint Refinement Masters. The Saint Refinement Masters wearing the badge with the saber and sword carvings were the people focused in weapons refinement Dao, while those wearing the badge with the pill bottles and pills carving were the Saint Refinement Masters focused in medicine refinement Dao. What a pity, I can't solidify any weapon or pill fire now. Otherwise, I'd be a Saint Refinement Master too. Not only that, I'd be an all-rounder Saint Refinement Master, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. All of the Saint Refinement Masters entering the Mystic Art Pavilion would go to the second level. In the second level, they would then be able to receive the tasks and complete them to earn Saint Stones. Of course, they could also publish tasks to search for rare material. These tasks would all be put up on the first level of the Mystic Art Pavilion. Other than putting up tasks, the first level of the Mystic Art Pavilion was also selling many rare materials too. As for the third level of the Mystic Art Pavilion, it was the gathering place of Dao Talisman Masters and Saint Inscription Masters. The Dao Talisman Masters were Dao cultivators who could inscribe Dao talismans. All of the Dao Talisman Masters were at least at the Saint Rudiment stage. Only those Dao Talisman Masters who were at Saint Rudiment stage and above could inscribe Dao talismans. Of course, not all Dao cultivators who were at the Saint Rudiment stage and above could do so either. Drawing the Dao talisman was a skilled job. A city like Mount Hill City could only be considered as a city by the edge of Dao Martial Saint Land. Inside such a city, not many Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses could be seen, let alone the Saint Rudiment stage Dao cultivators, and even more so for Saint Rudiment stage Dao cultivators who knew how to draw a Dao talisman. For this reason, it was very difficult to see a Dao talisman master in Mount Hill City. The Saint Inscription Masters, on the other hand, were martial cultivators who could inscribe Saint inscriptions on the Saint weapons. All Saint Inscription Masters were all at least at the Saint Rudiment stage. Only martial cultivators who were at the Saint Rudiment stage and above could inscribe Saint inscriptions on the Saint weapons. Of course, not every Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator knew how to inscribe Saint inscriptions on the Saint weapons. Inscribing the Saint inscriptions was a skill too. the rarity of a Saint Inscription Master was at the same level as the Tao Talisman Master. They were very difficult to find in Mound Hill City. Even if they could be seen, they were nothing but passing travelers at Mound Hill City. After all, be it the Tao Talisman Master or the Saint Inscription Master, even the worst one was treated as a highly distinguished guest by the 7th-rated forces. Even the worst Tao Talisman Master and the Saint Inscription Master would not even give a damn at all about an 8th-rated force like the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. It looks like the 3rd level of this Mound Hill City's mystic art pavilion only exists in name, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. This is my first time hearing about the Saint Inscription Master though. It was the first time he heard of the term, Saint Inscription Master. As for the Tao Talisman Master, although it was his first time hearing that too, he had used the 3 Tao Talismans that his father had left for him before. It was apparent that the 3 Tao Talismans came from the hands of a Tao Talisman Master. The Saint Inscription Master can inscribe Saint Inscriptions on the Saint Weapons to give the Saint Weapons some types of attributes. A powerful Saint Inscription can even unleash a horrifyingly terrifying power. The Saint Inscription Master is slightly similar to the Inscription Masters in the Cloud Continent. However, the inscriptions in Tao Martial Saint Land would lose its effectiveness. Duan Ling Tian frowned and only eased up after a long time. Not only that, but only a Saint Rudiment Stage Martial Cultivator has the chance to become a Saint Inscription Master. Duan Ling Tian's knowledge about the Tao Talisman Master and the Saint Inscription Master was all from the staff in the Mystic Art Pavilion. Of course, the reason why the Mystic Art Pavilion staff were so patient in explaining was because of the Saint Stones that Duan Ling Tian had given them. Mystic Art Pavilion, Saint Refinement Masters, Tao Talisman Masters, Saint Inscription Masters. Muttering, Duan Ling Tian walked out of the Mystic Art Pavilion and returned to the main street. After strolling another round, he casually found an inn to stay at. After checking in, Duan Ling Tian's mind jolted and he entered the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to continue his cultivation of the Saint Grade Martial Tactic Colossal Arrowlight Arrow. After staying 6 days in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, 2 days had also gone by outside. When he left the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, it was already the night before the large-scale auction fair that was going to held at the Rare Treasure Pavilion. That night, Duan Ling Tian went for a stroll around Mound Hill City's night landscape and it gave him a different experience on the local customs and practices. After strolling one round, it was already late at night and Duan Ling Tian was about to go back. Big brother, help me, somebody's trying to kill me. Somebody's trying to kill me. Just when he entered a street that had nobody else on it, Duan Ling Tian heard a young yet terrifying struck voice coming from the front. As he squinted his eyes, he could see a little girl of about 5 or 6 years old running towards him anxiously. The little girl appeared to fair and delicate, but her face was slightly smeared and the clothes that she was wearing were slightly tattered too. Not long after that, the little girl reached in front of Duan Ling Tian. Spreading her arms, she hugged his thighs tightly and was unwilling to let go. Little girl, where are your parents? Duan Ling Tian squatted and touched the little girl's head as he smiled and asked. The gaze that Duan Ling Tian looked at the little girl was filled with gentleness and he made the little girl feel as though she was bathed in a spring breeze. His eyes were pure, so pure that the little girl felt guilty. Big brother, actually, nobody's trying to kill me. Go now. Biting her lip, the little girl seemed to have made up her mind and right away, she released her hands that were holding Duan Ling Tian's thighs and urged. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. At that moment, he noticed that something did not seem right. Lord, over there, that human trafficker took my daughter and went that way. Chapter 1384 Hong Yu the Beastrider. Trafficker. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. With his keen sense of hearing, he heard the voice from the street ahead. It was getting closer and closer followed by hurried footsteps. Sir, that's him, he kidnapped my niece. At that moment, Duan Ling Tian heard a hoarse voice yelling from behind. The hoarse voice was horrible like a duck that would not stop quacking. Are you with them? Duan Ling Tian asked the little girl while looking at her with a kind smile. Now, he realized that he was facing a badger game he had heard about. However, he was not worried at all. Instead, he gave his attention to the little girl. They hit me. They hit me when I don't listen to them. The little girl looked at Duan Ling Tian with her big, innocent and watery eyes while tears rolled from them. At the same time, she pulled up her torn sleeves to show him her skinny arms. A glance was enough to make the smile on Duan Ling Tian's face freeze. His eyes looked like they were going to spit fire. Who are they? Do you know them? However, he suppressed his rage and asked as softly as he could so that he would not frighten the little girl. Now, he was almost sure that she was just an innocent girl. The girl was only 5 or 6. What did she even know? They took me away. My mother's gone. My father's gone. My grandfather's gone. The little girl whimpered while wiping her tears away. Her tears flowed all over her dirty face, making her look like a filthy little kitten. Duan Ling Tian confirmed that the little girl had been deceived by them. Those bastards had made her part of their badger game. Sir, it's him. See, he's making my daughter sob like this. Sir, I would recognize him even if he's burnt to ashes. It's him who kidnapped my niece. My niece is only 6. How are my brother and sister-in-law going to live knowing she's been kidnapped? The two voices cried out one after another. Duan Ling Tian noticed that the little girl was like a bird being startled by the mere twang of a bowstring as she gripped his thigh again while she began to shudder. It was hard to imagine what she had gone through to be this terrified as soon as she heard their voices. I'm here. Nobody will hurt you again. He picked her up into his embrace. At the same, he began to check who was blocking him in front and behind. The person in front of him was a middle-aged man in blue while a Mound Hill city guard stood next to him. Meanwhile, a squat, ugly, middle-aged man was behind him, and there was a Mound Hill city guard next to him too. Brat, how dare you kidnap my daughter? I have a city guard with me. I can't wait to see what they're going to do with you. The middle-aged man in blue shouted at Duan Ling Tian while staring at him with those ugly, slanted eyes. Sir, please help me. My brother and sister-in-law only have one child, pleaded the short and ugly middle-aged man to the Mound Hill city guard next to him. It's very late now. It's not nice for us to disturb our comrades looking after the prison. The both of you should see if you can sort this out privately. If he's unwilling to do it, we'll put him behind bars, one of the Mound Hill city guards said. Trafficker, it's your lucky day. If not for us not wanting to disturb our comrades guarding the prison, you'll be stuck behind bars forever. The other Mound Hill city guard said. The little girl leaned on Duan Ling Tian's shoulders and said to him in her shaky voice, Brother. They're fake. They're in this together. They're bad people. They're all bad people. In fact, when the first person who dressed as a Mound Hill city guard spoke, Duan Ling Tian already knew he was an imposter. Although he had only been to Mound Hill City for a short time, he heard that Mound Hill City was strict with their guards, so it was impossible that they had such scums working for them. Although the little girl's voice was soft, it was loud in the still street. The 4 people surrounding Duan Ling Tian heard what she said and their expressions changed. Stupid girl, do you want to die? The reason why they were doing this badger game was to obtain more saint stones. They hardly killed unless it was necessary. It was the reason they were in Mound Hill City. They would not be able to live there as soon as they killed someone. The city governor's estate of Mound Hill City would regard them as having humiliated Mound Hill City's power and would find them even if they had to tear the place up. However, now that the little girl had exposed their scheme, they could no longer bother about that. They whipped weapons out one after another. Altogether, there were 4 human rank prominent saint weapons. Since when do little bastards who aren't even on mortal shedding stage dare to kill in Mound Hill City? Duan Ling Tian glanced at the 4 of them with his sharp eyes and mocked. Just when the 4 of them had appeared earlier, he had already detected their cultivation base with his divine eye. They were merely on innate void restoration stage. At the same time, the purple robes on Duan Ling Tian's body fluttered with his aura of a mortal shedding stage powerhouse. A mortal shedding stage powerhouse. At that moment, the 4 of them had a drastic change of expression when they realized that they had bitten off more than they could chew. Tell me, where did all of you kidnap her from? Duan Ling Tian glared at them. His eyes that were already ferocious looked even fiercer now as if they could pierce through them. The 4 of them seemed to realize it was impossible for them to run from Duan Ling Tian, so they knelt and begged, Sir, please spare our lives. We purchased her from someone else. We've no idea where she came from. Please spare our lives. The 4 of them knelt on the ground and continuously begged for mercy as they shuddered. Purchased her from someone else. Where's that person now? Duan Ling Tian demanded. We don't know him. He was just passing by Mound Hill City. We've no idea where he came from and where he was going, said the slanted-eyed man while shaking. What's your name? Duan Ling Tian glanced at the little girl in his embrace and asked gently. ZZ. Perhaps because she saw how Duan Ling Tian overpowered the 4 of them so easily, the little girl was no longer afraid now. She looked at him in admiration with her big, watery eyes. Brother, you're so powerful. Can ZZ learn from you? If ZZ learns from you, ZZ won't have to be afraid of bad people anymore. Bad people wouldn't dare to hit ZZ, she said in all seriousness. Duan Ling Tian clearly felt the four fellas kneeling on the ground shake subtly when they heard what the little girl said. He lifted the little girl's torn rags from her limbs and saw bruises all over her arms and legs. The bruises seemed fresh. ZZ, tell me, did they hit you often? Duan Ling Tian tried his best to suppress the rage in him as he asked softly. Please spare our lives, young miss. At that moment, the four of them who were kneeling on the ground panicked. They completely panicked. They were all astute enough to tell there was a will to kill hidden in Duan Ling Tian's tone. The little girl nodded. ZZ didn't listen to them. ZZ didn't want to lie. They hit ZZ because of that. They asked ZZ to lie. ZZ isn't a bad kid. ZZ doesn't want to lie. I know you're a good kid, ZZ. ZZ, let's play a game. No matter what you hear later, don't open your eyes until I tell you to, okay? Duan Ling Tian smiled while looking at the little girl. All right, she nodded obediently and shut her eyes. Almost the second the little girl shut her eyes, the rage that Duan Ling Tian suppressed burst out completely. He lifted his foot and released true energy rampantly, sweeping towards the four bastards kneeling on the ground. The four bastards did not even have the chance to beg for mercy as the lifting of Duan Ling Tian's foot alone caused their bodies to explode while blood sprayed everywhere. Roar! Not long after Duan Ling Tian killed the four bastards, a beastly roar came from the street ahead. The sound was getting closer and closer and it soon arrived at the street across Duan Ling Tian. Who is that? Who dares to kill in Mount Hill City? Soon, a young man in armor who stood on a wild beast appeared not far from Duan Ling Tian majestically. 8 people in armor followed closely behind him. Duan Ling Tian recognized that those were Mount Hill City guards in just one glance. I heard that the 5 Mount Hill City guard captains are all beast riders. I wonder which one of them are you? Duan Ling Tian looked at the young man standing on the wild beast and asked. Hong Yu. The young man standing on the wild beast looked straight into Duan Ling Tian's eyes and asked coldly, who are you then? Why did you kill in Mount Hill City? Don't you know the rules here? Captain, 4 men have died. 2 of them wear our city guard's armor. I've verified them. The armor was forged. Quickly, a guard reported to Hong Fu after checking the scene. There's a death penalty for those who forge city guard's armor. Hong Yu glared coldly at Duan Ling Tian. How are you going to explain about the other 2? Captain Hong, is this wild beast that you tamed, the bloody-eyed jackal? Duan Ling Tian had his eyes locked on the wild beast under Hong Yu's feet. It was completely black with red eyes and looked very similar to a jackal. I heard that the bloody-eyed jackal has a special sensing ability when it comes to the smell of blood. It can detect blood even if it's far away. I've finally witnessed its ability today. It sure lives up to its fame. Just when Hong Yu's face turned solemn and seemed a little impatient, Duan Ling Tian took out the token given by the Heavenly Harm Guardian and tossed it to him. I'm one of you guys. Hong Yu grabbed the token and scrutinized it closely. He could not help but exclaim out loud, the Latent Dragon Camp. Latent Dragon Camp. As Hong Yu exclaimed, the 8 city guards looked at Duan Ling Tian in admiration. Everyone in Mount City Hill knew about the Latent Dragon Camp. It was common knowledge that no matter how weak a person was, as long as he came out of the Latent Dragon Camp, he was a remarkable person to them. Although you're from Latent Dragon Camp, the prohibition to kill within Mount Hill City's an order from Master City Governor. The 2 men that you killed among these 4 who disguised as city guards deserve to die. But you'll have to give me a reasonable explanation for the other 2 that you've killed. Hong Yu's expression eased a little after Duan Ling Tian handed his token over. Chapter 1385 Becoming Brothers. Captain Hong, can we speak about this somewhere else? Duan Ling Tian said to Hong Yu while taking a glance at the little girl in his embrace instinctively. Hong Yu nodded. He believed that anyone from the Latent Dragon Camp should know Mount Hill City's rules, so he assumed that Duan Ling Tian would definitely not kill someone in the city unreasonably. Our squad has just ended our shift and we're returning. You can follow me back to our city guard's base camp and tell me about it there. Hong Yu acknowledged. Duan Ling Tian nodded, not declining his suggestion. Clean this up and we'll return. After Hong Yu commanded them, the 8 city guards took action immediately and cleaned up the mess at the scene. They then marched in a neat procession behind Hong Yu who rode on his wild beast. Along the way, Duan Tian took a long look at the wild beast below Hong Yu's feet amusedly. The wild beast Hong Yu had tamed. He only found out about the existence of Beastrider when he came to the latent dragon camp in the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City. Beastriders were rare in Dao Martial Saint Land. When they battled, apart from relying on their own strength, they also depended on the strength from the wild beast. Beastriders had the major upper hand whenever they fought martial cultivators and Dao cultivators of the same level. Everyone desired to be a Beastrider in Dao Martial Saint Land. They wanted to kill alongside a fantastic wild beast. However, whilst the imagination was always great, the reality of it was brutal. One must possess the talent to become a Beastrider. Only 1 in a million had such exceptional talent. However, God was fair. 0.40% of the people who possessed the talent to become a Beastrider had terrible skill in martial Dao. Around 30% of them had mediocre martial Dao talent, about 20% of them had great martial Dao talent, while less than 10% had prominent martial Dao talent. Beastriders who possessed prominent martial Dao talent would be hair-raising beings as they grew, because the more powerful the Beastrider's personal ability was, the more powerful the wild beast that could be tamed. Moreover, they could train their wild beasts to sync their minds for peak collaboration. The Beastrider and his wild beast would be invincible as they ventured into the world. Wild beasts did not possess human intelligence, they only had survival instincts. All wild beasts tamed by their Beastrider would never betray their master for the rest of their lives. They were selfless and willing to die for their masters. Duan Tian arrived at the city guard's base camp with Hong Yu's squad without even him realizing it. At that moment, Duan Tian said to the little girl in his arms, "ZZ, you can open your eyes now." The little girl opened her big, watery eyes then and looked around like a curious cat. "Brother, where is this place? Are the 4 bad guys dead? This is Mount Hill City Guard soldiers' base camp. Nobody will hurt you here," Duan Tian said to her in a coddling manner. The little girl nodded. It was late at night. Hong Yu sat at the far front in the spacious tent while the 8 city guards were divided into 2 sides. Meanwhile, Duan Tian brought ZZ with him and sat behind Hong Yu. Duan Tian then told Hong Yu and the other 8 what had happened as they focused on him. The scars and injuries on the little girl's body proved that he was telling the truth. At that moment, Hong Yu and the other 8's eyes turned red. "Bastard! Scum! Animal!" Hong Yu and the other 8 were furious. They were completely enraged by what they heard. Although they were tough city guards who would not even blink if they had a knife pointed at their necks, tears were rolling down their eyes when they heard about what the little girl, ZZ, had been through. Hong Yu took a deep breath in to calm his stirred emotions. He asked politely while looking at Duan Tian, "Brother, you did great. I knew that the people from the Latent Dragon Camp take the Mount Hill City's law seriously. So, you're from the Latent Dragon Camp. May I know how do I address you?" Duan Tian smiled as he replied. Surprisingly, Hong Yu and the other 8 city guards were stunned as soon as Duan Tian told his name. They went silent for a while, and the atmosphere in the camp became a little awkward. ZZ was the only one who behaved normally. She was running around in the tent happily and innocently. "Why, is there anything on my face?" Duan Tian was surprised to see Hong Yu and the rest staring at him. Duan Tian, are you the Duan Tian who defeated Zhang Jilong and ranks number 6 in the 13 gangsters of Latent Dragon Camp? Hong Yu inhaled sharply. Meanwhile, the other 8 city guards were staring at Duan Tian like they were looking at a ghost. Before this, they thought that this purple-clad young man was just a normal Latent Dragon Camp member. Never had. They thought that he would be one of the 13 gangsters of the Latent Dragon Camp. Not only that, but he was Duan Tian, the genius of the Latent Dragon Camp whom everyone was talking about recently. Duan Tian joined the Latent Dragon Camp almost 4 months ago and became one of the 13 gangsters as soon as he entered the camp. A month later, he defeated Zhang Jilong, who ranked number 6 in 13 gangsters, and replaced him. "Yes, it's me," Duan Tian confirmed. "Why? Is there a problem?" Duan Tian, do you know that before you defeated Zhang Jilong, he was known as a genius all over Mount Hill City and the borders? He was called the Invincible Intermediate Mortal Shedding Stage. Hong Yu said. "So, even though he's only an Intermediate Mortal Shedding Stage Latent Dragon Camp member, but he's that famous?" Duan Tian was stunned as he had no idea. However, his fame dropped tremendously when you defeated him. His halo completely shifted to you as a result of the defeat, Hong Yu said while grinning. No wonder he looked like he was going to eat me when he saw me after I defeated him. Duan Ling Tian came to a realization. Duan Ling Tian noticed that Hong Yu was no longer as open as he had been after finding out about his identity. He could not help to suggest to Hong Yu, Captain Hong, if you don't mind. What do you think of us being brothers? Naturally, the reason why he came up with the suggestion was that he could tell Hong Yu was a blunt man who was worth being a friend. He liked him. They had hit it off right away. What Duan Ling Tian said stunned Hong Yu. Meanwhile, the eyes of the 8 city guards under Hong Yu lit up. If their captain were to become a brother to Duan Ling Tian, his identity would definitely skyrocket and they would absolutely benefit from it. You're a genius from Latent Dragon Camp. You might even become one of the 36 guardians in the future while I'm just a city guard captain. I deserve to be your brother. Hong Yu forced a smile. Captain Hong, are you brushing me off with an excuse? Duan Ling Tian questioned while feeling a little unhappy. I just thought you're an honest person with dignity. You're someone who is worth being a friend, so I'd like to do that. It seems like I've made a mistake. Duan Ling Tian stood up as soon as he was done speaking and was going to bring ZZ along with him. Brother Ling Tian, please hold. Hong Yu stood up immediately. I definitely don't mean to brush you off. I mean everything I said. Captain Hong, did you just call me brother? Duan Ling Tian, whose face turned stiff, relaxed as a smile came along. Hong Yu forced a smile again. He was not a person who loved to dilly-dally. He said after making up his mind, Brother Ling Tian, since you're making me your brother, you can't be calling me Captain Hong any longer, am I right? Ha ha, Brother Hong. Duan Ling Tian chuckled out loud and took the initiative to address him properly. When he first saw Hong Yu, he had used his divine eye to scan him. Hong Yu was 45 this year and was a master immortal shedding stage beastrider. Congratulations, Captain. At that moment, Hong Yu's 8 underlings congratulated him while beaming. The 8 of you, go prepare some food and drinks. I'm getting drunk with my brother tonight. Hong Yu instructed. The 8 of them got out of the tent to happily prepare dinner. Only Duan Ling Tian, Hong Yu, and the little girl ZZ were left in the tent. Brother Ling Tian, I'm sure it's inconvenient for you to bring her back to the Latent Dragon Camp. How about you put her at my place temporarily? My wife usually takes care of the kids at home anyway. She wouldn't mind taking care of another kid. What do you think? Hong Yu suggested while looking at Z. I shall thank you in advance then, Brother Hong. Duan Ling Tian thanked Hong Yu immediately and subsequently sighed, poor thing. But I heard from her that her family should still be around. I wonder if she remembers where she lived. It'd be great if she does, so she'll reunite with her family. If she doesn't, she can stay at my place. I'll treat her like my own daughter, Hong Yu assured bluntly. Treat her like your own daughter? Brother Hong, you're robbing her from me. She calls me brother, you know, Duan Ling Tian said while shaking his head and smiling. Then, I'll treat her like my sister. She'd be my 2 children's aunt. They happen to be younger than her, Hong Yu said. That night, Duan Ling Tian and Hong Yu drank all night in joy. He did not even force the alcohol out of his body with true energy. The day was breaking when Duan Ling Tian awoke from his sleep. The sun was shining in the sky. Duan Ling Tian brought ZZ to meet Hong Yu, who was going to take her in. However, the little girl was unwilling to go. I want brother. I only want my brother. Be good, ZZ. Brother has something very important to do. Just stay here at Brother Hong's place, alright? You have 2 little nephews to play with at his place, Duan Ling Tian advised her patiently. Then, brother, you must visit me often. One had to say that the little girl was obedient since she stopped making a fuss after a while. She was mature for her age, which made Duan Ling Tian and Hong Yu loved her even more. After handing ZZ over to Hong Yu, Duan Ling Tian left the city guard's base camp and headed towards the Rare Treasure Pavilion. There would be an auction at the Rare Treasure Pavilion that day at noon. Apart from those who received the invitation, the rest would have to reserve seats with Saint Stones way before the event to get a seat token. What? They're all taken. Duan Ling Tian had underestimated the crowd coming from all regions. He found out that all the seats were reserved when he went to the Rare Treasure Pavilion to get himself a seat. Sir, please hold on. Just when Duan Ling Tian frowned and was ready to leave, a middle-aged man who dressed neatly hurried over and called out to Duan Ling Tian, Chapter 1386 Copper Shirt. Duan Ling Tian looked at the middle-aged man in a doubtful manner. Overseer. At that moment, The staff who informed Duan Ling Tian that all the seats were taken up bowed to the middle-aged man respectfully. Anxiously, he felt like blaming someone. He was nervous about Duan Ling Tian's identity and secretly, he blamed Duan Ling Tian for not telling him his identity. Are you blind? This is the pavilion master's guest. The middle-aged man glared at the staff angrily. The staff smiled and apologized to Duan Ling Tian. I'm so sorry, sir. I didn't know you're pavilion master's guest. Sir, ignore him, follow me. The pavilion master's waiting for you. The middle-aged man looked at Duan Ling Tian with a wide smile on his face. Pavilion master. The pavilion master of the rare treasure pavilion. Duan Ling Tian was full of doubts. Did the pavilion master of the rare treasure pavilion know him? With reservations, Duan Ling Tian followed the middle-aged man to the top floor of the rare treasure pavilion. The top floor was open air and basked in the morning light. Sir, the pavilion master's waiting for you out there, said the middle-aged man as he took a glance at the open-air balcony. He left after he was done speaking. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian stepped forward and walked onto the open-air balcony. As soon as he did, he saw a person standing with his back facing him. The person stood by the balcony railing, indulging in the morning sun while looking across the street. Naturally, that was not the important point. The important point was that he thought the back seemed a little familiar, like he had seen it before. However, he could not recall who it was at that moment. You are. Duan Ling Tian stopped walking when he arrived closer to the person and asked. Haha, Duan Ling Tian, you sure are quick to forget about your life savior. The person turned around following a hearty laugh. It was a middle-aged man dressed like a scholar wearing a silk handkerchief on his head and a feather fan in his hand. Senior Lin. Duan Ling Tian's eyes opened wide. You're the pavilion master of the rare treasure pavilion. The middle-aged scholar who stood before Duan Ling Tian was no other than Lin Qingrong. He had saved Duan Ling Tian's life near Fuyu Island back then. He was also one of the 36 guardians of the city governor's estate in Mount Hill City. He was the 9th guardian, the Heaven Bravery Guard. Although Duan Ling Tian knew that the rare treasure pavilion was the property of the city governor's estate, never did he imagine that this old friend of his would be the pavilion master. Don't be surprised, I was just appointed to take this position last month, Lin Qingrong said while smiling. Indeed, he had just been assigned this position last month. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian had played a big role in getting him the position of pavilion master of the rare treasure pavilion. To be exact, he was assigned the position because he had brought a genius such as Duan Ling Tian into the city governor's estate. It was their 36 guardians' first elder brother, the heavenly leader guardian, who had made him the pavilion master of the rare treasure pavilion. Does that mean that you're the reason why they're auctioning 3 Saint-grade martial tactics at the rare treasure pavilion auction today? Duan Ling Tian asked. I guess so. I saw you just now and knew you'd be interested in today's auction. Are you here for the Saint-grade martial tactics? Lin Qingrong asked. I'm just here to look around, Duan Ling Tian said while smiling. I can't afford to buy a Saint-grade martial tactic. I heard. The Saint-grade martial tactic that you performed to defeat Li Han and even Zhang Jilong was remarkable, Lin Qingrong commented while looking deep into Duan Ling Tian's eyes with a grin. Duan Ling Tian smiled back awkwardly. Senior Lin, are the Saint-grade martial tactics Saint tokens that are going on auction today with you? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. To him, a Saint token containing Saint-grade martial tactics was gravely important. Theoretically, it should be with Lin Qingrong, the pavilion master of the rare treasure master. If Lin Qingrong had them, he might have the opportunity to take a look at them. That's right, Lin Qingrong nodded as Duan Ling Tian waited in anticipation. He lifted his arm and 3 Saint tokens subsequently appeared in his hand. Why, would you like to take a look? I would like to see what they are like. Actually, when Master City Governor comes out of closed-door cultivation 10 days later, you'll obtain quite some merit points as long as you score remarkably in the assessment that he set, Lin Qingrong said. With merit points, you can study the Saint-grade martial tactics available in the city governor's estate. There are so many more Saint-grade martial tactics in the city governor's estate than what I have in my hand now. Lin Qingrong handed the 3 Saint tokens in his hand over to Duan Ling Tian as he spoke. As soon as Duan Ling Tian took the tokens, he exerted his spiritual energy into them one after another. At that moment, 3 waves of tremendous information flooded his head like they were sprouting in his mind. The 3 Saint tokens that you have with you right now contain human rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactics. 2 out of these 3 Saint-grade martial tactics have the same defense technique called copper shirt. It's not bad. You could study more about that, Lin Qingrong said. Hearing what he said, Duan Ling Tian began to arrange the sea of information in his head. Eventually, he found out that the 2 piles of information coming from 2 different saint tokens contained a small part of exactly the same information. The small section of information was the recording of the same defensive technique, which was the copper shirt that Lin Qingrong had mentioned. The copper shirt was a defense technique that allowed true energy to fuse into flesh and even covered the top of human skin. If it was cultivated to its peak, the true energy that was fused into one's body could create a wall that was as hard as metal. This defense technique suits my body. Duan Ling Tian's emotions were stirred. His body was tremendously strong, even stronger than a 5-clawed divine dragon's true form of the same level. If he managed to cultivate this copper shirt, the true energy that fused with his body would give him a boost in strength. Senior Lin, why would 2 completely different Saint-grade martial tactics have the exact same technique? Duan Ling Tian could not understand that. At that moment, he handed the 3 saint tokens back to Lin Qingrong. To him, the 3 tokens were worthless now because he now had the contents imprinted in his head. He would not be able to forget them even if he wanted to. Also, I found out that this technique appears in the Saint-grade martial tactic that I'm cultivating now, Duan Ling Tian added. Since he was going to cultivate copper shirt, he did not want to complicate the matter, so he began to pave the way for himself by telling Lin Qingrong that there was already copper shirt in the Saint-grade martial tactic he was cultivating. There's copper shirt in the Saint-grade martial tactic that you're cultivating too. Lin Qingrong was a little surprised. He shook his head and smiled at the same time. It seems that it was unnecessary of me to recommend it to you earlier, but it's common that the same technique appears in many other Saint-grade martial tactics. Of course, such a situation only exists in human-ranked Saint-grade martial tactics. It's most common in human-rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactics. Just like copper shirt, it's a defense technique that's most common in human-rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactics. If you put 100 people who cultivate different human-rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactics together, at least 10 of them would have cultivated copper shirt. I see. Duan Ling Tian nodded. But you're in tremendous luck, Lin Qingrong said while smiling. Duan Ling Tian was puzzled as he did not know what Lin Qingrong meant and asked while looking lost, Senior Lin, what do you mean when you say that I'm in tremendous luck? There's a human-rank mediocre Saint-grade martial tactic in our city governor's estate, with an upgraded version of copper shirt. It's a defense technique called silver shirt, Lin Qingrong explained. Silver shirt? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Yes, silver shirt. Lin Qingrong nodded. Although both silver shirt and copper shirt are divided into 5 stages, they have completely different effects. Silver shirt on competent stage is on par with copper shirt on impeccable stage. Duan Ling Tian nodded, grasping the point. They belong to different categories after all. One was a human-rank mediocre martial tactic while the other was a human-rank prominent martial tactic. But if you've cultivated copper shirt to impeccable stage and cultivate silver shirt after that, you'll be able to start on competent stage when you cultivate silver shirt. Right away, Lin Qingrong added. The techniques in Saint-grade martial tactic were divided into 5 stages: fundamental awareness stage, elementary stage, competent stage, proficient stage, and impeccable stage. The limit of copper shirt was the impeccable stage whereby one would not be able to cultivate it further. However, it was a different story for silver shirt. Copper shirt on impeccable stage was the same with silver stage on competent stage. When one switched from cultivating copper shirt to silver shirt, the limit was expanded whereby the person could elevate another 2 stages. It made sense that the effect of cultivation would be different. Now, do you understand what I'm trying to say? Lin Qingrong asked. What Lin Qingrong was trying to say was clear. He was hinting to Duan Ling Tian to focus on cultivating copper shirt as his efforts would not be wasted no matter how much work he put into it. The reason being he would be able to shift his cultivation of copper shirt to silver shirt when he cultivated copper shirt to its peak. Moreover, with copper shirt as his foundation, he would not have to cultivate silver shirt from the beginning. He could start halfway immediately. Alright, I should go prepare myself for the auction. Lin Qingrong looked up into the sky and said to Duan Ling Tian, I'm getting you a private room for today's auction. At the auction, apart from the 3 Saint-grade martial tactics, you can choose any of the auction items. I'll pay for it, only 1 item. Duan Ling Tian chuckled as he teased, are you being a little stingy, Senior Lin? 2 items then. That's the best I can offer, Lin Qingrong said while feeling slightly annoyed. Before the auction began, Lin Qingrong put Duan Lingtian in a private room on the second floor. He could see the entire auction stage from the window in the private room. I hope there's something that I'm interested in. It'd be great if there are 2 items that I desire, Duan Lingtian mumbled softly. He took advantage of the time before the auction began and put the information about the defense technique copper shirt together. At the same time, he used true energy to perform a rotation following copper shirt's cultivation plan. Before this, Duan Lingtian had wondered if it was worth it for him to spend his time on such a human rank prominent saint-grade martial tactic. Now that he found out there was a human rank mediocre martial tactic which was an upgraded version of copper shirt called silver shirt in the city governor's estate, he gave all his effort and made up his mind to cultivate copper shirt. Chapter 1387 Get it? As soon as one successfully cultivated copper shirt, one's body would have a layer of faint copper glow when it was cast as though one had just put on a copper shirt. Why is this copper shirt so easy to cultivate? Duan Lingtian discovered something. His true energy had quickly spread through his body via the 32 saint veins. Furthermore, he discovered it only took his true energy 1 round of rotation to cultivate copper shirt to the fundamental awareness stage. Is this real? Duan Lingtian's jaw dropped. What's happening? He was puzzled. The only thing he could do was to figure out the answer himself as he continued to cultivate the defensive technique, copper shirt. Although he did not have any further breakthrough during the second round of the true energy rotation, there was a significant improvement. Duan Lingtian finally figured out the answer as he continued with the rotation. I see. It's as though this copper shirt is made for me. He discovered the higher one's body quality was in the more saint veins one had, the faster the speed of cultivating the defensive technique, copper shirt, was. Putting his saint veins aside, Duan Lingtian's body was even stronger than a 5-clawed divine dragon's true form. He was at the intermediate mortal shedding stage, and he already opened 32 saint veins. Meanwhile, some people at the paramount mortal shedding stage who were not very talented might not even have 32 saint veins in their bodies. It was fated that Duan Lingtian could cultivate copper shirt at such a quick speed due to his body that was stronger than a 5-clawed divine dragon and the 32 saint veins he had opened. That was the reason why he said copper shirt was made for him. Looking at the cultivation speed, I think it won't take too long before I cultivate it to the highest stage, which is the impeccable stage. Duan Lingtian's emotion was a little stirred. The auction had begun without him realizing it. He only regained his senses and stopped cultivating the defensive technique, copper shirt, when he heard the noises coming from outside. He saw a middle-aged man standing on the auction stage through the window. Duan Lingtian knew the middle-aged man. If he was not mistaken, the middle-aged man was the overseer of the rare treasure pavilion. He was the person who took him to see the pavilion master, Lin Qingrong, this morning. The middle-aged man was trying to get the crowd excited, and it seemed to work as he continued speaking. Soon after, the auction began. The first auction item was a human rank mediocre saint weapon. It was a 3-foot-long sword. Human rank mediocre saint weapon. That's the best the rare treasure pavilion can come up with. A sword that's a human rank mediocre saint weapon. There are at least 10 stores in Mount Hill City that are selling this. We came to the rare treasure pavilion to obtain rare treasures, not to obtain something that's easily available on the streets. Are you trying to make a fool out of us? An uproar broke out when the first auction item was presented. This was because the auction item was a human rank mediocre saint weapon that was easily obtained outside. It caused people to feel speechless that such an item appeared in the rare treasure pavilion. Is it possible that this human rank mediocre saint weapon is different from the others? Duan Lingtian was skeptical. He thought since Lin Qingrong had just been assigned the position of pavilion master of rare treasure pavilion, he would not present an easily obtainable item that could ruin his reputation. The truth proved that Duan Lingtian was right in his speculation. The human rank mediocre saint weapon was not ordinary. When faced with the people's censure, the overseer of the rare treasure pavilion did not stop smiling from the beginning until the end. It was as though he did not hear the words people were saying. As the noise died down, he cleared his throat and said slowly, "Everyone. The rare treasure pavilion will not ruin its own reputation. Although the first auction item is just a human rank mediocre saint weapon, it is unique." Unique. The overseer of the rare treasure pavilion's words caught everyone's attention. There's a saint inscription carved by a saint inscription master on this human rank mediocre saint weapon, the overseer of the rare treasure pavilion said as he looked at all the curious faces. Saint Inscription Master. Saint Inscription. At this moment, everyone in the crowd gasped. I was just wondering, why would the Rare Treasure Pavilion put some ordinary human rank mediocre saint weapon up for auction? As it turns out, it's a saint weapon with a saint inscription carved on it. The Rare Treasure Pavilion is really showing their sincerity. The first auction item they brought out is a saint weapon carved with a saint inscription. Those who were mocking the Rare Treasure Pavilion earlier were now complimenting it instead. A saint weapon carved with a saint inscription. The eyes of Duan Ling Tian, who was sitting in the private room, immediately lit up. He was curious about saint inscription masters from the Dao Martial Saint Land. This was because he was an inscription master himself back on Cloud Continent. Inscriptions and saint inscriptions seemed similar. However, Duan Ling Tian was uncertain if the two were related to each other. If they're related, I might be able to become a saint inscription master in the future, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. I wonder, what kind of saint inscription is carved on that human rank mediocre saint weapon? Duan Ling Tian looked at the sword in hands of the overseer of the Rare Treasure Pavilion. He was curious about it. At the same time, many people began to ask about the saint inscription. This was so they could find out the purpose of the inscription and decide if they wanted to bid on it or not. Everyone, the human rank mediocre saint sword in my hand has a sun saint inscription carved on it. When true energy is inserted into it, the sword will turn into a scorching sun temporarily to distract the opponent, the overseer of the Rare Treasure Pavilion said. Of course, the sun saint inscription will only target the opponent. It will not affect the wielder of the sword and the people in the surroundings. At this moment, the crowd became even more excited. The sun saint inscription could blind the opponent's eyes for a short period of time during critical moments. During that fleeting moment, the opponent was just like a lamb that was waiting to be slaughtered. There's a similar inscription. The difference is it'll target everyone when it's activated, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Compared to inscription, saint inscription seemed to be much more advanced and much more user-friendly. I can see that everyone's very interested in the saint sword that I'm holding. Alright, the auction for this item will begin now. The overseer of the Rare Treasure Pavilion said slowly after getting everyone excited. Everyone knows that ordinary human rank mediocre saint weapons are priced around 1,000 8th grade saint stones each. To reward everyone for their great support to the Rare Treasure Pavilion, the starting bid for this human rank mediocre grade saint weapon with a sun saint inscription carved on it will start at 1,000 8th grade saint stones as well. You'll have to add at least 1,000 8th grade saint stones every time you bid. The voice of the overseer of the Rare Treasure Pavilion was filled with true energy, and it spread throughout the auction venue into each and every private room. Reward everyone for their great support. The bid starts at 1,000 8th grade saint stones. Duan Ling Tian shook his head as he smiled. He thought what the Rare Treasure Pavilion's overseer said did not make sense. If the item was good, the price would soar even if the starting bid was 1/9th grade saint stones, 1,000 8th grade saint stones. Someone bid as soon as the overseer of the Rare Treasure Pavilion finished speaking. 2,000 8th grade saint stones. Someone else followed immediately after that. 10,000 8th grade saint stones. After two people made their bid, a loud voice came from one of the private rooms. That person directly bid 10,000 8th grade saint stones. Should I join in the fun? Duan Ling Tian was excited when he thought of Lin Qingrong's promise. However, he eventually gave up on that thought. Never mind, I don't have any use for the sword now. Moreover, there might be something I want later in the auction. Lin Qingrong had promised to give him 2 auction items. Naturally, he was only allowed to pick anything apart from the 3 human rank prominent saint grade martial tactics. There was no doubt the 3 saint grade martial tactics would definitely be auctioned off at an insane price, 30,000 8th grade saint stones. When Duan Ling Tian regained his senses, the price of the human rank mediocre saint sword with sun saint inscription had already reached 30,000 8th grade saint stones. This was the final price. A human rank mediocre saint sword with a saint inscription carved on it is 29,000 saint stones more expensive than human rank mediocre saint swords without any saint inscription on it. Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened. Did it mean that being a saint inscription master was lucrative? A saint inscription was worth 29,000 saint stones. He had no idea the sword had only fetched such a high price because it was rare. There was almost no saint inscription master at the border areas of Mount Hill City. If this was a place with many saint inscription masters, the sword would not be sold at such a high price. It was just like the saying, When the fruit is rare, its taste is the sweetest. However, compared to Saint Refinement Masters who focused on crafting weapons and refining medicine, Saint Inscription Masters and Tao Talisman Masters indeed earned more. This was because there were many Saint Refinement Masters, but the demand was low. Soon after, the overseer of the Rare Treasure Pavilion took out the second auction item. It was a Tao Talisman that could kill a person below the mortal shedding stage in just one blow. Naturally, it was only a single attack Tao Talisman. However, it would affect people at the mortal shedding stage too. It could grievously injure martial and Tao cultivators at the early mortal shedding stage and lightly injure martial and Tao cultivators at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. It would be futile to use it on martial and Tao cultivators at the mastery mortal shedding stage. Duan Ling Tian might have been interested in this Tao Talisman if he was still on Cloud Continent. However, he was not interested in it now. Currently, he could kill people below the mortal shedding stage in one blow. Moreover, he could also kill people at the early mortal shedding stage and intermediate mortal shedding stage in one blow as well. He was even confident he could kill people at the mastery mortal shedding stage in 3 hits as long as they were not at the peak of the mastery mortal shedding stage. If I manage to cultivate Copper Shirt to the impeccable stage, I can easily kill someone at the peak of the mastery mortal shedding stage, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. What surprised Duan Ling Tian was the Tao Talisman that he had zero interest in was sold at over 20,000 8th grade Saint Stones. These people are such spendthrift. Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel shocked. Subsequently, more and more auction items were presented. However, Duan Ling Tian was not interested in any of them. Elder Huo's voice entered Duan Ling Tian's ears when the 17th item was brought out. Get this. Chapter 1388 The One-Eyed Devil Vulture's Eyeball. Elder Huo's words made Duan Ling Tian excited. This is something good. That was the first thought that appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind. At the same time, he looked outside the window. His eyes were locked on the item in the hands of the Rare Treasure Pavilion's overseer. There was an orb in the Rare Treasure Pavilion's overseer's hand. It was a black orb with complicated patterns on it. Duan Ling Tian felt dizzy, and his eyes hurt when he looked at the orb. There seemed to be some kind of charm on the black orb. It seemed as though it had transformed into a bottomless abyss and was engulfing his soul when he looked at it. If it was possible, he did not want to experience that feeling again. Thus, he turned away and did not look at it again. What kind of orb is that? Oh, God, I only glanced at it, and it felt like it was taking my soul away. This orb is extraordinary. At the same time, people began to whisper among each other at the auction. Most of them were afraid of the orb. It was clear that they had the same experience as Duan Ling Tian. Everyone, our Rare Treasure Pavilion newly appointed Pavilion Master, Lin Qingrong, obtained this black orb by chance previously. I'm sure all of you experienced an uncomfortable feeling when you looked at it, the overseer of the Rare Treasure Pavilion said as he stood on the auction stage. What's the function of this orb? Someone asked. Our Pavilion Master obtained this orb 10 years ago. Currently, apart from knowing it gives an uncomfortable feeling, we haven't found out what is so unique about it. The Rare Treasure Pavilion's overseer continued to speak, but our Pavilion Master had our Honorable Master City Governor looked at it previously. Even the Master City Governor couldn't break the orb. The crowd gasped at the Rare Treasure Pavilion's overseer's words. The people present came from Mound Hill City and the border areas. They might not have met the City Governor of Mound Hill City, but they knew the City Governor was the #1 powerhouse in Mound Hill City and its border areas. Even Master City Governor couldn't break it. It seems really tough. Many of them were surprised. However, when all is said and done, apart from being tough and giving off an uncomfortable feeling to people who looked at it, this thing is impractical, someone said. It's far more than just impractical. Whoever buys this will have to look at it at least a few times. I glanced at it once earlier, and the feeling's just too uncomfortable. That's right, I don't even dare to look at it now. Wouldn't it be just like a punishment if we purchase it? Many people discussed this among themselves with fear written on their faces. Duan Ling Tian, who had turned away from the orb, could not help but ask Elder Huo, Elder Huo, you asked me to get it. What's so special about it? It's the one-eyed devil vulture's eyeball. If you can refine it, your eyes will gain the one-eyed devil vulture's ability. It'll be a major boost for you, Elder Huo said. One-eyed devil vulture, what's that? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. It's a very powerful and rare beast. There's none even in planet Yanhuang. I can't believe there's a one-eyed devil vulture's eyeball here on this planet, Elder Huo said. What's so special about its eyeball? Duan Ling Tian asked again. Of course it's special. The one-eyed devil vulture is powerful because of its one and only eye. Its eye has a terrifying ability. You'll find out about the ability when you've refined it in the future, Elder Huo said. It's urgent. Just get it now. Elder Huo, are you sure I'll be able to refine it? According to the overseer of the rare treasure pavilion, even a Saint Rudiment powerhouse couldn't do anything to it, Duan Ling Tian said when he recalled the rare treasure pavilion's overseer's words. Naturally, you won't be able to refine it at the moment. But with the help of my son Divine Flame, it'll be easy for you to refine it, Elder Huo said. After listening to Elder Huo's words, Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and stopped hesitating. He then looked out of the window. At this moment, a few people had already bid for the item .300 8th grade Saint Stones. Everyone became silent as soon as the price was named. It was clear that most people had no interest in the one-eyed devil vulture's eye. Naturally, they did not know it was a one-eyed devil vulture's eyeball, they thought it was just a strange orb. The guest in room number 4 bid 3,000 8th grade Saint Stones. Do I have a higher bid? If not, I'll begin the countdown, the Rare Treasure Pavilion's overseer said slowly as he stood on the auction stage. 3. Soon after, he began counting down. 2. Just as he was about to say, 1, Duan Ling Tian said, 5,000 8th grade Saint Stones, 0.5, 8th grade Saint Stones. The overseer of the Rare Treasure Pavilion closed his mouth when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. His emotion was stirred as he said, the guest in room number 1 bids 5,000 8th grade Saint Stones. 5,000 8th grade Saint Stones. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? The Rare Treasure Pavilion's overseer asked 3 times, but nobody placed a bid. This kid is good. The bidder bid 3,000, and he went up to 5,000 right away. He doesn't feel the pain since he's not spending his own Saint Stones, Lin Qingrong, who was in room number 2, said. He was not sure if he should be angry or laughing. However, it was all just words. The strange orb that was currently being put up for auction was his personal belonging. The Saint Stones would still end up in his pocket no matter how much it was. Thus, it would not affect him no matter how high Duan Ling Tian had bid. HMPH. It's just a stupid, strange orb. Using 3,000 8th grade Saint Stones to purchase it just for the sake of collecting it is already considered an astronomical sum. Whatever, he can have it. A soft scoff came from room number 4. It was the person who had bid 3,000 8th grade Saint Stones before Duan Ling Tian did. Many people present at the auction agreed with that person's words. 5,000 8th grade Saint Stones just for an orb. What a spendthrift. I wouldn't be willing to spend like that even if I have 100,000 8th grade Saint Stones. It would be torture even if I were to buy it just for the sake of collection. HMPH. I might even reject this if someone gives it to me. The crowd discussed among themselves. They thought Duan Ling Tian, who was in room number 1, was stupid for spending so much. However, Duan Ling Tian did not mind them at all. Those people treated him like an idiot but to him, those people were the idiots. Idiots who did not know what they were losing out on. Who was Elder Huo? He was the 3-legged golden crow. He was a variant. Elder Huo's standards were high considering his experience. How could an item recommended by Elder Huo be ordinary? Currently, Duan Ling Tian felt a little excited when he thought of the benefits the one-eyed devil vulture's eye would give him. He believed it would greatly benefit him. After the overseer of the Rare Treasure Pavilion finished counting down, the one-eyed devil vulture's eyeball successfully became Duan Ling Tian's belonging. Soon after, someone sent him the one-eyed devil vulture's eyeball. Perhaps Lin Qingrong had briefed the servant beforehand. He did not ask Duan Ling Tian for Saint Stones when he sent the item. He left after he delivered the item. Elder Huo, how do I refine this? Duan Ling Tian lifted his head and asked as he played with the orb in his hand. If it was possible, he did not want to look at the eyeball again. He did not want to experience the feeling of his soul being taken away again. Let's wait until the auction is over, Elder Huo said. It was clear that Elder Huo would only tell Duan Ling Tian about it after the auction ended. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Although he was eager to find out, it made no sense for him to insist since Elder Huo had already said that. After putting the orb away, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, if Elder Huo didn't tell me, I wouldn't know it's a one-eyed devil vulture's eyeball. The auction went on after Duan Ling Tian obtained the one-eyed devil vulture's eyeball. The auction items were sold one after another. After 27 items were sold, the 3 items for the finale of the auction were finally brought out. It was 3 human rank prominent Saint grade martial tactics. What was worth mentioning was that Duan Ling Tian managed to get himself another item before the finale. It was a material that he could use to restore the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. It was one of the high-grade materials that Elder Huo had mentioned before. Although it was less effective compared to a 5-clawed divine dragon's dragon orb, the difference was minor. According to Elder Huo, the material could fix 10% of the 3rd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. At the same time, the atmosphere became charged when the Saint-grade martial tactics were brought out. People were bidding crazily, and Duan Ling Tian's jaw dropped when he witnessed it. Very quickly, the first Saint-grade martial tactic was sold at 280,000 8th-grade Saint stones. No wonder Senior Lin only allowed me to pick items apart from the 3 Saint-grade martial tactics. If I obtain even one of them, I'm afraid he might feel like killing himself. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. 200,000 8th-grade Saint stones were equivalent to 200 5th-grade Saint stones. That was almost 1/4 of the 5th-grade Saint stones Duan Ling Tian had with him. Elder Huo, what's the difference between the 3rd level and 2nd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda? Duan Ling Tian asked Elder Huo when everyone else was bidding for the 2nd Saint-grade martial tactic. There's a celestial supreme treasure called the Astonished God Halberd at the 3rd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Apart from that, the heaven and earth spirit energy there is even more concentrated. Also, time flows even slower on that level, Elder Huo said slowly. How slow? Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. Due to the celestial supreme treasure, the Jasper celestial sword, he found on the 2nd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, he was not interested in the celestial supreme treasure, Astonished God Halberd, at all. Why would he be interested in something that he could not lift anyway? What he cared more about was the heaven and earth spirit energy since it was related to his cultivation environment. Naturally, the most important thing was the speed of the time flow. 1 day on the 3rd level is equivalent to 5 days outside, Elder Huo said, Chapter 1389 Refined. 5 days inside is equivalent to 1 day outside. Duan Ling Tian's breathing quickened when he heard Elder Huo's words. The time ratio on the 1st level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and the outside world was 2:1. On the 2nd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, the ratio was 3:1. And now, the time ratio on the 3rd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda had reached 5:1. This means if I cultivate inside for 5 months, only a month will pass outside. Cultivating for 1 year inside will only take 2 months and 10 days outside. Duan Ling Tian felt a surge of emotion when he thought about this. However, he regained his senses when he thought of another thing. The restoration of the 3rd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda is even more difficult compared to the 2nd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Even after Elder Huo uses the materials I just obtained, it'll only restore 10% of it. Duan Ling Tian shuddered and calmed down as though a bucket of cold water had been poured on his head. Currently, it seems like there's still a long way to go before I can completely restore the 3rd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Although Duan Ling Tian knew he still had a long way to go, he was determined to restore it. I must restore the 3rd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. The flow of time on the 3rd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda is substantially slower compared to the 2nd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Moreover, I'll be able to begin restoring the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda after completely restoring the 3rd level. Duan Ling Tian had always been obsessed with the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. According to Elder Huo's words, as long as I restore the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, the space inside will stabilize. At that time, no matter when and where, regardless of what situation the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda encounters, the space inside won't be affected. Duan Ling Tian became somewhat excited when he continued his line of thought. That also means no matter what danger I encounter, as long as I have the chance to enter the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, I'll be able to escape. In Duan Ling Tian's mind, an image emerged involuntarily. A powerhouse who was stronger than Duan Ling Tian by who knew how many folds, someone who could kill him with just a finger appeared in his mind. When the powerhouse was about to kill him, he would hide inside the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, and it would transform into dust, blending in with the ground. The powerhouse would then get so angry, but there was nothing he could do other than to leave in disappointment. I couldn't find the materials to restore the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda on Cloud Continent and the overseas Saint Islands. I'm sure I can find them in the Dao Martial Saint Land. From today onward, I'll do everything I can to find the materials required to restore the 3rd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Duan Ling Tian decided inwardly. Perhaps when I return to Cloud Continent next time, I'll go to the 2 other mortal continents to have a look as well. Duan Ling Tian seemed to have thought of something as his eyes lit up. With my strength, it's sufficient to scare the top forces and powerhouses on the 2 mortal continents. At that time, I'll reward them. I think that'll get the people from the 2 mortal continents to help me search for the materials. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was scheming against the 2 mortal continents. Naturally, he was mentally prepared that even if the 2 other mortal continents searched for the materials, they might not be able to find 50% of the materials required to restore the 3rd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. However, even the smallest mosquito had some meat. He would not let go of any opportunity to search for materials that could restore the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Duan Ling Tian realized the auction was already over when he regained his senses. Duan Ling Tian stuck his tongue out when he discovered the 2 remaining Saint-grade martial tactics had fetched a higher price than the first set of Saint-grade martial tactic. After the auction, Duan Ling Tian met with Lin Qingrong again. Lin Qingrong teased him with a smile the moment they met. Good boy, at least you still have some conscience, and you weren't too ruthless. He promised to gift Duan Ling Tian 2 items from the auction. Duan Ling Tian had indeed bid for the items, but the total price of the 2 items did not even exceed 10,000 grade 8th saint stones. That was why he said Duan Ling Tian still had a conscience. Senior Lin, you're the one who was being petty, Duan Ling Tian said as he shook his head. After he had gotten closer to Lin Qingrong, he could see that he was an easygoing person who did not put on any airs. One could even joke with him occasionally. All right, I was being petty today, I admit it. How about this? During next year's auction that's organized by the Precious Treasure Pavilion, I'll let you bid on anything and everything as long as it's within 100,000 grade 8 saint stones. How about that? Lin Qingrong said with a laugh. You said it on your own accord. Duan Ling Tian smiled. At that time, I definitely won't stand on ceremony. After that, Duan Ling Tian left the Precious Treasure Pavilion after notifying Lin Qingrong, and Lin Qingrong went on to do his own thing. There was a lot of work to be done after the auction ended. After leaving the Precious Treasure Pavilion, Duan Ling Tian went to the City Guard Army camp. However, he did not see Hong Yu, let alone the little girl, Zizi. Fortunately, the 8 City Guard soldiers under Hong Yu were there, and he managed to obtain Hong Yu's address after learning that Hong Yu had gone home. Following that, he decided to pay Hong Yu a visit. Brother Ling Tian. Naturally, Hong Yu was extremely happy when he saw Duan Ling Tian had personally come and visited his estate. He enthusiastically welcomed Duan Ling Tian into his house. Brother. As soon as Duan Ling Tian entered Hong Yu's front yard, he heard a familiar voice. Then, he saw a cute little girl running toward him from the distance before she arrived in front of him and hugged his legs. ZZ, you seem to have become more beautiful, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile as he squatted down to look at the little girl's clean and fair face. He could see the little girl had groomed herself properly. Sister-in-law helped me to shower and gave me a new dress, the little girl said as she looked up at Duan Ling Tian. Sister-in-law. Duan Ling Tian was momentarily stunned before he realized the sister-in-law in question was Hong Yu's wife. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian met Hong Yu's wife under Hong Yu's lead. Hong Yu's wife looked comely, and she seemed like a responsible woman. When she found out Duan Ling Tian was Hong Yu's brother, she was kind enough to cook up a table full of food. Sister-in-law, stop being so courteous with me. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to come next time, Duan Ling Tian said to Hong Yu's wife at the dinner table. Brother Ling Tian, Hong Yu has very few friends. Since you're his brother, it means you're my brother too. Since my brother rarely comes over, how can I treat him badly? Hong Yu's wife said with a smile. Sister-in-law, I'm bothering you with ZZ here. I'll find a way to search for her family. If I find them, I'll send her back. If I can't find them, I will make arrangements for her as soon as I can. I won't trouble you for long, Duan Ling Tian said. Brother Ling Tian, now you're acting like a stranger. ZZ's very cute, even my 2 boys love her. If you can find her family, then it's fine. If you can't, just let her stay with me, Hong Yu's wife said hurriedly. ZZ's a poor kid, Hong Yu's wife said. Her eyes began to tear when she thought of the shocking scars she had seen on the little girl when she was helping her shower. She loved that little girl, ZZ, and she pitied her too. Thank you, sister-in-law, Duan Ling Tian quickly thanked her. He could see the words came from the depth of Hong Yu's wife's heart, none of it was faked. Brother Ling Tian, it seems like you have 7 more days before you have to return to the latent dragon camp, right? Just stay at my house for the remaining 7 days. I have extra guest rooms. Hong Yu also suggested, it's just right. You can spend more time with ZZ as well. That kid was missing you the entire morning. Duan Ling Tian glanced at the little girl, ZZ, and nodded in agreement. After dinner, Duan Ling Tian also saw Hong Yu's 2 sons, a 2-year-old and a 3-year-old. They were running on wobbly feet after ZZ. That night, Hong Yu went to work while Duan Ling Tian stayed in his house, in the spacious guest room, with the door and windows shut tightly. Duan Ling Tian entered the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda with just a thought. While Duan Ling Tian weighed the black orb that the precious treasure pavilion out up for auction today in his hand, he looked at Elder Huo and asked bluntly, Elder Kong, how do I refine the eye of this one-eyed devil vulture? When Duan Ling Tian finished his sentence, Elder Huo did not speak. Instead, he only raised his hand. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian noticed that he had involuntarily loosened his grip, and the black orb in his hand had flown into Elder Huo's hands. This incident shocked him. Indeed, a sleeping lion is still stronger than a barking dog. It was the first time Duan Ling Tian witnessed Elder Huo's strength. In front of Elder Huo, he was as weak as a child. The flash before his eyes stunned him. Following that, he discovered Elder Huo had reverted to his true form, the 3-legged golden crow. He spat out a smoldering flame from his mouth on the eye of the one-eyed devil vulture. In that instant, even Duan Ling Tian, who standing quite far away, could clearly feel the interior of the first level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was getting hotter. Eventually, it became so hot that even he found it intolerable. Go to the 2nd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, Elder Huo said to Duan Ling Tian. With my current cultivation base, I'll need at least 3 hours to refine the one-eyed devil vulture's eyeball. Come back in 3 hours. At that time, I'll be done refining it, and you can directly integrate it into your body and gain the one-eyed devil vulture's ability. Duan Ling Tian nodded and went to the 2nd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. The 2nd level was completely isolated from the 1st level, therefore he could not feel the slightest heat at all. For the first time, Duan Ling Tian felt that 3 hours was a long time. It almost felt like he had waited for more than half a day. At the moment 3 hours had passed, Duan Ling Tian, who had been waiting impatiently, flew out and immediately left the 2nd level for the 1st level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Duan Ling Tian saw Elder Huo had returned to his human form. A black mist floated in front of him. With just a glance, he felt as though his soul was being taken away. Chapter 1390 Mutated Left Eye. That uncomfortable feeling reminded him of the time when he saw the one-eyed devil vulture's eyeball. In that instant, Duan Ling Tian knew the floating black mist was the one-eyed devil vulture's eyeball. It was refined into that form by Elder Huo. Tell me when you're ready. It'll hurt a little when it integrates with your eyes, Elder Huo said in a timely manner. It'll hurt a little. Duan Ling Tian smiled nonchalantly. Elder Huo, let's begin. Elder Huo nodded. Elder Huo did not move, but the floating black mist in front of him instantly transformed into a thread that moved in the direction of Duan Ling Tian's left eye. Duan Ling Tian only saw a flash before it felt like something had pierced his left eye. Initially, it felt icy cold before he felt a sharp pain. Moreover, the pain was steadily increasing. At first, Duan Ling Tian could still endure it, but as time went on, it became intolerable. He felt as though his left eye was going to burst. He could not see anything at all, as if he had gone blind. Duan Ling Tian's body shook violently from the pain. His veins were pulsing on his forehead, and his robe was completely soaked with his sweat. He continued to endure as he clenched his teeth. Without knowing when, his gum had begun to bleed. This is called hurting a little. Duan Ling Tian felt speechless when he thought of Elder Huo's choice of words. Although he was shot at by a huge number of small and large guns in his past life, he did not frown. However, he was frowning for a long time at this moment. Gradually, Duan Ling Tian became numb to the pain. He only felt as though his left eye did not belong to him. In that period when he was lost in the numbness, an unknown amount of time had passed. Duan Ling Tian noticed the pain was gradually subsiding. Simultaneously, he felt the existence of his left eye again. Soon after, his sight that was pitch black began to see the light again. After experiencing the boundless darkness, his left eye faintly stung when he saw the light again. Naturally, the pain was not worth mentioning compared to the pain he had just experienced. What changes can you feel in your left eye? Elder Huo's voice sounded in Duan Ling Tian's ears and brought him back to his senses. He began to observe everything in front of him with his left eye. He could not help but gasp after he took a glance. Duan Ling Tian discovered everything he saw with his left eye was completely different from everything he saw with his right eye. His right eye was as normal as ever, but his left eye had undergone an earth-shattering change. In the world seen with the left eye, everything seemed to be brighter, more colorful, and extraordinarily conspicuous. Even Elder Huo who stood in front of him seemed completely different. His scalp, face, clothes, belt, hands, and shoes. Everything seemed as though it was painted when it was seen through Duan Ling Tian's left eye. After taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian even saw the flow of the heaven and earth spirit energy. It should be noted that he could not see all of these previously. As soon as Duan Ling Tian raised his hand, his sleeves fluttered, creating a light breeze. His left eye managed to capture the movement of the dust in the light breeze. Everything felt very natural, it did not feel awkward at all. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian sensed that Elder Huo was punching at him suddenly. His fist caused the air to stir. In Duan Ling Tian's right eye, Elder Huo's punch was just a blur. However, in Duan Ling Tian's left eye, the punch was moving at a slower speed. So much so that he could see the air parting when the fist passed by. Elder Huo's punch is equivalent to the punch of a martial cultivator at the mastery mortal shedding stage. Duan Ling Tian could tell with his right eye. Elder Huo's fist was headed for Duan Ling Tian's left eye. If it was before, he would have fallen for Elder Huo's sneak attack. After all, Elder Huo was just in front of him. Moreover, his attention was not on Elder Huo from the beginning until the end. It was just a matter of course. However, when the fist was about to land on Duan Ling Tian's left eye, in that split second, he discovered his spiritual energy had immediately rushed into his left eye. In that instant, he felt as though his left eye was burning. If Duan Ling Tian had a mirror at this moment, he would discover the pupil of his left eye was like a constantly swirling whirlpool that seemed like it could devour everything. As the spiritual energy rushed into his left eye, it became hotter and hotter. Duan Ling Tian suddenly discovered that Elder Huo's punch seemed to be frozen in front of his left eye. Moreover, he discovered the disturbance in the air around Elder Huo's fist had also stopped. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian discovered that Elder Huo's fist was not frozen, it had just become very slow. While Duan Ling Tian's left eye contracted, Elder Huo's fist was strangely moved to the side and narrowly missed him. Then, he felt his head swimming. The originally dense spiritual energy in the depth of his mind was almost exhausted by now, and his left eye stopped burning. Elder Huo's voice sounded in a timely manner. In the future, as your spiritual energy gets stronger, your left eye's ability will also become stronger as well. After a while, Duan Ling Tian recovered from the shock and asked, Elder Huo, what happened back there? Your left eye has gained the ability of the one-eyed devil vulture. More accurately, the ability of the one-eyed devil vulture's eye. Elder Huo said, the one-eyed devil vulture's eye relies on spiritual energy. Once it's activated, the flow of time in your line of sight will become extremely slow. You should have felt that earlier, Elder Huo added. The flow of time in my line of sight will become extremely slow. Duan Ling Tian recalled the earlier scene. Previously, Elder Huo's fist should have hit his left eye. However, just as Elder Huo's punch was about to land on his left eye, his spiritual energy had strangely rushed into his left eye before it began to burn. At that time, Elder Huo's punch became very slow. However, his spiritual energy was also rapidly depleting the entire time. In just an instant, it was almost completely depleted. Then, Elder Huo's fist was strangely moved to the side. That's incredible. Duan Ling Tian was extremely pale due to his spiritual energy that was almost completely exhausted, but shocked filled his eyes. There's nothing incredible about it. That's the one-eyed devil vulture's kill shot. Elder Huo said, the most valuable part of a one-eyed devil vulture is its eye. It's your luck that you managed to obtain it. It's all thanks to you, Elder Huo, for recognizing it and helping me to refine it. At this time, Duan Ling Tian finally managed to calm down. If you didn't encounter it, there's no way for me to recognize it. Elder Huo said, although the ability of the one-eyed devil vulture's eye is great, it also consumes a lot of spiritual energy. I saw you only used it once, but you seem to have almost completely exhausted your spiritual energy. Yes, it's almost exhausted. Duan Ling Tian nodded. What you have to do now is control it. Learn how to control it so you can utilize it at will so that it won't be constantly activated. Elder Huo added. Alright, Duan Ling Tian nodded again. Moreover, even if you don't use the ability of the one-eyed devil vulture, your current left eye should also be totally different from before. I think you've already discovered that, Elder Huo said. Yes, my left eye sees things very clearly now. You'll have to study it yourself. My understanding of the one-eyed devil vulture is limited to what I've just said. I'm not sure if its eye has any other abilities, Elder Huo said. Okay, Duan Ling Tian nodded and thanked Elder Huo earnestly at the same time. Thank you very much, Elder Huo. To put it bluntly, you and I are on the same boat now. I'll be safer the stronger you are. A rare smile appeared on Elder Huo's face. I'm afraid you're the only person whom the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda will establish ownership with on this planet. If you die, I'm afraid I'll have to stay in here for all time. Elder Huo, after the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda is fully restored, I'll definitely set you free, Duan Ling Tian promised Elder Huo as he looked at him solemnly. Freedom. Elder Huo's body trembled when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. His gaze turned extremely complicated when he looked at Duan Ling Tian once again. However, he still felt touched in his heart. Elder Huo, please go back to your cultivation. I'll stop disturbing you. After speaking to Elder Huo, Duan Ling Tian returned to the second level of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda and began to recover his spiritual energy. It would take at least half a month to restore his spiritual energy that was almost depleted. Therefore in the next half a month, Duan Ling Tian was only restoring his spiritual energy and cultivating. Naturally, spiritual energy would recover on its own. It did not require any attention from Duan Ling Tian. After half a month, Duan Ling Tian left the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. Half a month in the second level of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda was equivalent to 5 days outside. I have to return to the latent dragon camp within 2 days. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. After putting the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda away, Duan Ling Tian sat down in front of the dresser and looked at himself in the mirror. More precisely, he was looking at his left eye. Fortunately, it looks the same as before. I don't see any difference. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll be treated as a monster, Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself as fear lingered in his heart. I wonder if I can actively send spiritual energy into my left eye. With a thought, Duan Ling Tian tried to send his spiritual energy into his left eye and found that it integrated smoothly without any hindrance. When he felt his left eye burning, he saw a little black whirlpool had appeared in his left eye through the mirror. Chapter 1391 Futile Effort. The little black whirlpool kept swirling like a bottomless dark pool. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian realized his spiritual energy was rushing uncontrollably into his left eye. He broke out in cold sweat due to the scare and quickly stopped it. Although he stopped it in time, he still depleted quite a lot of spiritual energy. That's really weird. Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly as he looked at his left eye. Duan Ling Tian left the guest room to find the little girl, Zizi, and accompanied her the entire day since he was heading back to the latent dragon camp in the city governor's estate. He did not leave until the next morning after he had said his goodbye to Hong Yu and his wife. However, Duan Ling Tian was not in a hurry to return to the city governor's estate. After he walked out of Mound Hill City's gate, he stepped up into the sky and flew away. There's a flight prohibiting formation in Mound Hill City. Martial cultivators and Dao cultivators below the Saint Rudiment stage won't be able to fly. I haven't breathed fresh air high up in the sky for quite a while now. Duan Ling Tian flew at a high altitude, and it did not take long before he had flown far away. When he turned around, he discovered Mound Hill City was just an inconspicuous little black dot. If he did not know it was Mound Hill City, he would not be able to recognize it just by looking at the little black dot. As Duan Ling Tian stood in the air, he silently stared at the little black dot in the distance. Suddenly, a small whirlpool appeared in the pupil of his left eye. The whirlpool spun faster and faster. Duan Ling Tian could feel his left eye burning. However, his attention was not on the pain, it was on the black dot in the distance. He remained motionless as his eyes continued to burn. He discovered the black dot in the distance began to grow larger and larger before it eventually transformed into a huge city. The well-defined mound hill city completely occupied Duan Ling Tian's left eye's line of sight. Clairvoyance. Duan Ling Tian gasped, excited. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian quickly stopped the spiritual energy rushing into his left eye when he felt it rapidly depleting. The left eye that had been deprived of energy returned to normal. So far, I've discovered two of its abilities. One is similar to clairvoyance, and the other ability is spatial manipulation. That was the result of Duan Ling Tian's research for the night. Spatial manipulation was the move he used yesterday to shift Elder Huo's fist to the side. That was one of his left eye's abilities. However, the spiritual energy consumption for that was much faster compared to clairvoyance. What should I name it? After regaining his senses, Duan Ling Tian started thinking. His left eye was no longer an ordinary human's eye, so he decided to give it a name. God's eye? No. Too cliché. Heavenly eye? No way. It's too similar to the spiritual secret tactic, divine eye. Ghost eye? Sounds unlucky. Strange eye seems nice. I'll call it strange eye then. After thinking for a while, Duan Ling Tian decided to call his mutated left eye strange eye. Strange eye meant the eye was weird, and his left eye was indeed weird. After casually circling around outside, Duan Ling Tian returned to Mound Hill City and the city governor's estate. Naturally, he had to register again when he entered the gate. After arriving at the city governor's estate, Duan Ling Tian went back to the latent dragon camp. Before entering the latent dragon camp, Duan Ling Tian heard the noisy sound of people having a discussion. The person they were discussing was his friend at the latent dragon camp, Guo Li. 1 month ago, Guo Li was defeated by Hu Lin. Today, she challenged Hu Lin and redeemed herself by only using 3 moves to defeat him. That's amazing. That's not the best part. The best part is she had also defeated the number 8 among the 13 gangsters and replaced him. If Zhang Jilong, who's ranked number 7 among the 13 gangsters, did not have a breakthrough, she would definitely be able to defeat and replace him. All of these was heard by Duan Ling Tian. Guo Li made a breakthrough. After learning that Guo Li had broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage, a smile crept up on Duan Ling Tian's face after he recovered from the slight surprise. He was happy for Guo Li. However, Zhang Jilong had also broken through as well. This was beyond his expectation. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian stepped into the latent dragon camp's campsite. Once Duan Ling Tian entered the campsite of the latent dragon camp, he heard several people called out, "Duan Ling Tian's back." Some people with sharp eyes had discovered him. This rendered him speechless. So what if he had returned? What was the fuss about? Soon after, Duan Ling Tian discovered the reason when he heard the group of young men and women's discussion. As it turned out, Zhang Jilong had sworn 3 days ago that he would look for him to redeem himself when he returned. Duan Ling Tian. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the door to cottage number 7 swung open as soon as Duan Ling Tian stepped up on the high platform. A figure that Duan Ling Tian was familiar with walked out of the room. It was Zhang Jilong. Zhang Jilong, the former number 1 powerhouse among cultivators at the intermediate mortal shedding stage in the area surrounding Mound Hill City. He used to be a highly regarded person. However, all of that had disappeared ever since he was defeated by Duan Ling Tian. Due to that reason, he hated Duan Ling Tian. Yes, Duan Ling Tian glanced indifferently at Zhang Jilong, who took the initiative to greet him. "Duan Ling Tian, I want to challenge you," Zhang Jilong said bluntly. "Today, I want you to return everything you owe me. I want everyone to know that I, Zhang Jilong, am stronger than you, Duan Ling Tian." Zhang Jilong said with a gleam in his eyes. His expression was slightly twisted. After listening to Zhang Jilong's words, Duan Ling Tian's expression remained unchanged. However, his tone was laced with a hint of contempt when he said, "I really don't know where you get your confidence from. I know that you've made a breakthrough as well. It doesn't matter. I'll let everyone see that even if you, Duan Ling Tian, have broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage like me, you're still not a match for me," Zhang Jilong said confidently. "Really?" Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes and sized up Zhang Jilong. "Of course, I'll let everyone know that immediately. You, Duan Ling Tian, are not as good as me, Zhang Jilong." Zhang Jilong was still confident. Along with the sounds of 2 doors opening, the door to cottage number 3 and cottage number 8 swung open as a figure walked out of each cottage. It was 1 man and 1 woman. The man was dressed in an embroidered robe and looked like a rich man's son. In fact, he was really one. It's Jin Yuan Bao, who's ranked number 3 among the 13 gangsters. I didn't expect him to come out and join in the fun. Who wouldn't want to see a show? Another commotion broke out due to Jin Yuan Bao's appearance. When Jin Yuan Bao walked out from cottage number 3, Guo Li had also walked out of cottage number 8. Guo Li had fought her way up to cottage number 8. Jin Yuan Bao looked at Duan Ling Tian and Zhang Jilong, who were locked in a confrontation. He waved the folding fan in his hand, looking like an elegant young master, as he said with a smile, I didn't expect to see such an interesting scene the minute I come out from my closed-door cultivation. How exciting! Although Guo Li did not say anything, her gaze toward Duan Ling Tian was filled with confidence. After 3 months, Duan Ling Tian and Zhang Jilong once again stood at the same place as they prepared to battle as they did previously. 3 months ago, Zhang Jilong had lost to Duan Ling Tian. More accurately, he lost to the archery set in Duan Ling Tian's hands. Today, Zhang Jilong challenged Duan Ling Tian to redeem himself and take back the honor and glory that belonged to him. It's going to begin anytime now. When the onlookers saw Duan Ling Tian and Zhang Jilong were about to fight, they began to calm down. They held their breaths as they focused on the scene before their eyes. Without knowing when, a middle-aged man dressed in a silver armor stood above the pavilion. It was the Heavenly Harm Guardian. I'm afraid Zhang Jilong is going to embarrass himself again, the Heavenly Harm Guardian murmured as he looked at them. It was as though he already knew the outcome before it even began. On the high platform, Zhang Jilong took the lead and attacked after he discovered Duan Ling Tian had no intention of attacking first. Mastery Mortal shedding stage's true energy entwined around his legs as he attacked Duan Ling Tian. Perhaps it was because of the lesson he learned 3 months ago, he attacked Duan Ling Tian first using his legs to press on top of Duan Ling Tian. He deliberately prevented Duan Ling Tian from going up into the air. 3 months ago, Duan Ling Tian went up to the air and shot him when he was temporarily airborne. That was what defeated him. In that battle, the strength of his legs was equal to the strength of Duan Ling Tian's arrow. However, because of the advantage provided by the archery set, he was injured by the aftershock. That was the main reason he was defeated. With that lesson in mind, he was determined to not let the past repeat itself. After seeing Zhang Jilong's plan, Duan Ling Tian could not help but ask with a faint smile, "You think you can defeat me like this? You'll find out soon if I can defeat you or not," Zhang Jilong replied coldly when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. At the same time, the true energy on his legs surged and emitted terrifying airwaves. It fell from the sky on Duan Ling Tian's head. A futile effort. Faced with Zhang Jilong's thunderous strike, Duan Ling Tian smiled in disdain. When he raised his arm, the sun-shooting bow appeared in his hand. Following that, he put his hand on the bowstring and then rapidly strummed it. The bowstring trembled and instantly created a cacophony of sounds. Simultaneously, the true energy light blade formed on the bowstring and shot toward Zhang Jilong's legs. More accurately, it was shooting toward the saint weapon on Zhang Jilong's legs. Zhang Jilong's boots were his saint weapon. It was a human rank mediocre saint weapon. One after another, the true energy light blades landed on Zhang Jilong's boots and produced a cacophony of sharp sounds. At the same time, airwaves spread out and caused the onlookers' robes to flutter. However, no one paid any attention to that. Everyone's eyes were locked on the scene before them. Impossible. At this time, everyone heard a scream filled with reluctance. Following that, everyone clearly saw Zhang Jilong flew back. Chapter 1392 broke through the copper shirt. Zhang Jilong's body flew out like a shot arrow before he fell on the ground with a slam. He looked extremely disheveled as he kept vomiting blood. Nothing's impossible, Duan Ling Tian responded coldly when he heard Zhang Jilong's words the moment he flew back. Zhang Jilong's face became more and more gloomy when he sensed everyone's gaze on him. He did not have to look to know that those people were laughing at him. Such strength. The surprise was apparent on the face of Jin Yuan Bao, the one who was ranked number 3 among the 13 gangsters. His gaze was laced with wariness when he looked at Duan Ling Tian again. He could see the strength Duan Ling Tian had demonstrated earlier was not as simple as someone who had just broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage. In fact, he felt that it was comparable to a powerhouse at the peak of the mastery mortal shedding stage. Amazing. When Guo Li saw Duan Ling Tian had defeated his opponent in one move even after his opponent had struck first, she could not help but marvel at the fact even though she was confident Duan Ling Tian would win from the very beginning. This Duan Ling Tian is so powerful even though he has just broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage. In the pavilion, the Heavenly Harm Guardian was also shocked by Duan Ling Tian's strength. If he did not know Duan Ling Tian was merely a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage prior to this, he would not believe that he had just broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage not too long ago based on the strength he had demonstrated. Duan Ling Tian's strength is terrifying. He only needed one move to defeat Zhang Jilong, who has similarly broken through to the mortal shedding stage. That's incredible. With Duan Ling Tian's current strength, he'll probably affect the positions of the top 513 gangsters. The onlookers discussed among themselves. A lot of them were eager to see Duan Ling Tian challenge the top 513 gangsters. While the group of people was praising Duan Ling Tian's strength, not many people noticed that Zhang Jilong had returned to cottage number 7 after glaring at Duan Ling Tian. His intention of challenging Duan Ling Tian today was to redeem himself. He was filled with confidence after he had broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage. He thought he would be able to defeat Duan Ling Tian. Who knew he would be defeated by Duan Ling Tian in just one move? If he knew it would end this way, he would not have embarrassed himself like this. How did Duan Ling Tian make such huge progress? Before we made a breakthrough, he won the previous battle due to the advantage provided by a long-range weapon, the archery set. However, earlier, after returning to cottage number 7, Zhang Jilong's face looked gloomier than someone whose parents had died. Earlier, most of the people present did not even know what was going on before they saw Zhang Jilong being blasted away. Only Zhang Jilong knew how terrifying the true energy light blades from Duan Ling Tian's bowstring were. Every true energy light blade that struck his saint weapon boots felt like a heavy hammer slamming against him. In the beginning, he could still endure it, but the true energy light blade had struck continuously. Eventually, he was blasted away because he could no longer endure it. Due to his resistance, he had sustained a serious internal injury. A few days later, Master City Governor will come out from his closed-door cultivation. At that time, he'll set a test to recruit 2 or 3 disciples. Zhang Jilong's heart sank when he remembered this. I hope my injuries won't affect my participation in the test. Otherwise, I'll never let that Duan Ling Tian go. Zhang Jilong thought to himself as he clenched his teeth. He seemed to have forgotten again that he had lost to Duan Ling Tian. Guo Li, congratulations. Duan Ling Tian looked at Guo Li and congratulated her for breaking through to the mastery mortal shedding stage. Guo Li responded with a smile. After that, Duan Ling Tian looked at Jin Yuanbao, who was ranked number 3 among the 13 gangsters, and nodded at him with a smile. Duan Ling Tian, do you want to try and challenge me? Jin Yuanbao asked with a smile. Jin Yuanbao also itched for a fight after he saw the strength Duan Ling Tian had demonstrated. As a person from the latent dragon camp who was ranked number 3 among the 13 gangsters, Jin Yuanbao was someone who loved to spar. Maybe next time. Duan Ling Tian was quite fond of Jin Yuanbao, so he did not want to embarrass him in public. If it was him from a few days ago, he would not dare to say he could win Jin Yuanbao, who was ranked number 3 among the 13 gangsters. However, things were different now that he possessed the Strange Pupil. Strange Pupil was originally named Strange Eye by Duan Ling Tian. In the end, he felt it did not sound good, so he renamed it to Strange Pupil. Strange Pupil referred to his current left eye, the one that had integrated with the refined one-eyed devil vulture's eye and inherited its abilities. Next time then, Jin Yuanbao nodded and smiled. He did not intend to force Duan Ling Tian. Following that, Duan Ling Tian returned to cottage number 6 after bidding Guo Li and Jin Yuanbao goodbye. After that, Guo Li also returned to cottage number 8. If there were no accidents, the city governor of Mount Hill City would come out from his closed-door cultivation in a few days' time. Then, he would set a test and pick 2 to 3 people from the latent dragon camp's 13 gangsters to be his disciples. Guo Li really wanted to be a disciple of the city governor of Mount Hill City. If she became the disciple of the city governor of Mount Hill City, she would no longer have to worry about all the assassination attempts anymore. Although the 2 largest clans on Fuyu Island were enemies with her Guo clan, they would not dare to offend the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City. It was an 8th-rate force in the Dao Martial Saint Land, and they could not compare to it at all. Once I become the disciple of Lord City Governor, not only will the 2 clans stop trying to assassinate me, they will even stop the others from doing so. After all, if I'm killed, the blame will definitely fall on them. Guo Li thought to herself, at that time, it's not impossible for Lord City Governor to destroy them in a fit of anger. It was undoubtedly dangerous for a mere 9th-rate force to kill a disciple of the leader of an 8th-rate force. Put everything else aside, the 8th-rate force would not let the matter go because of their pride. They would definitely act harshly instead of showing leniency. Due to this reason, Guo Li desperately hoped to pass the city governor's test and become a disciple of the city governor of Mount Hill City. Although my chance is slim, I still have to try my best, Guo Li murmured solemnly. Indeed, she only had a slim chance. Put aside the fact that she was not even comparable to the top 5 people in the 13 gangsters, she was not even a match for Duan Lingtian and Zhang Jilong. She was not a match for 7 of the 13 gangsters. It was only natural that she had a slim chance. She could only hope for a miracle to happen. After Guo Li returned to cottage number 8, Jin Yuanbao did not stay outside for long. He returned to cottage number 3 and continued with his cultivation to prepare for the test by the city governor of Mount Hill City. The high platform fell silent after Jin Yuanbao returned to his cottage. However, it was still very lively under the high platform around the dilapidated cottages behind the manure pit. Everyone was still discussing Duan Lingtian's strength. Some people also brought up the matter of Duan Lingtian rejecting Jin Yuanbao's challenge. Is Duan Lingtian afraid? That's why he rejected Jin Yuanbao's challenge. Someone asked. That's possible. Someone else agreed. It's more than possible. I think Duan Lingtian knows he's not Jin Yuanbao's match, that's why he did not accept the challenge. If he's confident he can win Jin Yuanbao, he'll definitely want to take number 3 spot. After all, the third among the 13 gangsters will receive more Saint Stones. Yes, tomorrow is the day we'll receive Saint Stones. If Duan Lingtian can defeat Jin Yuanbao and rank 3rd among the 13 gangsters, he'll be able to receive 1,100 grade 8 Saint Stones. Now, he's only ranked number 6 among the 13 gangsters. That means he'll only receive 800 grade 8 Saint Stones. The area around the dilapidated cottages became lively again as the people discussed this topic. In the end, almost everyone agreed that Duan Lingtian was not confident he could defeat Jin Yuanbao. A young man stood in front of a dilapidated cottage as he muttered to himself, Duan Lingtian and Guo Li are so powerful. They have broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage. I don't know when I'll be able to break through. That young was none other than Zhu Lang, the prodigious martial cultivator who had joined the latent dragon camp on the same day as Duan Lingtian and Guo Li. He was a member of the Zhu clan from Storm Town under Mount Hill City. They had joined the latent dragon camp on the same day, but Duan Lingtian and Guo Li had fought their way into becoming one of the 13 gangsters. That had shocked him. Currently, Duan Lingtian and Guo Li had become one of the top-ranking people among the 13 gangsters. He could not help but feel weird. I can't slack anymore. Even if I can't catch up to Duan Lingtian and Guo Li, I also have to become one of the 13 gangsters. After taking a deep breath, Zhu Lang returned the dilapidated cottage and cultivated diligently. One day later, inside the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. I've broken through. Suddenly, an excited and joyous voice sounded on the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. It was Duan Lingtian. Currently, Duan Lingtian was hovering in the air in the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. The interior of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda was not affected by Mount Hill City's flight prohibiting formation, therefore Duan Lingtian could control the air and fly freely inside it. Currently, Duan Lingtian, who was hovering in midair, was emitting a copper light. He was shirtless and was only wearing a pair of pants. His muscles were more defined, and his lean upper body seemed to be covered in a layer of bronze cloth. It was the human rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactics defensive move, copper shirt. Duan Lingtian was so excited because he had cultivated the copper shirt to the 2nd stage of the Saint-grade martial tactic, the elementary stage. I feel, after cultivating the copper shirt, my body seems even stronger now. Duan Lingtian clenched his fists with an excited expression on his face. Suddenly, he moved and punched out without utilizing his true energy. It caused the air to stir, resulting in a shockwave that slammed into the wall. A loud bang reverberated in the air. Airwaves swept out, and a strong wind raged inside the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. Chapter 1393 The City Governor of Mount Hill City. Even martial and Dao cultivators at the peak of the mastery mortal shedding stage might not necessarily be a match for me with my current strength even if I don't use the strange pupil. Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence after he had broken through the copper shirt. Ordinarily, his body was already strong. It would be further strengthened once he used the copper shirt and his true energy that would surge out from his 32 saints' veins. It seems like we'll be receiving saint stones today. Duan Lingtian regained his senses after his excitement had calmed down. He suddenly recalled that today seemed to be the day the members of the latent dragon camp would receive their saint stones. I've already missed 2 months. I can't miss another one. Duan Ling Tian left the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda with just a thought and returned to cottage number 6. After putting the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda away, he left the cottage and headed straight for the pavilion nearby. Currently, there were quite a few people going in and out of the pavilion. It was obvious they were there to collect the saint stones meant for the latent dragon camp's members. Duan Ling Tian caught a lot of people's attention as he made his way to the pavilion. Duan Ling Tian ranked number 6 among the 13 gangsters. This meant that he would receive 800 8th grade saint stones every month. I feel envious. Yes, each of us only receives 10 grade 8 saint stones, but he has 800. It's almost equivalent to what all of us have. In the area beneath the high platform where the dilapidated cottages were located, many people shook their heads and sighed. Comparisons were odious. Duan Ling Tian walked into the pavilion and arrived before the heavenly harm guardian. He had expected to receive 800 grade 8 saint stones, but he received 2,400 grade 8 saint stones instead. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. The past 3 months is a special period. The heavenly leader guardian has given an order that the past 3 months saint stones can be collected cumulatively in order to avoid affecting the 13 gangsters. Cultivation, the heavenly harm guardian explained with a cool expression on his face. After Duan Ling Tian discovered the reason, he turned to leave after thanking him. Special period. Does this refer to the city governor of Mount Hill City coming out of his closed-door cultivation and accepting new disciples? That makes sense. In the past 3 months, apart from me, the other 13 gangsters must have also forgotten about collecting their saint stones, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. The day when the city governor of Mount Hill City would set a test to accept new disciples was approaching. Almost all of the 13 gangsters were cultivating day and night. It was not impossible that they had forgotten to collect their saint stones. After putting away the 2,400 grade 8 saint stones, Duan Ling Tian left the pavilion and returned to cottage number 6. However, someone blocked his way just as he arrived at the entrance of cottage number 6. Duan Ling Tian frowned as he looked at the person before him. He asked, "Yes, stay away from Guo Li in the future," the person standing before Duan Ling Tian said. Coldly. "Why?" Duan Ling Tian asked calmly. He unfurrowed his eyebrows as he looked at the person before him intently. "Because she'll be Zheng Jian's woman in the future." The person who stood in front of Duan Ling Tian was none other than the person who ranked number 5 among the 13 gangsters, Zheng Jian. Zheng Jian was also the distant relative of Hu Jia who came from Storm Town with Zhu Lang. Duan Ling Tian had seen him 3 months ago at the assembly hall of the city governor's estate. At that time, he was already pestering Guo Li, but she had ignored him. "Why?" "Because my fists are tougher than yours." Zheng Jian smirked when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. His eyes glinted as he narrowed them. "Your fists are tougher than mine." Duan Ling Tian smiled. He really did not know where Zheng Jian got his confidence from. Did Zheng Jian think he was afraid of him just because he did not challenge him? What Duan Ling Tian was unaware of was Zheng Jian really did think that way. The different ranking among the 13 gangsters meant that they would receive a different amount of saint stones every month. For example, Duan Ling Tian, who was ranked number 6, would only receive 800 grade 8 saint stones every month, whereas Zheng Jian, who was ranked number 5, would receive 900 grade 8 saint stones. There was a difference of 100 grade 8 saint stones between them. In Zheng Jian's opinion, Duan Ling Tian did not dare to challenge him because he was afraid of him. Just as the tension between Duan Ling Tian and Zheng Jian was rising, and in turn, attracting a lot of attention, a thunderous voice sounded from the horizon. 13 gangsters, listen up. The people present, including Duan Ling Tian, heard the voice and looked toward the source of the voice. With just a glance, they saw a green figure standing in the air. A green-clad middle-aged man stood there unmoving like a mountain. Lord Heavenly Leader Guardian. At this time, the 13 gangsters, including the person who ranked number 1, Ling Yun, walked out from their cottages and bowed respectfully at the green-clad middle-aged man hovering in the air. The Heavenly Leader Guardian is indeed a Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. Duan Ling Tian thought as he bowed along with the others. The entire Mount Hill City, including the city governor's estate, was shrouded with a flight-prohibiting formation. No one could control the air and fly unless they were above the Saint Rudiment stage. The Heavenly Leader Guardian's cultivation base was apparent to everyone since he was controlling the air and standing in the sky. At this time, Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel grateful. Fortunately, he did not use Divine Eye to probe the Heavenly Leader Guardian's cultivation base 3 months ago at the Assembly Hall. Back then, he almost could not suppress his curiosity and had almost done that. Lord Heavenly Leader Guardian, oh, God, the number one person among the 36 guardians of the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City is actually a Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. While the 13 gangsters bowed at the Heavenly Leader Guardian, the group of latent dragon camps member around the dilapidated cottages discovered the identity of the green-clad middle-aged man who was standing in the air. Lord Heavenly Leader Guardian. At once, all of them followed suit and bowed. Lord City Governor has come out from his closed-door cultivation. All of you will follow me to meet Lord City Governor at the Assembly Hall, the Heavenly Leader Guardian spoke again. As he spoke, he gradually landed and stopped right at the gate of the latent dragon camp. All of the 13 gangsters, including Duan Ling Tian, flew out and followed behind the Heavenly Leader Guardian as soon as they heard his words. Duan Ling Tian, consider yourself lucky. At the same time, a true energy voice transmission sounded in Duan Ling Tian's ear. He could tell the voice belonged to Zheng Jian. However, Duan Ling Tian acted as though he did not hear Zheng Jian's words and ignored him. This made Zheng Jian's face darkened as killing intent filled his eyes. When he saw Guo Li sped up to catch up to Duan Ling Tian so she could walk next to him, his face turned even gloomier. Duan Ling Tian, do you feel confident? Guo Li asked through true energy voice transmission. She walked next to him as they followed the Heavenly Leader Guardian to the Assembly Hall in the city governor's estate. I don't know. Duan Ling Tian shook his head in response to Guo Li's question. He knew what Guo Li was asking. She was asking if he was confident he could pass the city governor's test and become his disciple. He was being honest. He did not know what the test was, so naturally, he would not know if he was confident or not. I think you're confident, Guo Li added. That's enough about me. What about you? Are you confident? Duan Ling Tian asked. Me? No. Guo Li shook her head as she smiled bitterly. I'm even weaker than you and Zhang Jilong. Let alone the top 5 people in the 13 gangsters. We don't even know what the test is about. Maybe it's not just about testing one's strength. Duan Ling Tian consoled her. I hope so. Guo Li nodded. Zhang Jilong, who was following from behind, glared at Duan Ling Tian viciously. Up until now, he had not fully recovered from his internal injury. This was all caused by the person in front of him. He could only hope that the test would not happen in these coming 2 days. Otherwise, he would be at a huge disadvantage. Soon after, the Heavenly Leader Guardian came to a stop after he brought Duan Ling Tian and the other 12 to the Assembly Hall in the city governor's estate. Lord City Governor, the 13 gangsters are here, the Heavenly Leader Guardian said in a tone filled with respect and humility as he stood outside the Assembly Hall. They are both Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses, but the city governor of Mound Hill City must be stronger than the Heavenly Leader Guardian, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. He had no doubts about that at all. Come in. As soon as the Heavenly Leader Guardian finished speaking, a calm and dignified voice sounded from the Assembly Hall. The Heavenly Leader Guardian led Duan Ling Tian and the others into the Assembly Hall. Duan Ling Tian was no stranger to the Assembly Hall since he was here 3 months ago. However, there were 2 extra people in the Assembly Hall today. A silver-clad middle-aged man sat at the top seat of the Assembly Hall. The middle-aged man looked imposing even though he was not angry. His complexion was as clear as jade. He sat there as staid as a mountain, emitting a terrifying pressure. He must be the city governor of Mound Hill City. Duan Ling Tian guessed the middle-aged man's identity. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian's eyes landed on a black-clad young man standing behind the city governor of Mound Hill City. The black-clad young man had an ordinary appearance, but his eyes were unusually cold. From the moment they had entered until now, he never once looked them in the eyes. This included the Heavenly Leader Guardian. He had completely ignored all of them. What an arrogant person, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Lord City Governor. Duan Ling Tian and the rest of the 13 gangsters bowed at the city governor of Mound Hill City along with the Heavenly Leader Guardian. The city governor of Mound Hill City nodded expressionlessly. Mortal. Perfection mortal shedding stage. At this time, Duan Ling Tian could not help but shudder in his heart. This was because he had used the Divine Eye to check the cultivation base of the black-clad young man standing behind the city governor of Mound Hill City. Perfection mortal shedding stage, 37 years old. After identifying the other party's age, Duan Ling Tian's emotion was stirred again. He's only 2 years older than I am, but he's already at the perfection stage of the mortal shedding stage. Although he's still a little bit weaker than Ling Yun, he seems to be from the mortal continent as well. Duan Ling Tian could already guess that the black-clad young man was the only disciple under the city governor of Mound Hill City. Chapter 1394 Su Qi. The city governor of Mound Hill City glanced at 13 of them, including Duan Ling Tian, with his fierce eyes. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt an intense spiritual energy sweeping toward him. The spiritual energy covered his entire body, making him feel as though there was nowhere he could run. Duan Ling Tian knew it was the city governor probing them. The city governor's eyes locked on an azure-clad young man who carried a long sword in a scabbard on his back. I suppose you're the leader of the 13 gangsters, Ling Yun? The city governor of Mound Hill City asked calmly as he stared at the azure-clad young man. Yes, Ling Yun did not dare to delay when faced with the city governor of Mound Hill City. Not bad, not bad. You're only 13, but you've already broken through to the perfection mortal shedding stage. You've got a bright future ahead of you. The city governor of Mound Hill City nodded, impressed. Perfection mortal shedding stage. As soon as the city governor of Mound Hill City finished speaking, apart from Duan Ling Tian and Ling Yun, everyone, including the heavenly leader guardian and the black-clad young man standing behind the city governor of Mound Hill City, was stunned. He's really at the perfection mortal shedding stage. The heavenly leader guardian was the first to react. He swept his spiritual energy toward Ling Yun and soon confirmed Ling Yun's cultivation base with his spiritual secret tactic. The spiritual secret tactic to detect a person's cultivation base was different from the spiritual secret tactic to detect someone's age. The latter would work even if the target was at a level higher than the detector himself. With that said, an early mortal shedding stage martial cultivator or Dao cultivator would be able to use the spiritual secret tactic to detect the age of a martial and Dao cultivator at the paramount mortal shedding stage. Meanwhile, the former would only work if the person who was doing the probing was a level higher. To put it simply, only martial cultivators and Dao cultivators at the Saint Rudiment stage or above would be able to detect the cultivation base of martial or Dao cultivators at the mortal shedding stage. Naturally, there was no such limitation on Duan Ling Tian's divine eye. The heavenly leader guardian was at the Saint Rudiment stage, so it was easy for him to discover Ling Yun's cultivation base. Although Ling Yun had already broken through to the perfection mortal shedding stage when he came to the assembly hall 3 months ago, the heavenly leader guardian did not probe his cultivation base at that time. Therefore, he only found out Ling Yun was a martial cultivator at the perfection mortal shedding stage now. Ling Yun has already broken through to the perfection mortal shedding stage. Apart from Duan Ling Tian and Ling Yun, the other 13 gangsters were shocked when they looked at Ling Yun again. Shang Hu, in particular, had a bitter expression on his face. He discovered signs that indicated he could break through to the perfection mortal shedding stage just a few days ago. Initially, he thought he would be the first among the 13 gangsters to break through to the perfection mortal shedding stage. He did not expect Ling Yun would achieve that before him. He felt helpless. Meanwhile, the black-clad young man standing behind the city governor of Mound Hill City had an intense battle intent in his eyes when he looked at Ling Yun now. Ling Yun, I've come up with a test for you, the city governor of Mound Hill City said, catching everyone's attention. The eyes of Duan Ling Tian and the 13 gangsters immediately lit up. What kind of test would the city governor of Mound Hill City give Ling Yun? Would the test prepared for Ling Yun be the same as the one they were going to be given? They were filled with anticipation. Ling Yun's eyes lit up as well when he heard the city governor of Mound Hill City's words. Even the heavenly leader guardian was looking at the city governor of Mound Hill City with anticipation at the moment. Ling Yun, my disciple Su Qi is just like you. He's also at the perfection mortal shedding stage. I'll take you as my disciple as long as you can endure 3 hits from him and remain undefeated. The city governor of Mound Hill City revealed the test he had prepared for Ling Yun as everyone looked at him. Standing behind the city governor of Mound Hill City, the black-clad young man, Su Qi's eyes immediately lit up when he heard his words. Subsequently, he took a step forward and stood next to the city governor of Mound Hill City as he stared at Ling Yun ferociously. He's Su Qi, the city governor of Mound Hill City's disciple. The genius martial cultivator from the mortal continent. I didn't expect the city governor of Mound Hill City's disciple to be at the perfection mortal shedding stage as well. But isn't the test the city governor of Mound Hill City prepared for Ling Yun a little too easy since they're both at the perfection mortal shedding stage? Many of the 13 gangsters whispered among themselves. They thought the test the city governor of Mound Hill City gave Ling Yun was too easy for him. Naturally, although they thought the test was simple, they were satisfied with the test. Ling Yun was only 13 years old, and he was already a martial cultivator at the perfection mortal shedding stage. They would not be surprised if such a genius like him become the city governor of Mound Hill City's disciple without having to go through any tests. Ling Yun frowned subtly when he heard the city governor of Mound Hill City's words. He did not like being underestimated. Ling Yun, come at me. I would like to see if the leader of the 13 gangsters is worthy of becoming my junior brother, Su Qi said calmly as he stared at Ling Yun. Right here, Duan Ling Tian and the others were still stunned by Su Qi's words when Ling Yun moved. He pulled out the long sword on his back. He charged out with the 3-foot-long sword as sword rays swept out in Su Qi's direction. Although he was enraged the city governor of Mound Hill City seemed to underestimate him, he knew subconsciously the test that the city governor of Mound Hill City had set for him would not be as simple as it seemed. Therefore, he decided to initiate the fight right away. That's so fast. Duan Ling Tian was shocked when he discovered Ling Yun had become a blur of shadow with his sword in his right eye. In his left eye, Ling Yun's speed was extremely fast too. His left eye was different from his right eye because he had gained the one-eyed devil vulture's eyeballs ability. Naturally, it was considered one of his talents now. In just a blink of an eye, Ling Yun had swung his sword 13 times. Every attack was real. There were dazzling sword rays as he swung the human rank intermediate saint sword in his hand. He seemed intent on leaving 13 bloody holes on Su Qi's body with the sword rays. What surprised Duan Ling Tian was Su Qi's expression remained calm from the beginning until the end even though Ling Yun was charging at him with his lightning-fast attacks. He only moved when Ling Yun arrived before him with his sword. He bent his knees slightly and shot his entire being into the sky in the next second. He leapt into the air and dodged the 13 sword rays coming from Ling Yun's sword. It was a close call. Seeing that Su Qi dodged his 13 sword rays, Ling Yun did not seem surprised as he bent backward with a gleam in his eyes. At the same time, Su Qi attacked with his palm like a lightning. The palm print formed with his true energy was aimed at Ling Yun's cheek as he bent over. Just as the palm print was going to crash into the seats at the side of the assembly hall, the heavenly leader guardian came to the rescue. Without using any true energy, he slapped his palm print into the air, and it collided with Su Qi's palm print. They exploded in the air and vanished. The only thing left was a strong gust of wind. The wind shook the seats at the side of the assembly hall. One hit, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Perhaps the rest of the 13 gangsters did not see clearly what had happened earlier, but he had seen everything clearly by secretly activating strange pupil. While Su Qi was dodging Ling Yun's attack, he slapped his palm down at Ling Yun in the air. The rapid speed of the attack was not possible for an ordinary martial cultivator at the perfection mortal shedding stage. However, Ling Yun was also not an ordinary martial cultivator at the perfection mortal shedding stage. That was why he managed to dodge Su Qi's attack with near misses. Great, the city governor of Mound Hill City said with a smile. Su Qi hasn't used any saint weapons yet, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. As though he had heard Duan Ling Tian's thought, a narrow saber appeared in Su Qi's hand as he descended from the air. The narrow saber was crescent-shaped, and it was emitting a chilly aura. As Su Qi was descending, Ling Yun did not spare him any opportunities. Knowing that Su Qi had nowhere to leverage his strength, Ling Yun swung the 3-foot-long sword in his hand. 5 sword rays were shot at a higher speed this time. The speed of the 5 sword rays was even faster than the 13 sword rays he had shot out earlier. Take his life while he was weak. Ling Yun did not seem to be showing any mercy at this moment. However, Su Qi did not panic. Facing the 5 swords rays that were coming at him like lightning, he shouted in his deep voice, perfect timing. At the same time, true energy ran rampant on the narrow saber in his hand, and he subsequently released it. The narrow saber that was released began to spin rapidly in the air like it was a spinning fan below Su Qi's body. Meanwhile, Su Qi stood on top of it steadily as though he was standing on land. 5 ear-piercing noises sounded consecutively almost at the same time. Su Qi managed to block the 5 sword rays Ling Yun had shot out rapidly. To be exact, the sword rays were blocked by the saber that was spinning like a fan. What a brilliant defensive technique. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. 2 hits are over now. As long as Ling Yun manages to defend the next hit, he'll pass the test and become the city governor of Mound Hill City's disciple. If I'm Ling Yun, I'll either wholeheartedly defend against Su Qi's attack or initiate the attack like a storm so that Su Qi wouldn't be able to handle it, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Almost as soon as Duan Ling Tian finished thinking to himself, Ling Yun also came to a decision. He chose the latter. He stomped both his feet, causing the ground to crack. The terrifying cracks looked like a spider web. Subsequently, he seemed to have turned into a sword himself as he shot up into the sky. A noise that was even more ear-piercing than before reverberated in the air. Ling Yun's sword broke the saber's defensive technique performed by Su Qi and headed straight for him. It seemed like it was going to pierce through Su Qi's body from the bottom to his head. Duan Ling Tian noticed Su Qi's face had turned grave at this very second. He was serious now, no longer as indifferent as before. He lifted his foot to stomp on the saber below him and shot into the air as he used the impact to his advantage. At this moment, the saber below his feet returned to him in a perfect arc and landed firmly in his hand. Ling Yun shot into the sky with his sword as he chased after Su Qi. Chapter 1395 Savage Eyes. During the critical moment, Su Qi turned around in the air and stomped both his feet suddenly. The shockwave formed by his true energy hit hard in the air. A loud explosion sounded at this moment. The rumbling shockwave descended at a rapid speed as he shot up like an arrow leaving its bow. It was heading toward Ling Yun's sword. One was going upward while the other was going down. The sword rays that charged out first collided hard with the saber as the saber rays followed it like its shadow. They were like two scorching suns trying to outshine each other in the sky. The collision of the saber and the sword was like the explosion of two suns as they collided with one another. At this very second, the bright ray that was like sunlight shone as an air explosion was set off in the air. An insanely strong wind swept out in all directions. As the items in the assembly hall were being blown away, the heavenly leader guardian moved again during the critical moment and blocked the majestic and rampant wind. At the same time, everyone heard the sound of someone throwing up blood. Ling Yun was kneeling on one knee, using his sword as support, after both of them had descended from the sky. He was pale as he spat out mouthful after mouthful of blood. He looked terrible. At the same time, Su Qi landed steadily on the ground. His cheeks were ruddy. It was obvious that it was caused by the rumbling vital blood in his body. However, he was not hurt. Everyone present gasped. They were both at the perfection mortal shedding stage, but Su Qi defeated Ling Yun, who had attacked first with merely 3 hits. At this very moment, apart from Duan Ling Tian, the 11-13 gangsters thought their abilities were not worth mentioning at all in front of Su Qi. He's worthy of being Master City Governor's disciple, many of them exclaimed inwardly. Knowing someone by his reputation was not as good as meeting them in person. They were thoroughly convinced by Su Qi's ability now. This Su Qi's ability, I'm afraid it has already reached the peak of the perfection mortal shedding stage. I think he's only one step away from breaking through to the paramount mortal shedding stage, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he looked at Su Qi. Ling Yun had consumed a healing medicinal pill. After he had recovered slightly, he said to the city governor of Mount Hill City with a bitter expression on his face, I'm defeated with 3 hits. Currently, no one thought the city governor of Mount Hill City had given Ling Yun an ideal test. Ling Yun had failed the test that seemed ideal in the beginning. I'll give you another chance. I'll take you as my disciple if you can endure 3 hits and stay undefeated by Su Qi a month from now. You may return now, the city governor of Mount Hill City said as he looked at Ling Yun. Thank you, Master City Governor. Ling Yun's eyes lit up upon hearing he would be given another chance. He left the assembly hall immediately after he stood up and returned to the latent dragon camp to cultivate. After he left, everyone shifted their eyes to Su Qi. The strength Su Qi had demonstrated earlier had shocked everyone. At this moment, Su Qi returned to his position behind the city governor of Mount Hill City. His expression remained as cold as it was earlier. I heard someone in the 13 gangsters also came from the mortal continent as well. The city governor of Mount Hill City asked as he glanced at the remaining 12-13 gangsters. Master City Governor. Duan Ling Tian stepped forward. Master City Governor. Duan Ling Tian became one of the 13 gangsters on the first day of joining the latent dragon camp. He broke through to the mastery mortal shedding stage a month ago and defeated Hu Lin, who's at the same stage, the heavenly leader guardian said. Hu Lin was, naturally, present on the scene. His face turned slightly solemn when he heard the heavenly leader guardian's words. He clenched his fists tightly as his body shook. He would never forget the humiliation he had gone through a month ago. Duan Ling Tian, you'll regret this. I'll make you regret this. Hu Lin stared at Duan Ling Tian's back and roared in his heart. Mastery mortal shedding stage, aren't you only at the intermediate mortal shedding stage? The city governor of Mount Hill City said with a frown after he heard what the heavenly leader guardian said. Duan Ling Tian knew his cultivation base had been exposed after he heard the city governor of Mount Hill City's words. However, he did not mind that. There was nothing for him to hide since he did not commit any crime. The city governor of Mount Hill City's words stunned everyone, including the heavenly leader guardian. He exclaimed out loud, "Intermediate mortal shedding stage." Subsequently, he performed the spiritual secret tactic to check Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base. His facial expression changed when he discovered the result. He's really at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Duan Ling Tian, you're only at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He had sensed the spiritual energy coming from the heavenly leader guardian, so he knew he was checking his cultivation base. At this moment, two people exclaimed out loud, "Impossible." It was Hu Lin whom Duan Ling Tian had defeated a month ago, and Zhang Jilong whom he had defeated just yesterday. Both of them had fought Duan Ling Tian before, so they knew how powerful Duan Ling Tian was. However, they could not believe Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base was only at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. HMPH. Master City Governor and I both checked Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base with spiritual secret tactic. His cultivation base is really at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. The heavenly leader guardian scoffed softly and glared at Hu Lin and Zhang Jilong. "Why, are you doubting Master City Governor and my words? Do both of you think we're mistaken because we're old?" "I don't mean that," Hu Lin and Zhang Jilong said. Hu Lin and Zhang Jilong realized they had stepped out of line and looked down immediately. At this moment, the 11-13 gangsters, including Guo Li, were looking at Duan Ling Tian in a completely different way. Someone at the intermediate mortal shedding stage defeated Hu Lin, who was at the mastery mortal shedding stage. A few days ago, Guo Li had broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage and defeated Hu Lin, who's at the same level. Later on, Zhang Jilong, who has broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage, defeated Guo Li. Jin Yuanbao, who was ranked number 2 in the 13 gangsters, said at this moment. Just yesterday, Duan Ling Tian defeated Zhang Jilong in just one blow. Jin Yuanbao said. His gaze was complicated when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. He had witnessed Duan Ling Tian's fight yesterday. At that time, he was almost certain Duan Ling Tian was the same as him. He thought Duan Ling Tian was also at the peak of the mastery mortal shedding stage. However, through the check by the city governor of Mount Hill City and the heavenly leader guardian, who were both powerhouses at Saint Rudiment stage today, he found out that Duan Ling Tian was only a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Duan Ling Tian, is your cultivation base really only at the intermediate mortal shedding stage? Guo Li asked in disbelief. Then how about 3 months ago? That time when you first defeated Zhang Jilong, what was your cultivation base back then? Guo Li asked again. When Guo Li finished speaking, the remaining 13 gangsters and the heavenly leader guardian recalled that Duan Ling Tian had defeated Zhang Jilong once before. He had broken through 3 months ago. Duan Ling Tian did not perform any outstanding ability back then. He had defeated Zhang Jilong using the advantage of archery. 3 months ago, I was at the early mortal shedding stage, Duan Ling Tian said. It was as though Duan Ling Tian's words had triggered 1,000 waves. He stunned everyone once again. Do you mean, you were only at the early mortal shedding stage when you defeated Zhang Jilong and Li Han and became one of the 13 gangsters back then? Guo Li inhaled sharply. At this moment, most of them looked at Duan Ling Tian as though they were looking at a monster. He had gotten himself a spot in the 13 gangsters when he was only at the early mortal shedding stage. That was insane. HMPH. Hu Lin and Zhang Jilong are really useless. They really embarrassed us martial cultivators at the mastery mortal shedding stage. They couldn't even fight a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Zhang Jian, who was ranked number 5 in the 13 gangsters, secretly mocked. Now he was even more confident in defeating Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was just a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. He was nothing to him. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten that Duan Ling Tian had defeated Zhang Jilong before when he was only at the early mortal shedding stage. The Zhang Jilong who was known as invincible among those at the intermediate mortal shedding stage in Mount Hill City's border areas. Su Qi, who seemed bored after defeating Ling Yun, became amused after hearing about Duan Ling Tian and his achievements. He began to observe Duan Ling Tian. This person seemed to be extraordinary, a genius martial cultivator from the mortal continent just like him. The early mortal shedding stage defeating the intermediate mortal shedding stage. After breaking through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage, you defeated 2 martial cultivators at the mastery mortal shedding stage. The way the city governor of Mount Hill City looked at Duan Ling Tian was completely different now. Is your name Duan Ling Tian? Duan Ling Tian, if I'm not mistaken, you must not be entirely human. The city governor of Mound Hill City asked. Not entirely human. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Noticing Duan Ling Tian's reaction, the city governor of Mound Hill City was certain of his speculation. It seems like you're really not entirely human. One of your parents is a saint beast, am I right? It must be a saint beast with a powerful physique. Saint beast. As soon as the city governor of Mound Hill City finished speaking, everyone looked at Duan Ling Tian. Only people like you who are created by a human and a saint beast would be so strong due to your powerful physique. A knowing gleam flashed through the city governor of Mound Hill City's eyes. Duan Ling Tian, did I get it right? Duan Ling Tian had shock written all over his face. He did not expect the city governor of Mound Hill City would have such savage eyes. It was surprising that he managed to figure out the reason Duan Ling Tian managed to defeat his opponents who were at a higher level easily was due to his powerful physique. The others were in shock too. So Duan Ling Tian's the creation of a human and a saint beast. No wonder he could defeat opponents who are at a higher level than he is. Seems like he inherited the saint beast's powerful physique. Many of them showed fear when they looked at Duan Ling Tian. HMPH. To be blunt, he's a bastard, Zheng Jian scoffed coldly and said in disdain, he only managed to defeat people at a higher level because he was fighting trash. If he fights with me, I'm sure I can defeat him in 2 to 3 moves. He glanced at Hu Lin and Zhang Ji-long on purpose as he spoke. The two of them had a drastic change of expression as a hint of rage filled their eyes. Chapter 1396 Body Verification Stone. Although enraged by what Zheng Jian said, Hu Lin and Zhang Ji-long did not dare to do anything. All they could do was to take it without saying anything, the reason being that they knew they were no match for Zheng Jian. Compared to Hu Lin and Zhang Ji-long, Duan Ling Tian responded differently hearing what Zheng Jian said. Bastard, could he beat me in 2 to 3 hits? His face turned gravely solemn while a ferocious gleam sparkled in his eyes. Just when he turned around and looked at Zheng Jian with a plan to fight back, a loud scream sounded. How dare you! The city governor of Mound Hill City's voice boomed like thunder which seemed to rock the entire assembly hall. At that same time, it stunned Duan Ling Tian as well. Before Duan Ling Tian managed to look at the city governor of Mound Hill City, he saw Zheng Jian's body shudder and shoot out towards the pillar in the assembly hall like an arrow leaving its bow. The pillar shook a little bit as dust fell from it. Subsequently, Zheng Jian fell onto the ground along the pillar while spitting mouthfuls of blood continuously. He looked terrible. Master City Governor. Zheng Jian is sorry. Zheng Jian is sorry. Ignoring his injuries, Zheng Jian knelt onto the ground before the city governor of Mound Hill City while reeling. How dare you, Zheng Jian? How dare you be so rude to Master City Governor? The Heavenly Leader Guardian looked aghast too. You're sorry? Do you even know what you did wrong? The city governor of Mound Hill City scoffed and said, I was wrong to spout nonsense before Master City Governor, Zheng Jian said in his shaky voice while keeping his head on the ground. Hearing what Zheng Jian said, the city governor of Mound Hill City glared icily at him and said calmly, you'll be dead if you repeat the same mistake again. Despite the calm outlook, there was clearly the will to kill in his tone. Thank you, Master City Governor. Zheng Jian thanked him immediately. He stood up and consumed a healing medicinal pill. The way he looked at Duan Ling Tian again was filled with coldness and resentment. At that very moment, he could not suppress the rage in him. He did not dare to blame the city governor of Mound Hill City, so he directed it at Duan Ling Tian instead. Duan Ling Tian, if not for you, I wouldn't have agitated Master City Governor. It's all your fault. If I had the opportunity, I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you. Zheng Jian thought in his head and almost screamed out loud. Although he had no idea what Zheng Jiang was thinking about, seeing Zheng Jian's eyes that were filled with the will to kill, Duan Ling Tian figured that murder was on Zheng Jian's mind. Zheng Jian, at that moment, a gleam with the will to kill flashed in his eyes too. Duan Ling Tian, you haven't answered my question. Is my speculation right? The city governor of Mound Hill City turned to Duan Ling Tian again. The frigidity on his face was nowhere to be seen. It was replaced by a smile instead as he asked. That made Zheng Jian look even more terrible. Master City Governor, I'm not a descendant of human and saint beast, Duan Ling Tian replied honestly. You're not. The city governor of Mound Hill City frowned and said while looking lost, that's not right. How could you have the ability to defeat people whose level is higher than yours if you're not a descendant of a human and a saint beast? Or perhaps, are you a human formed from a saint beast? The city governor of Mound Hill City eyes lit up as he mumbled softly to himself. Although the city governor of Mound Hill City was mumbling softly, the assembly hall was so quiet that almost everyone present heard what he said. Duan Ling Tian was put in the limelight once again. Human formed from a saint beast. Hearing the governor's theory that getting more and more ridiculous, Duan Ling Tian could not help but force a smile. Master City Governor, not only am I not a descendant of human and saint beast, but I'm not human formed from a saint beast. I'm a pure human martial cultivator. Impossible, the city governor of Mound Hill City exclaimed affirmatively while shaking his head. If you're a pure human martial cultivator, it's impossible for you to have such an overpowering ability to beat people whose level is higher than yours. That's right, how's that possible? It seems like Duan Ling Tian's really hiding his identity. I bet no matter how well he's going to explain himself, he's not going to hide the truth any longer. Many of them whispered among themselves. Master City Governor, Duan Ling Tian said while looking at the city governor of Mound Hill City, I know there's something called the body verification stone in Dao Martial Saint Land. Although the body verification stone doesn't help in fighting, it can verify if a person is formed from a saint beast or is a descendant of a human and a saint beast. Body verification stone. The city governor of Mound Hill City frowned upon hearing what Duan Ling Tian said. Although the body verification stone isn't something incredible whereby even a saint inscription master would be able to carve it, we don't have such a thing in Mound Hill City. What the city governor of Mound Hill City said created an uproar again. Duan Ling Tian's devious. He asked for it anyway knowing there's no body verification stone in our Mound Hill City. I think he did this on purpose. Does he really think that we'd believe he's a pure human if he mentioned the body verification stone? Many of them whispered among themselves again. This time, even Guo Li could not help but look skeptical as she looked at Duan Ling Tian again. After all, the ability with which he managed to defeat people whose level was higher than him was simply unimaginable. She did not believe he was a pure human martial cultivator either. Throughout the long history of Dao Martial Saint Land, she had never heard of such a human martial cultivator before. Even the legendary powerhouse who had 81 saint veins open possessed the ability to defeat people whose level was higher than him after breaking through to the saint rudiment stage. Then, there's nothing that I can do about it, Duan Ling Tian shrugged and said like a thug. Also, whether I'm a human martial cultivator or not, I think that's not going to affect me. Just when most of them thought the matter was coming to an end, the circumstances turned around. Master City Governor, I heard that ninth brother obtained a body verification stone half a month ago. He wanted to auction it off at the Rare Treasure Pavilion, but he thought it wouldn't be sold at an ideal price, so he kept it with him, the Heavenly Leader Guardian said to the city governor of Mound Hill City. The Heavenly Hero Guardian, he has the body verification stone. The city governor of Mound Hill City's eyes lit up. You, go get the Heavenly Hero Guardian now. The Heavenly Hero Guardian was the ninth brother the Heavenly Leader Guardian mentioned. He ranked number 9 among the 36 guardians in the city governor of Mound Hill City's estate. People called him the Heavenly Hero Guardian, but he was publicly known as Lin Qingrong. Yes, the Heavenly Leader Guardian replied and left. Meanwhile, many of them began to take pleasure in Duan Ling Tian's misery. It seems like this Duan Ling Tian's plan has backfired. However, Duan Ling Tian was calm as he faced the mockery. He was so cool that he would remain the same even if Mount Tai were to collapse before him. The city governor of Mound Hill City noticed Duan Ling Tian's calmness. He could not help but have doubts. Was Duan Ling Tian really not afraid of getting himself tested with the body verification stone? Or was he trying to mystify this and unwilling to give up until the very last second? Su Qi, who stood behind the city governor of Mound Hill City, had doubts in his eyes too. Master City Governor. Not long later, the Heavenly Leader Guardian returned bringing another person with him. It was the Heavenly Hero Guardian who ranked number 6 among the 36 guardians, Lin Qingrong. Lin Qingrong bowed respectfully toward the city governor of Mound Hill City. Heavenly Hero Guardian, I heard from the Heavenly Leader Guardian that you've obtained a body verification stone earlier. The city governor of Mound Hill City commented. Yes, Master City Governor. Lin Qingrong nodded. Can I borrow it? The city governor of Mound Hill City asked. Of course. Lin Qingrong nodded immediately and subsequently lifted his arm. A tiny, crystal clear stone appeared in his hand, appearing like an irregular crystal. He then handed the tiny stone over to the city governor of Mound Hill City. Is this the body verification stone? Duan Ling Tian looked at the tiny stone that Lin Qingrong handed over to the governor. Although he had heard about the existence of the body verification stone, he had never seen one before. It was his first time seeing it today. The body verification stone was similar to the demon revelation mirror on the Cloud Continent, but there was a difference between them. As the body verification stone was handed over to the city governor of Mound Hill City, apart from Lin Qingrong, everyone had their eyes fixed on it. They wanted to see if Duan Ling Tian was trying to mislead them earlier. Lin Qingrong was the only one who gaped at Duan Ling Tian in bewilderment. On the way to the assembly hall, he heard from the heavenly leader guardian that Duan Ling Tian was just on the early mortal shedding stage when he had brought him here back then. He had no idea that Duan Ling Tian had already broken through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage now and defeated 2 mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivators consecutively. He did not believe it in the beginning, but he had to, since the heavenly leader guardian told him that the master city governor and himself had witnessed it themselves. Now, he knew the purpose of the governor borrowing the body verification stone from him. It was to verify if Duan Ling Tian was a pure human martial cultivator. Right at that moment, a soft ring that drew Lin Qingrong's attention as well was heard. The governor of Mound City held the body verification stone in his hand while exerting true energy into it, causing the saint inscription on it to flash. As the saint inscription shone, a dazzling glow rose. Not long later, a barrier that seemed like a mirror appeared in the air with a silhouette reflected in it. It was Duan Ling Tian's silhouette. However, his reflection remained the same in the mirror. One must know that if a person was formed from a saint beast, the mirror image barrier formed from the body verification stone would show the saint beast's true form in it. If the person was a descendant of a human and a saint beast silhouette would appear behind the person when the mirror image barrier was pointed at him. However, none of those happened. The governor was the first to react. Although the result from the body verification stone was out, he was still surprised as he asked, "You really are human? Duan Ling Tian's a pure human martial cultivator. Is there something wrong with the body verification stone? It shouldn't be." As the heavenly leader guardian, the heavenly hero guardian and Su Qi snapped back to reality, everyone else gasped one after another and could not help but lower their voice as they discussed among one another. With Zheng Jian as a warning, they did not dare to be rude before the governor of Mound City. "What, Master City Governor, you still don't believe me up until now?" Duan Ling Tian did not expect the governor to ask such a question now. He was a little speechless at the moment. Chapter 1397 Burden. Hearing Duan Ling Tian asking him back such a question, the city governor of Mound Hill City was rather embarrassed. He was sure that Duan Ling Tian was not a pure human martial cultivator from the beginning. However, now that the fact was right before him, he had to believe it. "Duan Ling Tian, do you mind telling me how you managed to defeat people whose stage is higher than you?" The city governor of Mound Hill City asked. At that moment, including the heavenly leader guardian and the heavenly hero guardian, everyone looked at Duan Ling Tian with burning desire. They were curious about that too. "Master City Governor, you're actually right about something," Duan Ling Tian said to the governor, "which is, my body's indeed much more powerful than an ordinary human's." The governor's eyes lit up. "However, my powerful body has nothing to do with the saint beast. It came from an encounter I had before," Duan Ling Tian said in one breath. Everyone's eyes twinkled upon hearing what he said. Greed grew steadily in them. However, what Duan Ling Tian said next killed the greed that was arising in them. "I found an odd spirit fruit during that encounter and my body went through a transformation after consuming it. I've been to that place to look for the same spiritual fruit many times after that, but I couldn't find any," Duan Ling Tian proceeded. "I didn't know there's such a spirit fruit in this world. Perhaps it's just your luck that you found it," the city governor of Mound Hill City sighed. The rest agreed too. "Duan Ling Tian, you hid that from me for such a long time. So, you were just an early mortal shedding stage martial cultivator when you came back with me back then," complained Lin Qingrong through true energy voice transmission as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. "I think I didn't mention that I wasn't a martial cultivator on early mortal shedding stage back then. I didn't tell you that I'm an intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivator either," Duan Ling Tian shrugged and replied through true energy voice transmission. "You." Lin Qingrong became speechless. Now that he thought about it, Duan Ling Tian indeed did not say that he was a martial cultivator on the early mortal shedding stage. Neither did he say that he was an intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. Lin Qingrong was the only one who assumed that since the beginning. "Heavenly Hero Guardian, I heard you were the one who brought Duan Ling Tian here. I'll remember what you've done," the city governor of Mount Hill City said to Lin Qingrong after returning the body verification stone to him. Master City Governor, it's only right that I do, Lin Qingrong said immediately. However, there was a joy that was hard to hide in his eyes. Master City Governor, if there's nothing else, I'll retreat, Lin Qingrong said again. You may leave now. The city governor of Mount Hill City nodded. After Lin Qingrong left the assembly hall, it regained its silence again. The other 11 of the 13 gangsters were looking at Duan Ling Tian with envy and jealousy now. He found such a spirit fruit. Duan Ling Tian has some ridiculous luck. That was what most of them were thinking about. Naturally, some of them looked terrible, for instance, Hu Lin, Zhang Jilong, and Zheng Jian. After taking a glance at Duan Ling Tian, Su Qi, who stood behind the city governor of Mount Hill City, shut his eyes to conserve his energy. Nobody knew what he was thinking about. Let's get back to business. As the city governor of Mount Hill City spoke again, everyone shifted their focus from Duan Ling Tian to him again. They knew that the governor was going to talk about business now. It was not hard for one to figure what it was going to be. It must be something about the test. The governor would be picking 2 to 3 people who had achieved an outstanding result in the test and make them his disciples. At that moment, apart from Duan Ling Tian, everyone in the 13 gangsters were full of anticipation. The test will be happening tomorrow and it'll be based on a point system. The 2 people who obtain the most points will become my disciples. The city governor of Mount Hill City glanced at the 12 of them including Duan Ling Tian. Ling Yun was accepted from the group. Hearing what the governor said, most of their breaths quickened. The reason why I asked all of you here is to inform all of you that you can choose to go solo or form a team in the test tomorrow. Of course, you're only allowed to team up with one person, the governor proceeded to speak. We can form a team. At that moment, their eyes lit up. However, what the city governor of Mount Hill City said next made their jaws dropped. But those who are teaming up in the test will need to bring a member from the latent dragon camp who isn't one of the 13 gangsters. Also, the points the both of them achieve will need to be divided into 3 whereby the duo will get 1 point each while the last point will be given to the latent dragon camp member who isn't from the 13 gangsters. This new condition messed up most of their plans. Was that necessary? They were fine with teaming up. However, they could not accept sharing their points with another person. At that moment, most of them decided to go solo in the test. Team up. When the city governor of Mount Hill City mentioned that they could team up in the test, Guo Li looked at Duan Ling Tian in anticipation immediately. The chance of her winning would be higher if she teamed up with Duan Ling Tian. However, she looked away, feeling a little upset after the governor added the condition. Although she knew that Duan Ling Tian would definitely not decline her if she insisted, could she be so selfish? Definitely not. It would be acceptable if she was teaming up with Duan Ling Tian and sharing their points with each other. Now, however, they would need to bring a burden with them if she wanted to team up with him. That was not all. Most importantly, they would have to share their points with the burden whereby they would each take a third of the points. Guo Li, let's team up. Just when Guo Li was ready to go solo, a voice came into her ears loud and clear which made her shudder. Subsequently, she looked at the purple-clad young man who was smiling at her at the moment. It was Duan Ling Tian at whom she was looking earlier. The true energy voice transmission came from Duan Ling Tian. She snapped back to her senses after reeling from surprise. Duan Ling Tian, I know your kind intention, but I can't drag you into this, Guo Li said. Drag me? Duan Ling Tian smiled. He wondered what kind of expression Guo Li would have if she found out that he had zero interest in being the disciple of the city governor of Mount Hill City. Although Guo Li rejected his request, he did not give up just like that. If that's your decision, I'll abstain myself from the test that Master City Governor has set, Duan Ling Tian said to Guo Li through true energy voice transmission. You. Listening to Duan Ling Tian behave like a kid throwing a tantrum, Guo Li became speechless for a while. Duan Ling Tian, stop messing around. I'm not messing around. I'm being serious, Duan Ling Tian said in all seriousness. As time passed by, Guo Li realized that indeed, he was not messing around. Eventually, she compromised and decided to team up with him. If Duan Ling Tian really gave up on the rest because of her, she would never forgive herself for the rest of her life. Naturally, she knew that he was doing that to help her and she was grateful. As the city governor of Mount Hill City left with Su Qi, Duan Ling Tian and the rest returned to the latent dragon camp. Meanwhile, the heavenly leader guardian was gone by the time Duan Lingtian and the rest left the assembly hall. Nobody knew where he went. However, none of them cared about the departure of the heavenly leader guardian. The heavenly leader guardian was known to be mysterious about his whereabouts, so they were not surprised by his disappearance. Duan Lingtian, if we're teaming up, we need to find another person to go with us, Guoli said via true energy voice transmission on the way back. Duan Lingtian nodded. I have a candidate in mind. Chapter 1398 Duan Lingtian's decision. You already have a candidate in mind. Guoli was surprised. Duan Lingtian nodded. Although he seemed hasty to team up with Guoli, he had actually thought about it thoroughly. He was not interested in being the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City, he just wanted to help Guoli. Naturally, he treated Guoli as a normal friend. The reason why he did this was because of the reminder she had given him back then. The first time when he met Guoli, she had reminded him about something despite them not being close to each other. Although he did not escape from what happened due to her reminder, subconsciously, he felt that he owed her a favor. Now, he could use this opportunity to return the favor. Naturally, he would only return the favor if Guoli become the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City successfully. Who is that? Guoli asked curiously. Zhu Lang, Duan Lingtian said while smiling. Guoli was the only person that he was close to in the latent dragon camp. Among the rest, he could not think of anyone else that he was slightly more familiar with than Zhu Lang. But, if we team up and bring Zhu Lang, the points that we obtain will be divided into 3, Guoli said while frowning. Wouldn't that be a disadvantage? So, do you think you stand a higher chance when you go solo in the test with the rest? Or do you think that your chances are higher if you team up with me? Duan Lingtian asked while smiling. Of course, I'd stand a higher chance teaming up with you. It's just that it's such a disadvantage for you, Guoli forced a smile. We'll do it as long as you feel more confident if you team up with me. Don't worry about me, Duan Lingtian reassured. Duan Lingtian. Guoli communicated through true energy voice transmission while they walked ahead, so nobody heard what they were talking about. However, there was a pair of resentful eyes staring at his back. Duan Lingtian. Zhang Jilong secretly clenched his teeth while staring at Duan Lingtian's back. The injury Duan Lingtian gave him yesterday had only healed a little bit. He would not be fully healed even if tomorrow came. He could not help but feel a devious fire burning in him when he recalled that he would have to go for the important test tomorrow with his injury which was caused by Duan Lingtian. He felt absolutely resentful. He resented Duan Lingtian. He could not wait to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. Naturally, Duan Lingtian noticed Zhang Jilong's bitter eyes, but he did not care since Zhang Jilong was just another person he had defeated. After returning to the latent dragon camp, Duan Lingtian found Zhu Lang and informed him about his plan of teaming up with Guoli to participate in the test set by the city governor of Mound Hill City. Is Master City Governor recruiting disciples? Zhu Lang's eyes lit up. Although he knew it was impossible that he would become the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City, he was very interested in the test. Duan Lingtian, this test shouldn't be risky, will it? Eventually, Zhu Lang thought of the dangers and asked Duan Lingtian carefully. I've no idea if it's risky at the moment. After all, until now, nobody knows what the test is about apart from Master City Governor himself, Duan Lingtian said honestly. Zhu Lang frowned hearing that. You consider it. If you're unwilling to go, I'll just look for someone else. I heard from Master City Governor that the points we obtain from the test tomorrow can be traded into merit points, Duan Lingtian said, 1 point for 100 merit points. 1 point for 100 merit points. Zhu Lang's eyes flew wide while he had a surprised expression on his face upon hearing what Duan Lingtian said. He knew very well what merit points were. It was considered the currency in the city governor's estate for one to study saint-grade martial tactics and even purchase human-rank primitive saint weapons as well as saint-grade pills. Duan Lingtian, I do. Zhu Lang panicked seeing Duan Lingtian about to leave. He was scared that Duan Lingtian would really look for someone else to replace him. He knew that this was a golden opportunity for him. See you tomorrow. Duan Lingtian nodded at Zhu Lang and informed him before returning to Cottage No. 6. There was nothing to prepare for the test tomorrow. Duan Lingtian entered the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to continue cultivating the defensive technique Arrowlight Strike in Colossal Arrowlight Arrow. He was not far away from breaking through to the next stage for Arrowlight Strike now. Meanwhile, a conversation took place below the high platform in the latent dragon camp. Wuxia, did your distant cousin brother ask you to join the test with him tomorrow? Zhu Lang squinted with a smirk while asking Wuxia. Test? Wuxia frowned. What test? What? Didn't your distant cousin brother from the New South town tell you about it? Zhu Lang asked in astonishment. Tomorrow, Master City Governor will give a test in order to recruit disciples from the 13 gangsters. The test allows any 2 people of the 13 gangsters to team up, but they'll have to bring a normal latent dragon camp member along with them. Duan Ling Tian teamed up with Guo Li and invited me to join. By then, I'll be able to get a third of the points our team obtains. 1 point can trade 100 merit points. A charming smile crossed his face as he spoke while joy filled his face. On the other hand, Huji's face turned solemn. At that moment, it would be dumb for him not to realize that Zhu Lang was bragging in front of him on purpose. However, he could not say anything about it. HMPH. I'll go ask my cousin Zheng Jian. Hujia scoffed and jumped onto the high platform. He went for Zheng Jian, who was in cottage number 5. The smile on Zhu Lang's face was even wider seeing Hujia's reaction. He felt fulfilled and high-spirited. Since he had achieved his goal, he returned to his broken cottage to cultivate diligently. Zheng Jian walked out of cottage number 5 after opening the door and he frowned at the person standing outside. Hujia, anything. Cousin Zheng Jian, I heard Master City Governor's giving a test to recruit disciples tomorrow, Hujia inquired as he flashed a flattering smile on his face. Zheng Jian nodded lightly, seeming to ignore his distant cousin. Cousin Zheng Jian, I heard that all of you will have to bring a latent dragon camp member if you want to team up. The latent camp member will then obtain a certain portion of the points that can be traded for a massive amount of merit points. Is that true? Hujia asked in anticipation. Who did you hear that from? Zheng Jian frowned and asked in his deep voice. I heard it from Zhu Lang. Duan Ling Tian is teaming up with Guo Li and they're bringing him along, Hujia said while feeling a pang of jealousy. Duan Ling Tian's teaming up with Guo Li. Zheng Jian's face turned solemn at the moment while disdain revealed itself on his lips. It seems like that Duan Ling Tian has zero confidence in himself. He's just a piece of trash. To him, Duan Ling Tian's decision to do that was purely giving up on himself. Although Guo Li was also a master immortal shedding stage martial cultivator and they would have a powerful ability if she were to team up with Duan Ling Tian, she was still not as powerful as Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, they would have to bring a burden with them and share their points with the burden. By then, the points Duan Ling Tian obtained would definitely be lesser than the points he could obtain on his own. Therefore, he thought Duan Ling Tian lacked confidence and had come up with such a decision just to please Guo Li. Hujia did not understand what Zheng Jian said at all. Cousin, why do you say that? HMPH. Zheng Jian scoffed. Master City Governor will take 2 people who've obtained the most points as his disciples in the test tomorrow. People who are confident in their own abilities won't team up with anyone. It's reasonable if teaming up doesn't require bringing a burden and sharing points with the burden. Now, the thing is that we must bring a burden along and share our points if we're teaming up. Only idiots would team up with anyone, Zheng Jian said. Hujia was surprised to hear what Zheng Jian said, but it seemed to make sense. Putting himself in Zheng Jian's shoes, he would not team up with others either. What kind of joke was that? Bringing a burden along was such a headache. Furthermore, they had to share their points as well. I see, but that Zhu Lang's in such great luck. Even if Duan Ling Tian and Guo Li don't manage to become Master City Governor's disciples, he'll obtain quite some points as well. Hujia's face turned completely solemn as he spoke. By then, Zhu Lang will get a third of the points. Zhu Lang and he were always competing with each other back when they were in Storm Town. Naturally, he was unwilling for Zhu Lang to step on his head when they were in the latent dragon camp. Therefore, his heart was filled with jealousy now. The jealousy was directed at Zhu Lang. He'll only obtain the points if he survived. Zheng Jian grinned. I'll kill Duan Ling Tian as soon as I have the opportunity to in the test tomorrow. Zhu Lang's your foe, so I'll kill him for you, too. Thank you, cousin. Hearing what Zheng Jian said, Hujia was elated while the jealousy he had for Zhu Lang evaporated. Zhu Lang, even if you're lucky enough to obtain points, you won't be alive to spend the merit points, Hujia thought to himself solemnly. A day passed by in the blink of an eye. The next morning, the leader of the 36 guardians of the city governor of Mound Hill City's estate, the heavenly leader guardian appeared again. At that moment, apart from the 13 gangsters, leader, Ling Yun, the remaining 12 of them left their cottages one after another and bowed to the heavenly leader guardian respectfully. Let's go. As soon as the heavenly leader guardian commanded them, the 12 of the 13 gangsters followed behind him. Zhu Lang. Zhu Lang caught up to them as Duan Ling Tian called out to him. Zhu Lang caught up to them, stunning the heavenly leader guardian and many of the others. They had no idea why he was following them. It's Duan Ling Tian who asked me to follow you, Zhu Lang said slightly timidly while the heavenly leader guardian stared at him. Duan Ling Tian. At that moment, not only the heavenly leader guardian but everyone else stared at Duan Ling Tian one after another. Duan Ling Tian's bringing a latent dragon camp member to participate in the test given by Master City Governor. Is he teaming up with someone else? Is he crazy? Teaming up with another person would mean bringing a burden with him and sharing points equally with the burden. Chapter 1399. The test began. Everyone, including the heavenly leader guardian, guessed why Duan Ling Tian asked Zhu Lang to leave the latent dragon camp together. Duan Ling Tian, are you really planning to work with someone else to get through the Master City Governor's test? The heavenly leader guardian looked toward Duan Ling Tian and asked with a frown. The heavenly leader guardian wanted to say that he was silly, but in the end, he did not say that in front of all those people. Instead, he conveyed through true energy voice transmission, Duan Ling Tian, you're silly. With your strength, it isn't impossible for you to be the Master City Governor's disciple if you go through the test yourself. You're destroying your own future by joining hands with others. As the heavenly leader guardian spoke, his tone was filled with exasperation. Duan Ling Tian smiled but did not say anything. What could he say at a time like this? Should he say that he had no interest in becoming the disciple of the city governor of Mount Hill City? If he did, it would definitely cause an outrage. He had no doubts about that. Just when many people were talking about it, a loud voice reverberated and hushed the crowd while all of them looked towards the source of the voice. Duan Ling Tian, it seems only you and Guo Li chose to cooperate among all of us. As such, I'll congratulate you first and hope that you and Guo Li can get the first place and become the Master City Governor's disciples together. At once, everyone discovered that the person who spoke was Zheng Jian, who ranked number 5 among the 13 gangsters. Many people were shocked. It turned out that the person Duan Ling Tian was going to cooperate with was Guo Li. Currently, although Zheng Jian was congratulating Duan Ling Tian, it was clear to everyone who could hear that Zheng Jian was simply gloating. However, Duan Ling Tian did not seem to hear the undertone of Zheng Jian's words as he responded faintly, I'm counting on that. At once, Zheng Jian felt that he brought contempt upon himself and stopped talking after a snort. When Hu Lin and Zhang Jilong knew that Duan Ling Tian was cooperating with Guo Li, a sneer manifested on their faces. They felt that Duan Ling Tian was shooting himself in his foot. Duan Ling Tian, you're too impulsive. Jin Yuan Bao, who ranked number 3 among the 13 gangsters, could not help but send a true energy voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian. With your strength, if you don't cooperate with Guo Li, it shouldn't be hard for you to become the Master City Governor's disciple. Instead, Before Jin Yuan Bao could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Duan Ling Tian, each to their own. Duan Ling Tian knew what Jin Yuan Bao was going to say next. He wanted to say that he was digging his own grave by cooperating with Guo Li. Listening to Duan Ling Tian's words, Jin Yuan Bao shook his head and said no more. Soon, the heavenly leader guardian brought Duan Ling Tian and the rest along to meet up with the city governor of Mount Hill City. However, the city governor was alone. His disciple, Su Qi, was missing. Obviously, he did not come along with the city governor of Mount Hill City. Duan Ling Tian turned back to look at the Mount Hill City, which was lying there like a behemoth, and thought to himself, is the test located outside the city? He and the 12 others were brought here to meet up with the city governor of Mount Hill City by the heavenly leader guardian. Since they were out of the city, he was fairly certain that the test was located outside Mount Hill City. Let's go. Shortly after that, Duan Ling Tian and the rest, including the heavenly leader guardian, stepped into the air under the orders of the city governor of Mount Hill City. They followed behind the city governor of Mount Hill City and flew into the distance. The members of the latent dragon camp could not fly in Mount Hill City. Now that they had left the city, they felt like the sky was unlimited for birds to fly at ease, as the ocean was boundless for fish to leap at will. Where are we going? Duan Ling Tian's heart was filled with doubts after they flew north for a quarter of an hour and had yet to arrive at their destination. Just as Duan Ling Tian was feeling puzzled, the voice of the city governor of Mount Hill City announced in a timely manner, "We're here. We're here." Duan Ling Tian was stunned, and then he looked around and realized that he had arrived above a valley. Was the test here? The Mount Hill City governor's landing answered Duan Ling Tian's question. At that time, other people had also regained their senses. "We're here." "No. Is the test happening where even the birds don't shit? I really don't know what the test will turn out to be." Amongst the discussion, the group of people caught up with the city governor of Mount Hill City. They followed behind the city governor of Mount Hill City and landed outside the mouth of a valley. When Duan Ling Tian was looking from the outside, he found out that this valley only had one other exit apart from the exit in the air. The other exit was the one before them. With a closer look, he saw that the exit was guarded by two middle-aged men who wore silver armor. They were dressed in almost exactly the same armor as the supervisor of the latent dragon camp, the heavenly harm guardian. This type of silver armor. Could they also belong to the 36 guardians? Duan Ling Tian secretly guessed in awe. Master City Governor. Duan Ling Tian was still speculating when the two middle-aged men clad in silver armor stepped forward and bowed to the city governor of Mount Hill City. Master City Governor. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian heard a couple more voices coming from the sky. He looked up and saw two other figures clad in silver armor floating in the air and bowing respectfully towards the city governor of Mount Hill City. Duan Ling Tian looked towards the heavenly leader guardian and realized that there were some changes on his face. It seems the four of them really belong to the 36 guardians. I just don't know which guardians they are. Besides, what secret does this valley hold for it to be guarded by four guardians? As Duan Ling Tian's thoughts flowed, he was filled with curiosity. Four people guarded the mouth of this valley before them, but there was no one in the sky above the valley. He had noticed that earlier on. Besides, our group didn't go near the sky above the valley. Is there a flight prohibiting formation in this valley too? After thinking about it, Duan Ling Tian could not help but guess. It was the city governor of Mount Hill City who had brought them to the valley. If they needed to enter the valley, why not enter it from the sky? Moreover, the mouth of the valley was guarded by four people who seemed to be from the 36 guardians. Before Duan Ling Tian could react, he heard a series of wind whistling behind him which made his expression change. Master City Governor. It was not until the voices greeted in unison at a deafening volume that he reacted and looked towards the sound. In Duan Ling Tian's line of sight, there were more than 10 people clad in silver armor. They were either middle-aged men or youthful men. Their appearance not only scared Duan Ling Tian but also the others among the 13 gangsters and Zhu Lang. Or all of them from the 36 guardians. The corner of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched. He could see that the silver armor on them was exactly the same with the silver armor of the four people guarding the valley and the supervisor of the latent dragon camp, the heavenly harm guardian. You don't seem to be one of the 13 gangsters. Without knowing when, the eyes of the city governor landed on Zhu Lang as he pointed out. Greetings to Master City Governor. In front of the city governor of Mount Hill City, Zhu Lang seemed somewhat restrained. I'm a member of the latent dragon camp who was invited by Duan Ling Tian and Guo Li. They plan to work together and bring me along. A cooperation? City governor of Mount Hill City immediately looked towards Duan Ling Tian after hearing Zhu Lang's words. In the depth of his eyes, an unnoticeable but complex glint flashed. His thought was similar to the others. He felt that Duan Ling Tian was digging his own grave. However, the city governor of Mount Hill City quickly recovered and he glanced at the group. This valley is where you'll be tested. Inside, there's a flight prohibiting formation, so you won't be able to fly in it. Indeed, the Mount Hill City governor's first sentence proved Duan Ling Tian right. Now, there used to be a group of vicious bandits inside the valley. Those bandits were captured by the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City, but they've yet to be dealt with. The city governor continued, today, they are your prey. You'll be rewarded with corresponding points by hunting them. Killing bandits with different a cultivation base will give you different points. For example, killing early mortal shedding stage bandits will only earn you 1 point. Killing intermediate mortal shedding stage bandits will earn you 3 points. Mastery mortal shedding stage bandits will earn you 7 points, and perfection mortal shedding stage bandits will earn you 20 points, declared the city governor of Mount Hill City in one breath. There was an uproar after they heard what the city governor of Mount Hill City said. Mortal. There are perfection mortal shedding stage bandits. Many people's faces darkened as they felt diffident. Some even had the intention of retreating. Are perfection mortal shedding stage bandits worth so many points? Duan Ling Tian was also shocked. Killing a perfection mortal shedding stage bandit would be almost equivalent to killing 3 mastery mortal shedding stage bandits. Then, Duan Ling Tian also noticed that everyone else seemed very worried. As for the reason for their anxiety, it was not hard for him to guess. It was none other than worrying about the dangers ahead. After all, there were powerful bandits in this valley who had stepped into the perfection mortal shedding stage. If they met them, would they definitely die? Everyone in every group will be followed by one of my 36 guardians. They'll follow you and record the points you've obtained. The city governor of Mount Hill City seemed to notice everyone's concern and continued, in addition to recording your points, they'll also guarantee your safety. Once they interfere and save you, you'll be eliminated. However, the points you've accumulated previously will still count. Now go. After saying that, the city governor of Mount Hill City looked towards the entrance of the valley in front of them. Remember this. This place is the only exit of the valley which has a flight prohibiting formation. Let's go. Duan Ling Tian was the first to come back to his senses and he called out to Guo Li and Zhu Lang to enter the valley with him. Chapter 1400 The strange pupil has shown its strength. Seeing Duan Ling Tian and the 2 others take the lead to enter the valley, 2 of the middle-aged men in silver armor followed suit whilst the others finally regained their senses. With the protection of the 36 guardians, we won't have to worry about dying. At that moment, they did not have any hesitation. HMPH. Zheng Jian's eyes gleamed with an icy flash. Then, he flew into the valley whilst swearing in his heart, Duan Ling Tian, consider yourself lucky. He knew that it was impossible for him to kill Duan Ling Tian during the test with the 36 guardians in the dark. After Zheng Jian entered, another middle-aged man in silver armor caught up with him. After knowing that there would be no danger, the others also took turns and entered the valley in front of them. After Duan Ling Tian entered the valley, he looked up and realized that the valley was surrounded by steep cliffs. It was almost impossible to climb out of it when they could not fly. In such an environment, with the flight prohibiting formation, it must have been impossible for the bandits to escape. Now, Duan Ling Tian finally understood why there was no one else guarding the rest of the valley. They were not afraid that the bandits inside would escape. The whole valley only had one exit which was guarded by several of the 36 guardians, so the bandits would not dare to escape. Now, with the city governor of Mount Hill City and the leader of the 36 guardians, the heavenly leader guardian, there, the entire valley was like an airtight iron bucket. The group of bandits had ultimately become their prey. Naturally, whether this group of hunters could deal with the prey or not would depend on their abilities. This valley doesn't look big from the outside, but after entering it, it's not that small either. Duan Ling Tian, Guo Li, and Zhu Lang trekked through the jungle while muttering to one another. The valley is covered with jungle and greenery. Those bandits have most likely found a place to hide. I'm afraid it'll take some effort to find them. We could take turns to explore with our spiritual energy, Guo Li suggested. Explore with spiritual energy. When Duan Ling Tian heard Guo Li's words, his eyes lit up, but then he seemed to have thought of something and rejected Guo Li's suggestion. There's no need for that. There's no need for that. Duan Ling Tian's words stunned Guo Li and Zhu Lang. After that, they noticed that Duan Ling Tian slowed down before coming to a stop. They also halted after seeing that. Just when they looked at each other in confusion, they realized that Duan Ling Tian had jumped up to a big tree beside and called out to them, Guo Li, Zhu Lang, come up here. Guo Li and Zhu Lang followed suit and jumped up. The higher you stand, the further you'll see. Duan Ling Tian, this is quite a good lookout point, Zhu Lang commented with a smile. Although we'll be able to see further by traveling through the trees in the valley, it'll be extremely hard for us to discover them if the bandits are hidden under the tree on the ground, Guo Li pointed out with a frown. Wah. Wah, wah. However, once she finished her sentence, she realized that Duan Ling Tian had already moved. He jumped onto another tree as if he had transformed into an agile monkey, traveling on the top of the trees. Let's keep up. Zhu Lang followed after saying that. Watching him, Guo Li could only smile bitterly and then catch up. She doubted that Duan Ling Tian had heard what she said. In fact, he did not hear what she said. His attention was completely attracted to the front. While traveling, the sun-shooting bow appeared in Duan Ling Tian's hands. His eyes stared straight ahead while a black whirlpool slowly started twirling in his left pupil, the strange pupil. In that instance, the vision in his left eye was extremely clear. Every tree, every branch, every leaf were captured in his sight and were well defined. After traveling like that for a dozen breaths, Duan Ling Tian's eyes suddenly brightened. As he lifted his arm, true energy formed an arrow and knocked the arrow onto the sun-shooting bow. Boing! The bowstring vibrated as Duan Ling Tian drew the bow. Even though he had broken through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage now and was no weaker than a mastery mortal shedding stage when he fully exerted himself, he still could not really draw the bowstring, which was made from the veins of a five-clawed devil dragon. Duan Ling Tian's action of knocking the arrow was observed by Guo Li and Zhu Lang, who were following him closely. There was a slight tremor in their hearts. Did he find a target? When they discovered what he was doing, the true energy arrow in Duan Ling Tian's hand instantly left the sun-shooting bow and transformed into an arrow mark before disappearing in the air. At the same time, a figure collapsed to the ground around 100 meters away. The person who had collapsed to the ground was a middle-aged man whose face was covered in grime. There was a bloody wound on his head from which fresh blood still dripped. He was totally silent and very much dead. When the middle-aged man dropped to the ground, the expressions of the two other middle-aged men nearby changed dramatically. People from the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City are here. At once, the two men panicked and tried to hide by utilizing their movement technique. Just as they moved, another true energy arrow shot across the sky and killed one of them. The other one lived and hid behind a tree. The trunk of that tree was so thick that it would require two grown men to encircle it. What a terrifying archer! The middle-aged man who hid behind the tree was gasping for air continuously, his expression extremely dismal. In just a blink of an eye, two of his companions had been killed. From the beginning to the end, he merely saw two arrows flash past. Did the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City throw us into this valley just to play with us? The middle-aged man's face was filled with anger as he felt extremely humiliated. His eyes were bloodshot, but in the depths of them, they were laced with a deep sense of helplessness. Another short-lived whistle came and made the middle-aged man change his expression dramatically as his heart skipped a beat. Oh no! In the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. When he looked down, he saw that his abdomen had been pierced. Following that, his consciousness became blurry and erratic. At the same time, a purple figure appeared next to the tree and looked at the swaying middle-aged man indifferently. However, the middle-aged man did not seem to notice him. Then, Guo Li and Zhu Lang caught up and were shocked when they saw the scene before them. Duan Ling Tian had made 3 shots and managed to kill 2 bandits whilst severely injuring one. Besides that, this last bandit had even hidden behind a tree which was so thick that it would require 2 grown men to hug it. That's the hemlock tree. Zhu Lang gasped in surprise. He immediately recognized the tree in front of them, the tree which had a hole in its thick trunk. The hemlock tree was a special kind of tree in Dao Martial Saint Land, and it was extremely tough. As for the tree before him, it was impossible for an ordinary intermediate mortal shedding stage martial artist to pierce through it with an arrow. Nevertheless, now, Duan Ling Tian had done so. Not only did he pierce through it, but he had also severely wounded the middle-aged man who was hiding behind it. The middle-aged man struggled for a bit before eventually falling down and breathing his last breath. How many points are these 3 bandits worth? Duan Ling Tian calmly spoke as if he was asking someone. When Duan Ling Tian finished his sentence, the 2 middle-aged men in silver armor who followed them into the valley appeared like 2 ghosts. 2 early mortal shedding stage and an intermediate mortal shedding stage. That's 5 points in total, one of the middle-aged men reported with a blank face. 5 points only. Duan Ling Tian frowned and then jumped upwards again to land on the tree next to him and continued traveling on the treetops. Guo Li and Zhu Lang followed. He seems to be Duan Ling Tian. The middle-aged man, who had spoken with a blank face earlier, left a mark on the 3 dead bandits after Duan Ling Tian and the 2 others left. After that, he caught up with them again. He is indeed promising. That's why the master city governor and the eldest brother value him so much. The other middle-aged man followed. The 2 of them rapidly traveled through the trees and trailed behind Duan Ling Tian and the others from a distance. In addition to recording the results, their duties included protecting the trio. Therefore, they would not allow them to leave their sight. With the strange pupil, Duan Ling Tian always initiated the attacks and managed to kill the bandits before they even reacted, leaving a trail of dead bodies behind. It's a real bargain for us to be following Duan Ling Tian. Guo Li and Zhu Lang, who were behind Duan Ling Tian, looked at each other in the eye and smiled bitterly in unison. From the moment they entered the valley up till now, they did not make any move. However, there were a lot of bandits who died in front of them. They were all killed by Duan Ling Tian. Damn it, why are they all dead? Not far behind, Zheng Jian coincidentally took the same route as Duan Ling Tian and the two others. He walked carefully all the way, but all he saw were dead bodies after dead bodies. At once, he also felt that something was not right. No, I have to change direction. At that time, he finally realized that and continued on in a different direction. It did not take long before he finally met a bandit. This bandit was very weak, at least to him, so he killed him instantly in a move. Early mortal shedding stage, only 1 point. Zheng Jian continued traveling after a frown. At the same time, in addition to Duan Ling Tian and the two of them, Zheng Jian and the 10 others were also searching the entire valley in detail. One after another, the bandits died at their hands. No matter how big the valley was, there was an end to it. Duan Ling Tian's group was the first to arrive at the jungle at the center of the valley. Duan Ling Tian's strange pupil suddenly shrank as another bandit appeared in the vision of his left eye. The bandit stood there, appearing to be waiting for something. With a smirk at the corner of Duan Ling Tian's mouth, he shot another arrow. The arrow shot across the sky so quickly that it was terrifying. Oh no! At the same time, the bandit that he locked onto seemed to discover something as his expression changed dramatically. Chapter 14:01 The End. In that split second, the bandit had a timely discovery of the arrow Duan Ling Tian shot. He lowered his head and rolled away pathetically. However, he managed to avoid Duan Ling Tian's true energy arrow. A few strands of long hair of his were falling in the air. Mastery Mortal Shedding Stage. Seeing how the bandit avoided the arrow, Duan Ling Tian was not disappointed. Instead, his eyes lit up. Immediately, he released another arrow. Duan Ling Tian jumped and shot out with the arrow. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the bandit who was getting up after rolling away embarrassingly. Then, he landed steadily on the ground. At that time, the bandit also discovered Duan Ling Tian and his face shifted. Earlier, was it you who hit me below the belt? Mastery Mortal Shedding Stage, 7 points. Duan Ling Tian's gaze on the bandit was like a hunter looking at his prey. They sparkled brightly like two shiny stars in the night sky. Boy, you dare to ignore me. You're looking for death. Being on the Mastery Mortal Shedding Stage, the bandit had more pride than an ordinary person. He was enraged when he saw Duan Ling Tian daring to ignore him. He stomped his feet on the ground until it shook and cracked. Then, he seemed to transformed into a cannonball and launched towards Duan Ling Tian. In his hands, a huge saber appeared. The true energy around the huge saber raged while the saber ray flared as if it had transformed into a foot-long giant saber. It fell towards Duan Ling Tian as if it wanted to split him in half. Die. As the saber fell, the bandit smirked as if he had already foreseen the scene whereby the purple-clad youth in front of him was split into two halves. In face of the bandit's saber, Duan Ling Tian appeared calm. With another arrow shooting out, Duan Ling Tian stood on it on his feet, were able to avoid the bandit's strike and instantly got near him. Within the time needed to raise a hand, Duan Ling Tian took another shot. When the bandit finally reacted and changed his expression dramatically, a sky full of arrows rained with an immense force as if there was a meteor shower. Seeing this, the bandit did not dare to hesitate. He rapidly slashed out the saber in his hands while he lifted his arm to block the overwhelming arrow rain. While the bandit was resisting the arrow rain and trying to escape, Duan Ling Tian made another move. One arrow pierced between the eyebrows of the bandit and killed him. Mastery Mortal Shedding Stage martial cultivators. Apart from those at the peak Mastery Mortal Shedding Stage were like clay chicken and ceramic dogs in front of Duan Ling Tian. They were simply not worth mentioning. Duan Ling Tian, this bandit managed to avoid your shot earlier. At that time, Zhu Lang, who caught up, commented in surprise. It should be noted that almost all the bandits that they met along the way were killed by Duan Ling Tian in one shot. Now, this was the first bandit which managed to avoid Duan Ling Tian's arrow. He was a Mastery Mortal Shedding Stage martial cultivator. Duan Ling Tian responded with a smile. Mastery Mortal Shedding Stage. Instantly, both Zhu Lang and Guo Li's eyes lit up. That was the first Mastery Mortal Shedding Stage bandit they had ever met. With this one, we probably have 39 points now. Zhu Lang looked delighted. He would have 13 points even if the three of them divided the points equally. 13 points could be converted into 1,300 merit points in the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City. We'll continue. Duan Ling Tian jumped up again and continued traveling on top of the trees with his left strange pupil in operation. Naturally, the speed of the strange pupil operating was very slow. Otherwise, his spiritual energy would not be able to keep up. It was also because of all that saving, Duan Ling Tian had only depleted 1/5 of his spiritual energy with 4/5 more for him to utilize. Wherever the trio passed, it was as if they were harvesting the bandits' lives. Naturally, the one who did all the attacking was Duan Ling Tian. I really don't know why Duan Ling Tian would want to cooperate with the others. Along the way, the two of them never made a single move. One of the middle-aged men in silver armor, who was hidden in the dark and tailing the trio, could not help but shake his head. Everyone said beautiful women are worth dying for. It's so shocking that Duan Ling Tian would make such a choice for a woman. The other man also shook his head. Obviously, he thought that Duan Ling Tian would cooperate and help Guo Li because he was hung up on Guo Li's beauty. Yes, if this woman didn't exist, the first place in the Lord City Governor's test today would definitely be his, sighed the former person, thinking that beautiful women were the root of all trouble. From the beginning to the end, they could see that it was not Duan Ling Tian and Guo Li who had brought along a burden, but Duan Ling Tian himself lugging 2 burdens on his own. However, his eyesight is amazing. He fired his arrow even before we saw anyone in front of us. Apart from that mastery mortal shedding stage bandit, the rest were killed in one shot. Yes, I don't think I could go that far either. His eyes aren't like human eyes. How can human eyes possibly see that far? The two persons, who were hidden in the dark to record the trio's results and protect them, were discussing through true energy voice transmission. From the start, they noticed that Duan Ling Tian's eyesight was far superior to an ordinary person's. Perhaps, they were stronger than Duan Ling Tian, but they believed that their eyesight was far inferior to his. While Duan Ling Tian was clearing his path, there were several rapid-moving figures in the other directions which were headed towards the depth of the valley at a speed no less than Duan Ling Tian's. Shanghu, who ranked number 2 among the 13 gangsters, was leading with Jin Yuan Bao, who ranked number 3 closely behind him. After that, there was Sun Jie, who ranked number 4, and Zheng Jian, who ranked number 5. Along the way, they met a handful of mastery mortal shedding stage bandits and a lot of early and intermediate mortal shedding stage bandits from whom they earned quite a lot of points. However, although Sun Jie and Zheng Jian had each killed a mastery mortal shedding stage bandit, they were also severely injured. People from the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City. There's nothing that special about them. A bang exploded along with a disgusted sneer while a figure flew away and smashed to the ground. He was disheveled and kept vomiting blood. Looking at the mastery mortal shedding stage bandit whose killing intent was apparent on his face walking towards him, Zhang Jilong's face turned extremely gloomy. Duan Ling Tian, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I would have at least evenly matched him even if I couldn't defeat him. In face of the bandit who wanted to kill him, Zhang Jilong gnashed his teeth, but the target of his hatred was not the bandit before him. Instead, it was Duan Ling Tian. In his opinion, he would not end up in this current predicament if it were not for Duan Ling Tian, who had severely injured him the day before yesterday, which led to him partaking in the test with an injured body. Just as the bandit was about to kill Zhang Jilong, a silver figure appeared. 36 guardians of the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City. When the bandit saw the youth in silver armor before him, his face changed dramatically and he hurriedly turned around to escape. Currently, there was only one thought in his mind: run as far as he could. However, could he escape? The youth in silver armor disappeared on the spot. By the time he reappeared, he was already blocking the bandit's escape route, and the bandit was killed before he had time to even beg for mercy. The whole process was as smooth as passing clouds and flowing water. After killing the bandit, the youth in silver armor coolly glanced at Zhang Jilong and declared, "You're eliminated." Zhang Jilong stood up with a sullen expression as he turned around and walked along the way he came. He knew that he was not fated with the city governor of Mount Hill City to be his disciple. 12 points. Zhang Jilong became moodier and moodier when he thought of the points he had obtained. While Zhang Jilong was eliminated, Hu Lin was also severely injured by a mastery mortal shedding stage bandit someplace else. Fortunately, the guardian who was guarding him made a move and managed to save him. However, he was also eliminated after that. When Zhang Jilong and Hu Lin walked out of the valley, they discovered 4 others who had been eliminated before them. The 4 of them ranked the bottom 4 among the 13 gangsters. However, the 4 of them were merely intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivators. After discovering that, both their faces became a little bit sadder. Damn it, Duan Ling Tian still hasn't come out. Both of them were in a foul mood when they saw that Duan Ling Tian had not been eliminated. Even though they really wished that he would die in the valley, they knew that it was impossible because of the protection of the 36 guardians. Now, they only hoped that he would be eliminated earlier. When the trio almost reached the end of the valley, 4 others had also reached consecutively and they saw one another. Duan Ling Tian, Guo Li. 4 pairs of eyes landed on Duan Ling Tian and Guo Li in unison. Zhu Lang, who was by their side, was totally ignored. Duan Ling Tian, I didn't expect you to be so lucky that you managed to reach this far. I thought you'd be eliminated halfway through, Zheng Jian mocked with a fake smile. I've always been lucky. That's nothing extraordinary. Duan Ling Tian coolly glanced at Zheng Jian. You, though, surprised me by coming this far. HMPH. Zheng Jian scoffed and looked towards Guo Li, who was beside Duan Ling Tian. Sister Guo, you should have cooperated with me. By cooperating with Duan Ling Tian along the way, you didn't score many points, did you? As Zheng Jian spoke, he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a smirk. Duan Ling Tian was silent even after hearing Zheng Jian's words. However, Zhu Lang, who was beside Duan Ling Tian and Guo Li, almost laughed out loud. Did not score many points by cooperating with Duan Ling Tian. Ha 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 ha. Just as Guo Li's face sank and wanted to say something, a burst of mad laughter burst from the depths of the valley, getting closer and closer to them. Not long after, a figure appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian and the rest. It was a middle-aged man dressed in a gray robe with several scars on his face which looked hideous. Since you've made it here, it must mean that all of you are pretty strong. It's a pity that all of you have to die here today. The person glanced back and forth between Duan Ling Tian and the rest indiscreetly. Chapter 1402. Please don't intervene. Perfection Mortal Shedding Stage. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. After using the divine eye, he immediately identified the cultivation base of that hideous middle-aged man in gray in front of him. His opponent was a Perfection Mortal Shedding Stage powerhouse. He's the Perfection Mortal Shedding Stage bandit. While looking at the middle-aged man in gray, Duan Ling Tian's eyes were laced with wariness. Do you have the strength to even want all of us to die here? Zheng Jian sneered. At that moment, Zheng Jian's attention was fixated on the gray-clad man. He totally did not notice that Shanghu and Jin Yuan Bao's faces had become serious, as if they knew they faced a powerful enemy. Even Sun Ji's eagerness fizzled out after looking at both their expressions. I'll let you see my strength now. With a vicious smile, the man in gray disappeared from his spot like a gust of wind without any movement. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Zheng Jian. Lightning fast, his speed was so quick that everyone gaped incredulously. A little whirlpool appeared in Duan Ling Tian's left pupil after he utilized the strange pupil. He felt that he had depleted less than half of his spiritual energy to capture the moving figure of the middle-aged man in gray. The amount of spiritual energy he consumed at that moment was almost comparable to the amount of spiritual energy he had consumed throughout the journey. Is that the speed of a Perfection Mortal Shedding Stage? Duan Ling Tian's heart trembled. In addition to opening up more saint veins and having a ridiculously large qi, the amount of true energy contained by a person on the Perfection Mortal Shedding Stage was not comparable to someone on the Mastery Mortal Shedding Stage, let alone someone on the Intermediate Mortal Shedding Stage. The true energy in the body of a Perfection Mortal Shedding Stage martial cultivator which was exerted could reach an extremely terrifying stage regardless of its strength or speed. Duan Ling Tian had discovered that during the battle between Ling Yun and Su Qi yesterday. I'm afraid that the strength of this Perfection Mortal Shedding Stage bandit would be above Ling Yun's. Duan Ling Tian came up with a shocking conclusion after comparing the bandit and Ling Yun, who ranked number 1 among the 13 gangsters. Maybe it was difficult for his old self to differentiate that, but now, he had the strange pupil, so he could easily discover that after utilizing it. Zheng Jian's face changed dramatically. He never expected that the middle-aged man in gray would arrive in front of him the minute after he finished his sentence. Then, he also looked terrified as he guessed his opponent's cultivation base. Perfection Mortal Shedding Stage. Instantly, the true energy on his feet surged as he planned to escape by exerting a movement technique. However, he noticed his opponent's hand hurtling towards him like a cattail leaf fan when he moved. It was so fast that he could not avoid it. At that moment, Zheng Jian looked desperate. A loud blast sounded along with vast airwaves which made everyone's robes flutter. In the next moment, everyone saw it. A silver figure appeared in front of Zheng Jian. It was a middle-aged man in silver armor who blocked the palm attack from the gray-clad man. The 36 guardians who were behind Zheng Jian had finally appeared at that crucial moment and saved his life. The gray-clad man trembled and looked at the silver-armored man gloomily. The 36 guardians of the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City. Didn't your city governor's estate ask us to attack those that enter the valley? Why did you intervene? You attacking them is your business. Protecting them is mine. Master City Governor said, that if you can eliminate all of them, then you'll be allowed to live. After coolly glancing at the gray-clad man, the silver-armored man looked towards Zheng Jian and announced, "You're eliminated." Zheng Jian's expression was clouded, but he could not do anything else apart from turning around to leave with the middle-aged man in silver. As he was leaving, he did not forget to turn his head around and glare at Duan Lingtian fiercely. Treating me as a litmus test. At that time, the gray-clad man finally came to his senses. The city governor's estate of Mount Hill City had treated him as a litmus test. You guys are from the latent dragon camp of the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City, aren't you? After he regained his senses, he glanced at Duan Lingtian and the others to ask in a deep voice. HMPH. I could guess that without an answer from you lot. After snorting, he continued saying, although I won't be able to kill all of you, none of you should hope to pass through this level. I will eliminate all of you. As he spoke, strong self-confidence exuded from his eyes. Having heard what the gray-clad man said, Jin Yuanbao instantly changed his stance dramatically as he yelled out loudly, "Everyone, we must join hands now." Currently, regardless of Jin Yuanbao, Shang Hu, or Sun Jie, all of them had confirmed that the cultivation base of their threat was on the perfection mortal shedding stage. Facing a perfection mortal shedding stage powerhouse, none of them would be able to match him. They would only stand a chance if they joined hands. Join hands? The man in gray could not help but smirk when he heard Jin Yuanbao's words. Then, he disappeared before Shang Hu, Jin Yuanbao, Sun Jie, Guo Li, and Zhu Lang. Duan Lingtian utilized his strange pupil which enabled him to barely capture the gray-clad man's figure. In the blink of an eye, the man arrived in front of Jin Yuanbao and used his palm. The true energy on the Saint weapon glove surged and transformed into a solid palm print which was about to land on Jin Yuanbao. Another middle-aged man in silver appeared and blocked the palm attack from the man. It was one of the 36 guardians. The silver-clad man looked towards Jin Yuanbao and announced coolly, "Eliminated." Jin Yuanbao looked feeble and there was a bitter smile on his face. His opponent was so fast that he could not have reacted at all. Although he knew that the perfection mortal shedding stage powerhouse was strong, he did not expect him to be that powerful. He arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. Eliminated. After Jin Yuanbao was eliminated, several other neutral voices sounded as well. Zhu Lang, Guo Li, Sun Jie, and Shang Hu were eliminated consecutively. Among the four of them, only Shang Hu managed to resist until a second motion was made. Before Shang Hu left, he was the last one to say, "That's fast." He looked with a dignified expression towards the afterimage which moved along with an arrow that shot out. Duan Lingtian's speed is faster than mine. The afterimage which moved along with the arrow was Duan Lingtian. Guo Li and Zhu Lang had left. None of them were worried about Duan Lingtian's safety with the 36 guardians there. Naturally, they did not think that Duan Lingtian would be able to defeat the perfection mortal shedding stage bandit. It seems that no one will be able to earn these 20 points. On a big tree beside them, a middle-aged man in silver stood and was shaking his head gently. 0.20 points were what one would obtain by killing a perfection mortal shedding stage bandit. Currently, Duan Lingtian was the only one left among the latent dragon camp's 13 gangsters. Even though he was quite strong and managed to defeat ordinary mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivators, that did not mean that he could compete with a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. His speed is even faster than Shang Hu, who ranks number 2 among the 13 gangsters. It's no wonder that Duan Lingtian could last till now. However, his speed is nothing special before this mastery mortal shedding stage bandit. The silver-clad man who was one of the 36 guardians continued shaking his head. He was on guard, ready to save Duan Lingtian at any time. From Duan Lingtian's current speed, he could see that Duan Lingtian's strength was, at most, on the peak mastery mortal shedding stage, which was far from comparable to a perfection mortal shedding stage. Purple boy, you're the only one left. I'll regain my freedom as long as you're eliminated. The perfection mortal shedding stage bandit in gray looked towards Duan Lingtian, who was moving along with the arrow. His eyes were gleaming while his face was moody but laced with a tinge of excitement. Are you confident that you'll be able to regain your freedom? Finally, Duan Lingtian stopped his body and stood a distance away from the gray-clad man and confronted him from afar. I'll admit that you're faster than that built boy. However, your strength would, at most, be at the peak mastery mortal shedding stage, while I'm already almost at the peak perfection mortal shedding stage. You're like an ant in front of me. I can do whatever I want with you, drawled the gray-clad man as he sized Duan Lingtian up. Then, go ahead and try, Duan Lingtian squinted and challenged faintly. Now, he did not plan to continue exerting his movement technique because he knew that he still would not be able to catch up with the speed of the gray-clad man even after exerting it. After all, his opponent was a perfection mortal shedding stage being. He had exerted the movement technique earlier because he did not want the man to aim for him too soon. He was dragging time and let the man eliminate the others first. Now that the others were eliminated, there was no need for him to continue exerting his movement technique. Where did Duan Lingtian get such self-confidence? The middle-aged man in silver who hid in the dark could not help but frown when he saw the sass in Duan Lingtian's eyes. No matter what happens later, please don't intervene. At that time, a voice commanded in his ears. He could hear that it was Duan Lingtian communicating to him through true energy voice transmission. Duan Lingtian asked him not to intervene. Aren't you afraid of dying? The silver-clad middle-aged man frowned and asked through true energy voice transmission. I won't. Duan Lingtian sent a reply through true energy voice transmission again, his tone filled with confidence, powerful self-confidence. HMPH. At the same time, the gray-clad man, who was angered by Duan Lingtian's provocation, finally could not suppress it anymore and shot out like a bolt of lightning after a snort. He was so fast that there was a short-lived sharp whistle in the air. He headed straight for Duan Lingtian. Faced with the gray-clad man who was charging towards him at great momentum, Duan Lingtian's right eye could not capture the slightest twitch, but his opponent's figure appeared clearly in his left eye. In the blink of an eye, his left eye saw the man arrive in front of him. In that instance when the man arrived in front of him, the true energy raging around the palm that he had long prepared suddenly pressed against Duan Lingtian like the Five Fingers Mountain. Seeing the gray-clad middle-aged man's palm was only millimeters away from Duan Lingtian, the face of the man in silver who was hiding in the dark sank. He had already missed the best opportunity to intervene. Duan Lingtian, you only have yourself to blame if you're killed, he secretly thought. Chapter 1403 Exposed. The gray-clad man's palm seemed to have transformed into a Five Fingers Mountain to suppress Duan Lingtian. The strength of a perfection mortal shedding stage being was completely revealed. In order to regain his freedom, he had no reservations. Seeing that the palm was about to fall on his body, the little whirlpool in Duan Lingtian's left pupil rapidly spun. It was getting faster and faster. In an instant, the remaining spiritual energy Duan Lingtian had was also exhausted by that little whirlpool. Strange pupil. Spatial manipulation. In that split second, the gray-clad man's palm which was almost on Duan Lingtian swayed away strangely and grazed past Duan Lingtian's body. Vast energy stirred the air and set off a series of thunderous air explosions. How's that possible? Simultaneously, the gray-clad man's expression changed dramatically. However, at that second, he was dragged away by his full-forced attack and was completely exposed in front of Duan Lingtian. In a split second, the true energy within Duan Lingtian's chi surged out unreservedly and instantly gathered on his right hand through the 32 saint veins. At the same time, he fully drew the sun-shooting bow and then released the bowstring. A solid true energy light blade flew out and slid across the gray-clad man's throat and severed his head from his body before he even had time to recall his true energy and utilize a defensive move. The man's head fell to the ground while blood sprayed from his body and splattered on the ground. Duan Lingtian followed the momentum and shifted aside whilst the gray-clad man's body was thrown forward by the inertia of his palm attack. A perfection mortal shedding stage bandit was slaughtered just like that. The scene was dead silent. One might even hear the sound of a needle being thrown to the ground. The hidden man in silver, one of the 36 guardians, stared at the scene before him woodenly. He took a while to recover from the shock. When Duan Lingtian had asked him not to intervene, he thought that he was being arrogant. When he saw him almost being killed, especially when he did not react in time because of Duan Lingtian's previous words, he thought that he would be killed by the perfection mortal shedding stage bandit. Who would have thought that the bandit would suddenly turn his palm and hit Duan Lingtian's side as if he had been possessed at the very last minute. At that moment, he also did not notice how did the bandit's palm change its direction. In his line of sight, the bandit's hand seemed to disappear into thin air and materialize beside Duan Lingtian simultaneously, seemingly avoiding his target. He could not figure out what had gone wrong. After that, he observed Duan Lingtian decisively taking advantage of the split second to kill the bandit when the latter missed his shot and had not gotten the time to defend himself. As a peak perfection mortal shedding stage being, he clearly knew that the turning point of this battle was when the bandit missed his attack. Accordingly, his palm would have been sufficient to kill Duan Ling Tian. At that crucial moment, Duan Ling Tian strangely avoided it. Duan Ling Tian only killed him because of that fluke. Unless Duan Ling Tian knew that that would happen. His heart skipped a beat when he thought of Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission which asked him not to intervene. An unbelievable thought rose in his head. That, unless that was his plan all along. He did not dare to continue that trail of thoughts. If it really was Duan Ling Tian's plan, how terrifying was he? In that instant, there was greed in the depths of the silver-clad man's eyes. If it really was Duan Ling Tian's move, does it mean that I'd be able to fight a paramount mortal? Shedding stage powerhouse with my cultivation base of perfection mortal shedding stage if I obtain such powers. Thinking of that, he became very excited. At that time, the Heavenly Dark Guardian wouldn't be weaker than most of those who rank the top 10. The Heavenly Dark Guardian ranked number 18 amongst the 36 guardians of the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City. His cultivation base was at the peak perfection mortal shedding stage. Duan Ling Tian, whose spiritual energy was almost exhausted, seemed pale. At the same time, he was more alert about his surroundings. He sensed a burning gaze on him. Currently, he had completely depleted his spiritual energy and it had affected his strength to a certain extent. He might not even match an ordinary mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivator now. Is that one of the 36 guardians? Duan Ling Tian started to be on guard. After the Heavenly Dark Guardian appeared, Duan Ling Tian became even warier when he saw the subtle glint of greed in the depths of his opponent's eyes. Greed, what does he want? Unless, does he have an inkling of what went wrong earlier? Is he conspiring against me? Duan Ling Tian's heart sank when he thought of that. As the Heavenly Dark Guardian advanced quietly, Duan Ling Tian took a few steps backward. At that moment, a soft noise sounded from the sky which caused the Heavenly Dark Guardian to slightly falter. It also stopped Duan Ling Tian from walking. After looking upwards, Duan Ling Tian saw the Heavenly Leader Guardian who was standing in the air and he instantly sighed a breath of relief. Heavenly Leader Guardian. He knew that since the leader of the 36 guardians, the Heavenly Leader Guardian was here, the silver-clad man in front of him certainly would not dare to act as he had before. However, Duan Ling Tian knew that the Heavenly Leader Guardian only temporarily solved his crisis. It was not so easily suppressed when the other party had greed on his mind. Eldest brother. The Heavenly Dark Guardian respectfully bowed to the Heavenly Leader Guardian. Heavenly Dark Guardian. The Heavenly Leader Guardian stepped downward and instantly landed by the side of Duan Ling Tian and the Heavenly Dark Guardian. He looked towards the Heavenly Dark Guardian and asked with a frown, "Did you kill this perfection mortal shedding stage bandit?" "No." The Heavenly Dark Guardian shook his head and then looked towards Duan Ling Tian and admitted, "He killed him." The Heavenly Dark Guardian. Duan Ling Tian learned about the middle-aged man in silver's name when the Heavenly Leader Guardian appeared and greeted him. Heavenly Dark Guardian. They were named after the 36 heavenly stars. The Heavenly Dark Guardian seems to be ranked the 18th, Duan Ling Tian thought secretly. At the same time, through the heads up from the Heavenly Dark Guardian, the Heavenly Leader Guardian looked towards Duan Ling Tian with a surprised expression. "You killed this perfection mortal shedding stage bandit?" "Yes." Duan Ling Tian nodded. Noticing the Heavenly Leader Guardian's surprise, Duan Ling Tian added, "He had been battling with the others and used up a lot of his strength. I managed to kill him by sheer luck." Sheer luck. After listening to Duan Ling Tian, the Heavenly Leader Guardian did not seem to believe him as he stared intently at Duan Ling Tian. Moments later, the Heavenly Leader Guardian said, "The test has ended. You may leave now." Ended? So quickly? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. There was only one perfection mortal shedding stage bandit hidden at the end of the valley. The rest of the bandits were all killed. The Heavenly Leader Guardian said, "Hence, there aren't any more bandits in the valley. There's no reason for you to stay here." Duan Ling Tian understood now. When he left with the Heavenly Leader Guardian, he clearly felt the burning gaze of the Heavenly Dark Guardian, who was following behind them, landing on him from time to time. "I think I should refrain from utilizing the strange pupil in front of the others if I can. Otherwise, it'll cause me trouble sooner or later." Duan Ling Tian's heart sank as he secretly vowed to himself. He guessed that it was the last palm attack from the perfection mortal shedding stage bandit which was shifted that revealed the oddities and led to the Heavenly Dark Guardian's discovery. The Heavenly Dark Guardian must have thought that he was using a special move and lusted for it. From now on, I've to be careful in the city governor's estate. The heavenly dark guardian didn't get the opportunity to attack me today, but he'll surely find a chance in the future. It was not hard for Duan Ling Tian to guess that. Maybe the heavenly dark guardian would not kill him at first, but he would surely ask him to hand over the spatial manipulation move. Even though he knew that the spatial manipulation was an ability from the strange pupil which was inimitable, the heavenly dark guardian did not know that. At that point, I'm afraid I'd have to worry for my life if I can't hand it over, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Under the guidance of the heavenly leader guardian, Duan Ling Tian left the valley and rejoined the world outside the valley. Where's everyone? When Duan Ling Tian rejoined the outside world, he realized that there was no one around. Everyone including the other 36 guardians had left. The Master City Governor has brought them back to Mount Hill City, the heavenly leader guardian said as if he saw through Duan Ling Tian's doubts. Now, you'll follow me back to Mount Hill City. I'll report the results of this test to the Master City Governor then. After he called out to Duan Ling Tian, the heavenly leader guardian took the lead and stepped into the air as he headed back. Duan Ling Tian followed him closely. Behind Duan Ling Tian, the heavenly dark guardian could control the air and he flew with them as well. Obviously, he was prepared to head back to the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City along with the heavenly leader guardian and Duan Ling Tian. At the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City, in the meeting chamber. Master City Governor. Suddenly, a loud but respectful voice rang from outside and caught the attention of everyone who was in the meeting chamber. The city governor of Mount Hill City was seated on top of the meeting chamber in an imposing manner. Beneath him, there were 11 young men and 1 young woman standing. It was the 11 of the 13 gangsters who had just come back recently and an ordinary latent dragon camp member, Zhu Lang. Come in, the city governor of Mount Hill City commanded faintly after hearing the voice from outside. Lord Heavenly Leader Guardian. Many people greeted respectfully when they saw the figure who walked into the meeting chamber first. Soon after that, they noticed a purple figure which was closely following behind the Heavenly Leader Guardian. It was Duan Ling Tian who ranked number 6 among the latent dragon camp's 13 gangsters. Duan Ling Tian. Smiles appeared on Guo Li and Zhu Lang's faces when they saw him. Naturally, some people were delighted about Duan Ling Tian's appearance while some were upset. For instance, Zheng Jian, Hu Lin, and Zhang Jilong were pissed off when they saw Duan Ling Tian since all 3 of them bore an indissoluble hatred against him. Master City Governor. The final results and placing of today's test are out. The heavenly leader guardian walked into the meeting chamber and reported the results to the city governor. Announce it. In this rare instance, the city governor of Mount Hill City's eyes lit up. Chapter 1404 points. The person who ranks number 1 in the test today is Shanghu with 36 points while number 2 is Jin Yuan Bao with 32 points, the heavenly leader guardian announced loudly in the assembly hall. As soon as the heavenly leader guardian was done speaking, everyone had their eyes trained on both Shanghu and Jin Yuan Bao one after another. They live up to their name of being number 2 and number 3 in the 13 gangsters when they scored first and second in the test today, many of them exclaimed. The both of them will surely be Master City Governor's disciples. Envy rippled around the room. Naturally, some of them were bitter and felt helpless. Shanghu smiled joyfully. Although Jin Yuan Bao did not show his pleasure as obviously as Shanghu did, a curve appeared at the edge of his lips. It showed how happy he was at the moment. From today onwards, Shanghu and Jin Yuan Bao will be my disciples, declared the city governor of Mount Hill City. However, he took a glance at Duan Ling Tian with disappointment in his eyes. Since the city governor of Mount Hill City had said since the beginning that he would only take the people who ranked first and second today as his disciples, the heavenly leader guardian did not announce the ranking and results of the rest. As the city governor of Mount Hill City spoke, people were looking at Shanghu and Jin Yuan Bao with envy and jealousy. For the rest, I'll send your point records to the Merit Pavilion. All of you can retrieve the merit points from the points that you've obtained today in 3 days, the heavenly leader guardian said while looking at Duan Ling Tian and the rest. At that moment, everyone was exhilarated. 1 point would mean 100 merit points. I have 8 points, so I'll be able to trade in 800 merit points. Hee. One of the intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivators among the 13 gangsters snickered. I've slightly more points than you do. I'll be able to trade in 900 merit points. Another intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivator tittered too. Heavenly leader guardian, Shanghu, and Jin Yuan Bao will stay. The rest may return to the latent dragon camp, informed the city governor of Mount Hill City calmly as his voice spread throughout the entire assembly hall. Just when the people sighed while shaking their heads and were ready to leave, a person took a step forward and said to the Mount Hill City's city governor, "Master City Governor, Duan Ling Tian was the one who obtained all of the points that our team of 3 achieved. Please give all of the points our team has achieved to Duan Ling Tian." It was Guo Li who spoke to the city governor of Mount Hill City while bowing. To her, if Duan Ling Tian had not shared the points he obtained from killing the bandits with her and Zhu Lang, Xianxia would not rank the first in the test today. Guo Li. Duan Ling Tian frowned, not expecting her to speak up for him. That's right, Master City Governor, Duan Ling Tian was the one who obtained all of the points. I'm guilty of taking it. Zhu Lang stepped forward while clenching his teeth. Although he desired the merit points, he felt guilty seeing Duan Ling Tian being disqualified. To him, Duan Ling Tian was the one who deserved to be the city governor of Mount Hill City's disciple in today's test. HMPH. Master City Governor has set the rules since the beginning. Do all of you think we're playing a game here? Do you think Master City Governor would believe that Duan Ling Tian was the one who obtained all of the points? Zheng Jian mocked. The city governor of Mount Hill City who sat in front said nothing. Maybe he did not hear what Guo Li and Zhu Lang said, or maybe he did not want to be bothered with them at all. Let's go. Duan Ling Tian frowned and took the lead to leave the assembly hall after calling out to Guo Li and Zhu Lang. He did not expect them to do that. One must know that he had zero interest in being the city governor of Mount Hill City's disciple. Seeing that the city governor of Mount Hill City ignored them, Guo Li and Zhu Lang looked at each other and forced a smile. Subsequently, they left with Duan Ling Tian as that was the only thing they could do. However, they were filled with regrets. They regretted participating in the test with Duan Ling Tian and being a burden to him. Meanwhile, the rest left the assembly hall one after another. Guo Li thought she could make Duan Ling Tian the master city governor's disciple just by saying that. Ridiculous. Hu Lin smirked. It's funny that they wanted to use the points they obtained to help Duan Ling Tian to win a spot, Zhang Jilong said disdainfully. Duan Ling Tian, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for burdening you. Guo Li apologized to Duan Ling Tian on the way back to the latent dragon camp. It's me who should apologize. I can't believe we didn't manage to get second place with our points, Duan Ling Tian sighed. He had miscalculated something. He did not expect the perfection mortal shedding stage bandit to be the last bandit. He obtained a total of 93 points after they entered the valley and killed the bandits along the way, including the perfection mortal shedding stage bandit. After dividing the points into 3, they obtained 31 points each. On the other hand, Jin Yuanbao, who ranked number 2 in 13 gangsters, obtained 32 points, which was 1 point more than what they had each obtained. We've only obtained 73 points, so we get 24 points each when it's divided into 3. We're quite a distance away from ranking second place. Zhu Lang forced a smile. Both he and Guo Li had no idea that Duan Ling Tian had killed the perfection mortal shedding stage bandit. However, Duan Ling Tian did not plan to explain that. Zhu Lang and Guo Li would naturally find out about it when they traded their points for merit points in 3 days. I believe Master City Governor will find out that you obtained 73 points all by yourself sooner or later, Guo Li said. The 2 of the 36 guardians who were protecting us secretly witnessed all of your moves along the way. They knew you were the one who obtained the 73 points all by yourself. If Master City Governor knows about this, he'll definitely make an exception to make you his disciple, Guo Li thought at that moment. She panicked when they were at the assembly hall, which was why she had spoken up to the city governor of Mount Hill City hastily earlier. Just like what Zheng Jian said, city governor of Mount Hill City might not believe what she said. The city governor of Mount Hill City would only believe the 36 guardians. That's right, Zhu Lang nodded, agreeing with what Guo Li said. Duan Ling Tian shrugged and looked like he did not care. If he felt sorry, he was not sorry that he did not manage to become the city governor of Mount Hill City's disciple. Instead, he was sorry that he could not return Guo Li the favor. If what Guo Li and Zhu Lang said came true, whereby the city governor of Mount Hill City could make an exception to make him his disciple, he would definitely grab the opportunity to return a favor to Guo Li. Not long later, Duan Ling Tian and the other 2 of them returned to the latent dragon camp and went back to their cottages respectively. Soon after their return, Zheng Jian, Hu Lin, Zhang Jilong and the rest returned one after another. Did Xianxia and Jin Yuanbao become Master City Governor's disciples? The other latent dragon camp members were not surprised by the results. Meanwhile in the assembly hall, Xianxia and Jin Yuan, Bao stood aside respectfully after going through the ceremony of knighting them as the city governor of Mount Hill City's disciples. They did not dare to leave as long as their master did not ask them to. How many points did Duan Lingtian and Guo Li's team obtain? The city governor of Mount Hill City asked the heavenly leader guardian while looking at him. At that moment, Shanghu and Jin Yuan Bao were looking at the heavenly leader guardian too. There was curiosity deep in their eyes. To them, Duan Lingtian was undoubtedly a freak. They were eager to know how many points the freak's team had achieved. 93 points, heavenly leader guardian said after his lips twitched a little as the three stared at him. 93 points. As soon as the heavenly leader guardian said that, Shanghu and Jin Yuan Bao were dumbstruck. They only inhaled sharply in unison after a while, disbelief written on their faces. 93 points. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? The city governor of Mount Hill City asked while frowning. No, the heavenly leader guardian said, they initially obtained 73 points. However, since the perfection mortal shedding stage bandit died in Duan Lingtian's hands, they obtained 93 points eventually. They obtained 31 points each on average. The heavenly leader guardian glanced at Jin Yuan Bao as he spoke. He seemed to be telling Jin Yuan Bao that he had been so close to losing his second place in the test today. However, Jin Yuan Bao did not notice the heavenly leader guardian's glance because he was in shock. The perfection mortal shedding stage bandit died in Duan Lingtian's hands. At that very moment, no matter Jin Yuan Bao or Shanghu, the heavenly leader guardian's words echoed in their heads. They did not snap back to their senses for a long time. So, does that mean that what Guo Li said earlier was true? The city governor of Mount Hill City asked again. At that moment, Shanghu and Jin Yuan Bao, who suppressed their stirred emotions temporarily, glanced at the heavenly leader guardian once again. They remembered that Guo Li had said earlier that it was Duan Lingtian alone who had obtained all of the points the team achieved. It was nothing since they did not know the points the trio had achieved earlier. Now that they knew, their hearts jolted. Duan Lingtian obtained 93 points all by himself. They could only feel their hearts pumping faster as ever, as if it would jump off their chests any second now. It's true. The heavenly leader guardian nodded to confirm the fact. He was shocked to find out about that in the beginning. However, he became numb when he found out that Duan Lingtian had killed a perfection mortal shedding stage bandit. Duan Lingtian could not be predicted by logic. That was how they perceived him. He obtained 93 points all by himself and killed a perfection mortal shedding stage bandit when his cultivation bases on the intermediate mortal shedding stage. The city governor of Mount Hill City mumbled softly while his eyes were filled with burning desire. Shanghu and Jin Yuan Bao looked at each other. They saw the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. Eventually, both of them had a bitter smile on their lips. Soon, the city governor of Mount Hill City said to Shanghu and Jin Yuan Bao while looking at them, "The both of you may return. Get Duan Lingtian to come to the assembly hall. Tell him I'm waiting for him." "Yes," they replied respectfully and subsequently left the assembly hall. They hurried their way back to the latent dragon camp. Shanghu and Jin Yuan Bao, who had become the limelight among most of the latent dragon camp members, said to Duan Lingtian when they returned to the camp, "Duan Lingtian, master's asking you to see him at the assembly hall." They spoke to him through true energy voice. Transmission in cottage number 6 that he was staying in. Chapter 1405. Out of debt, out of danger. There were voices coming from outside just when Duan Lingtian was ready to enter the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. He could tell the voices belonged to Shanghu and Jin Yuan Bao. The master they mentioned was undoubtedly the city governor of Mount Hill City. So soon, Duan Lingtian was a little surprised. He knew why the city governor of Mount Hill City was looking for him without even having to guess. Just like what Guo Li said, the city governor of Mount Hill City would make an exception for Duan Lingtian to become his disciple as soon as he found out about the results he obtained in the valley. After all, he outperformed Shanghu. Apart from that, there was something that Guo Li did not know, the fact that he had killed the perfection mortal shedding stage bandit. Despite being on the intermediate mortal shedding stage, he had killed a perfection mortal shedding stage cultivator. His talent and abilities were valued by the city governor of Mount Hill City like never before. As he walked out of the cottage, Duan Lingtian happened to see Shanghu and Jin Yuan Bao returning to their cottages respectively. "Duan Lingtian, you're such a freak." Jin Yuan Bao's voice rang in his ears just in time through true energy voice transmission. Although Shanghu did not say anything, the way he looked at Duan Lingtian was gravely serious. Duan Lingtian flew down from the high platform as he was about to leave the latent dragon camp. Just when he was walking out of the entrance of the camp, a spectral silhouette appeared before him and blocked his way. That was fast. Duan Ling Tian was shocked to see one of the 36 guardians, the Heavenly Harm Guardian, appear before him. This doesn't look like the speed of a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. Duan Ling Tian activated his divine eye out of curiosity. He found out about the Heavenly Harm Guardian's cultivation base in the blink of an eye. Paramount mortal shedding stage. Duan Ling Tian was surprised. He did not know that Heavenly Harm Guardian had broken through as well. He had used the divine eye to check on the Heavenly Harm Guardian when they first met during his arrival at the latent dragon camp. Back then, the Heavenly Harm Guardian was merely on the perfection mortal shedding stage. It was easy come, easy go for the Heavenly Harm Guardian. He left when Duan Ling Tian snapped back to his senses. The bunch of the latent dragon camp members, who were excited to watch what was going to happen, was gravely disappointed. Wasn't Master Heavenly Harm Guardian just about to stop Duan Ling Tian from leaving? Why isn't he stopping him now? Duan Ling Tian was the only one who figured that it must have been Shanghu or Jin Yuan Bao who had told the Heavenly Harm Guardian about his reason for leaving the camp. How else would the Heavenly Harm Guardian have dared to stop him from seeing the city governor of Mount Hill City? As he arrived at the assembly hall after leaving the latent dragon camp, Duan Ling Tian knew that his speculation was right. Duan Ling Tian, I'd like to take you as my disciple. Are you willing to accept my request? The city governor of Mount Hill City squinted as he asked Duan Ling Tian directly. Master City Governor, what benefit is there for me if I agree to be your disciple? Hearing the city governor's request, Duan Ling Tian asked straightforwardly too. The Heavenly Leader Guardian's expression changed upon hearing Duan Ling Tian and shouted, Duan Ling Tian, don't you dare abuse what you're given. You must feel grateful that you've collected enough good karma for Master City Governor to take you as his disciple. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be so daring. In fact, he was so bold that he was even bargaining with the city governor. Duan Ling Tian ignored the Heavenly Leader Guardian and proceeded to look at the city governor of Mount Hill City calmly. He seemed to be waiting for him to respond. The city governor of Mount Hill City was stunned for a second before asking while feeling amused, what kind of benefits do you have in mind? Master City Governor's really outright straightforward. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. I don't want much. I only hope that Master City Governor will accept my one request. Do tell, the city governor of Mount Hill City said. Master City Governor, I hope you could protect Guo Li so that she won't be sacrificed in the clans feud back in Fuyu Town, Duan Ling Tian said in all seriousness. Duan Ling Tian conveyed his one and only request to the city governor of Mount Hill City. Fuyu Town, the city governor of Mount Hill City frowned. Is Guo Li from Fuyu Town? Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Guo Li's from the Guo clan of Fuyu Town. She's also the #1 powerhouse among the younger generation in Fuyu Town. The two other clans who treat her clan as their enemy want her dead. What's your relationship with her that you're willing to do this for her? The city governor of Mount Hill City asked while his eyes mocked him. She's my friend. I'm helping her for nothing more than returning a favor, Duan Ling Tian said. Are the both of you just normal friends? The city governor of Mount Hill City proceeded to tease. Really? Duan Ling Tian nodded calmly. There was no change of emotion in his heart at all. Whatever he said was the truth. He did not harbor any feelings for Guo Li. Heavenly Leader Guardian, send my orders to Fuyu Town right away. If anything were to happen to Guo Li, my city governor's estate of Mount Hill City will destroy both the clans who go against the Guo clan, dictated the city governor of Mount Hill City while looking at the Heavenly Leader Guardian. Yes, sir. The Heavenly Leader Guardian left the assembly hall right after hearing that. It was clear that he was on his way to send the city governor of Mount Hill City's order out. At that moment, Duan Ling Tian and the city governor of Mount Hill City were the only two people left in the huge assembly hall. It's my pleasure being your disciple, teacher. Duan Ling Tian bowed to the city governor of Mount Hill City. Teacher. The city governor of Mount Hill City frowned. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian to call him teacher. Although teacher and master were similar, there was a vast difference between the two. Compared to being a master, being addressed as a teacher was undoubtedly much more casual. Usually, there was only one master. A person would need to get the approval from their first master if they wanted to make another person their second master. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful. However, it was a different case for a teacher. It was not as strict for a teacher compared to a master. A senior who could teach and lecture would be called a teacher. Do you already have a master? The city governor of Mount Hill City's face relaxed from frowning as he asked a while later. Then, why don't you call me, master? Why did you call me, teacher, instead? The city governor sounded strict and there was disdain in his tone as he spoke. An educator is one who passes on knowledge and solves the confusion of a student. To me, a master's like the light at night guiding me forward, while a teacher is someone who helps me as I grow, Duan Ling Tian explained honestly. Therefore, to him, even though he became the city governor of Mount Hill City's disciple, the city governor was only his teacher but not his master. Calling the city governor of Mount Hill City was too serious to him. It seems like you're saying I'm not worthy of teaching you, EH. A cold gleam was sparkling in the city governor of Mount Hill City's eyes and his voice became dangerously deeper. If you become the light that guides my way, teacher, then, I'll naturally call you my master. But for now, you're just a teacher to me. Duan Ling Tian remained calm as ever, facing Mount Hill City's city governor who looked thunderous. HMPH. You may leave now. The city governor of Mount Hill City scoffed angrily. Sure. Duan Ling Tian did not say much as he retreated and left the assembly hall. Seeing Duan Ling Tian leave and eventually disappear before his eyes, the murkiness on the city governor of Mount Hill City's face was no longer there. It was replaced by an amused smile instead. What an interesting little fella. He killed a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator when his cultivation bases only on the intermediate mortal shedding stage. It seems like this little fella is hiding a big secret, mumbled the city governor of Mount Hill City to himself. Guo Li's matter is finally solved. Duan Ling Tian was beaming on the way back to the latent dragon camp. He could finally return the favor he owed Guo Li. Out of debt, out of danger, Duan Ling Tian felt as light as a swallow at the moment. I'll drop by the Merit Pavilion 3 days later, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself after returning to the latent dragon camp. 3 days later, he would be able to trade the points he had obtained from the test today into merit points. Then, he could use the merit points to exchange something that he wanted from the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City. He might even find something that he desired. As Duan Ling Tian entered the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to continue his cultivation, an order was sent far away from the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City. It went all the way to Fuyu Town. Fuyu Town was also called Fuyu Island. It was an island located not far away from Dao Martial Saint Land. Fuyu Town was heaved in chaos today. The chaos spiraled from a messenger sent by the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City to pass on the order from the city governor. The Guo clan's disciple, Guo Li, is a member of the latent dragon camp in the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City. If anything were to happen to Guo Li, the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City will destroy both the clans who are against the Guo clan. Those were the exact words coming from the city governor of Mount Hill City. The entire Guo clan was exhilarated when they heard the order. All of their emotions were stirred. The most outstanding disciple of their Guo clan was now protected by the city governor of Mount Hill City. As opposed to the emotional Guo clan members, the other two clans were solemn as if they just had a funeral. The city governor of Mount Hill City's protecting Guo Li. They could not understand why would the city governor do so. Find out why. Send someone to find out about it. We must find out why the city governor of Mount Hill City is protecting Guo Li. At the same time, stop all of the stakeouts in Mount Hill City. We can't do anything to Guo Li any longer. Orders were issued from the two clans while the clan members headed towards Dao Martial Saint Land. At the same time, the people from the Guo clan left Fuyu Island as well. They wanted to know what exactly happened. Guo Li only found out about it 3 days later. Master City Governor has ordered to protect me. Guo Li was shocked to find out about it at the beginning. However, she snapped back to her senses very soon. She knew it had to be related to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, it's you. Am I right? Seeing Duan Ling Tian stroll out of cottage number 6 slowly, Guo Li could not help but ask for confirmation. Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel surprised to see Guo Li staring at him emotionally. He had just gotten out of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. While still in a daze, he had no idea what Guo Li was talking about. He only came to a realization when Guo Li proceeded to speak. Chapter 1406 Merit Pavilion. Duan Ling Tian nodded in response to Guo Li's question about the city governor of Mount Hill City's order to protect her. Thank you. Guo Li thanked him sincerely. She felt touched. You're leaving the cottage. Are you going to the Merit Pavilion too? Duan Ling Tian asked, changing the subject. Guo Li nodded. I've already used up the days to leave the camp once every 3 months. I wonder if I can still leave the camp. Duan Ling Tian suddenly remembered this matter. I heard it won't be considered as leaving the camp if you're just trading your points at the merit pavilion as long as you register with the overseer first, Guo Li said. Then it shouldn't be a problem. Duan Ling Tian smiled and subsequently walked into the pavilion at the side of the high platform with Guo Li. After registering with the Heavenly Harm Guardian, the duo left the latent dragon camp and headed to the merit pavilion. The merit pavilion in the city governor's estate was an individual 4-level pavilion. The pavilion had a plain but quaint appearance. When they entered the first level of the pavilion, Duan Ling Tian saw a familiar silhouette who had just come out of the pavilion and walking in their direction. Jin Yuan Bao, senior brother Duan. When Jin Yuan Bao saw Duan Ling Tian, a charming smile appeared on his face. Duan Ling Tian and Guo Li were stunned when they heard the way Jin Yuan Bao addressed him. I'm 2 years younger than you, and I'm not as powerful as you. It only makes sense that I address you as senior brother, Jin Yuan Bao said with a smile. Duan Ling Tian finally recalled Jin Yuan Bao, similarly, was also a disciple of the city governor of Mount Hill City. Junior brother Jin. Duan Ling Tian smiled as well. Senior brother Duan, I've already exchanged for the thing I wanted from here. I'll make a move first. Jin Yuan Bao left the merit pavilion after informing Duan Ling Tian and nodding at Guo Li. Duan Ling Tian, did I hear it correctly? Did Jin Yuan Bao call you senior brother? And he said he's less powerful than you. Guo Li was shocked as she looked at Duan Ling Tian. Did you fight him? She knew Duan Ling Tian had become the disciple of the city governor of Mount Hill City and had asked the city governor to protect her as a favor. Although she knew Duan Ling Tian had become the disciple of the city governor of Mount Hill City, she did not expect Jin Yuan Bao to address him as senior brother. No, then. Guo Li wanted to ask further, but Duan Ling Tian interrupted her, you'll find out soon enough. Guo Li was confused, but she did not continue questioning him. 31 points. Is there a mistake? Guo Li looked at the staff at the first level counter in Merit Pavilion in shock. No, the staff shook his head. The 3-man team you were in obtained a total of 93 points during the test 3 days ago. You're part of the team, so naturally, you obtained 31 points. You can trade your 31 points for 3,100 merit points. Would you like to do that? The staff asked. Wait, Guo Li shook her head. She could not make sense of what was happening. I remember the 3 of us obtained a total of 73 points. How come it's 93 points now? Where did the extra 20 points come from? Guo Li had an epiphany as she looked at Duan Ling Tian, who was standing next to her. It was as though she had just seen a ghost. Duan Ling Tian, did you kill that perfection mortal shedding stage bandit? Killing a perfection mortal shedding stage bandit would allow them to obtain 20 points. Guo Li began to hyperventilate as she spoke. She stared at Duan Ling Tian unblinkingly. She did not want to miss the expression on Duan Ling Tian's face. She confirmed her speculation when she saw Duan Ling Tian nodding. Duan Ling Tian, you. Guo Li felt speechless and amazed as she forced a smile on her face. She finally understood why Jin Yuan Bao had addressed Duan Ling Tian as senior brother. Let's trade for some merit points, Duan Ling Tian said with a small smile. Guo Li regained her senses when Duan Ling Tian spoke and traded her 31 points for 3,100 merit points. It was Duan Ling Tian's turn to trade after Guo Li was done with her turn. The merit points are in here. Duan Ling Tian looked at the crystal card in his hand, surprised. The number, 3,100, floated out whenever he exerted his true energy into the crystal card. That was the number of merit points he had in the card. There's a saint inscription inscribed on the crystal card, Guo Li explained to Duan Ling Tian. She did not seem surprised. Saint inscription? That means this is the work of a saint inscription master. Duan Ling Tian was even more surprised now. Based on what he knew, there was no saint inscription master in Mount Hill City. Guo Li smiled as she responded, Duan Ling Tian, this crystal card isn't produced from the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City. It isn't produced from the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City. What do you mean? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. This crystal card comes from the 7th-rate force above Mount Hill City. The merit points come from that 7th-rate force as well, Guo Li explained. That 7th-rate force is a powerful sect. Excluding the Mount Hill City, there are another 17 cities in the area that are ruled by the sect. Similar to the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City, The city governors' estates of the 17 cities are 8th-rate forces as well, and they also own an 8th-grade Saint Stones reserve, Guoli said. The 18 cities will have to present a large number of 7th-grade Saint Stones and recommend young geniuses to the 7th-rate sect every 3 years. The 7th-rate sect will give out merit points to each city according to the number of 7th-grade Saint Stones they submitted and the quality of young geniuses they recommended. I heard the city governor's estate of each city can use the merit points to borrow human-rank primitive Saint-grade martial tactics or exchange for human-rank primitive Saint weapons and high-grade Saint-grade pills, Guoli said in one breath. A 7th-rate sect controls 18 cities, including Mound Hill City. A 7th-rate sect that owns human-rank primitive Saint-grade martial tactics, human-rank primitive Saint weapons, and high-grade Saint-grade pills. Duan Ling Tian was shocked as he processed Guo Li's words. Duan Ling Tian, based on your talent, the city governor of Mound Hill City will definitely recommend you to the 7th-rate sect. I'm afraid I, on the other hand, will never have a chance like that, Guo Li said, mocking herself. Getting recommended to the 7th-rate sect. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. He had an eager expression on his face. Since he had arrived at the Dao Martial Saint Land, he had been rising up. The higher he was, the faster he would be able to find his parents. Moreover, if he wanted to return to Earth, Elder Huo had said he needed to level up and stand at the peak of this planet. The city governor's estate of Mound Hill City was just a stepping stone for him. Man struggles upward as water flows downward. This was a theory that would never change. Let's go to the second level and see what we can exchange with our merit points, Duan Ling Tian said, changing the subject when he noticed Guo Li seemed to be a little upset. The first level of the merit pavilion in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City was where they received their merit points. Meanwhile, the second, third, and fourth levels were the place they exchanged for items with their merit points. When they arrived at the second level, Duan Ling Tian discovered they could borrow Saint-grade martial tactics and Saint-grade Dao tactics here. So many Saint tokens, Guo Li exclaimed after she walked around the second level. There were at least 100 Saint tokens containing Saint-grade martial tactics and Saint-grade Dao tactics on the second level of the merit pavilion. Although the Guo clan where Guo Li came from was a 9th-rate force, they only possessed a few Saint tokens. Furthermore, those were just Saint tokens with human-rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactics and Saint-grade Dao tactics. 90% of these Saint tokens contain human-rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactics and Saint-grade Dao tactics. The remaining 10% have human-rank mediocre Saint-grade martial tactics and Saint-grade Dao tactics. Duan Ling Tian discovered this fact after walking around the second level with Guo Li. An old man patrolled the second level of the merit pavilion. He did not say a word from the beginning until the end. Duan Ling Tian was certain the old man was the powerhouse guarding the second level of the merit pavilion. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian discovered the old man's cultivation base was at the paramount mortal shedding stage when he activated the divine eye. Apart from the old man, there were young men in silver armor standing at the four corners of the second level of the merit pavilion. They looked imperturbable. Their eyes were focused and did not wander around. 4 of them are at the perfection mortal shedding stage. Duan Ling Tian figured out their identities when he saw their silver armors. They were members of City Governor's estate of Mound Hill City's 36 guardians. Senior, how do I borrow Saint-grade martial tactics from the merit pavilion's second level with merit points? Guo Li asked when the old man was near her and Duan Ling Tian. You'll be able to read a human-rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactic once with 100 merit points and human-rank mediocre Saint-grade martial tactic with 1000 merit points. You're not allowed to bring the Saint token out of the merit pavilion, the old man said calmly. 1000 merit points just to read it once. Guo Li exclaimed in shock when she heard his words. One had to read the Saint tokens 5 times in order to memorize the Saint-grade martial tactic. One would only be able to read the content of the technique's first stage of cultivation that was also the fundamental awareness stage on their first read. They would have to cultivate the technique to the fundamental awareness stage before they could read the content for the second stage that was also the elementary stage. Therefore, one would need to read it at least 5 times before one could completely master the Saint-grade martial tactic. It was only natural that Guo Li was shocked since it would take 5000 merit points to master a human-rank mediocre Saint-grade martial tactic. Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, was smiling. 1000 merit points to read it once. One must know that he was different from the usual martial cultivators. Ordinary martial cultivators would have to read the Saint-grade martial tactic 5 times at least to obtain all the contents in the Saint token. However, His extraordinary spiritual energy allowed him to completely memorize the Saint-grade martial tactic in the Saint token after only reading it once. Chapter 1407 Saint-grade pill. Silver shirt. Without any hesitation, Duan Ling Tian immediately walked toward the few Saint tokens that contained human rank mediocre Saint-grade martial tactics. His target was a human rank mediocre Saint-grade martial tactic that contained the silver shirt. Silver shirt was a human rank mediocre Saint-grade martial tactic defensive technique. It was also the upgraded version of the defensive technique, copper shirt, that he was cultivating. Lin Qingrong was the one who told him about this. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian found the human rank mediocre Saint-grade martial tactic that contained the silver shirt. Senior. Duan Ling Tian looked at the old man who was nearby as he held the Saint token in his hand. The old man disappeared from his spot and reappeared before Duan Ling Tian with a crystal card in his hand. Duan Ling Tian took out his card as well. When he was on the Merit Pavilion's first level, Duan Ling Tian had witnessed the staff transferring 3,100 merit points into his crystal card. Therefore, he mimicked the staff and placed his crystal card on top of the old man's card. However, he had no idea what he should do next. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt a little embarrassed. Exert your spiritual energy and think of transferring 1,000 merit points to me, the old man reminded Duan Ling Tian when he noticed his embarrassment. Hearing that, Duan Ling Tian immediately exerted his spiritual energy into the crystal card in his hand and focused his mind on transferring 1,000 merit points from his crystal card to the old man's card. All of a sudden, his crystal card flashed and a streak of light shot into the old man's crystal card. When Duan Ling Tian exerted his true energy into the crystal card, he could clearly see that he was only left with 2,100 merit points. That simple. Duan Ling Tian was surprised. He did not expect transferring merit points from one crystal card to another was so easy. You can read the Saint token you have with you now, the old man said. Duan Ling Tian nodded and subsequently exerted his spiritual energy into the Saint token in his hand. At this moment, the information in the Saint token rushed into Duan Ling Tian's head. It was so deeply entrenched in his mind that it would be difficult for him to get rid of it. However, among the sea of information, only the silver shirt's information was useful to Duan Ling Tian. The others were useless to him. To avoid the old man's suspicion, Duan Ling Tian did not put down the Saint token immediately when he was finished with it. Ordinary martial cultivators would need at least 15 minutes to memorize all the techniques at the fundamental awareness stage in the Saint-grade martial tactic. Guo Li was occupied with picking a Saint token that contained a human rank mediocre Saint-grade martial tactic and transferring 1,000 merit points to the old man while Duan Ling Tian pretended to be absorbed with the Saint token he held in his hand. Subsequently, she began to study the content of the human rank mediocre Saint-grade martial tactic in the Saint token. After approximately 15 minutes had passed, Duan Ling Tian quietly put the Saint token in his hand back to where it was. Guo Li also woke up after a while. She had memorized the technique up to the fundamental awareness stage in the Saint-grade martial tactic. She would not able to look at the content after this, so she returned the Saint token. After both of them returned the Saint tokens, they made their way up to the third level of the Merit Pavilion. They could exchange their merit points for Saint weapons at the third level of the Merit Pavilion. To their surprise, 90% of the Saint weapons available on the third level of the Merit Pavilion were human rank primitive Saint weapons. They all sparkled dazzlingly. Senior, may I ask how many merit points do we need to exchange for a human rank primitive Saint weapon? Guo Li asked as she looked at the old man patrolling the third level of the Merit Pavilion. 2,000 merit points, the old man said calmly. 2,000 merit points. Guo Li's eyes widened. So expensive. However, the old man did not respond to her. He had assumed she could not afford the items. Although Guo Li thought it was expensive, she eventually picked a human rank primitive Saint weapon and exchanged for it with her merit points. Currently, the crystal card in her hands was only left with 100 merit points. Everything's back to square one. Duan Ling Tian shook his head as he looked at the number shown on Guo Li's crystal card. Guo Li, who was upset with the number of merit points she had left, regained her senses when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. She asked, Duan Ling Tian, what did you say? Everything's back to square one. What does that mean? It was a saying back in Hua, or Earth, where Duan Ling Tian was from in his past life. It was only natural Guo Li did not know what it meant. It means starting over again, Duan Ling Tian said. Guo Li finally understood him after he explained it. Although she felt pain from losing her merit points, she was smiling when she looked at the human rank primitive saint weapon in her hands. The weapon she was holding was a whip. It was similar to the weapon she had. She decided on this human rank primitive saint weapon because it was practical. Duan Ling Tian, you're not exchanging for any weapons. Guo Li could not help but ask when she saw Duan Ling Tian did not look at or select any human rank primitive saint weapons. Let's go to the 4th level, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. Duan Ling Tian, I saw a bow over there earlier. It's a human rank primitive saint weapon bow. You really don't want to get that? Guo Li asked again to be certain. The sun-shooting bow he possessed was a lot more superior than the human rank primitive saint weapon. It was unnecessary for him to waste his merit points to exchange for an inferior weapon. Since he did not plan to exchange anything, Duan Ling Tian took the lead to leave the 3rd level and head straight to the 4th level of the merit pavilion. Guo Li followed close behind him. The 2nd level of the merit pavilion was where they borrowed Saint Grace martial tactics with their merit points. The 3rd level was where they exchanged for saint weapons with their merit points. Meanwhile, the 4th level was where they exchanged for saint grade pills with their merit points, just like Duan Ling Tian had speculated. 1-star saint grade pills. 2-star saint grade pills. Duan Ling Tian learned about saint grade pills when he arrived at the 4th level of the merit pavilion. He learned that saint grade pills had 9 grades, starting from 1 star and ending at 9 stars. Naturally, 1 star was the lowest, and 9 star was the highest. They could exchange for 1-star saint grade pills and 2-star saint grade pills on the 4th level of the merit pavilion. It's really more powerful than royal grade medicinal pills. It was not difficult for him to see that the 1-star saint grade pills' medicinal efficacy was far better than the royal grade medicinal pills when he used his spiritual energy. Naturally, they were not called royal grade medicinal pills at the Dao Martial Saint Land. The same medicinal pills were called innate medicinal pill at the Dao Martial Saint Land. 20 merit points for a 1-star saint grade pill, and 100 merit points for a 2-star saint grade pill. Such an astronomical figure, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, his lips slightly twitching. No matter if it were the 1-star saint grade pills or 2-star saint grade pills, they had healing medicinal pills and sensory pills that could elevate one's sensitivity toward heaven and earth spirit. Energy within a short period of time. The former was for healing while the latter was to assist in one's cultivation. 11 2-star healing medicinal pills and 10 2-star sensory pills, Duan Ling Tian said to the other old man patrolling the 4th level of the merit pavilion. When he had just arrived on the 4th level, he had used divine eye to check on the old man. He discovered he was at the paramount mortal shedding stage similar to the old men on the previous 2 levels. Duan Ling Tian picked 2-star saint grade pills that cost 100 merit points each. 21 pills amounted to 2,100 merit points. Duan Ling Tian transferred all of the merit points he had left in his crystal card into the old man's card and successfully obtained the saint grade pills he desired. 2-star saint grade pills. That's 2 grades higher than royal grade medicinal pills. I wonder how's the medicinal efficacy like. Duan Ling Tian put the 21 medicinal pills away. He could not wait to test them out. The only thing he wanted to do now was to return so he could test the 2-star saint grade pills. Medicinal efficacy. Guo Li's lips subtly twitched when she saw him spending so extravagantly. Meanwhile, she had used her remaining 100 merit points to exchange for 5 1-star saint grade pills. She obtained 3 1-star healing medicinal pills and 2 1-star sensory pills. Since they had completed their objectives here, they prepared to leave. They began to make their descent from the 4th level, but they stopped when they were on the stairs of the 3rd level of the merit pavilion. This was because they encountered someone they knew. Sister Guo, congratulations. It's a surprise that you gained Master City Governor's protection. The person they bumped into was Zheng Jian, who was ranked number 5 in the 13 gangsters. He congratulated Guo Li with a smile on his face. However, Guo Li ignored him. Her behavior caused the smile on Zheng Jian's face to freeze. As the smile on Zheng Jian's face faded completely, he shifted his eyes from Guo Li to Duan Ling Tian. His eyes were filled with killing intent. It seemed like he could not wait to kill Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, was fearless as he locked eyes with Zheng Jian. Duan Ling Tian, if you're a man, challenge me when you return to the latent dragon camp and take cottage number 5. Zheng Jian glared coldly at Duan Ling Tian. His voice entered Duan Ling Tian's ears through true energy voice transmission, provoking him. Judging by Zheng Jian's words, it was obvious he was unaware that the city governor of Mount Hill City had made an exception and accepted Duan Ling Tian as his pupil. Zhang Jian did not step out of his cottage since he returned to the latent dragon camp 3 days ago. He only left the latent dragon camp today with the purpose of coming to the Merit Pavilion. During his journey here, he heard about the city governor of Mount Hill City's order to protect Guo Li. However, the news of Duan Ling Tian becoming the disciple of the city governor of Mount Hill City had yet to spread out. This was why he was unaware of it. Otherwise, he definitely would not have the guts to provoke Duan Ling Tian. I'll be waiting for you at the latent dragon camp. Duan Ling Tian's expression remained the same, but there was a raging fire in the depth of his eyes that revealed his current emotion. Even the nicest person has his or her limits. This Zhang Jian had been provoking him over and over again. Did Zhang Jian really think he could treat him like a rotten persimmon, that he could do whatever he wanted to? I hope you remember your words. Don't you hide in your cottage when I return. Zhang Jian smiled slyly when he thought of his plan coming to fruition. Chapter 1408 Hu Jia's death. Duan Ling Tian stared at Zhang Jian before he left the Merit Pavilion. Meanwhile, Guo Li turned back to look at Zhang Jian's back. There was a hint of sympathy in her eyes. Even Jin Yuan Bao, who was ranked number 3 in the 13 gangsters, addressed Duan Ling Tian as senior brother. However, Zhang Jian dared to provoke him. She admired Zhang Jian's courage. Naturally, she did not advise Zhang Jian since she did not like him at all. After leaving the Merit Pavilion, Duan Ling Tian and Guo Li returned to the latent dragon camp. However, they were not in a rush to return to their cottage. Instead, they stood in front of the cottages. It seemed like they were waiting for something. Naturally, their actions caught many people's attention. What are Duan Ling Tian and Guo Li doing? I've no idea. They should have just returned from the Merit Pavilion. I'm sure they exchanged many items. Shouldn't they be studying the items obtained? The latent dragon camp's members staying in the dilapidated cottage were confused. They only regained their senses when they heard a voice coming from the camp's entrance 15 minutes later. Duan Ling Tian, you kept your promise. Zhang Jian smirked as he walked into the latent dragon camp. Subsequently, he hopped onto the high platform and stood across Duan Ling Tian as they locked eyes. Battle intent rose slowly from his body. Intention to fight was rising on his body. However, Duan Ling Tian did not intend to respond to him. He only looked at him calmly. Meanwhile, Guo Li stood at the side as she calmly watched both of them staring at each other. I was wondering who Duan Ling Tian was waiting for. As it turns out, he was waiting for Zhang Jian. When did both of them get into a conflict? A lot of people were surprised. However, there were more people who were excited. They were waiting to watch a good show. Duan Ling Tian, soon you'll see that your insignificant ability is nothing in my, Zhang Jian, eyes. Don't you dare think that you can look down on everyone at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage just because you defeated a few fellows who had just broken through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. Zhang Jian's face turned completely solemn when he saw Duan Ling Tian ignoring him. I'm not sure about other people at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage, but you, Zhang Jian, is someone I really look down on, Duan Ling Tian finally said. His tone was calm as though he was talking about something trivial. An uproar broke out among the crowd as soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking. Apart from Guo Li, who knew Duan Ling Tian was stating the truth, everyone else thought he had gone insane. Has Duan Ling Tian gone insane? Zhang Jian has broken through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage quite a while ago. Hu Lin and Zhang Jilong, who have just broken through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage, can't compare to him at all. He's making the biggest mistake in his life if he thinks Zhang Jian's as easy to defeat as Hu Lin and Zhang Jilong. I would love to see him embarrass himself. The latent dragon camp's members at the dilapidated cottages discussed among themselves. More than 90% of them bet Duan Ling Tian would lose. Zhu Lang, I know you're quite close with Duan Ling Tian. However, he'll definitely have bad luck for picking a fight with my cousin, Zhang Jian. I suggest you return to your cottage so that you won't be upset when he gets hurt, Hu Jia mocked as he arrived at Zhu Lang's dilapidated cottage. The victory isn't certain yet. Zhu Lang smirked. He knew Duan Ling Tian's strength very well. Other factors aside, if he and Guo Li were not a burden to Duan Ling Tian in the test the city governor had prepared for them 3 days ago, Duan Ling Tian would have definitely ranked number 1. This was why he was so confident. He believed Zhang Jian was no match for Duan Ling Tian. What? Don't tell me you think Duan Ling Tian can defeat my cousin Zhang Jian. Hu Jia smiled mockingly. I'm not sure about other people at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. But you, Zhang Jian, is someone I really look down on. On the high platform, Duan Ling Tian's words echoed in Zheng Jian's ears. His body was trembling in fury. His eyes turned blood red as his stomach was filled with a raging fire. He was on the edge of snapping. Eventually, he managed to calm down his overwhelming anger. Duan Ling Tian, I'll show everyone how someone you look down on is going to toss you into the manure pit. Zheng Jian shouted angrily. He pounced at Duan Ling Tian as though he had turned into an agile cheetah. The air seemed to compress in his wake. Some of the spectators held their breaths as they watched the scene before them unblinkingly. However, what happened next made their jaws drop. A loud thud came from the high platform followed by a groan of pain. Subsequently, everyone saw Zheng Jian shot out of the high platform like an arrow leaving its bow from just one blow and a collision. At this moment, Zheng Jian lost control of his body as he arrived above the manure pit. Just as he was about to fall into the manure pit next to the dilapidated cottages, a purple silhouette suddenly appeared next to him. Another loud explosion sounded in the air. Apart from Guo Li, nobody in the crowd saw what had happened clearly as Zheng Jian fell. As the purple silhouette disappeared, Zheng Jian's body fell into the manure pit as disgusting matter covered him. The latent dragon camp's members stepped back one after another at this moment. What? Everyone was shocked. They were shocked as they looked at the scene before their eyes. They did not regain their sense for a long time. Zheng Jian passed out just like Hu Lin did previously. Many of them were puzzled when they saw Zheng Jian lay unmoving in the manure pit. Meanwhile, some of them looked at the purple silhouette above the high platform in shock. Duan Ling Tian's so powerful now. Could he have broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage? Could his ability be on par with a perfection mortal shedding stage powerhouse? The news of Duan Ling Tian defeating Hu Lin and Zhang Jilong, despite only being at the intermediate mortal shedding stage, had spread to the latent dragon camp. Every latent dragon camp's member knew Duan Ling Tian was capable of defeating people at a higher level. When they saw Zheng Jian was thrown out in one blow and passed out from the second blow, they thought Duan Ling Tian had broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage and possessed strength on par with a perfection mortal shedding stage powerhouse. After all, Zheng Jian was different from Hu Lin and Zhang Jilong. He had broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage much earlier. There were only 3 people who were not surprised by this in the crowd. They were Guo Li, Zhu Lang, and the heavenly harm guardian who stood at the pavilion at some point. This Duan Ling Tian is really merciless. The heavenly harm guardian shook his head. However, Zheng Jian brought this upon himself for offending this terrifying person. Cousin Zheng Jian, Hu Jia exclaimed loudly when he regained his senses. His expression was terrible. He quickly charged forward and carried Zheng Jian out of the manure pit. Pooh! At the moment when Hu Jia laid Zheng Jian down on the ground, he began to regain consciousness and spat out a mouthful of disgusting matter that landed on Hu Jia's face. Blurg. At this moment, Hu Jia vomited out of disgust on Zheng Jian's face. Zheng Jian, who had just regained his consciousness, did not know where to vent his anger when he realized he had fallen into the manure pit. When Hu Jia vomited on his face, he instinctively slapped Hu Jia as his expression changed drastically. Hu Jia was thrown back from his slap. Hu Jia was thrown quite far back before he landed on the ground. He lost his breath as blood continued to stream down from his mouth. Shot out far away and landed hard on the ground. Everyone was still thinking about how Hu Jia was wrongfully slapped. A silhouette appeared next to him suddenly. The person's expression changed drastically after he checked Hu Jia's pulse and breath. Heavenly harm guardian. Many people's hearts were pumping quickly as they watched the scene unfolding before them. Zheng Jian, you killed Hu Jia, the heavenly harm guardian said coldly as he looked at Zheng Jian solemnly. Hu Jia's dead. Zheng Jian regained his senses, and his expression changed drastically when he heard the heavenly harm guardian's words. This was not because he killed his cousin, Hu Jia. It was because he had violated the latent dragon camp's rules. There was a rule in the latent dragon camp that stated members were not allowed to kill or cripple one another. Failure to comply would result in punishment. Murderers would be given a heavy penalty and expelled from the latent dragon camp and the city governor's estate. Before everyone had time to react, the heavenly harm guardian picked Hu Jia's body up and flew to Zheng Jian. He extended his arm and picked up Zheng Jian like he was an eagle carrying its chick. Zheng Jian, you're guilty of killing Hu Jia, a latent dragon camp's member. You'll be going to the punishment camp. The heavenly harm guardian left with Hu Jia's body and Zheng Jian. The people in the latent dragon camp only regained their senses after a while. Hu Jia is dead. I think Hu Jia is Zheng Jian's distant cousin. This Zheng Jian is really cruel. He actually killed his distant cousin. I supposed he had yet to come to his senses when he did that. Hujia's strength is far lacking compared to him. It's only natural that Hujia could not withstand his attack. The latent dragon camp's members discussed among themselves. All of them knew Zheng Jian was in trouble now. There's a rule in the latent dragon camp that prohibits members from killing each other. One would be heavily punished if one were to violate the rule. One would also be expelled from the latent dragon camp and the city governor's estate. Do you think Zheng Jian will really be expelled from the latent dragon camp and the city governor's estate? I think so. Maybe not. Zheng Jian's one of the 13 gangsters after all. He's extraordinarily talented and strong. I don't think he'll be expelled from the latent dragon camp and the city governor's estate. What's the point of having rules in the latent dragon camp if Zheng Jian's not expelled? Who will obey the rules in the future? The latent dragon camp's members were divided into two sides as they argued. At this moment, nobody cared about Duan Lingtian. Even Duan Lingtian did not expect that to happen. He deserves this for his wrongdoing, Guo Li said with a scoff. Duan Lingtian's lips twitched subtly when he heard Guo Li's words. Many people said that women like to hold grudges. He discovered that to be true today. Chapter 1409 Target, Mastery Mortal Shedding Stage. Zheng Jian was brought away by the Heavenly Harm Guardian to the punishment camp of the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, and he never came back. The situation kept changing in the latent dragon camp. Li Han, the first person Duan Lingtian had defeated among the 13 gangsters when he had just arrived at the latent dragon camp, had successfully broken through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding Stage. He had intended to look for Duan Lingtian to seek revenge the minute he came out of his closed-door cultivation. However, he completely dispelled that notion once he heard Zheng Jian had been defeated by Duan Lingtian. Nevertheless, he became one of the 13 gangsters again with his strength, and the 13 gangsters' rankings changed again. Apart from the top 4 that remained unchanged, Duan Lingtian had replaced Zheng Jian and moved into cottage number 5. Zhang Jilong moved into cottage number 6 while Guo Li moved into cottage number 7. The owner of cottage number 8 Wooden was Hu Lin, and cottage number 9 belonged to Li Han. As for the owner of cottage number 10, it had changed ownership a few times within the month. It was only confirmed after another latent dragon camp's member broke through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding Stage. At the same time, news of Duan Lingtian becoming the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City began to spread. As it turns out, Duan Lingtian had already become a disciple of Lord City Governor. Since Duan Lingtian has become the disciple of Lord City Governor after Shanghu and Jin Yuan Bao, this indicates his strength has surpassed Sun Jie, who's ranked number 4 among the 13 gangsters. If Zheng Jian knew Duan Lingtian has become Lord City Governor's disciple, he wouldn't have dared to provoke Duan Lingtian even if he was more courageous. Things change. Perhaps even Zheng Jian did not expect that he would be expelled from the latent dragon camp and evicted from the city governor's estate for killing his distant cousin. I heard that Zheng Jian was only half alive when he was evicted from the city governor's estate. The punishment camp's way of doing things is so vicious. In my opinion, he's lucky to be alive. The area of the dilapidated cottages in the latent dragon camp was as lively as ever. Since Duan Lingtian had defeated Zheng Jian in one move, Hu Lin and Zhang Jilong became much warier of Duan Lingtian. When they heard that Duan Lingtian had become Lord City Governor's disciple, they had completely dispelled the notion of making an enemy out of Duan Lingtian. Especially Hu Lin. Although Duan Lingtian had thrown him into the manure pit once and humiliated him, he did not harbor the slightest intention of avenging himself when faced with the current Duan Lingtian. After Zheng Jian was chased out of the latent dragon camp and the city governor's estate, 1 month passed by quickly. On this day, the person ranked number 1 among the 13 gangsters, Ling Yun, left cottage number 1. Everyone knew what he was going to do. Ling Yun returned an hour later. Although his face remained cold, there was a hint of excitement in the depth of his eyes. Duan Lingtian walked out of the pavilion at the side of the high platform just in time to see the joy in Ling Yun's eyes. He thought to himself, it seems like Ling Yun passed teacher's test. He went to the pavilion to collect saint stones. Now that he was ranked number 5 among the 13 gangsters, he would be able to collect 900 grade 8 saint stones every month. When Duan Lingtian was looking at Ling Yun was also looking at him. He sent him a message through True Energy voice transmission. Duan Lingtian, although you're older than I am and became master's disciple before I did, you'll have to defeat me first if you want me to address you as my senior brother. Duan Ling Tian just smiled faintly before he returned to cottage number 5. After returning to the cottage, he retrieved the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and entered it with just a thought and headed straight to the second level. He continued cultivating after arriving there. A layer of silver luster shrouded his body as though he was wearing a silver coat. My cultivation progress for the upgraded version of the copper shirt, the silver shirt, has been smooth sailing. I'm currently at the competent stage. A satisfied smile appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face. A month had passed in the outside world even though 3 months had passed inside the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Within 3 months, Duan Ling Tian had successfully cultivated the silver shirt to the competent stage. The competent stage was the 3rd stage of a saint-grade martial tactic. The silver shirt that was cultivated to the competent stage was as strong as the copper shirt that had already been cultivated to the 5th stage, which is also the impeccable stage. I feel that once I exert the silver shirt, the strength of my physical body will be strengthened as well, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. In another month's time, it'll be half a year since I came to the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City. Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel sentimental when he thought of this. Naturally, the half a year he meant was the time that had passed in the outside world. According to the time in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, it would be even longer. Right, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have recalled something. He withdrew the silver shirt and descended from the 2nd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda to the 1st level. Duan Ling Tian looked at Elder Huo who was seated cross-legged and called out, "Elder Huo." "Yes," Elder Huo said as he opened his eyes. "Elder Huo, I'd like to ask, will my growth rings grow according to the flow of time in the outside world or the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda?" This was what Duan Ling Tian had thought of earlier. If his growth rings grew according to the flow of time inside the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, he would be 36 years old now. If it grew according to the flow of time in the outside world, he would still be 35 years old. When he first met Lin Qinrong and Guo Li, he had just turned 35. Your growth rings grow according to the flow of time in the outside world. The time outside is the default time. You can think of it this way, the extra time in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda is equivalent to the time you've stolen. It won't affect your growth rings, Elder Huo said. Stolen? Elder Huo, you mean that my growth rings stay stagnant when I'm in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda? Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath, trying to suppress his emotion. Yes, Elder Huo nodded. Ever since you've arrived at the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City, your growth rings have merely grown for half a month. That's the time you spent in the outside world for the past 6 months. I've been in the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City for half a year now. During this time, apart from the 10 days when I went out, I've only gone out for 5 days. Indeed, I only spent half a month in the outside world. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as he muttered, if that's the case, does this mean my growth rings will be growing very slowly? That's right, Elder Huo nodded. Your growth rings grow according to the flow of time in the outside world. When you're in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, your growth rings will be stagnant. Based on the fact that you've only spent 15 days in the outside world during the past 6 months, at this rate, it'll take 12 years outside for your growth ring to grow a complete ring and grow a year older, Elder Huo continued saying. Elder Huo's words struck Duan Ling Tian like a bolt of lightning. It took him a while before he regained his senses. Based on the time he spent in the outside world during the past 6 months, his growth ring would take 12 years to grow another ring. That's outrageous. Duan Ling Tian muttered woodenly, if we calculate it that way, my growth rings will only grow 5 rings. After 60 years have passed in the outside world, at that time, I'll only be 40 years old. The corner of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched when he thought of that. It should be noted that people below the age of 40 were considered young at the Dao Martial Saint Land. Based on the time he had spent in the outside world during the past 6 months, he would need another 60 years to shed his youth. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian deeply felt how extraordinary the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was. No wonder the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was a top celestial supreme treasure. It really had the good fortune of the heaven and earth, so much so that it could steal time. In the past 6 months, I've consumed 10 2-star sensory pills to enhance my sense toward the heaven and earth spirit energy to help with my cultivation. The egg-sized Qi Si is almost full now. Although I don't have any more 2-star sensory pills, I should still be able to fill my qi and break through within a month with the help of the 32 saint veins in my body to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy for cultivation. Duan Ling Tian continued muttering to himself. The next step was to break through to the mastery mortal shedding stage. Once he broke through to the mastery mortal shedding stage, his qi would undergo another transformation and increase in size. At that time, the transformed and enlarged qi would be able to accumulate even more true energy. Apart from that, after his qi had transformed and increased in size, he would be able to open up more saint veins. The increment of saint veins would affect the speed of transportation of true energy in his body, and in turn, it would affect his strength as well. With the true energy in my qi now, if I fully unleash my strength with the 32 saint veins, I'm confident I can defeat any martial or Dao cultivators at the mastery mortal shedding stage without utilizing the silver shirt. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Currently, he was merely a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Once I break through to the perfection mortal shedding stage, even if I've just broken through, I'm still confident in defeating most of the martial and Dao cultivators at the perfection mortal shedding stage with the silver shirt. Duan Ling Tian was filled with confidence. After taking a deep breath to calm himself down, Duan Ling Tian sat cross-legged in the air and began to cultivate. As he circulated it along his body per the cultivation method, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the air and heaven and earth spirit energy in the saint stones were constantly absorbed into his body. After the heaven and earth spirit energy entered his body, it was transported by the 9 dragons before it transformed into true energy and integrated with his qi after circulating a great qi circuit. The amount of true energy in his qi kept increasing as he kept circulating it. 1 month inside the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda passed quickly. At this time, true energy finally filled the qi deep between Duan Ling Tian's brows. It's filled with true energy now. I can finally try to expand my qi. Duan Ling Tian's eyes glinted when he opened them. After that, he closed his eyes again and continued cultivating. At the same time, the qi deep between his eyebrows was held up by the continuous influx of true energy, and it continued expanding like a balloon. Chapter 14:10 Duan Ling Tian's self-confidence. When the qi expanded like a balloon to its capacity and exploded, Duan Ling Tian felt a wave of dizziness. However, joy was apparent on his face when he regained his senses. The qi became so big. Duan Ling Tian realized the qi had completely changed. It was outrageous. Previously the qi was merely the size of an egg, but now, it was as big as a basketball court on Earth in his past life. The true energy that expanded the egg-sized qi seemed insignificant now. It only occupied a corner of the basketball court-sized qi. However, Duan Ling Tian knew that he had taken another step forward. He had broken through half of the mastery mortal shedding stage. The other half was to open up more saint veins. At the early mortal shedding stage, I managed to open up 15 saint veins. At the intermediate stage, I opened up another 17 saint veins. Now that I've broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage, I should be able to open up at least 18 saint veins. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath when he thought of that. I hope a miracle occurs. The miracle he meant was to open up more than 18 saint veins. Similar to when he opened up more than 16 saint veins when he was at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Since Duan Ling Tian had experienced this twice, the process of opening up saint veins progressed smoothly. However, it still required some time even though everything was smooth sailing. Half a month later, Duan Ling Tian, who had been opening up one saint veins after another, finally stopped when he felt that he could longer open up another one. How many saint veins did I open? Duan Ling Tian was suddenly reminded of this matter and began to check the number of saint veins he had opened. After counting it, Duan Ling Tian began to tremble in excitement. I didn't count wrongly, did I? Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and began to excitedly study the saint veins he had opened after he broke through to the mastery mortal shedding stage. After counting several times, Duan Ling Tian was finally certain. He was not mistaken. 20. I actually opened 20 more saint veins. Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel excited. He had expected he would be able to open up 19 saint veins at the most even if a miracle did occur. Who knew he would actually open 20 saint veins? This was beyond his expectation. In addition to the original 32 saint veins I had, my body has a total of 52 saint veins now. It should be noted that ordinary people at the paramount mortal shedding stage that could open up more than 50 saint veins were considered as having a high potential to break through to the saint stage and become a saint stage powerhouse. Duan Ling Tian was only at the mastery mortal shedding stage, but he had opened up 52 saint veins. In the future, even if there are no more miracles, I'll still be able to open up at least 21 saint veins when I reach the perfection mortal shedding stage. At the paramount mortal shedding stage, I'll be able to open up 22 saint veins at the very least. When Duan Ling Tian thought about that, his emotions that had just calmed down began to stir again. This also means that I'll be able to open 94 saint veins at least even if there are no more miracles. I still remember, Elder Huo said even Sun Wukong, the great sage and heaven's equal, in the ancient myths and legends from Earth, had only opened up 93 saint veins. I'll be able to open up more saint veins than him. Duan Ling Tian gasped in surprise. Although it did not mean that people who could open up more saint veins would definitely defeat those who opened up less, Duan Ling Tian still felt good he could win Sun Wukong in that aspect. At this point, Duan Ling Tian became more and more excited. It was only natural. Currently, he was merely at the mastery mortal shedding stage, but the number of saint veins in his body was more than a lot of the other martial and Dao cultivators at the paramount mortal shedding stage. Currently, it would only take him a moment to transport the true energy from his Qi to the surface of his body. With just a thought, true energy appeared instantly. Silver shirt. With just a thought, the true energy in Duan Ling Tian's Qi instantly passed through all 52 saint veins in his body as though he was wearing a silver coat. In the next moment, he casually threw out a punch, and true energy shot out like a dragon. It smashed onto the wall in the distance, setting off a series of explosions. Throughout the entire process, the air seemed to compress in the wake of the great dragon. So powerful, Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. With my current strength, not many martial and Dao cultivators at the perfection mortal shedding stage are my match even if I don't utilize strange pupil. I'm not afraid even if I have to battle Su Qi. The disciple of the city governor of Mount Hill City, Su Qi's cultivation base was at the peak of the perfection mortal shedding stage. More than a month ago, he had defeated the person who was ranked number 1 among the latent dragon camp's 13 gangsters, Ling Yun, in just 3 moves. His strength was obvious. After the breakthrough, Duan Ling Tian cultivated for another half a month. In addition to stabilizing his cultivation base at the mastery mortal shedding stage, he had also stored more true energy in his basketball court-sized Qi. There are 10 more days in the outside world until the day I can collect saint stones. 10 more days in the outside world are equivalent to a month in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. It's just enough for me to cultivate my martial tactics and moves. In that subsequent month, Duan Ling Tian began cultivating the move in the saint-grade martial tactic, Colossal Arrowlight Arrow. He mainly cultivated the offensive move, Arrowlight Strike, and the movement technique, Body and Arrow Synchronization. Arrowlight Strike was almost the strongest offensive move Duan Ling Tian had in his arsenal right now. On the other hand, the Body and Arrow Synchronization was the foundation to maximizing his speed. Finally broke through. 1 month later, Duan Ling Tian stopped cultivating. Joy was apparent on his face. His hard work had paid off. Due to his continuous effort, the offensive move from the Colossal Arrowlight Arrow, the Arrowlight Strike, had finally reached the competent stage. The Colossal Arrowlight Arrow is a human rank primitive saint-grade martial tactic. The strength of the offensive move, the Arrowlight Strike, is far superior compared to the offensive move of a human rank mediocre or prominent saint-grade martial tactic. Accordingly, the Arrowlight Strike at its 3rd stage, the competent stage, is comparable to the offensive move of a human rank mediocre saint-grade martial tactic at its 5th stage, which is also the impeccable stage. In Mount Hill City, I'm afraid that no one, apart from teacher, would be able to encounter a human rank primitive saint-grade martial tactic. It's highly likely that even Su Qi didn't cultivate a human rank primitive saint-grade martial tactic. Duan Ling Tian's eyes were gleaming as he thought to himself, I'm confident I can defeat Su Qi unless he breaks through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. The breakthrough of the offensive move in the Colossal Arrowlight Arrow, the Arrowlight Strike, had given Duan Ling Tian a tremendous amount of confidence. Unless it's those perfection mortal shedding stage saint beasts or wild beasts with insanely strong physical bodies, there shouldn't be any humans at the perfection mortal shedding stage who are a match for me, Duan Ling Tian murmured to himself as his confidence grew. Unfortunately, the Body and Arrow Synchronization did not have any breakthrough. Otherwise, my strength will improve to another level, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. The saying, one's eyes are bigger than one's stomach, described Duan Ling Tian perfectly at this moment. I'll go collect my saint stones now. With just a thought, Duan Ling Tian left the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and walked out of the cottage, feeling refreshed, as he headed to the pavilion beside the high platform to collect his saint stones. After receiving the saint stones from the heavenly harm guardian, Duan Ling Tian thanked him before he turned to leave. This Duan Ling Tian seems a little different compared to last month. However, I can't tell what the difference is. The heavenly harm guardian shook his head as he looked at Duan Ling Tian's back. Oh, right, I almost forgot. The heavenly harm guardian seemed to have recalled something. His eyes glinted as he sent a true energy voice transmission out of the pavilion into Duan Ling Tian's ears. Duan Ling Tian, Lord City Governor has given an order for you to cultivate at his side after you come out of your closed-door cultivation. Currently, Ling Yun, Shanghu, and Jin Yuanbao are cultivating at the Lord City Governor's side, the heavenly harm guardian reminded him. Cultivating beside teacher, Duan Ling Tian was stunned. He turned around to look at the heavenly harm guardian in the pavilion as he asked through true energy voice transmission, "You mean, I can go in and out of the latent dragon camp as I wish?" The heavenly harm guardian nodded. Half a month ago, Lord City Governor passed down an order so that you, Ling Yun, Shanghu, and Jin Yuanbao can enter and leave the latent dragon camp at will to go the city governor's estate. I didn't expect that accepting this teacher will grant me this benefit. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly before he left the latent dragon camp to look for his teacher, the city governor of Mound Hill City. As the city governor of Mound Hill City, he had a large independent mansion with a front yard and a backyard that were as large as a standard-sized football field in the city governor's estate. Duan Ling Tian bowed and greeted the city governor of Mound Hill City when he saw him again, "Teacher." The 3 people standing behind the city governor of Mound Hill City changed their expression slightly when they heard the way Duan Ling Tian addressed the city governor of Mound Hill City. It should be noted that all of them addressed the city governor of Mound Hill City as master. Master and teacher generally had the same meaning. However, they could be very different if one were to look into it. Generally, only disciples in name would use the term teacher. However, as far as they knew, Duan Ling Tian's treatment in the city governor's estate was no different from theirs. He did not seem like a disciple in name. When the city governor of Mound Hill City responded with a smile, Duan Ling Tian finally noticed the 3 people standing behind him. They were the top 3 people in the 13 gangsters, Ling Yun, Shanghu, and Jin Yuanbao. "I'm just telling them about martial tactics and moves. You came just in time," the city governor of Mound Hill City said. Following that, Duan Ling Tian and the other 3 listened to the city governor of Mound Hill City as he explained the types of saint-grade martial tactics moves. It must be said that as a saint rudiment stage powerhouse, the city governor of Mound Hill City had a unique insight in that regard. Chapter 14:11 Dueling Ling Yun. After Duan Ling Tian listened to the city governor of Mound Hill City's explanation, he gained a new understanding of saint-grade martial tactics moves. It should be noted that the saint-grade martial tactic he learned in the past was through saint tokens. The things he learned was rigid and far less vivid compared to what the city governor of Mound Hill City had described. No wonder so many people still want to find a master even though there are saint tokens in the Dao martial saint land. Finding a master is more than just looking for protection, it's also to enhance their strength, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Duan Ling Tian was not in a rush to return to the latent dragon camp. He stayed at the city governor of Mound Hill City's manor instead. There was nothing lacking in the city governor of Mound Hill City's manor. Moreover, it had a better cultivation environment compared to the latent dragon camp. According to Jin Yuanbao's words, he did not want to return to the latent dragon camp anymore after staying here for a few days. One day, the city governor of Mound Hill City summoned Duan Ling Tian and the other 3 before him and said, "Today, the 4 of you will spar in front of me. The strong are revered in the Dao martial saint land, so your seniority will be ranked according to your strength." Among them, apart from Jin Yuanbao who had addressed Duan Ling Tian and Ling Yun as senior brother, the others did not address anyone as senior brother nor did they refer to themselves as junior brother. The city governor of Mound Hill City had discovered this and planned to rank their seniority today. "Master, let me go first. If Shanghu can defeat me, I'm willing to be the youngest junior brother." Jin Yuanbao took the lead and volunteered. "Very well." The city governor of Mound Hill City nodded and stood at the side with Duan Ling Tian and Ling Yun as they watched Jin Yuanbao and Shanghu who were about to fight. "Jin Yuanbao, you're still the same. Always unwilling to submit to me." Shanghu was not surprised Jin Yuanbao wanted to challenge him. He looked at Jin Yuanbao with a dignified expression, ready to react if Jin Yuanbao were to attack. Although he ranked before Jin Yuanbao in the latent dragon camp's 13 gangsters, he was not much stronger than him. Every time, they would only know the outcome of the battle after 100 moves. After Duan Ling Tian had broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage, he discovered something. Even without utilizing the strange pupil, he could still clearly see Jin Yuanbao and Shanghu's movements. It seems that because of broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage, apart from my body becoming stronger, all my organs are also different from ordinary martial cultivators at the mastery mortal shedding stage, Duan Ling Tian speculated inwardly. Apart from that, Duan Ling Tian could not think of another explanation. Jin Yuanbao and Shanghu fought fiercely, going back and forth. Duan Ling Tian felt a little sleepy as he continued to watch the battle that was evenly matched. Duan Ling Tian only woke up 100 moves later when Jin Yuanbao fell to a disadvantageous position. Shanghu finally defeated Jin Yuanbao after another 30 moves. It's about 130 moves again. Jin Yuanbao wiped the bloodstains at the corner of his mouth as he frowned. 2 more moves compared to the previous time. Shanghu smiled faintly and said, "Junior brother Jin, shouldn't you address me as your senior brother now?" Senior brother Shang. Although Jin Yuanbao was a bit reluctant, he was not shameless. He addressed Shanghu as senior brother before he stood to the side. Regardless if it were Duan Ling Tian, Ling Yun or the city governor of Mound Hill City, no one was surprised by the result. After Shanghu consumed a 2-star healing medicinal pill that the city governor of Mound Hill City had thrown him, he quickly recovered to his top form. Then, his eyes immediately shifted to Duan Ling Tian. "Duan Ling Tian, I know I'm no match for Ling Yun. We'll spar now. If you win, I'll address you as senior brother. If I win, you." Shanghu looked at Duan Ling Tian. However, Duan Ling Tian interrupted him before he could finish his sentence. "If you win, I'll also address you as senior brother." "Good, how direct." Shanghu grinned when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. "Come here then." Under the eyes of the city governor of Mound Hill City, Ling Yun, and Jin Yuanbao, Duan Ling Tian stepped forward. Moments later, he stood unmoving like a mountain in front of Shanghu as they prepared to battle. Jin Yuanbao looked at Shanghu with a hint of pity in his eyes. In his opinion, Shanghu was merely a little bit stronger than he was, and he himself knew that he was not as strong as Duan Ling Tian. It was impossible for Shanghu to be a match for Duan Ling Tian. He could already envision the scene of Shanghu being defeated by Duan Ling Tian. However, what happened next was beyond his expectation. It was not just him, even the city governor of Mound Hill City and Ling Yun were surprised as well. Under their watchful eyes, Duan Ling Tian stood still for a long time. Finally, Shanghu attacked first. Although Shanghu was ranked number 2 among the 13 gangsters, he did not dare to let his guard down around Duan Ling Tian since even Jin Yuanbao acknowledged he was not as good as him. When he attacked, he unleashed his strength without holding back. However, he was still blasted away by Duan Ling Tian, who had suddenly disappeared from his sight even though he had unleashed his full strength. The moment before he was blasted away, he only saw a flash in front of his eyes before Duan Ling Tian appeared just a stone throw away in front of him. In just a split second, Duan Ling Tian's fist landed on his body. That punch made his body tremble, and he flew out like a shot arrow. Duan Ling Tian's fist felt like a sledgehammer falling on his chest and internal organs. After the clouds and mist drifted across the sky, Shanghu finally fell to the ground in an embarrassing manner. It was an obvious defeat. The entire place was deadly silent. Shanghu's dull breathing was the only thing that was audible. Impressive. When Jin Yuanbao regained his senses, he gave a thumbs up to Duan Ling Tian. No wonder senior brother Duan is a prodigious martial cultivator from the mortal continent. He's so strong that he's comparable to an ordinary martial cultivator at the perfection mortal shedding stage. Although Jin Yuanbao remained calm outwardly, he was deeply shocked in his heart. Although he had confidence in Duan Ling Tian, he thought he would need a few more moves to defeat Shanghu. Who would have thought that Shanghu would be defeated in just one move? This granted him insight into Duan Ling Tian's strength. This matter really shocked him. Is he really just a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage? Jin Yuanbao exclaimed inwardly in disbelief. Ling Yun looked at Duan Ling Tian solemnly. Earlier, he saw everything clearly when Duan Ling Tian had attacked. At this moment, he even thought that Duan Ling Tian's speed was not much slower than his. He knew Duan Lingtian was able to defeat enemies with higher cultivation base than him even though he was only at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong. Even Xianxia, who was at the peak of the mastery mortal shedding stage, could not endure more than one move. Mastery mortal shedding stage. The city governor of Mount Hill City had checked Duan Lingtian's cultivation base with the spiritual secret tactic. He could not help but gasp inwardly. It was like tens of thousands of horses were running through his mind. It took him a while before he finally recovered. It had not been that long, but Duan Lingtian had made another breakthrough again. The city governor of Mount Hill City only managed to gradually calm himself down after he took a few deep breaths. Although he was shocked, he did not say anything. As the city governor of Mount Hill City, naturally, he knew what should be said and what should be done. He did not doubt that if news of Duan Lingtian's consecutive breakthroughs within such a short span of time spread out, he would definitely become a prime target. If the matter reached that point, it would not be good for Duan Lingtian. This was because everyone, including him, thought Duan Lingtian was hiding some huge secret since he managed to break through 2 levels in such a short time. Naturally, there might be other reasons, but others would not think so. People would rather err on the side of caution. They would rather kill than to let someone go. That was the rule of conduct for greedy people. Therefore, in order to protect Duan Lingtian, he kept quiet even though he was extremely shocked. As long as he remained silent, Ling Yun and the others would not find out that Duan Lingtian had broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage. In their eyes, Duan Lingtian was still a terrifying martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. When he was at the intermediate mortal shedding stage, he was already able to defeat most of the martial cultivators at the mastery mortal shedding stage. Now that he has broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage, I'm afraid that even Ling Yun won't be able to contend with him, the city governor of Mount Hill City thought to himself. At the same time, he was in a good mood because he felt that he had obtained a treasure. Senior brother Duan. After Xianxia consumed a healing medicinal pill and caught his breath, he stood up slowly. He looked at Duan Lingtian with respect and admiration in his eyes. He submitted to Duan Lingtian from the bottom of his heart. The purple-clad young man had sent him flying and defeated him in just a move. Since the other party had addressed him as senior brother, naturally, Duan Lingtian had to show a bit of concern. He asked with a smile, "Are you all right?" His eyes fell on Ling Yun after he ascertained that Xianxia was fine. "You're very strong." Ling Yun stepped forward and looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly. "Previously, I didn't think I would be wary of facing a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivator." "You're not weak either," Duan Lingtian replied calmly. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the city governor of Mount Hill City's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears in a timely manner through true energy voice transmission. "Don't expose your cultivation base at the mastery mortal shedding stage so easily." Duan Lingtian was not surprised the city governor of Mount Hill City knew about his breakthrough since he had sensed his spiritual energy sweeping over him. It made him feel like he was completely seen through when he was defeating Xianxia. It was then he knew the city governor of Mount Hill City had doubts about his cultivation base and had used the spiritual secret tactic to check his cultivation base. However, Duan Lingtian could hear a trace of anxiousness in the city governor of Mount Hill City's voice. This surprised him. Chapter 14 12 Moon Illumination Sect. "It seems like teacher does care for me. It's obvious he gave me a reminder because he didn't want too many people to know I've broken through again. Truth be told, it hasn't been that long since I've broken through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage. If news of my current breakthrough to the mastery mortal shedding stage spreads out, it might cause unnecessary trouble. After all, the speed of my breakthroughs is just too outrageous." Duan Lingtian understood the city governor of Mount Hill City's good intention. He felt a sense of warmth. If he was a bit insincere when he addressed the city governor of Mount Hill City as teacher earlier, then now, he truly treated the city governor of Mount Hill City as his teacher. The city governor of Mount Hill City was the second person whom Duan Lingtian sincerely regarded as his teacher ever since his arrival in this world. As for the first person, it was Cloud Continent's Sima Chongfeng. Sima Chongfeng used to be the dean of Crimson Sky Kingdom's Paladin Academy. Duan Lingtian had relocated it to the Lingtian sect before he left the overseas Saint Islands. Duan Lingtian had always regarded Sima Chongfeng as his teacher even though he was currently millions of times stronger than Sima Chongfeng. This was not because he had taught him a lot of things. On the contrary, he barely taught him anything. He respected Sima Chongfeng because he had helped him many times previously. He would never forget his kindness. Currently, the city governor of Mount Hill City's position in Duan Ling Tian's heart had risen substantially, even though it was still not comparable to Sima Chongfeng. Duan Ling Tian, you're an honorable opponent. Ling Yun stared at Duan Ling Tian and said solemnly, if you're an ordinary martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage, I wouldn't bother using my sword. In fact, most martial cultivators at the mastery mortal shedding stage are not even worthy of me using my sword. I'll have to use my sword in our battle. However, I'll allow you to attack first. I'll give you a head start since you're just a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage, Ling Yun said, as his face heated up from embarrassment. With his cultivation base at the perfection mortal shedding stage, even if he did not make the first move during the battle against a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage, he still had the unfair advantage when he used his sword. Therefore, he felt a little embarrassed. However, he had no choice but to do that. He would not have cared if it was just an ordinary martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. However, this Duan Ling Tian had defeated Shang Hu, who was ranked number 2 among the 13 gangsters, in just one move. He was strong enough that Ling Yun had to treat him with caution. Are you certain you want me to make the first move? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Ling Yun calmly. Yes, Ling Yun nodded. Was that a joke? He already had an unfair advantage of fighting a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage, even though his own cultivation base was at the perfection mortal shedding stage. How embarrassing would it be if he insisted on making the first move? You'll regret this, Duan Ling Tian said as he stared intently at Ling Yun. Ling Yun, never regret anything, Ling Yun said slowly as his eyes glinted. Duan Ling Tian smiled so widely that he managed to creep Ling Yun out. Following that, under the watchful eyes of Ling Yun and the others, a layer of silver luster shone on Duan Ling Tian's body. It was as though he was wearing a silver coat. Silver shirt. The city governor of Mount Hill City's eyes lit up when he saw the silver luster on the surface of Duan Ling Tian's skin. It was obvious he recognized the defensive move Duan Ling Tian was using. Then again, the human-rank mediocre Saint-grade martial tactic that contained the silver shirt was one of the Saint-grade martial tactics available in the merit pavilion of the city governor's estate. As the city governor of Mount Hill City, he naturally knew that. After Duan Ling Tian cast the silver shirt, he raised his left hand, and the sun-shooting bow appeared. Subsequently, true energy shot out from his right hand and condensed into an arrow, and he knocked it on the sun-shooting bow. Duan Ling Tian slightly drew the bowstring that was made from the tendon of a 5-clawed devil dragon and instantly released it. In just a split second, a solid arrow ray shot out like a meteor shooting across the sky. Following that, Duan Ling Tian flew out along with it, standing firmly on the arrow ray. The air compressed before it exploded in their wake. Duan Ling Tian was so fast that Shang Hu and Jin Yuan Bao, who were standing at the side, could not catch his movements at all. So fast. The city governor of Mount Hill City's eyes widened in shock. Although he knew Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base had broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage and was not weaker than a martial or Dao cultivator at the perfection mortal shedding stage, he did not expect his arrow to be so fast. Even an arrow shot by a martial cultivator at the peak of the perfection mortal shedding stage with his full strength wouldn't be so fast. The city governor of Mount Hill City's heart skipped a beat. So fast. As the party involved, Ling Yun regretted his choice as soon as Duan Ling Tian shot the arrow. Unfortunately, there was no use in crying over spilled milk. Just as he was about to move to the side, his hands touching the hilt of the sword on his back, he discovered the figure that was still quite a distance away earlier had arrived before him. Before he could even react, Ling Yun was sent flying away by Duan Ling Tian's punch, similar to Shang Hu. Unlike Shang Hu, who had fallen to the ground in an embarrassing manner, Ling Yun managed to land on his feet even though his body swayed, and he was pale. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked as though he had seen a ghost when he looked at Duan Ling Tian again. Although he had expected Duan Ling Tian's strength to be comparable to an ordinary martial cultivator at the perfection mortal shedding stage, he did not expect him to be so strong. Once he made the first move, Ling Yun did not even have the chance to avoid it or draw his sword. Is he really a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage? At this moment, Ling Yun truly felt skeptical. However, he dismissed the thought when he recalled Duan Ling Tian had just broken through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage 3 months ago. It was even confirmed by 2 Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses using the spiritual secret tactic. It's impossible for Duan Ling Tian to break through again in just 3 months. Ling Yun was very certain on that. To break through from the intermediate mortal shedding stage to the mastery mortal shedding stage in just 3 months. Even the top prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint Land was not capable of that. Even if they had the best resources and cultivation environment, it was just not possible to break through within such a short period of time. Good, good. The city governor of Mount Hill City stared at Duan Ling Tian with sparkling eyes as the fat on his cheeks jiggled due to his excitement. Although he had guessed that Duan Ling Tian might defeat Ling Yun after he discovered he had broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage, he did not expect him to defeat him in just one move. Duan Ling Tian's current strength had surpassed the old Su Qi. Xianxia and Jin Yuan Bao were simply dumbfounded. They stood rooted to their spots, and it took them a while before they regained their senses. Although they knew Duan Ling Tian was strong, they did not expect him to be so strong. He had the advantage by striking first, and he defeated Ling Yun before he even had time to react. He defeated senior brother Ling Yun with one move. Does this mean Duan Ling Tian stronger than senior brother Su Qi? Jin Yuan Bao muttered after, gasping, yes. Even senior brother Su Qi needed 3 moves to defeat senior brother Ling Yun. Xianxia nodded. Both Xianxia and Jin Yuan Bao genuinely submitted to Su Qi's strength. Sure enough, if I use the silver shirt, along with the strength of my physical body, and I fully unleash my strength, it'll surpass someone at the peak of the perfection mortal shedding stage. Earlier, Duan Ling Tian managed to defeat Ling Yun instantly because he had the advantage of striking first and had unleashed almost all his strength. With my current strength, I might be able to fight a martial or Dao cultivator who had just broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. Naturally, it'll still be quite difficult for me to win. Duan Ling Tian was aware of his own strength in this regard. The perfection mortal shedding stage was not comparable to the paramount shedding stage. If it's the old Su Qi, he wouldn't be a match for Duan Ling Tian indeed. However, Su Qi has just broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage just half a month ago, the city governor of Mount Hill City said with a smile when he heard Jin Yuan Bao and Xianghu's words. The city governor of Mount Hill City's words froze Ling Yun, Xianghu, and Jin Yuan Bao. Senior brother Su Qi has broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. He broke through to the paramount mortal shedding stage before he turned 40. Oh, God, what kind of innate talent is that? Having such innate talent, he can be considered as a first-rate monstrous prodigy even in the Moon Illumination sect. He'll be valued by the top official in the Moon Illumination sect and they'll even train him vigorously. Xianghu and Jin Yuan Bao felt a little envious as they discussed this. Su Qi has broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. Duan Ling Tian was surprised. Similar to him, Su Qi was also a martial cultivator from the mortal continent. As a martial cultivator from the mortal continent, even if he had just broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage, his strength was not comparable to an ordinary person at the paramount mortal shedding stage who was native to the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Ling Tian thought about it and honestly felt he was not confident fighting Su Qi who had just broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. Speaking of the Moon Illumination sect, in 6 months' time, the Moon Illumination sect will open its doors to recruit new disciples. At that time, the 18 cities, including us, will send our best disciples there. The city governor of Mount Hill City said, among the 4 of you, Duan Ling Tian and Ling Yun will definitely pass the Moon Illumination sect's test and join them. Xianghu, Jin Yuan Bao, it's not impossible for both of you if you manage to improve within the next 6 months. Moon Illumination sect was a powerful sect that controlled the 18 cities, including Mount Hill City. It was a 7th-rate force that also controlled a Grade 7 Saint Stones reserve. Even the city governor of Mount Hill City was a known disciple of the Moon Illumination sect. In order to amaze the world with a single feat during the entrance exam of the Moon Illumination sect, Su Qi has gone into closed-door cultivation recently. He's preparing to cultivate 3 moves from a human-rank mediocre saint-grade martial tactic to the impeccable stage, the city governor of Mount Hill City said as he looked at the 4 of them. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.